Hello friends. Welcome to our channel. In today's video, we'll explore an exciting video on what if Naruto developed all possible Genkais under 9 Super Me gods. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. In the city of Dakota, 9 figures were breaking into a science facility. These people are known as the Meta Breed. A gang of juvenile gangbangers given mutant-like power from a purple gas that exploded at Dakota's docks years ago. The group included Aben, the self-proclaimed master of shadow and darkness, Hotstreak the pyromancer, Kanger the human Bigfoot, Puff the vapor girl, Onyx the walking demolition, Shiv the light weapon master, Talon the avian girl, Carmen Dillo the human armadillo, and Ferret the smell freak. The breed looked around the lab, seeing loads of equipment. Perfect. We could make some easy cash by stealing this stuff and selling them back to the suckers, Aben said as he looked around. Why are we selling them for cash when we could just easily loot cash? Hotstreak asked in irritation by doing things the hard way. Because Hotstreak, Static and his gadget boy are always there to stop us, Aben reminded him. Yeah, and sometimes the harder ways are more fun. Shiv chuckled as he looked at some equipment. Just don't mess around, Talon scolded him. Ferret approached a huge device that looked like a round metal archway. Hey guys, look at this. Ferret called the breed over. What you got, Ferret? Onyx asked. Maybe this could rake us in some easy cash, Ferret suggested as Aben saw an engraved title on the control panel, Portable Dimensional Portal. He asked himself. What do you think that means? Hotstreak asked. Don't know. Maybe we should try it out, Aben suggested as he picked up a remote device and clicked it on. Suddenly the machine started running and a portal opened in the archways. So we going in, Mon? Kanger asked. Not me, I'm out of here, Carmen said, heading for the exit only to hear a voice. Hey, who's in there? A security guard called. On second thought, I'll take the chance. Carmen changed his mind. Then let's go, Aben called as they jumped through the beam before it shut down right before the security guard entered. The breed were flying through a wormhole screaming until they landed in some kind of town during nighttime, but the buildings weren't anything like Dakota, and there didn't appear to be a word of English on any sign. Whoa, where are we? Talon asked in confusion. No clue, Shiv replied as he looked around. Suddenly they heard murderous rants coming from the distance. Die, demon. You're finally getting what you deserve. Sounds like a riot. Nice. Hotstreak smirked as he ran over to see a mob and who they were busting, but he soon wished he hadn't. There stood in the center of the mob was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 5-year-old boy wearing a torn white shirt and messed up blue cargo shorts. What shocked the rest of them was seeing all the cuts and blood that stained him. Normally the breed would enjoy such beatings, but to see a little kid getting beaten by adults seemed to have stirred something up inside of them. Talon, feeling like the responsible member of the breed, grabbed a villager about to stab the boy with a knife and pushed him against the wall. What do you think you're doing to this kid? Talon screeched. That's no kid, that's a demon, the villager barked. Demon? The breed wondered. He's the scourge of this village, the Kyubi no Kitsune? The villager barked and suddenly felt a needle to his neck which paralyzed him. They looked, seeing 2 figures dressed in masks representing animals and other kind of garments. For breaking the 3rd Hokage's law you were to be executed. One wearing a wolf mask said as 2 more appeared to take the villager and suddenly vanished. The other villagers got up and ran. Yeah, that'll teach you not to hurt kids, Hotstreak shouted to them. The 2 in masks started walking for the beaten child, but Talon blocked their way. Where do you think you're going? Talon asked, feeling they were going to do worse to the kid than what the villagers were doing. We only want to help him, the one wearing a cat mask said calmly. Why should we trust you? Aben asked suspiciously. If it appears we harm the boy, you can kill us, the wolf-masked one answered. The cat-masked one turned to her partner. Are you nuts, Kakashi? She scolded him for his words. We don't have a choice, you go. Take Naruto to the hospital, and if they refuse, use the Sandame's name. The one called Kakashi said as his partner Yugo took the beaten child and vanished. He then looked at the 9 of them. And you come with me. Our Hokage will want to meet you. Why should we come? Quiet, Hotstreak began, but Aben put his hand on his shoulder. Ease up, Hotstreak, I think they just want to talk. So Hotstreak backed down and Kakashi led them to a large tower in the village. They entered and were escorted into an office where a really old man wearing robes and an odd hat was sitting at his desk with a crystal ball on it. Kakashi, welcome, and I see you've brought Naruto's saviors. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed. That'll be all. The Hokage dismissed him and he vanished in a swirl of leaves. That was cool. Shiv admitted about how he vanished. Okay, old timer, start talking. Who are you? Where are we? And what was going on? Aben asked. In order, I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, third Hokage of Konoha, the village which you are in as of now, the old man began, but before I discuss what you just witnessed, tell me who you all are. Call me Aben, the master of shadow and darkness. These are my homies Talon, Shiv, Kangar, Hotstreak, Puff, Onyx, Ferret, and Carmen. Aben introduced his team. So what was going on back there? Shiv asked. Yeah, why was that mob beating on that little kid? Puff asked. Ah, I see you've already seen Naruto, the Hokage replied. Naruto? Talon asked. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto, the container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the old man continued. Okay, that's the second time I've heard that word. What does it mean? Hotstreak asked in annoyance. Well, pull up a chair and if not stand. The Hokage began as he told them a tale of the village years ago. 5 years ago, our village was under attack by this demon creature known as the Nine-Tailed Fox. Many of our brave shinobi lost their lives defending the village from it. But one man, the fourth Hokage of our village, used a special technique to seal away the beast in the body of a newborn child that was born on that day. So you're saying that? Carmen asked. Yes, Naruto was that baby and the demon fox resides within him. The Hokage answered. So why were so many people picking on him? Onyx asked, not getting it. Well, the fourth Hokage wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero, but the people see him as the fox itself in human form, unable to tell the difference between the jail and the jailer itself, he continued. Those bastards, Aben growled. And people call us monsters, Carmen added. Now if you please, what are all of you, and how did you come to our village? Sarutobi asked. So Aben spoke on behalf, saying that they were loners and acquired their strange powers from the Big Bang where they lived in. He kept out the fact that they were renegades, not wanting to already make enemies here. Instead, he said they were looked down upon because of their powers and the way they looked. That got the Hokage thinking they were more like Naruto. I see. Sarutobi said. So what's going to happen to Naruto now? Talon asked in concern. Well, the boy lives alone. Aside from me and select Jonin and Chunin ninja, we do what we can to keep him happy, Sarutobi continued. I even announced a law that will be to execute anyone if they were to tell the younger generation of what Naruto has inside of him. Lotta good it's doing him. Hotstreak replied on how I'd only blame myself by not being there for him enough. The old man sighed in guilt. Aben thought long and hard about this and reached a decision. You know what, we're gonna help him. What? Sarutobi's head shot up in surprise. What? The breed gasped in confusion at their leader's declaration. No child deserves to be treated like this, even if he does have a demon sealed in him, Aben explained. Aben, while I'm all for helping the boy, we aren't ninja, Talon pointed out. Still doesn't mean we can't toughen him up a little and show him how to defend himself, right? Shiv asked. Right on, Mon. Kangar agreed. Yeah, with us as his teachers he'll be able to take on anyone, Puff said proudly. Well, it's good to see how much willing you are to help someone who you just met, Sarutobi smiled. Kids a lot like us, old man, and we take care of our own, Aben answered. After a long talk, they headed for the hospital and saw Naruto and the woman Yugo waiting outside. Thank you, Yugo, for helping Naruto. Sarutobi thanked her. Hi, Hokage-sama, she says and looks down to Naruto and pats his head. You take care now, Naruto-kun. Thank you, Neko-chan. Naruto thanked her as she vanishes in a swirl of leaves. Naruto's attention turns back to the Hokage and the 9 people who were with him, and surprisingly he wasn't scared by their appearances. Given how he's been constantly tormented by villagers since he was born, the 9 didn't seem as terrifying compared to the villagers. Naruto, I'd like to introduce you to the people who helped save you, the old man started. This is Aben, Talon, Hotstreak, Onyx, Ferret, Shiv, Puff, Kangar, and Carmen. Pleased to meet you, kid. Aben shook Naruto's hand. Same here, and thanks for saving me from those bad people, Naruto said. We'd also like to have a word with you, Naruto, so please come with us, Talon said. Before Sarutobi begun to walk, he found himself in one of Aben's shadow portals and soon found himself on top of another building. Phew, I'm getting too old for this. The old man breathed hard. Wow, that was cool. Naruto cheered. That ain't nothing, kid. Look at this, Hotstreak said, creating a fireball in his hand. Yeah, that's cool and all, but so's this, Talon says as she flew around, and pretty soon the others were showing off their powers. You guys are awesome. Naruto cheered. Indeed, they're Naruto. Sarutobi agreed. Old man, about what one of the villagers said back there, is it all true? Naruto asked, looking a little sad. Sarutobi sighed, knowing he couldn't hide the secret anymore. Not all of it, he began. 5 years ago, when the demon fox attacked our village, the Yondaime couldn't kill it. Instead, he sealed it away inside of you, Naruto, hoping you would be seen as a hero. But I'm afraid the people here are too blind to see that. Naruto looked down a little, but raised his head, smiling. It's okay, Gigi, I won't hold any of this against you. Is he always this happy? Hotstreak asked. Naruto's always been a hyperactive knucklehead. Sarutobi explained with a chuckle. Ah, now you're making me blush, Gigi. Naruto laughed. Aben then approached Naruto and the boy looked up at the Shadow Man. Listen, Naruto, me and my partners have a proposition for you. Really? He asked. Yeah, we want to train you and teach you how to stand up for yourself when no one else will. Aben continued. But how? I mean, I can't do stuff like you guys, Naruto said. Then a chilling voice rung in the air. Maybe you can. Suddenly the space was warping and they found themselves in a huge dark room where in front was a giant cage with a seal on it. Could this be? The old man thought. Hey guys, I got this feeling, Carmen said in worry. You got a rash again, Mon? Kanger asked like he heard it before. No, not that, something else. Carmen continued, feeling uneasy. Suddenly heavy breathing came from the cage and a huge pair of red eyes appeared with a malicious grin to go with it. What the hell is that thing? Hotstreak asked in fright while backing away from the cage. You got nothing to fear, Pyromancer, I can't harm anyone while behind this cage, not that I even would. The creature replies. So Kyuubi, it really is you, Sarutobi said as he stood his ground. Of course it's me, old man, would I be anyone else? The demon fox asked. Now where's the boy? Naruto stepped forward. So you really are sealed inside me? Naruto began and started looking up at it angry. Why the hell did you have to attack this village? It's never done anything to you. Believe me, kid, it wasn't my choice, someone set me up, the fox replied. Set you up? Naruto asks while the old man was more shocked to hear a demon being set up. That's right, this masked man used some form of hypnosis on me and made me attack your village. Believe me, I find it no fun to cause chaos for no reason. Heck, I'd have rather been in hell gambling with the other demons sealed there. If I may, Kyuubi, you said before it would be possible for Naruto to use the abilities of his new teachers. How is that possible? Sarutobi asked. You're talking to a demon old-timer, he reminded the old man. I have powers beyond the capacity for human understanding. So how can you help me perform the abilities Aben and the others have? Naruto asked, eager to know. Well, young kid, I happen to have sealing abilities as well. With my powers of sealing, I can seal portions of their powers within you, giving you their abilities. However, it cannot work unless the others cooperate in this. He looked past the bars to the meta breed. Aben was the first to speak up. Why not? This'll make training Naruto much easier. Well, there's no way I'm abandoning a child like this, Talon agreed. While I enjoy being the only fire manipulator, I guess having another one couldn't hurt. Hotstreak stepped over. Well, I'm in. Shiv added. I'm way in. Carmen approached. Count on me, brother. Kanger pumped a fist up. Sure thing. Ferret agreed. How about it, Puff? Onyx asked his old friend. You know it. Puff agreed. Good, now place your hands on the seal together. Kyuubi instructed them and they placed their hands on the seal and on top of each other. Now boys, stand before me. Kyuubi instructs Naruto, who does so while the Hokage stood back. Powers of heaven, earth, and hell, hear my call. Grant unto this boy the powers of all. The Kyuubi roared as energy poured from the 9 who were straining to contain their pain into the seal, and it was projected as a beam into Naruto, who screamed in pain as the powers mixed with him. The seal is set. May you use your new talents well, kid. The Kyuubi said as the room vanished and they were all back on the roof of the building. Man, that sure takes it out of you. Aben rubbed his side while his team regained their strength. Did it work? Shiv asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto held out his right hand and concentrated until a fireball formed in his hand. Then he spouted wings like talons from his arms. A long snout like ferrets, a shell like Carmen's, huge feet and long legs like Kangor's. His left arm became a light energy knife, and a shadow portal formed behind him. That good enough? Huff asks Shiv, who nods, feeling convinced. Naruto then powered down as Aben approached him. So what about my offer, Naruto? You down with us? He extended his hand. Naruto smiled and grasped it with his own. You bet I am. Aben turned to his crew. This kid's gonna make one hell of a bang baby. The breed nodded while the Hokage smiled and thought, and a swell Hokage one day. Thus Naruto's beginning has started. The breed has put aside their lust to look out for number one to help this boy in becoming the best ninja there is. When morning came, Naruto got up after his long night. He showered, changed, had his morning ramen, and headed out to a training ground where the breed was waiting for him. Sandaime set them up in a temporary place. They waited for Naruto and soon enough the boy showed up. Morning, guys. Naruto said. Well, Naruto, you ready for your first day, Ed? You betcha, Aben-sensei. Naruto answered. Aben-sensei, nice, Aben thought. So anyway, first we're gonna teach you how to control your new powers, then later on show you interesting ways to use them. And after training we're going to get you some new gear, Shiv added. Okay. Naruto agreed with this schedule. First we'll start off with my abilities, Aben began. With my powers you can fade into walls, and travel along shadows, even use shadow portals to teleport places. Watch me. Aben sunk into a portal and suddenly reappears behind Naruto. Wow. Naruto gasped. The portal is very handy, however the place you wish the portal to lead you all depends on where you want to go around here or elsewhere, Aben explained. I understand. Naruto nodded. Okay kid, now you give it a shot, try to appear over there. Aben pointed to a tree. Naruto concentrated and formed a shadow portal behind him. He walked into it and it vanished. The portal reappeared by the tree and he exited out of it. Not bad, Aben replied, feeling impressed. Now sink into the ground and travel along it. Naruto then concentrated as he sunk into the earth, looking like a shadow that moved all over the place until he rose up from it. Perfect, you really know how to handle it. Aben applauded. Thanks. I was able to learn how to control my chakra through this chakra guide for beginners. He held out a book labeled that. Hotstreak then stepped in. All right kid, now you're learning from me, Hotstreak, and how to manipulate fire. Sure thing, sensei. Naruto nodded. Okay, hold out your hand and ignite a fireball, Hotstreak commanded, and Naruto did exactly like he did last night. Good, now aim it at that wooden dummy. His sensei commanded and he threw it like a baseball and the dummy burnt up. Good throw. Hotstreak complimented. Now try igniting again, but this time ignite like you're blasting it. Okay. Naruto said as he held out his arms, concentrating hard, and soon 2 blasts of fire blasted from his palms and incinerated 2 training dummies. Smokin', Hotstreak whistled. And within the hour Talon taught him how to use the wings on his arms to fly and generate a harpy whale. Shiv showed him how to create light energy weapons such as arm swords, kunai, shurikens, and some basic stuff like poles, mallets, shields, etc. Puff taught him how to turn his legs into a vapor that can get him to hover around, especially using his breath to emit melting vapor, or smoke, but she warned him to be careful of water, for being soaked could wear out his vapor. Onyx taught him about using his newfound colossal strength to fight anyone one-on-one, and both wrestled it out to see how he did, and surprising Onyx was beaten after Naruto tried at least a dozen times. Carmen taught him how to curl up into his new shell and launch himself like a cannonball at targets, or roll away from danger. Ferret taught him how to use his new improved sense of smell to sniff out incoming enemies, as well as sense of certain objects so that he will be familiar with their certain scents. And finally he was hopping along the training ground with his new giant-sized feet and long legs with Kanger. This is awesome! Naruto shouted as he was hopping higher and farther with Kanger by his side. Just remember, little Mon, not to get your legs tangled up, otherwise this power will be useless, and more importantly watch how hard you hit the ground. If your enemies saw your feet print they could easily find you, Kanger explained. Thanks, Kanger-sensei. Naruto said as they took a break and Naruto shrunk his feet and legs back to normal size. You learned well in one day, kid. Shiv noted. Thanks, I'm a fast learner. Naruto replied. Well, a fast learner like you needs new gear. Hotstreak, you and Shiv take him to this place to get some new threads. Aben said, handing the fire user a card with an address on it. You got it, Aben. Shiv, Naruto, let's roll. Hotstreak says they took off. It's incredible at how much he's learned in just one day. Talon watched Naruto go off with the two. Old man said he was a stamina freak. Aben reminded her. If he keeps this up, he could be better than us, Ferret added. Let's not go that far. Aben warned him. Still, Mon, there's a problem. We cannot live here forever. Kangor warned him. Kangor's right, I mean, what about going home? Carmen asked. Don't worry, I got a feeling with the way and time this kid learns, he won't need us after then, Aben answered. Meanwhile, back in the village, the two teenage guys lead the boy around the village, ignoring the scowls and frowns most of the villagers were giving him. They finally stopped at a place called Higarashi's Ninja Supplies. This is the place, Hotstreak said as they entered. The store had ninja weapons of all kinds, shinobi gear, ninja tools, and all the basics. Hi, welcome to Higarashi's, I'm Zane. A man behind the counter greeted them. Hey, think you can help our little pal here? He needs some new gear. Hotstreak showed him Naruto. The owner looks at Naruto and smiles. Of course, Tenten, he called. Then from around back came a girl age 6, with brown hair done up in two buns, chocolate-colored eyes that looked good enough to eat. She was dressed in a pink sleeveless shirt and green pants. Yes, Daddy? She asked. Can you help our young friend find some attire while I speak with the two gentlemen here? Zane asked. Sure thing, she says and turned to Naruto, who smiled while sporting a faint blush on his cheeks. Let's go. She escorted him around. The two meta-humans looked at the owner, knowing he knew something. Yeah? Shiv asked. I heard it was you and several others who helped the boy last night, Zane said. Yeah, so you want to bust him too, because me and Shiv won't let you, Hotstreak warned him with a frown. No, it's not like that. I feel bad for Naruto, he explained, putting Hotstreak at ease. I find it horrible the way the villagers treat him, when I know he's really just a boy who's never had love or friendship. Well, at least there are people like you who see past all that what he went through, Hotstreak replied. Hey guys, Naruto called. The three turned to see Naruto standing behind them wearing black shinobi sandals, blue pants, a black muscle shirt, a black short-sleeved trench coat, a kunai holster strapped to the bottom of his right leg. On the back of his waist was a small pouch capable of holding small ninja weapons like shurikens or scrolls, and a pair of extra dark sunglasses that shields his eyes. We got ourselves a winner. Shiv replied. We'll take it. Hotstreak added, paying Zane with some money Naruto got from the Hokage. Thank you for shopping. Zane said. Come back again soon. Tenten added as she pecked Naruto on the cheek, which made him turn red, which didn't go unnoticed by the two meta-humans and the shop owner. See ya, Naruto said as he rushed out with Shiv and Hotstreak. Zane then looked down to his daughter. So Tenten, what do you think of Naruto? I think he's a very sweet boy. I just don't know why a lot of the others kids make fun of him. Well, maybe one day you'll find out why, Zane said, hoping she won't turn out like the others and look down on Naruto if she ever found out. As Hotstreak, Naruto, and Shiv walked around the village, Naruto stopped and looked onto the playground, seeing a little girl his age with blue hair and pale white eyes being picked on by some other snobby girls her age. Being Naruto, he walked for them while his two senseis stood back wondering how he'd handle it. Hey, Naruto called, and the girls turned to see Naruto. They almost didn't recognize him if it weren't for his whisker marks. Well, if it isn't the freak, one said. I'm going to give you one warning to leave that girl alone, Naruto firmly warned them. Or what? A second one asked cockily. Or else this, Naruto said as he transformed his right arm into a giant pair of scissors. I know how much you girls love your hair. It'd be a shame if you were to grinned as his scissor hand makes a few snips sounds. At that moment the snobs ran for their lives screaming. Naruto then approached the girl. Hi, are you okay? He asked, helping her up. Hi, arigato, the girl stuttered. Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, at your service, Ms. What is your name? Anyo Hyuga Hinata, she says softly. Well, Hinata-chan, would you like to be my friend? I'll be yours in return," he asked with a foxy grin. "You'd be my friend?" she gasped with a faint blush. Naruto then pinky locks his finger with hers. "Believe it," he replied, which got Hinata blushing several shades of red. Hinata heard her father call her over and she goes over to him. Lord Hiyashi Hyuga looked toward Naruto and a smile grew on his face as he walked off with his daughter. Shiv and Hotstreak approached the boy. "Shiv-sensei, Hotstreak-sensei, did you see how I handled the situation?" "Well kid, not exactly how I woulda handled it, but it was good enough," Hotstreak replied. "Are you kidding? It was brilliant," Shiv protested. "Now I know what to do if Talon tries to boss me around," he chuckled. After a while they met up with Aben and the rest of the gang, where Naruto went on and on about how he saved Hinata's life. While Aben secretly wasn't at all thrilled about saving lives, he couldn't help but feel happy for the boy, seeing this as the kind of stuff that motivates him. For the rest of the day the breed taught him some more skills on how to use their powers, such as Aben using his shadow binding to wrap his opponents in his own shadow, as well as Hotstreak showing him how to use fire to make him blast off into the air. Pretty soon Naruto had down every stunt and move that could make him the baddest meta-human there was. "So how are you feeling, Naruto?" Aben asked. "Worn out from the training, but it was worth it," Naruto admitted while panting. "Good to hear, because it's time my crew and I went home," Aben explained. "You mean you're leaving after one day?" Naruto asked, looking a little sad. "Afraid so kid. We got our own home to go to," Hotstreak added. "But what about my training?" Naruto whined. "Listen Naruto, Aben got down to Naruto's level, we taught you all we know. Now the rest is up to you. How you use our powers is all up to you, expand on them. Find new ways in which we never thought of using them. Can you do that?" Naruto fought his tears and smiled. "You bet I can sensei, believe it." Aben smiled beneath his shadowy appearance and patted Naruto's head. "That's my homie." Hotstreak pounded it with Naruto. "You take care little guy." "Will do, Hotstreak sensei." Talon got down to Naruto's level and hugged him. "Take care Naruto, and don't let what other people say get to you, because you are not a demon." "Thank you, Talon-chan," Naruto said, causing the avian girl to faintly blush. Puff and Onyx patted him on the back. "You watch yourself kid," Onyx said. "Yeah, and watch out because that Hinata girl may be coming after you when you get older," Puff added. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, feeling clueless. "You'll find out," Puff replied. Shiv and Naruto pounded as Shiv spoke. "Keep up with some of the great jokes on others, that'll scare them off." "You got it," Naruto replied. "Take care kid, and be careful with what you smell with that new sense of smell. Some stuff may be nasty." Ferret gave him one last piece of advice. "Thanks for the tip, Ferret sensei." Carmen then patted Naruto's shoulder. "Take care of yourself kid, and remember to get your 4 squares a day, or in this case 8, he chuckled. "No problem with that, Carmen sensei," Naruto replied, knowing how much ramen he eats. And finally Kangar approaches the boy squatting down. "Take care little mon, and be sure not to trip on your own feet, believe me that hurts." "I'll keep that in mind, Kangar sensei," Naruto nodded. "Well ninja, we'll catch you later," Aben said, pulling out the remote to the portal they entered through. He pressed it and another portal appeared and they entered through it. When the portal vanished, Naruto stood there smiling. "Thanks guys," he said, walking away and back to the village to his favorite ramen stand Ichiraku's, one of the few places he was welcomed with open arms. Naruto entered the place and the old man and his daughter noticed him. "Ah, welcome Naruto, we were wondering where you've been," Tucci began. "Nice clothes by the way." "Thanks Gigi, and I was kinda out training with some of my friends," Naruto said as he had his first bowl of ramen. "Really, so what did you train for, Naruto-kun?" Ayame, Tucci's daughter, asked curiously. "Well, they were training me on how to control some of my abilities," he answered. "What kind of abilities?" she asked. "Can really tell you, you know, top secret." "I understand," she replied. Soon after, at least a dozen bowls, Naruto finally paid for his meal. "Naruto, with you around we'll never go out of business," Tucci chuckled. "Don't worry, when I become Hokage I'll make you two my personal chefs," Naruto replied. The two smiled, knowing how that's his life's ambition. When Naruto was about to leave he turned back. "Hey, you wanted to know what kind of powers? Well, here's one of them," he said as a shadow portal appeared behind him. Naruto turned around and took on Aben's appearance as entered the portal that vanished into thin air. Dad, what just happened to Naruto-kun? Ayame asked her father. I don't know, Ayame, but one thing's for sure, Naruto's going to be alright. Tucci smiled. It has been 7 to 8 years since Naruto obtained his new powers from the meta breed. During those years he's continued to acquire better control over all his powers. With Aben's shadow powers and Ferret's sense of smell, he avoided any villager or ninja intending on killing him. And with Talon's flying ability, Carmen's rollout routine, and Kangor's jumping ability, he didn't have to walk plainly like any other villager. Over the time he's become good friends with Tenten, who was already a kunoichi with a squad composed of a man named Might Guy who had big eyebrows and bad haircut as her sensei, one boy named Rock Lee who was like a junior version of her sensei, and another boy named Neji who was a cousin of Hinata, the girl he made friends with. He also grew close to Hinata as well as her younger sister Hanabi, which Hiyashi had no problems with because he knew that Naruto was the source of his daughter's improvements. One morning he was getting ready to go to the ninja academy with Hinata and her sister, who had good enough skills to be admitted despite her age. 13-year-old Naruto woke up that morning, got a good shower, dried himself off, and got changed into his gear, which was the same kind of attire he picked out years ago, only bigger sized, from his black shinobi sandals, blue pants, black muscle shirt, black short-sleeved open trench coat, extra dark and big sunglasses. After he got changed, he made himself breakfast. After his training with the breed, Talon taught him the importance about eating healthy and not always have your favorite meal all the time. That was good, Naruto said as he did his dishes and looked at his clock reading 9 a.m. Well, I don't have to be at the academy for at least another hour, but still I could use a little morning exercise. He donned his sunglasses and walked outside. He looked down the road in the direction of the academy. How should I travel this time? Shadow portal. Nah, that's too quick. Flying. No, why risk people shooting me? Rolling. Nope, then I won't see where I'm going. I know I'll use Kangor-sensei's hopping, he said as he made his feet grow along with his sandals and his legs lengthen. Well, time to roll. He begun hopping to the academy while Jamaican music played in the background. Meanwhile, outside a village pub, certain jonin such as Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Midarashi, and Kakashi Hitaki, demoted back to jonin by his own free will, were standing around gossiping. So I hear this year the students at the academy are almost, Anko said, taking a bite out of some dango. I heard the students seem to be the best in years, Asuma added as he puffed some smoke from his cigarette. Especially since there are 2 students in tie for the position of Rookie of the Year, Kurenai added. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke, the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, and Uzumaki Naruto, that boy of many powers, Kakashi added as his nose was deep in his orange book, which peeved Kurenai and Anko off that he would read that smut in the presence of ladies. Before Kurenai could do something, Anko spoke up. Hey guys, look who's jumping our way, she said with a sadistic smile. The jonin turned to see Naruto hopping down the road with many other villagers staying out of his way so not to get squashed. While he jumped along, he was rapping a tune to himself. This is how I roll, everybody watch it, here I go. Go. This is how I roll. Soon he saw the 4 jonins and stopped as he landed in front of them. Morning, senseis. Naruto greeted them. Good morning to you too, Naruto. Kurenai greeted him. Ya Gaki, top of the morning to ya. Anko added as Naruto grows his ferret snout and sniffed the air. Fresh smell of dango and a hint of blood. I could smell you a mile away, Anko-sensei. Watch it, Gaki, or do you want to be Snake Chow? Anko asked. Ready, release some snakes. No need to waste them on me, Naruto answered as he looked to Asuma and Kurenai and gags while plugging his huge snout. Oh man, Asuma-sensei, you smell like cigarettes, and this is a stronger kind. He groaned. Man, Ferret-sensei told me to watch what I inhale. It just may be the worst thing I'll ever take a whiff of. You know he's right, Asuma, Kurenai lectured him. What, it's like how Kakashi's into his book, Asuma said. Another bad influence on others, Kurenai replied, which Kakashi didn't even respond to without a care. Naruto, when you grow up, don't turn out like these 2, not even Guy, Anko warned the young boy. Naruto shrinks his snout, making his face normal again. Don't worry, I have no intention of becoming like them. Naruto smirked as he fixes his sunglasses a bit. So anyway, Naruto, why are you up so early? Your classes don't start for at least another hour, Kakashi said. Well, I figured I'd get some morning exercise in before class. After all, Kangar-sensei told me to get as much exercise on my feet as I can. Well, hope you get enough experience for the day, Kurenai said. I sure will. Now if you'll excuse me, I gotta roll, Naruto said as he continued to jump away, heading for the academy, rapping, "This is how I roll. Everybody watch it, here I go. Go. This is how I roll." That kid will make one hell of a ninja, Anko said as the other three nodded. Half an hour later, outside the academy, Hinata and her younger sister Hanabi waited for Naruto to show up. In a matter of minutes he landed before them and shrunk his feet back to normal. "Morning, Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan. How are you two this morning?" he asked. "Very well, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied. "Yes, Naruto-kun, we're both great," Hanabi answered. "Well, we better head in, otherwise Iruka-sensei's going to make us do the henge jutsu again," Naruto said as he led them inside. "If we do, Naruto-kun, could you please not perform that repulsive Oiroke no jutsu of yours?" Hanabi asked. "But it was so funny the way he passed out from the blood loss," Naruto chuckled. "But she's right, Naruto, we'll be graduating soon and I don't want you to fail anything," Hinata says, worried for him. Naruto smiled at her. "You're cute when you care." And this got Hinata blushing several shades of red while Hanabi huffed. "Hey, what about me, Naruto-kun?" she asks, putting his hands on her hips. Naruto looked down at her and pinches her face, which got her blushing. "You're cute too, Hanabi-chan." Soon they entered the classroom where other students were gathered, such including Nara Shikamaru. A lazy boy who appears to be smarter than he looks, Akamichi Choji, a stout boy munching from a bag of chips, Inuzuka Kiba and his little pup Akamaru. Close to the front was a pink-haired banshee named Haruno Sakura, who has no real talent in ninja skills except in tests. Along with her was Yamanaka Ino, a blonde-haired bossy girl. Both girls were in a catfight over who should sit next to Uchiha Sasuke, the brooding duck-butt-headed boy whose family was massacred by one of his own. "Morning, lazy bones, big man, K-dog," Naruto addressed the three. "Hey," Shikamaru replied in his lazy tone. "Morning, Naruto," Choji greeted between munches. "How's it going?" Kiba asked. "Sweet as always," Naruto replied as he, Hinata, and Hanabi moved down to one of the desks closest to the front where Sakura, Ino, and Sasuke were. "Hey Pinky, Blondie, Teme," Naruto chuckled after his greetings. Their reactions were both banshees throwing a fit at Naruto, and all Sasuke could say was, "HMPH, so Naruto took a middle seat while Hinata took the left of him and Hanabi took the right. Sakura and Ino decided to bash at the three for a bit until their sensei arrived. "What do you two see in that blonde baka anyway?" Sakura asked in a snotty tone. "Yeah, he's just a doby who'll never amount to anything like Sasuke-kun," Ino added, defending Sasuke's honor, which he didn't care what she did. The two Hyugas turned to the banshees. "I think the bigger question is, what do you two see in that emo ass?" Hanabi spoke and Hinata nodded. "Don't you talk about Sasuke-kun that way," Sakura wailed. Ladies, please. Iruka-sensei's right there." Naruto pointed to the front to see their instructor, which is a man with a scar across his nose, and another instructor with short white hair. "Good morning, class." Iruka greeted them. "Good morning, Iruka-sensei," the students greeted back. "Well, class, today we will be testing your skills with shurikens, kunais, and one-on-one sparring," the white-haired man instructed. "Yes, Mizuki-sensei," they replied. So the two led the students to the training field where stumps with target were set up. Now everyone was told to bring their own set of shurikens and kunais. Iruka says as everyone pulls out their pouches that held their weapons. Hinata and Hanabi saw Naruto didn't bring his pouch. "Naruto-kun, you didn't bring your weapons?" Hinata asked. "No, because I don't need them," Naruto replied with a confident smile. "If you say so, Naruto-kun," Hanabi said. When it came down to Naruto's turn, Iruka and Mizuki saw he didn't have any. "Naruto, you were told to bring your own supplies," Iruka scolded him. Sasuke smirked. "Looks like the doby forgot to pack them." Naruto looked back at him. "Aw, shut your mouth, stupid, and anyway, Iruka-sensei, I didn't bring them because I don't need them." This got Iruka confused. "Don't need them? Naruto, you baka, there's no way you can hit a target without shuriken," Sakura nagged. "If you'll just shut up for a minute, Bubblegum, I'll show you what I mean," he said as he concentrated energy into his hand making light shurikens. Whoa. The guys gasped while Sasuke frowned at the sight of him doing something he can't. Don't blink now, Naruto said, flinging each of them landing dead on the target. Excellent Naruto, 10 out of 10, Iruka said, feeling impressed. Nothing to it. How the hell did you do that? Sakura screeched, which Naruto didn't seem fazed by it. Naruto uses his pinky to clear out one of his ears before responding, sorry Sakura, cannot tell you. I mean, even I have my secrets, no? Mizuki, who hid a frown, replaced it with a smile. Well, now that target practice is completed, let's move on to sparring. Naruto sat by watching those who were called up to fight. He watched as Hinata beat Sakura with no difficulty, not even needing to use her Byakugan. Hanabi was matched up against Shikamaru. Needless to say, the guy didn't even want to fight because 1. He was fighting a girl, and a little one at that, and 2. It was too troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, you're next. Iruka called. Naruto removed his trenchcoat and threw it to Hinata and Hanabi. The two stepped onto the battlefield where loads of Sasuke fangirls were cheering and squealing for their dear Uchiha. You know, Sassman, you got so many fangirls you could just as easily restore your clan, Naruto says with a smirk. Sasuke frowned and replied in a soft enough voice so they wouldn't hear, not with them. Oh well, your loss, Naruto began, and speaking of loss, don't be too ashamed when I win. Who said you're going to win? Sasuke asked while frowning. Me, of course. Naruto answered bluntly. I'll make you eat those words, Sasuke growled, which caused an uproar of female squeals. Hajime. Iruka called. Sasuke rushed for Naruto with no second thought. This is too easy, Naruto thought as he sunk into the ground like a shadow, causing Sasuke to miss his punch. Naruto emerged from behind Sasuke with a giant muscular purple arm like onyxes and slugged Sasuke, sending him crashing onto the field. Sasuke-kun. The fangirls cried while glaring at Naruto, who didn't even notice. Had enough, duck butt? Naruto mocked. Sasuke got up growling and went through hand signs. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. He shouted, sending forth a stream of fire which grew into a huge fireball ready to impact on Naruto. Naruto-kun. Hinata and Hanabi cried. Sasuke smirked, I've won. Then he gasped in disbelief as he saw Naruto covered by a fire barrier that died down once his fire jutsu died off. Bad move, Teme. You play nasty with fire like that, you'll get burned. He conjured fireballs in his hands and lunged them forward, blasting at Sasuke, who just managed to dodge it, but not without getting a few burns on his shirt. You might want to call the match now, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke's all tied up now, Naruto called as he created light energy cuffs which cuffed Sasuke's arms and legs. But to Naruto's surprise, Sasuke was replaced with a log. Kawarimi, huh? Naruto asked, slightly impressed. Naruto turned to see Sasuke right on top of him, ready to deliver a roundhouse kick, but Naruto knew how to handle him. Naruto took in a deep breath and released his harpy scream on Sasuke, causing him to lose focus and fall to the ground. You should have brought earplugs. Naruto chuckled while on the side Hinata and Hanabi giggled. Sasuke, growling with anger, got to his feet. This doby's making fun of me, he thought as he charged at Naruto in a blind rage. He was so focused on Naruto's face he didn't notice Naruto's giant feet. So Naruto, who didn't even have to move, just spun kicked Sasuke, causing him to fly back and crash into a tree. Iruka knew this had to end. This match is over. Uzumaki Naruto wins by KO. The many of Uchiha fans gathered around their precious Sasuke, while Hanabi and Hinata walked up to Naruto. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, that was awesome. Hanabi congratulated him. Thanks, Hanabi-chan, Naruto said as he saw Hinata holding out his trench coat. Here's your coat back, Naruto-kun, she handed it to him. Thanks for holding it, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, taking it and donned it. Iruka cleared all of Sasuke's fans away. Well, this concludes our lesson for today. Class dismissed while I take Sasuke to the hospital. He took Sasuke off. When Mizuki left, the entire squad of rabid fangirls turned to Naruto with ticked looks. You girls should watch what kind of faces you make. Make one like that more often and you'll have wrinkles by age 20. Naruto joked while all the other male students were so afraid, seeing the rabid fangirls running for Naruto, ready to beat the hell out of him. Anybody up for a game of bowling for fangirls? Because I am, Naruto called as he grew his shell and curled into a ball where he launched himself. The fangirls weren't fast enough and were bowled over. Naruto uncurled himself and shrunk his shell back into his body. Strike! Naruto cheered. Hinata and Hanabi clapped along with Kiba, who loved to see either Sasuke thrashed or his fangirls put in their place. Naruto then turned to Hinata and Hanabi. "Well, I'll see you two at Ichiraku later." He left through his shadow portal. He then reappeared by another training field where his second friend Tenten Higurashi and her team composed of Might Guy, Rock Lee, and Neji Hyuga just finished training. "Yash, wonderful job my cute students, another successful day of training has come and gone." The sensei cheered as the younger clone jumps up. "Yes, Guy Sensei, my flames of youth have gotten brighter than ever." "Lee, Guy Sensei. Lee, Guy Sensei. Lee, Guy Sensei." The two hugged as a setting sun appeared behind them. Tenten chuckled nervously while Neji just walked off heading for home. "So you finally done with training, Tenten-chan?" Naruto asked as he approached. "Naruto-kun, you made it." Tenten ran up to him and glomped him while he placed his arms around her waist and they broke after a minute. "Guy Sensei, Naruto-kun has arrived with his flames of youth," Lee cried. "Yash. Hello and good day to you, Naruto-kun." Guy shook Naruto's hand wildly. "Thanks Bushy Brow and Bushier Brow Sensei," Naruto said as he stopped his hand from shaking. "Lee and I are just about to do 100 laps around the village. Would you care to join us in our displaying of our flames of youth?" Guy ranted. Thanks, but I'll have to take a rain check on that. Maybe next time," Naruto said, feeling disturbed by their ranting. "Yash, we shall see you next time then. Come Lee, let us run," Guy called. "Hi Guy Sensei." Lee cheered as they dashed away, leaving Naruto and Tenten both freaked out. "You got a strange team, Tenten-chan," Naruto said. "Well, so will you once you graduate from the academy," Tenten remarked. "Touché," Naruto admitted. "So come on, we heading for Ichiraku or what?" Tenten asked. "Of course, Hinata-chan and Hanabi-chan are probably waiting for us," Naruto replied. Tenten linked her arm with his. "Well, come on, let's go," she cheered as he dragged him along. At Ichiraku ramen stand, Naruto, Hinata, Hanabi, and Tenten were sitting down enjoying some ramen. "Well, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan, in a few more days we'll be graduates and Genin shinobi," Naruto said before wolfing down his bowl. "Hi. I wonder who we'll get paired up with once we graduate," Hinata pondered. "So long as I'm not stuck with someone like Sasuke, I'll be fine," Hanabi said, finishing her bowl. "Well, you three may be surprised. I mean, I sure was when I was told Lee and Neji would be my teammates," Tenten said. Soon when they finished, Naruto paid for their meals. "How about I take you girls home?" Naruto offered. "Okay." They agreed as Naruto used his portal to bring them home. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower in the meeting room where Sarutobi was gathered with his two old teammates Homura and Kaharu, Danzo the warmonger, and along with them is several heads, some of clans and some of just families. "Okay, what is it that you all called me here this evening?" Sarutobi asked. "Sarutobi, we're here to discuss of Uzumaki Naruto," Kaharu began. "Oh," the Sandame asked. "We've decided he cannot be allowed to graduate his academy exam," Homura spoke. "What was that?" Sarutobi shouted. Sandame Sama listened to reason. "The boy has been a problem, and now that he's got these powers it'll only make him more liable to attack the village," a family head spoke. "Excuse me, but Naruto hasn't even once thought about destroying the village. Where did he even acquire these powers anyway?" Sandame Sama, a random head, asked. "I am not liable to tell any of you. So you're siding against the council on the account of one boy?" Danzo asked. "This one boy is the fourth's legacy, and in case you want to go against his will and destroy all that remains left of him, I suggest you stay away from Naruto," Sarutobi warned them. "Yeah, as troublesome as it was, the Yondaime never let us down, and we should do the same by not letting him down." Shikaku, head of the Nara clan, spoke up while looking tired. "Yeah, the Yondaime was our friend too. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain." Shuza, head of the Akamichi clan, added. "Yes, the boy with those powers, he will be a great shinobi," Hiyashi added, knowing how well he helped his daughters. "If that's the case, we should instead Danzo began until the Sandame shot up. No Danzo, he will not be added to your root division, he's already had enough traumas in his life, we will not be turning him into an emotionless killing machine. Danzo knew he couldn't do more, so he stays silent. If this is all you have to call me here for, I suggest you leave. Tomorrow the academy students will be graduating and I have to go over the matching. He begun to leave before he turned back, and if I find out that Naruto fails his exam, I'll know one of you set it up, he said before leaving. The main houses left, followed by Danzo, who was frowning at the Hokage's choice. While at Naruto's apartment he was sleeping peacefully while in his subconscious was talking to the Kyuubi. Well Fox, it's finally come down to this. Yeah, once you graduate tomorrow, you won't have to put up with any rabid Uchiha fangirls. The fox laughed. Yeah, there's that, and the fact that I'll be one step closer to becoming Hokage of this village. Naruto added. Why do you want to become Hokage anyway, Kit? The fox asked, seeing as how nobody wanted him. At first it was just for acknowledgement of the village, but I found a real reason. I want to help those who need it, Naruto began. That's why I aim to be Hokage, believe it. Well kid, you got quite a reason, and if you ever need help you can always use a portion of my power. Thanks Fox. No prob. You should get some sleep now, if you're going to graduate tomorrow you need your rest. Night Fox. Naruto said as he falls asleep. When morning arrived, Naruto went through his daily tasks of bathing, changing, and eating. He put on his sunglasses and grabbed his coat before slipping it on. Naruto stepped outside. I should avoid using my hands for travel, and I can bet lots of people wouldn't want me to graduate. So I'll take the easy way. Naruto vanished into the ground as a shadow and traveled through the village. When Naruto arrived at the academy he wandered inside, and when he entered class he got angry glares from the Uchiha fangirls, mainly the Haruno and Yamanaka, an arrogant frown from the Uchiha, and smiles from Hinata and Hanabi. He strutted his way down to the Hyuga girls and sat in between them as always. So how are you girls this morning? Naruto asked with a foxy grin. We're doing great, Naruto-kun. Hanabi replied while resting her head near his arm. Yes, I'm excited. After today we'll be full-fledged ninja. Hinata agreed. Some of us anyway. An arrogant voice said, which got Naruto to look over at Sasuke. And just what would you know about being a ninja, Teme? Plenty more than you, Dobi. Sasuke replied, which got Naruto a bit angry but didn't show it. Oh sure, you only want to be a ninja so you can kill one measly person, he mocked instead. Shut up, Sasuke growled. Did I touch a nerve? Naruto asked hopefully, and what's with this Dobi stuff? Both you and I are on equal chances for Rookie of the Year. No one is my equal. Sasuke flared with anger. Yeah well, we'll see when the day is over. Naruto continued. Naruto baka, leave Sasuke alone, Sakura screeched. Naruto looks over to the Haruno girl. Haruno, will you just butt out? You're no fit to be a ninja just as much as you think your precious Uchiha should be Kami. What was that? She asked with a tick growing on her abnormally sized forehead. What hard at hearing? Naruto played it cool, which got her madder until Iruka and Mizuki enter. Good morning class 1, hope you're ready for your final exams. Mizuki said, earning nods from the students while the Uchiha brooded. The exam is set up as followed. You must perform a henge, a kawarimi, and make at least 2 clones. Iruka explains the details, only then you will be allowed one of these. He motioned to his forehead protector. We will call you up by alphabetical order, Mizuki began, first Akamichi Choji. As time went by, Hanabi and Hinata were each called and came out with their headbands around their necks. Naruto congratulated both of them, and continued waiting for his turn. When Sasuke came out he gave Naruto an arrogant smirk, motioning to his forehead protector. Finally Naruto was called and he entered their office. He stood before Iruka and Mizuki, who were sitting at a desk. Okay Naruto, first perform a henge, and if you use that lame move like last time you automatically fail. Iruka warned the blonde. Always a step ahead, Iruka-sensei. All right then. Naruto formed a hand sign, henge. He shouted, and in a poof of smoke where Naruto was standing was the 4th Hokage. What do you think? The transformed Naruto asked as he transformed back. Very good Naruto. Wanting to be more like your idol so much you turn into him? Iruka asked. Yeah, something like that. Naruto replied. Now try a kawarimi, Mizuki instructed. On it. Naruto said, concentrating, and in a poof of smoke he was replaced with a stool at the end of the room. Excellent, Naruto. Now all you need to do is make 2 clones of yourself to get a perfect score. Iruka finished. Does it have to be the Bunshin no Jutsu, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. Well, not really. Why, you have something else in mind? The scarred instructor asked. Yes. Due to my poor chakra control, I cannot perform the basic Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto began, so I'm trying another approach, he said, holding his arms out to the side as light energy poured from his palms and they take the form of 2 life-like Narutos standing next to him, with both giving the instructors a thumbs up. Marvelous, Naruto, you pass. Iruka said proudly while handing Naruto a leaf headband. Yes, Naruto, good for you. Mizuki smiled happy. Hinata and Hanabi waited for Naruto to come out, and when he did they saw him wearing the headband on his right arm. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, they said together. Thanks, girls. Naruto replied and looked over to Sasuke and gave him the same arrogant smirk just to throw it in his face. When every student was outside getting congrats from their parents, Naruto stuck around with Hinata and Hanabi until their father approached them. I see you both passed your exams, Hiyashi said with his trademark scowl. Why, yes, father. Both his daughters replied. Hiyashi's scowl then changed to a smile. Congratulations, Hinata. Hanabi. You'll both make fine shinobi. Thank you, father. His daughters cried. It was only if they did something or accomplished something very successful he'd give a compliment like that. The Hyuga head then looks at the blonde Jinchuriki and smiles, and congratulations to you two, Naruto. Thanks, Hyuga-sama. Naruto replied. Now there's no need to be formal, Hiyashi replied. Well, thanks anyway, Naruto said as he slowly walked away. Naruto-kun, where are you going? Hinata asked. I got to bounce. If I stay around here much longer, all the other adults here will probably bash me and complain as to why I was allowed to be a ninja. Naruto chuckled. Why do they do that to you anyway, Naruto-kun? Hanabi asked, concerned. I don't know for sure myself, Hanabi-chan. Naruto pretended not to know about his host. Well, I'm out of here. See you two tomorrow. He grew his armadillo shell, curled into a ball, and bounced away. He was on his way to find Tenten and tell her about his passing until he rolled into a familiar instructor with white hair. Naruto, can I have a word with you? Mizuki asked as Naruto curled out of his shell looking confused. Sometime later, Naruto and Mizuki were on the roof of a building and Naruto had been listening to Mizuki. No way. If I can learn something from the Forbidden Scroll, I can bypass Genin and straight to Jonin? Naruto asked with glee. That's right. Though I'm not allowed to tell you this. So let's keep this a secret between us, okay? Mizuki asked. Of course. Naruto nodded. Good. Shall we meet tonight at the old training ground? The instructor asked. Sure, Thirun along. Mizuki dismissed him. When Naruto left through a shadow portal, Mizuki smirked deviously. When nighttime came, Hinata and Hanabi were out for an evening stroll until they saw Tenten running up to them looking worried. Hinata. Hanabi, thank goodness. Tenten stopped running and took a few deep breaths. Tenten-san, what's wrong? Hinata asked, concerned. You two haven't seen Naruto-kun lately, have you? She asked, worried. Not since the end of the academy, Hanabi replied. Oh no, Tenten sighed. Why, is he all right? Hinata asks, worried for her blonde friend. I don't know, I haven't seen him at all today, Tenten said, more worried. What, Naruto's stolen the Forbidden Scroll? A voice called. The girls heard that and followed it but stopped around a corner. They peeked around it, seeing the Hokage with several Chunin gathered before him. I knew he'd go too far. A random Chunin said. This is too much to be considered a prank. Another random one added. I say we bring him back and interrogate him into why he did it, a third suggested. Silence. The Sandame called. You are to find Naruto and bring him back here, and no harming him until he's been found. He ordered, and they took off. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Naruto was reading through the scroll. This Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is so cool, and these other forms will benefit to my meta-human powers too. Naruto. A voice shot and Iruka appeared before him. Oh hi, Iruka-sensei. Naruto said casually. Don't give me that, hi, stuff. You just graduated and are already causing trouble, Iruka replied. What do you mean? Don't I get to move up to Jonin if I learn something from this scroll? Naruto asked in confusion. Who told you that? Iruka asked, wondering why Naruto would think that. Mizuki-sensei said if I learned something from this scroll then I would be promoted to Jonin. Naruto explained. Mizuki? Iruka thought until it hit him. Naruto down. He pushed Naruto down just in time for a large shuriken to miss them. Darn, my aim is off tonight. A voice said. Both the instructor and Genin saw it come from none other than Mizuki. Mizuki, what are you doing this for? Iruka demanded out of his old assistant instructor. Unaware from them, Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi found Naruto but hid when they saw Mizuki attack them. Sorry Iruka, but I know several parties will pay me big time, Mizuki began, and he turned to Naruto. Naruto, give me the scroll. Iruka will just turn you over to the Hokage. Iruka didn't want Naruto to fall for Mizuki's act. No Naruto. Mizuki's only using you, take the scroll and run. Naruto looked at both of them until Mizuki spoke up. Naruto, give me the scroll and I'll let you in on another secret. Mizuki, what are you saying? Iruka gasped. I know the truth why everyone looks down on you so much. Mizuki said, which got Naruto's attention, wondering how he'll come out and tell him something he already knows. Mizuki, no, that's forbidden. Iruka shouted, only to get impaled in the leg with a kunai. The truth is the Kyuubi Kitsune that attacked our village years ago wasn't killed by the fourth like history said. Instead it was sealed inside a baby the night it was born. That baby was you, Naruto. Mizuki shouted. You are the nine-tailed fox that killed so many of our beloved shinobi years ago, the same fox that killed our fourth Hokage. He ranted, which got gasps out of the girls, while Iruka, barely able to stand, can only watch, wondering how the poor boy will take it. Mizuki waited for Naruto to drop down and cry for mercy, but what he heard wasn't the sound of crying. Instead he was hearing soft laughing coming from the boy, and soon that soft laughter erupted into an insane laugh which put Mizuki in fear as well as Iruka, thinking the fox might take over him. When Naruto stopped laughing he looked at Mizuki. You're a little late to tell me that, Mizuki Teme, he began, which got Mizuki confused. I already know about the fox inside me, but to call me the fox itself, well now that's just plain rude. Naruto said as he faded into a shadow portal, and Mizuki could start hearing Naruto's voice from the shadows of the trees. The real reason you've been playing all nice and sweet was because of how the other instructors at the academy would react at your behavior. I'm not hearing this. Mizuki tried to tone him out. Get it through your skull, Teme. You've really been so afraid you had to hide your true feelings for me. You shoulda just came out of the closet and admitted your hatred. Of course I'd have to beat you senseless after. Naruto continued speaking through the trees. Shut up. Shut up, Mizuki growled, trying to find out where he was. I mean, come on, if you wanted to get something, do it yourself, and not rely on others, and people actually made you a chunin? Naruto continued to mock Mizuki. Mizuki growled, show yourself. You really make me laugh, only because I think you're utterly pathetic. Naruto added and starts to slowly laugh. Stop that. Mizuki shouted to wherever Naruto may have been hiding. So you wait until graduation at the academy just so you could use a student to steal you a scroll on some forbidden jutsus? What's a matter, couldn't do the job yourself? He asked, mocking the white-haired traitor. I'm not listening, Mizuki growled, more trying hard not to lose it. But it's true. Beneath the title of chunin and all the territory that comes with the position, you're just a coward needing a genin to do a simple job for him. Naruto's mocking voice continued to fill the area. I'm warning you, Mizuki started losing it. I hear guys like you who use words instead of their fists are all talk and no walk, which puts you at the top of that list. Naruto continued mocking as his laugh got louder and louder. Mizuki growled before pulling out another giant shuriken. Don't you dare laugh at me. Why? Laughter is the best medicine, especially for ninja. Naruto continued to laugh, which drove Mizuki even madder. You're not a ninja. He threw the shuriken to a branch where he heard the voice was, which cut it, revealing Naruto was right there, and he fell to the ground. Okay. Maybe there is such a thing as overdoing it. Naruto replied as Mizuki stood before him with a kunai. Now I'm going to finish what the fourth Hokage started. Mizuki was ready to stab him. No. A female voice called as two regular-sized shuriken aimed for the traitor, who jumped away before they impaled him. The shuriken came from Tenten, who appeared with Hinata and Hanabi at her sides. Girls. Naruto gasped. Don't you worry, Naruto-kun, we're going to protect you. Hinata said, getting into a stance with her Byakugan activated. Hi. Hanabi agreed, getting in the same stance. What do you think you're doing? Do you know who you're defending? Mizuki bellowed. Yes, we heard you and you're wrong about Naruto-kun, Tenten shot back. Tenten-chan. Naruto gasped. Naruto is no demon, but you and all those others here in the village are too blind to see it. Even Hanabi and I know it doesn't take a Byakugan to see Naruto-kun for who he really is, Hinata added. Yeah, and we'll protect him from creeps like you no matter what, Hanabi finished. Naruto looked up and couldn't help but shed a tear hearing these girls would protect him. So be it, Mizuki said as he attacked the girls. Tenten used multiple weapons on Mizuki, but he kept avoiding them and not even two Hyuga kids could stop him. Mizuki threw the three at Naruto, who caught them, and Mizuki got another big shuriken out. I had no intention of killing Hyugas or a weapons kunoichi, but that no longer matters to me. He threw the shuriken, but before it could make contact, Iruka shielded the genin and the shuriken got him in the back. Iruka-sensei. Naruto, Hanabi, and Hinata gasped. I lost my parents that night when the Kyuubi attacked, Iruka cried. I don't want to lose some of the best students I ever taught. How sweet, not only will I dispose of you genin but my old partner as well, Mizuki said with a sick grin. Naruto got up and Handrika-sensei, girls, you all did great holding him off. Now it's time I finished this, Naruto said as he formed hand signs. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He shouted, and in a huge poof of smoke the entire field was covered with hundreds of Narutos in the flesh. How do you like us now, traitor? The Narutos asked. What a jutsu. Tenten gasped as she sat Iruka down by a tree. Mizuki realized he was surrounded with nowhere to go. What made him more paranoid was some of the Naruto's feet grew giant-sized, another bunch of them grew giant purple bulky arms, while the remaining bunch grew light energy mallets. Now for your punishment for attacking your own comrades, traitor, the Narutos called as they jumped for the high-pitched screaming Mizuki. Kicks and punches were heard, and when the sun rose there was Mizuki lying on the ground with blood coming out of his mouth, and his face was so bruised you wouldn't recognize him. A horde of Anbu came and were told about the whole situation from Iruka, who was still too tired and weak to move. So the Anbu woman known as Yugo gave orders to a rat-masked Anbu and a boar-masked Anbu. You two take the traitor to Ibiki for interrogation. The two nodded and collect Mizuki's body and vanish. She then turned to an ape-masked Anbu and a rooster-masked one, while you two take Iruka-san to the hospital. They nodded, taking Iruka to the hospital as the female captain watched Naruto with his three female companions. I want to thank you girls for defending me back there, Naruto thanked them. We should be thanking you, Naruto-kun, you're the one who beat him, Tenten said. You're the best shinobi there is and ever will be in our books, Hanabi added. And we know you will become a great Hokage, Naruto-kun, Hinata finished. Naruto sheds another tear beneath his sunglasses and held out his arms. Come here, you three. So the three girls glomped Naruto in a four-way hug. The scene zoomed out to see the Sandame had been watching all along and knew that Naruto will do very well in the future, and that he knew the full truth. At the academy the very next morning, Naruto was sitting before the Hokage discussing what had happened last night. Also, Naruto had just finished taking his ID picture for future Konoha records. The Hokage was looking at Naruto's profile image and then back at Naruto before finally speaking. Naruto, tell me exactly why you didn't remove your sunglasses during the shot. Are you kidding, old man? The sunglasses are a part of me, same as the rest of my gear. Naruto began motioning to the rest of his attire. You take away even one accessory and the whole image doesn't work, he explained. You seem fixated on your appearance very much, aren't you, Naruto? The Hokage took a breath from his pipe. Well, not because I want to look super cool, like other stuck-ups. Naruto continued, because an appearance is another way of throwing your enemies into fear, confusion, or just to give them something to remember me by after I win, he stated. Just then a sliding door opened and a little boy wearing a long blue scarf and holding a single shuriken came rushing in. Gigi, this is the day I defeat you and take my position as Hokage. The boy ranted as he headed for the old man, but suddenly tripped on his own scarf and fell flat on his face. Sarutobi looked mildly disturbed by the boy's attempt. My grandson, a bigger headache than my teammates and Danzo for that matter, he thought, comparing him to his least favorite people. While Naruto was just disturbed by this kid's actions. This kid is nuts, he thought. The kid got up and looked all around him for some reason. Okay. Who did it? Who was the one who tripped me? He called until his gaze focused on Naruto. You're the one who tripped me, weren't you? The kid pointed accusingly at him. Look kid, you tripped over your own scarf, so don't go blaming others for your own accidents. Naruto brushed him off. Don't try to talk your way out it, the least you could do is apologize for that stunt you pulled. The kid continued to accuse Naruto, which finally got on his last nerve. Naruto grabbed the boy by the collar and lifts him up. Listen kid, Naruto began until an adult rushed in wearing a bodysuit and sunglasses. Honorable grandson, there you are, the adult said, until he noticed the situation the boy was in. You unhand the Hokage's honorable grandson this minute. Naruto looked back at the kid thinking, this runt is related to Gigi? You gotta be kidding me, while the grandson thought he was going to get this way. Yeah, that's right, I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, so you should show me some respect. Naruto finally couldn't take anymore with the kid's superiority. Respect this kid. Naruto pounded the boy's head so hard he fell back to the ground, which shocked the adult and the Hokage. Okay, that's enough Naruto. The Hokage ordered him and Naruto eased up, while completely ignoring the glare from the adult who was supposed to be watching the boy. I'll see you later, old man. Naruto said, creating a shadow portal, and walked into it as it vanished. The Hokage's grandson looked at this move and was amazed. That's so cool, he thought. Later that day Naruto was walking about the village feeling proud that he's finally made genin, and more to the fact that he won't have to put up with anything involving Sasuke. Naruto felt like bashing Sasuke, but rather than find him and insult him instead, he'd rather sing about him. Sasuke is no use at all. Thinks he's very clever. Says that he can beat me. That's the best joke ever. When he bashes me on and on with the biggest folly, I'll just shove it up his ass. Pop goes old Sassy. He sang in a "Pop goes the weasel" fashion. He chuckled after that. Man, I should be a professional singer the way I come up with tunes. He was feeling so good of himself until he stopped and motioned his eyes from left to right. Trouble, he said to himself until he heard the sounds of cracking knuckles. Naruto turned around to see Sakura, Ino, and every other Uchiha fangirl in the academy. The girls had ticked marks on their faces and eyes that spelt crazy in them. It was safe to say that they heard Naruto singing about Sasuke in a fashion they'd refuse to tolerate. But Naruto ignored the fact they were ready to kill him. Naruto, Sakura and Ino began in a firm fashion. What, you girls can't appreciate fine music? Naruto asked like a smart aleck. The girls just got more pissed off. That's it Naruto, you asked for it, Sakura wailed as she and every fangirl got ready while Naruto just smirked. You've got to catch me first. He cried as he rolled into his armadillo shell and began rolling away like a boulder going down a hill. The fangirls and Sakura just took off after him, screaming stuff of which they will do to him. Naruto kept rolling away, knowing there'd be no way they'd catch him, but he soon grew bored with rolling from them, so when he got far enough from them he launched into the air and uncurled himself before releasing the wings on his arms and flew off, leaving the screaming fangirls. Adios ladies, he called as he flew off. He landed on a building's rooftop. Geez, and I thought I got rough when someone mocks ramen. Naruto panted from all the rolling. Well, you did the right thing, and hopefully those wenches will realize that the Uchiha isn't all that they thought he was. The Kyuubi replied. True, Naruto agreed, but I'm not getting my hopes up about that. By the way Kit, you nervous about how the teams will be paired up? The fox asked his container. Well, I got my hunches. Shikamaru and Choji will be partnered up with Ino to make the next Ino Shikacho trio like their fathers, Naruto began, and I'm certain Kiba and Shino will be partnered up with Hinata to form a tracking team. Hinata? What makes you think they won't choose Hanabi? The fox asked, puzzled. Well, because Hinata's older, plus she knows them better than Hanabi does, Naruto replied. Guess you got a point there. Naruto was sitting in class with Hinata and Hanabi, eager for the arrival of Iruka-sensei. What ruined their peace was the arrival of the pink and blonde banshees Seidan, dubbed Sakura and Ino. Just great, now we got them to deal with. Naruto began. Watch, they're probably going to start their usual "I'm going to sit next to Sasuke" war, he said, and sure enough they did. They're so predictable. As he watched every other girl shout about who would sit next to the brooding Uchiha, Naruto felt it was once again time to put the duck butt in his place. Sasuke came out of his brooding to look up and see Naruto standing on the desk looking at Sasuke. "I just want to make one thing perfectly clear to you, Sasuke. I don't like you," he said. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, annoyed by him. "Is that all?" Naruto just shook his head, followed by fixing his sunglasses. "No, I still have one final piece of advice to give you before we part ways into becoming genin." Naruto continued until a shriek interrupted him. Naruto stopped glaring at Sasuke. Sakura shrieked, with other fangirls giving him angry glares. Naruto turned towards her and the girls with a frown. "Do you mind?" he began. "Can't you see I'm having a conversation with him? Honestly, you women need to learn a thing or two about not butting into others' business." He turned back to Sasuke. "As I was saying, you and I are the best in the village as of now in this academy, but that's not going to matter after this," he continued. "We'll each be faced with obstacles beyond that of what we were taught here, and your special name and status won't be enough to save you." Naruto finished as his sunglasses gave off a shine from the lenses. Sasuke looked ticked off at his comments. "Are you calling me weak?" Sasuke growled. Naruto just smirked. "No, not weak in general, just weak against me," he chuckled. This reply got the girls ready to clobber Naruto until a student behind Naruto accidentally leaned back, sending Naruto right for Sasuke in a bad fashion. Naruto, with his quick thinking, put his hand on Sasuke's head, slamming it on the desk, causing Naruto to roll across Sasuke's backside and landing on the table behind him. "Man, talk about close one. Hey, by the way, nice use of your head, duck butt." Naruto chuckled while Hinata and Hanabi suppressed a giggle. Naruto stopped his chuckling and sees every other girl, including Sakura and Ino, giving him their trademark nasty look. "Naruto, you're dead," Sakura growled. Naruto didn't look at all intimidated by them. "Really? Now where have I heard that before?" he asked rhetorically, followed by a short laugh. The girls were ready to deck Naruto until a light energy knife coming from his right arm was pointed at them. "I've beaten the Uchiha in every spar I had with him. He's supposedly my only worthy adversary. And you're attempting to attack someone who can defeat another guy stronger than you? Now, is that really wise?" Naruto asked, watching them back away in fear of Naruto's energy knife. "I thought so." He powered his energy weapon down and took his seat back with Hinata and Hanabi. "Naruto-kun, that was awesome," Hinata said. "Yes, you sure put them all in their place," Hanabi added, referring to Sasuke and the fangirls. "They had it coming," Naruto replied with, "No big deal," in his tone. Soon enough, Iruka came in and greeted everyone. "Now listen, class, as of now you're all ninja of this village, and I am proud to have been your instructor," Iruka started. "I am about to announce the teams from my class. But before that, I'd like to give the Rookie of the Year award to the top student in this year," he continued as Naruto and Sasuke's heads shot up, knowing they're the only two strongest ninja in class. Sasuke smirked arrogantly, confident the award would be his. Naruto, on the other hand, just sat back in his seat looking as calm as ever. Iruka took out a scroll, made from cloth, and smiled to the students. "And this year's Rookie of the Year is Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka said proudly, looking to Naruto. "Was there ever any doubt?" Naruto asked anyone around him, like he was expecting it to be him even if he didn't show it. Sasuke frowned in anger while his fan club was shocked. Kiba was envious of Naruto but happy that it wasn't Sasuke nonetheless. Hinata and Hanabi were overjoyed with Naruto's accomplishment as he got up, walked to Iruka and was handed the award. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei." "You earned it, Naruto," Iruka replied with a smile. Naruto returned to his seat with his two favorite kunoichis, while Iruka took out some notes. "Now then, I will read off the list of teams, each being a three-man cell." Iruka began as he read off the first 6 teams being people not worth mentioning. Team 7 shall consist of Hyuga Hanabi, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka called out. Hanabi slammed her face down on the desk many times for being paired up with the 2 worst people to ever walk the earth. Sakura was beaming with joy, being the one chosen to be on a team with Sasuke, thinking this is all about true love prevailing. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't even want to be on a team, thinking they'll only slow him down. Iruka then continued the squad number and names. Team 8 shall consist of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Iruka called. Hinata was grateful to be on a team with people she knew, but she still would have preferred being on a team with Naruto, which Hanabi felt the same way about. Iruka then continued until he got to the final squad, and finally Team 10 consists of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. Shikamaru yawned the word troublesome. Choji just munched on his chips, and Ino was in depression not being with Sasuke. Naruto looked at his instructor confused. Iruka-sensei, why wasn't my name called? Sasuke arrogantly smirked yet again. Fei, looks like the Dobi wasn't good enough to have a team or sensei, serves you right for acting all cool loser. Naruto looked over to the pompous asshole before speaking. You know what, Teme, nobody asked for your damn opinion, so shut the hell up. Naruto shouted, and before Sakura could protest, Naruto showed her a fireball in his palm that put her back in her place. Naruto doused the fireball and turned his attention back to Iruka. Anyway, Iruka-sensei, what gives? Iruka smiled. Well, Naruto the Hokage asked me to tell you to see him later. He says he has special plans for you. He said, which got everyone in class looking at Naruto, who smirked. You don't say? He said, acting curious. Sasuke was growling and thought, why's this Dobi getting special treatment? I'm an Uchiha, I deserve the best. Well class, it was great teaching you here, good luck, and remember to be loyal to the village, Iruka said before leaving. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said while side-hugging him. Yes, we're so proud of you, Naruto-kun, Hinata added, hugging his other side. Thanks, and good luck with your teams, especially you, Hanabi-chan, Naruto said as he held them both close and kissed their cheeks, which turned them beet red. He then got up off his seat. Well, better see what Gigi wants. He walks around the desk and summoned a shadow portal and turned towards the Uchiha and the Haruno with a smirk. He fixed his sunglasses before speaking. Catch you on the flip side, he said before back-flipping into the portal that vanished. The portal reappeared in the Hokage's office as Sarutobi was going through paperwork. The Hokage was startled as Naruto came out of it. What's happening, Gigi? The Hokage regained his composure. Naruto, can't you use the door like you used to? He asked, knowing he's going to be dealing with unexpected surprises from him. Now where'd be the fun in that, Gigi? Besides, I'd love to see that shocked expression on your face more often, Naruto added with a chuckle. The Hokage held in a small chuckle before going back to serious mode. So anyway, I heard from Iruka-sensei you wanted to see me? Ah yes, Naruto. What I'm about to tell you concerns your parents, Sarutobi said, which made Naruto freeze, his sunglasses slipping off his eyes, revealing his wide-eyed expression. Wait, what did you say, Gigi? Naruto asked, picking his sunglasses back up and back on. It's time you knew who your parents were, Naruto, Sarutobi began while reaching into his robes. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto unsealed the scroll, rolls it out and reads a message inside it. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then the sealing of Kyuubi inside of you worked. If you haven't realized it yet, my name is Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Your father. I will not blame you if you feel hatred for me for what horrors I've burdened you with. But you have to understand, being the Hokage, I couldn't just ask anybody in the village to offer up their child as the vessel, not if I had a child of my own. Your mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki, who hailed from Uzushigakure. Unfortunately, the land has been long since gone due to rivaling nations targeting. It broke my heart that she died during childbirth. I don't have much time left as the Kyuubi is getting closer. I wish to let you know, my son, that I love you, and that no matter what you feel towards me, be it happiness or anger, I will always love you and be proud of you. I asked Sarutobi to keep our old home safe until you became a ninja so that you could inherit it. Inside it you'll find all the jutsu knowledge Kushina and I have collected over our years as shinobi. I'm sorry I don't have much time left, but I must hurry and protect the village. I love you, Naruto, and hope one day you'll forgive me. And also, son, grow up to be a fine shinobi, Naruto. With love, Minato Namikaze. P.S. If you see a perverted old man by the name of Jiraiya, kick his ass for me for all the times he's peeped on me and your mother in intimate moments. Naruto's eyes started swelling up with tears, and even though he wore sunglasses, the old man could still see them. I'm truly sorry about this, Naruto. The Hokage looked down with regret. It's okay, Gigi, Naruto began calmly as he looked up at the Hokage. I understand that my dad wanted what was best for me, and if it weren't for him I never would made a friend who helped me achieve power that could lead me to my goal. The Kyuubi snickered. Yeah, even though I can barely move inside this cage, at least it's nice to be away from people who throw kunai at you. Well, Naruto, shall we go to your new home? Sarutobi asked the boy. Yeah, let's go. Naruto nodded. The Hokage held Naruto close as they sunshined and reappeared outside a big mansion. Whoa, this is Mom and Dad's old place? Naruto gasped. Yes. During most of my free time I've been taking care of it, and now that you know of your heritage, it's yours now, he answered before taking him inside. They walked through the garden before entering the mansion itself. Naruto gasped, seeing it looked even bigger on the inside. He saw a few pictures of his father and his mother together with Sarutobi and another old man with white hair and wore sage robes. Welcome to your new home, Sarutobi said. Oh, I don't believe it, Naruto gasped as he ran to the center of the lobby and pumped his arms up. Yes, yes, he cheered wildly. I guess you're really satisfied, Sarutobi guessed. You bet. Naruto confirmed. Better get the layout of this place. He summoned some shadow clones and sent them off. After they dispelled, he had the layout of the whole mansion committed to memory. Perfect. I know where everything is, but there's something I am curious about. What's that, Naruto? The Hokage asked. This way. Naruto showed the old man the way until they stopped in front of a room. He slid it open to reveal it was big and completely empty. What used to be in here? Well, Naruto, Minato never really had any use for this particular room, so he labeled this as a storage room, but surely you can find a good use for it. Yeah, I already got a training dojo here, so I can scratch that. Naruto fixed his sunglasses. Oh well, it'll come to me, I'm sure. And now let's talk my ninja career, old man. Why wasn't I given a squad or a sensei? The elder man smiled. Well, Naruto, one is that there was an odd number of students this year, and two, I would like to make you one of my special select genin. Special select genin? Naruto asked. That's right. You can work D to C rank missions by yourself. And when comes such a time for you to be given BA rank missions, I will pair you off with another squad. Old man, I'd hug you tight, but it'll probably break your spine. Naruto grinned. Don't worry about that, Sarutobi replied as he hugged the boy and thought to himself, Minato, you'd be very proud at how much your son has learned. When Naruto got out of the old man's hug, he looked up. Could you lock up for me, old man? I got a split. He asked the Hokage, and he nodded, knowing he has people to see. He phased into a shadow portal and reappeared outside his home. He grew his feet giant-sized and took off, hopping away with Jamaican music following him. He was soon at Ichiraku with Tenten, Hanabi, and Hinata, and he just told him about his heritage. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. You're son of the Yondaime. Tenten gasped. Naruto-kun's the son of the Hokage? Hinata thought while looking several shades of red. We're so proud of you, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said as she ate. Well, Naruto, I'm impressed as well to hear that. Minato and Kushina were my oldest favorite customers. Tucci added while cooking. You knew my parents? Naruto gasped. Oh sure, they'd stopped in here a number of times. They'd always order some of the most expensive specials here, and left me an even bigger tip. So how about you, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan? How'd your team interviews with your senseis go? Naruto asked, finishing his fifth bowl. Hinata went first. Well, my sensei's name is Yuhi Kurenai, and she's strong in genjutsu and very kind. Yes, that's Kurenai's sensei for you. Always looking out for people. And how about you, Hanabi-chan? It's torture, she cried. First off, our sensei Kakashi was 5 freaking hours late. When he arrived, he said his first impression of us was that we were stupid. When he asked for us to explain ourselves, he only told us his name. Wait, Kakashi? As in Hitaki Kakashi? Tenten asked. According to Gai Sensei, they're supposedly eternal rivals. Anyway, out of me, Sakura, and Sasuke, I'm the only one who really opened up. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, plans for the future. All Sakura did was glance at Sasuke for everything, and when asked dislikes, she said your name with hate in her voice. One of these days I'm going to go postal on her ass. Naruto frowned. And Sasuke was just as worse. He had his whole, my dream is an ambition, and that's to kill a certain man, speech. Hanabi sighed. Well, I'd like to see how long he lasts. Tenten chuckled, and soon they all erupted in laughter. So you two were each given tests tomorrow? She continued. Yes, Sensei advised me and my team not to eat breakfast or we'd puke. Hanabi explained in fear. Hey Hanabi-chan. A word of advice, eat anyway. He said, advised, and not, don't, after all. Naruto noted. I was planning to eat anyway. Hanabi replied. I'm not sure what my sensei has in store, I'm afraid. Hinata said nervously. Well, don't be afraid, Hinata-chan. Just work well with Kiba and Shino, and I know you'll do well. Same for you, Hanabi-chan. Naruto told them. When it was already dark out, Naruto took his girls back to their places, and proceeded back to his mansion where Sarutobi said he'd be moving all his things from his apartment into his mansion. As he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Well, Naruto, you sure grew since we last saw you, a voice said. Naruto spun around and saw Aben and the breed exactly as they were when he last met them. Aben-sensei. Guys. Naruto cheered as he rushed to them, pounding each of their fists. You sure got big, Naruto. Last time we saw you, you were such a little squirt, Hotstreak joked. Well, this squirt, as you put it, Hotstreak, official genin ninja of the village. Naruto motioned to the forehead protector tied to his right arm. Good for you, Naruto. You finally became a ninja. Talon congratulated him. You made us proud, Mon. Kanger added. You guys are proud now? Well, have I got a story to tell you. Naruto walked them away. When they were close to the Namikaze mansion, the breed was updated on Naruto's life. He started with telling them about his 3 female friends, kicking the ass of the supposed gifted ninja of the village, including kicking the bigger ass of a traitor who tried to kill him. He even brought up his heritage and what Minato left him in return. Your father, the Hokage, how sweet is that? Shiv asked in excitement. And nobody told you about this ever? Talon asked, feeling miffed at the idea of the villagers treating the Hokage's son. How could your old man do that to you? Puff asked, feeling pissed at the thought of someone's own father cursing their child. Yeah, if my old man did something like that to me, I would never forgive him. Hotstreak added, ready to shoot fire. Believe me, I still don't like the fact he left me alone, and with someone who everybody hates, but thanks to him I never would have acquired your powers. Naruto explained it through another perspective. Well, kids got a point. Onyx admitted. Well guys, welcome to my home. Naruto led them through the main gates. When the breed walks past the gates and look up at the whole mansion, they were shocked beyond anything. Nice crib you got here, kid, Aben said. Yeah, we'll have to crash here sometime, Carmen added. Well, come on in guys. Naruto led them inside. When they got inside, they were even more amazed than how it looked outside. After he showed them all the rooms, he then showed him his storage room. I've been trying to figure out what to do with this room, but so far I got nothing. Aben examined the layout of the room and smirked beneath the shadow exterior, while the other metahumans could tell he already had a plan. Naruto, we know exactly what to do about this room. Really? Yup. We got just the stuff to turn this place into the perfect entertainment room, Aben said as he held out the device that brought him and the breed to Konoha in the first place. We'll be right back, come on Hotstreak, Kanger, Onyx. He continued as he and the 3 others came with him. When they returned, they had loads of entertainment stuff with them and they soon began putting everything up. When they were finished, the once cold empty storage room was filled with lots of stuff. There was red shag carpeting, a pool table in the center of the room, an electronic basketball arcade in the corner, table tennis, foosball, and an air hockey table in another part. There was a karaoke machine with loudspeakers set up on a small stage, a disco ball hanging from the ceiling, a huge flat-screen plasma TV with surround sound set up in a corner with a game station hooked up to it, along with a huge red couch set up in front, 2 black armchairs, and a couple of colored beanbag chairs lying around. Wow, this is awesome. Naruto gasped, seeing the room in a whole new view. What do you think of your new rec room, Naruto? Shiv asked, feeling proud of how it was set up. It's amazing. I really feel like I'm living large now, Naruto said, plopping on the couch. Glad you like it. These were a few things our old crib didn't have room for, Aben said. I really want to thank you guys for helping me out. I want you guys to crash here for a while. You know, while getting to know the people I made friends with. Meet the 3 lovely ladies who've fallen for me. Hell, even spar for a bit. Naruto offered them. Well, why not? We could use a break from back home. Aben admitted to liking the idea. Yeah, after all, living in the room of a famous guy like your pop must have a lot of benefits, Puff said. So where's the kitchen? Carmen asked, causing everyone to sweat drop except for Ferret, who was eager as well. Soon enough the breed was set up in guest rooms, and Naruto headed for his own bedroom. He laid on his dad's king-sized bed that looked to be for him to have alone and hoped one day he could have someone or a few to share it with. Man, with a bed like this, Dad and my mom probably had some wild times. Give or take a few years and I just might too. Naruto chuckled at the thought of getting jiggy in a bed that big. Yeah, you and your 3 honeys. Kyuubi laughed while imagining his container with Hinata, Tenten, and Hanabi. You're a riot, Kyuubi, Naruto sarcastically answered. So I've been told by Lesser Demon's Kit, huh? Kyuubi chuckled. Well, time to get some sleep. A day like today takes it out of ya. Let me tell you. Naruto says as he falls asleep knowing his life just got better. When daytime came at the Namikaze mansion, Naruto was already awake with several clones in the kitchen fixing breakfast for his guests. The breed then walks in with some rubbing sleep out of their eyes and Carmen's and Ferret's noses hung in the air. Something smells good. Ferret caught the aroma. Whoa. Naruto, what did you do? How are there so many of you? Talon gasped at the clones. Yeah, how'd you do that? Kangar asked in confusion. Little something called shadow clones, one of the Naruto explained as another took it from there, a jutsu that allows me to create solid clones of myself. Then a third took it finished, with the fox's chakra I could create 1,000 clones. Sounds like you really learned a lot from when we last saw you, Aben admitted. Glad you think so, sensei. Naruto served everyone a bowl of ramen. Hope you guys like ramen. It's best type of food in the village. The breed sat down looking at the utensils, which were chopsticks. Good thing I ate a lot of Chinese food in the past, Carmen said as he handled the chopsticks with ease. Yeah, lucky you. Hotstreak replied sourly as he struggled to hold the chopsticks. Soon enough, the breed managed to hold their chopsticks and eat the ramen. Needless to say, they were all satisfied with their meal, especially Ferret and Carmen. Wow, this is really good. Shiv licked his lips. Yeah, it's got quite a flavor to it, Puff agreed. When do you learn how to cook, Naruto? Talon asked the blonde who washed his bowl. Naruto looked back smiling. One of the Jonin of the village taught me. Yuhi Kurenai was her name. She's a mistress in the art of illusion. He dried his bowl. So a female ninja taught you, huh? Is she hot? Hotstreak asked hopefully. Very, but don't get your hopes up. I know she's seeing someone, Naruto remarked. Damn it. Hotstreak grumbled. Well, anyway, we should be heading out soon. I can introduce you to some of the people I know, Naruto explained as he finished the dishes. Sounds like a smart plan to me. Aben agreed. Cool. I wondered how much this place has changed, Shiv added excited. So Naruto put his trench coat and sunglasses on, and took the breed outside for the tour. As they walk around the village, they noticed some of the villagers weren't giving him the disgusted looks, but rather the shocked looks. Place sure almost looks the same. And I guess these fools left you alone after what we taught you, huh? Aben asked Naruto. That's right. So where are you taking us? Onyx asked curiously. To see one of my friends taking her team exam, Naruto explained as he leads them to a training field. Naruto and the breed hid as they saw 3 others Naruto's age, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. They appeared to be trying to find something around the area. What are they doing? Ferret asked. Trying to find their sensei. And it's a very clever test, Kurenai sensei. Naruto smirked. What are you talking about? Puff asked. These 3 were made into a squad to be a tracking squad, Naruto explained. Kiba there with his dog Akamaru have a strong sense of smell like you, Ferret sensei. They could smell an enemy ninja a mile away, he began, which got Ferret a little jealous thinking someone might smell. Anyway, Hinata the girl with the clear eyes, Naruto began but was cut off by Hotstreak. Oh yeah, the girl we saw you defend. She sure aged. Hotstreak nudged Naruto's shoulder. So you two seeing each other? Naruto blushed and shook it off. Anyway, she has the Byakugan, the all-seeing eye. With eyes like that she could see in far distances as well as a ninja's chakra network, he explains. Cool, like X-ray vision? Shiv asked. Something like that, Naruto replied, and the guy in the coat and glasses is Shino. His family, the Abarames, are masters of insects capable of calling on bugs all around them and use them to do their bidding, such as reconnaissance. Sounds like a perfect team. Aben admitted liking the idea of a reconnaissance team. They watched as the 3 worked together. With Kiba's sense of smell and Hinata's eyes, they located Kurenai, who used one of her illusions. With her illusion dispelled, Shino used his colony to trap her, forcing her to give. Well, I believe this test has come to a close, Kurenai began as the 3 genin stood before her. Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino, I hereby grant us the title of Squad 8. Congratulations. Kiba and Akamaru were jumping all happy and cheering, while Hinata smiled and blushed feeling so happy, while Shino just stood there not showing emotion but was glad nevertheless. Suddenly the new team heard applause and Naruto approached. Well done you guys. I'd say you'd make a fine squad, and with Kurenai-sensei as squad leader you'll do just perfect. Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed. Hey Naruto. We weren't expecting to see you again so soon. They high-fived. Well, I decided to see how you guys would do, and I say you all did great, Naruto began. Especially you Shino. With those bugs you could seriously put an enemy ninja in their place. Arigato, Naruto. Shino replied in his silent voice. So is there any other reason why you came besides to see Hinata? Kurenai teased him, which got the two blushing. Actually, I wanted to introduce to you guys some friends of mine. Naruto began as he signals the meta breed to come out of hiding and presented themselves. Whoa, who are these guys? Kiba asked in shock. Yes Naruto, who are these people? Kurenai asked, getting a look at each of them. Let me introduce you all to my first senseis, Naruto began. This is Aben, Shiv, Talon, Hotstreak, Puff, Kangar, Onyx, Ferret, and Carmen. Pleased to meet ya. Aben shook Kurenai's hand. Yeah, pleasure's all ours. Hotstreak added with a little drool which he quickly sucks back in his mouth. So you're the ones who gave Naruto his special abilities? Kurenai asked. One in the same sweetheart. Shiv says only to get his back smacked by Talon. Ignore Shiv. He's a joker, she explained. Hotstreak looked at Hinata. So you're Hinata, the girl Naruto rescued years ago? He said, getting Hinata blushing. Hi. Hinata replied. I'll gotta say this, you sure grew pretty. Shiv added, which turned her several shades of red. Talon then knocked their heads together to make them stop. Okay. Leave the girl alone. She comforted her. Ignore them Hinata. But they are right, you really are the beautiful type for your age. Arigato. She blushed. Well team, tomorrow we start our first day as a squad, Kurenai began. Dismissed. She vanished. Well, we'll see you guys tomorrow, Kiba began as he raced away. Come on Akamaru. He called his dog and they ran off. Shino then took off in his own direction without saying anything. Welcome on Hinata-chan, Naruto began as he linked his arm with hers. Let's see how Hanabi-chan's doing. So the two genin and the breed took off to another training ground where test had already begun. They saw Kakashi, who was dealing with Hanabi in hand-to-hand with her Byakugan activated. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen, while Sakura was passed out on the ground. Kakashi was reading his orange book while managing to fight against Hanabi, but didn't seem to be taking her seriously. Is that her, Naruto? Puff asked. Yup, that's her. Looks like she's giving him her all, but he isn't to her. Naruto noticed and spotted two bells on his waist. So the old divide and conquer scheme, Kakashi? What do you mean divide and conquer? Carmen asked. Just watch. Naruto answered as he sat back to enjoy the show. Suddenly Sasuke stepped in, blocking Hanabi, and went at it with Kakashi on his own using taijutsu. He almost got a bell but only touched it. He attempted to launch a fire jutsu at the cycloptic ninja but missed. Sasuke then felt something grab his feet. He looked down and Kakashi pulled him into the ground with his head sticking out of the earth like a plant. Ain't he a little flower? Naruto asked the breed about Sasuke and Shiv chuckled. Good one. They watched as Sakura came out of her daze, and upon seeing Sasuke's face sticking out of the ground made her think he was decapitated. Sakura? Sasuke asked. His response was Sakura screaming like a sissy and fainted all over again. You're useless. He grumbled. A timer suddenly went off which got the ones in the test's attention. Kakashi appeared and dug Sasuke out while Hanabi woke Sakura up as they presented themselves in front of the Jonin. Well, looks like you guys failed. Kakashi began in disappointment. Hanabi stood her ground, not affected by his words for some reason, while Sakura, who came to, cried, Sasuke-kun, you're alive. But the reply she got was only, HN. Not only did you fail but you totally missed the point of the test, Kakashi continued, and I actually had such high hopes for you all. Sakura looked at the Cyclops, but sensei, the purpose of the test was to get the bells, wasn't it? No Sakura, the test was teamwork. Hanabi replied in annoyance. Hanabi, if you knew the purpose of the test, why did you not use that knowledge? Asked Kakashi. I tried to, sensei. But Sakura refused to help, saying if that were true then Sasuke would be the one to notice it, and Sasuke is such a selfish ass that he refused to accept help. The little girl explained. Don't believe her, sensei. I would have listened if she told me, Sakura exclaimed. Don't give me that Haruno, observe. Hanabi began as she pulled out 2 tape recorders. She pressed one and Sakura's voice played. You're just trying to keep me from passing so I wouldn't be with Sasuke-kun. Besides, if that were the truth he would have already told us about it. And here's Sasuke's. She clicked the other one to play. I don't need help for Magaki like you. Besides, I'm an avenger. I cannot let others hold me back. Sasuke gave off an arrogant smirk. You probably used a henge to copy our voices. This got Hanabi furious, but even more when she heard what came next from Sakura. Yeah, Sasuke-kun's right. You just tried to get us in trouble. Hanabi was about to attack in anger until Kakashi spoke up. Sasuke, Sakura, are you telling the truth, because it's disrespectful to lie to a jonin? We wouldn't lie to you, right, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked desperately while he just blew her off. I know you two are lying, and I'll show you how. Kakashi began as 2 more Kakashis walked out of the bushes and dispelled themselves. I had my cage bunchins in the bush listening in on your conversations. Sasuke, Sakura, I should have you both dropped from the ninja ranks instead of being sent back to the academy. He warned them, which got Sakura scared and Sasuke upset. You can't do that. Sasuke growled. On the contrary, Sasuke, I can, and I will, unless, Kakashi began. You two learn to trust and teamwork and not put yourselves or others before your team and not just one of the teammates. If you can do that, then you'll make an outstanding team. Sakura saw the conditions and realized he was right. Yes, sensei. She sighed, feeling guilty for lying and showing not team effort. Very well. Sasuke sighed. Good. Then all of you pass. Congratulations, Squad 7, Kakashi began. And I would be thanking Hanabi if I were you too. No need, sensei, I don't need it, Hanabi replied. And beef you all to remember in the ninja world, he began but was cut off as Naruto walked out onto the field with Hinata. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. Right, Kakashi? Naruto asked as he fixed his sunglasses. Correct, Naruto. Kakashi eyes smiled at him. Naruto-kun, Ne-san, did you hear everything? Hanabi asked hopefully with a sweet smile. Indeed we did, Hanabi-chan. Naruto nodded while patting her head. Father will be pleased, Hanabi-ni-chan. Hinata added, feeling proud of her sister. What are you doing here? Sasuke asked rudely. I came here to watch Hanabi-chan. Sass, he said, and Sasuke gritted his teeth from that nickname. And I also came here to introduce you to some friends of mine. Friends you might recall Kakashi. So the meta breed came out, and Kakashi immediately recognized them. Well, the meta breed. I haven't seen you 9 in years. Aben suddenly recognized Kakashi. I know you. You're that dog-masked ninja we met last time. Correct, Aben. I am Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi replies as he took out his orange book to read. Who the hell are all of you? Sasuke asks rudely. Sasuke. Hanabi scolded him for rudeness. Please, what are your names? She asked, more respectful. I'm Aben, the master of shadow and darkness. Aben shook the little Hyuga's hand. This here's my crew. Talon, Shiv, Hotstreak, Kangar, Puff, Onyx, Carmen, and Ferret. So you're the people Naruto's told us about? In all honesty, only the kid seems to be the normal one, but you two say otherwise. Puff said, eyeing Sakura and Sasuke. What was that? Sasuke bellowed, about ready to attack, but Shiv formed a shield to block him. Not so fast, duck butt. Sasuke realized something. You're the ones responsible for Naruto's abilities. So what if we are kid? Aben asked. Train me, huh? Hotstreak wondered, and everyone else was shocked to hear him make demands. Train me how to use those powers. Aben thought on it. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, no. Sasuke's frown turned angrier. Why not? Because emo punk, you don't deserve any of our powers. Aben answered. Besides, we can't give you them anyway because you lack something Naruto has, which is classified. Kangar added. What's that? Sasuke demands. Didn't you hear the guy, man? He said. Classified, Naruto said using air quotes. Why you? Sasuke got ready to charge him until Kakashi blocked him. Sasuke, drop the attitude or you will be flunked. Sasuke lost the attitude and just left, followed by Sakura. I'd say you got your work cut out for you, Kakashi, Aben said. Don't have to tell me that, Kakashi replied, knowing he's right. Well, Hanabi-chan, Hinata-chan, let's go see Ten-chan, Naruto said as he grew his body the size of Onyx, followed by Talon's wings. The girls grabbed onto Naruto's back. Okay girls, hang on. He took off into the air, followed by Talon, while the others went after him from the ground. Kakashi watched as they left. Sensei, Naruto's going to make an excellent ninja. You can be sure of that, he said, seeing an image of Minato in Naruto. Meanwhile, Tenten was at the training ground where her team always met. After their training, Neji left and Lee and Guy went off to do something to strengthen their flames of youth. She looked up and saw her favorite guy and two favorite girlfriends land on the ground, followed by the breed approaching. Naruto-kun, Hinata, Hanabi, Tenten jumped off the log she was sitting on and embraced the three. Great to see you too, Ten-chan. Were you waiting long? Naruto asked. Not at all, Naruto-kun. Tenten kissed him. She looked at the Hyuga girls. So how'd you do? We both passed, Hinata answered. Even with the most pathetic lowlifes in the village for teammates, Hanabi added. Well, congratulations, Tenten said until she saw the meta breed. Some were new to her except for Shiv and Hotstreak, who she pointed at. You two came into my family's shop with Naruto years ago. I see you remember Hotstreak-sensei and Shiv-sensei, Ten-chan, Naruto began, but let me introduce you to the rest of them. This is Aben-sensei, Kanger-sensei, Talon-sensei, Carmen-sensei, Puff-sensei, Ferret-sensei, and Onyx-sensei. Aben approached the girl. Thanks for helping our little homie get some new threads, homegirl. He shook her hand. No problem, Tenten replied. You sure grew when we last saw you. How've you been treating our little pal? Hotstreak nudged her shoulder. Fine. I've been treating him all right, Tenten blushed. I gotta say, Naruto, judging from these three beauties you've become quite the playa. Aben nudged him. Yeah, a regular playboy, Hotstreak added. Yeah kid, Puff added. Even I'm impressed. You got a girl your age, one who's younger, and an older one. Okay guys. You're making the girls blush. Naruto motioned to the three girls that were blushing in several shades of red. Come on girls. Let's get some lunch, Naruto said as he grew his body like Onyx's again, only his feet turned into Kangors. Hop on girls, Naruto ordered as the three grabbed onto his back. Hang on tight, he shouted as he started hopping off while carrying them. Kids like us even more, Aben admitted. Yeah, and with three ladies at his side makes him a major pimp, Carmen added. Wonder if they can cook. The breed then headed after Naruto, and they were all having ramen at Ichiraku. Hey Naruto, who are you friends? Tucci asked. These are some of my previous senseis, Tucci, he answered. Ayame looked back at them. You guys must be pretty strong to help Naruto-kun. Hotstreak smiled. Well, what can I say? We're good with kids. My name's Francis, by the way, but you can call me Hotstreak, he smirked. Ayame giggled at his flirtatious attempts. You're funny, Hotstreak. Hotstreak turned back to the breed. Hear that? She thinks I'm funny. Don't we all, clown? Aben replied, which got Hotstreak frowning. Way to kill a mood, Aben. He grumbled. And Talon-san, I love your feathers. They're so extraordinary, Ayame said to the avian girl. Glad you think so, Talon said, knowing not many would think of her like that. Hey, this stuff's pretty good. Did you two really make this stuff? Carmen asked the owner. Who else? Tucci asked. Oh yeah, not only does it taste good but it smells good too, Ferret added as he downed his bowl. Well girls, starting tomorrow you start the tortures of hell, D-rank missions, Tenten explained to Hinata and Hanabi. They can't be all bad, Hinata replied. Hinata, one time my team and I had to help a farmer carry bags of manure, and my insane sensei and teammate had a contest to carry the bags on their backs. Tenten began. Those bags burst open, covering them with the stuff. Neji and I swore for them not to come near us for a week. Yikes. The two Hyugas in blonde feared. Well, that won't be a problem for me. I'll just use my cage buncheons to get the job done. And with my powers they'll be even easier to get done, he began until he wanted to make sure of something. But there's one thing I want you three to promise me, okay? What is it, Naruto-kun? Hanabi asked. Whatever happens, we're all still friends, okay? You bet. The girls nodded. Thanks, girls. I know I can count on you. Naruto smiled, but wasn't prepared for the three to each give him a kiss on his lips. Yeah, baby. The breed along with the ramen father and daughter chuckled at Naruto's luck with the ladies, and the guys praised him. With the rookies now officially ninja, their ninja careers have only just begun. In the city of Dakota, its local superheroes Static and Gear were searching around an abandoned warehouse. I don't get it, Verge. Why have the meta breed been suddenly disappearing so much? Gear asked Static. Don't know, Rich. It's weird though, Static said until he saw a picture hanging up. Yo Gear, come and see this. Gear roller skated to Static. You find something? Only this. Static showed him the picture. It was of the meta breed with a little blonde kid in the middle. Surprising them was how the breed looked all friendly and happy with the kid. It's Aben and breed, but who's the kid? Gear asked. I don't know, but if we find the breed again we'll make them talk, Static promised. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Naruto was in the Hokage's office signing something. There. Another D-rank mission in the books. Thank you very much, Naruto said as he took a bite out of a chocolate bar. I'm impressed, Naruto. This is your 50th D-rank mission and you've only been at it a week, Sarutobi said. Well, Gigi, with Kage Bunshins on your side I could accomplish 100 within a month, Naruto answered with a small laugh. Iruka was watching Naruto from the side table as the Hokage's assistant now that the academy kids were graduates. Naruto, you're really doing this village a remarkable service. You made us all proud, Iruka thought until the door opened and Kakashi with Team 7 walked in. Mission a success, Hokage-sama, Kakashi explained to the elder. Excellent, Kakashi. Sarutobi congratulates. Hokage-sama, could we possibly get a C rank this time? Hanabi began. I mean, we have passed the extended amount of completed D ranks, haven't we? Yes please, Hokage-sama, Sakura pleaded while deep down. I'm tired of all these stupid D ranks, inner Sakura shouted. Well, I don't see why not, the Hokage answered and turned to Naruto. Naruto, would you like to join Squad 7 on this next mission? I'm game. Gigi, Naruto replied to the Hokage, which caused Hanabi to beam with joy, Sakura to face fault, and Sasuke to growl. Very well, Iruka, send in Tazuna. Sarutobi commanded and Iruka went and came back with an old man holding a bottle of sake. What? These are the people you hired to protect me? He asked. They don't look much, especially the short girl. He motioned to Hanabi as the girl was ready to attack their client, but Kakashi held her back. Tazuna turned to Naruto and looked at him oddly, and this one looks freaky. He added but froze when he felt an energy needle fly past him, nailing a wall. Naruto smirked. You were saying old-timer? Tazuna blinked a few times before answering. All of a sudden I feel real safe. Well then, why don't you explain to them the situation? Sarutobi asked Tazuna. Well, thing is, I'm a bridge builder from the Wave Country. I've been hard at work building the land a new bridge and I came here to get some more supplies. Now that I'm going home I need protection from rival parties. Tazuna explained. Very well. Everyone return home and pack. We leave in 1 hour. Kakashi explained as his team exited through the door while Naruto went through a portal. While at the Namikaze mansion, Naruto explained his new mission to Aben and the others. Well kid, looks like you finally earned yourself a stronger mission, Aben said. Hope it all goes well. Talon added. And I hope you get to bust the ass of some punk while you're on it. Hotstreak added in hope. Well, I'm not counting on it, Hotstreak sensei. I mean, if I was given the job to fight someone it would have been A or B ranked, Naruto explained. This C rank is supposed to be an escort. Still, you never know what's out there, Aben replied, assuring him to watch his back regardless. Right, Aben sensei, Naruto replied as he finished packing his bag and headed for the door. I'll see you when I return, and don't cause mischief here in the village, without me, Naruto joked before leaving. At the Hyuga compound, Hanabi just finished packing as well. Hanabi, are you finished? Her father asked. Hi father. I'm ready, and heading out, Hanabi said, walking past him, and he mentioned, be careful out there. Hanabi smiled, knowing how much he cares for her, and soon she met up with her sister outside. I sure wish you could come with sister. I know how much you'd want to be on a mission with Naruto-kun. Well, you just make sure Naruto-kun stays out of trouble. Hinata replied, and the sisters giggled right before Hanabi headed off. Right at the village main gate, Hanabi made it, followed by Naruto jumping his way over with his huge feet and landing before them. "How do you do that?" Tazuna asks the blonde, who shrunk his feet to normal size. "Let's say I had help from friends," Naruto replied, which got the Uchiha boy scowling. Kakashi's eyes smiled. "Well, if everyone's ready, let's get going." As they turned and ready to leave, they heard two squeals behind them. "Naruto-kun." Naruto turned to see Tenten and Hinata lunging for him and tackled him to the ground with him on the bottom. "Gomen, Naruto-kun, but we just had to see you off," Hinata replied as she got off him. "Yeah, if Hanabi-san's going to be having you all to herself for the next few days or so, we want to at least get some before you left," Tenten added as he pulled Naruto into a kiss which stunned Sakura and Tazuna, while Kakashi was blushing while thinking naughty stuff, while Sasuke scowled. "Don't hog him, Tenten-san," Hinata said as she got her kiss from Naruto. "Dobi, are you done yet?" Sasuke asked rudely. Naruto turned back to Sasuke while smirking. "You know, you could try kissing a girl for once, Sasuke," Naruto replied, which got Sakura to think dirty thoughts about that while Sasuke turned away from him. So after Naruto got his goodbye kisses from Hinata and Tenten, they took off with the girls waving goodbye. So about half an hour later they were walking down the path, and each other them were doing certain things to keep themselves preoccupied. Naruto and Hanabi were up front of the group with Naruto singing a little, while behind them Sakura was pestering Sasuke about stuff he didn't care about. While he tried tuning her out, Kakashi was reading his orange book, while Tazuna took a swig of sake. Naruto continued humming until he noticed a puddle of water on the side of the road. A puddle of water on a bright sunny day? Naruto thought, knowing something wasn't right. He looked through a small mirror he kept hidden in his coat sleeve and saw Kakashi behind and saw him glancing at the puddle too. Looks like he's weary of it too. As they continued walking along, Naruto waited for the right moment until, Naruto spun and launched giant light energy shurikens at the puddle, and what emerged from it was a camouflaged cloaked man with a gas mask who vanished as he left the puddle. Kakashi knew it was an ambush, took charge, everyone on guard. Kakashi called as Sasuke, Hanabi, and Sakura protected Tazuna. Suddenly in a blur something flown past Kakashi, and the Cyclops Jonin found himself wrapped in a binding chain, and the two chain links linked to the one figure and another who were wearing giant metal gauntlets. "We gotcha now," one of the assassins said through the gas mask. "Not likely," Naruto shouted as he sent a poof of vapor smoke at the chains, which melted them, thus freeing Kakashi. "What?" the second assassin gasped as he and the other lost control of Kakashi and appeared up in a tree. Kakashi looks up at them. If I'm not mistaken, you two are the Oni brothers Guzu and Maizu, Nukanen of Kiri." "Well brother, someone knows our reputation," Maizu said to the other. "Indeed we have, brother. Just wait until he dies, then we'll really be renowned," Guzu added. Before they were ready to strike, they were struck from the back by a blast of fire coming from a Naruto Kage Bunshin. They jumped away from the full impact only to have another clone breath the melting vapor on their hands, thus melting their metal gauntlets. Guzu turned to get away but was met with a spin kick courtesy of Naruto's oversized foot, while Maizu headed the other way only to be punched by Kakashi. The brothers headed right for each other and crashed into each other's heads, thus knocking them unconscious. "Whoa!" Sakura and Hanabi gasped on how Naruto and Kakashi handled the brothers. Naruto then dispelled his clone. "Good thing I made a clone an hour before we left, and watched us in case something happened," Naruto explained. "That was good thinking, Naruto. Well done, Kakashi BS squad, and well done Team 7 in protecting our merchant." He began feeling proud of them, but squinted his eye to Tazuna. "Now then, Tazuna, I believe you have some explaining to do. We have to talk," he began. The squad looked at Tazuna with confusion while the merchant looked guilty of something. "You realize that a mission that involved Nukanen targeting you should be a B rank mission, not a C rank," Kakashi explained. "I'm sorry, but the Land of Waves is a poverty-stricken land. There was no way we could afford a B rank mission," Tazuna explained sadly. "Our country used to be happy with all of us living peacefully. But that all faded away when Gato moved in." "Gato?" Hanabi asked. "Yes. He's a major company tycoon who took over the country with his money and high-level connections," Tazuna began. "Him and his goons have been forcing us to rely on his shipping company only to charge us with unfair prices. How horrible. Sakura gasped. I know, Tazuna answered. The bridge I'm building, however, is the key to ending his reign. How so? Naruto asked. Gato and his company control the waters, and with the bridge we won't be forced to rely on him anymore. The old man continued. Well, normally we should report back and tell this to the Hokage of what just happened, Kakashi answered. I understand. But, they'll kill me before I even get home. Please, I'm begging you. This isn't just for me. It's for everyone in my land, Tazuna said, looking desperate. Very well. We'll stay and protect you for the time it takes you to build the bridge, Kakashi answered. Arigato, Tazuna said with a bow. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's roll. Naruto called and the others nodded. After tying the Oni brothers to a tree, they continued on. As Naruto walked with Hanabi, she pulled on his sleeve and he looks down at her. Naruto-kun, what you did back there with Kakashi-sensei was real cool. Thanks, Hanabi-chan, and word of caution, you should be careful, he said seriously. We may be facing against someone more powerful than us or even Kakashi. I'd hate to see someone special to me lose their life. Hanabi then motioned Naruto to get down to her level. Naruto did so and got his cheek pinched by Hanabi the same way he did to her. You're cute when you care, she says to him using the words he said to Hinata, and he blushed. After the fight with the Oni brothers, Squad 7, Naruto, and Tazuna had taken a ferry ride to Wave and were on their way to Tazuna's home. As they walked, Naruto was in discussion with Kyuubi. Yo Nar, what's up? You still look a little tense. Judging from what Tazuna said about being targeted, it's pretty safe to assume the Oni brothers were just the test sent by Gato, Naruto began. I got the feeling he's gonna be sending someone just as stronger next time. He squinted. Nothing escapes you, huh, kid? Kyuubi asked with a chuckle. I like to keep an open mind, Kyuubi. You should try it sometimes. Naruto smirked and the Kyuubi looked confused. Hanabi noticed Naruto was deep in thought. At first she wondered, but then realized he was communicating with the Kyuubi. As they were walking, Naruto felt that something was in the bushes. He quickly summoned a light kunai and threw it into the bush. Everyone jumped back ready to fight, but Kakashi, and he walked over to the bush, stuck his hand in and pulled out a terrified white rabbit. Oops. Naruto said sheepishly while Sasuke and Hanabi face fault and sighed. Sakura on the other hand felt like scolding him. Stop messing around, Yubaka. I know something was there and it was no rabbit, Naruto explained seriously. Kakashi stared cautiously at the white rabbit. He held it until he realized its fur was white and not brown. Naruto was onto something. Everybody, get down, he ordered. Suddenly a gigantic sword spun through the air like a boomerang and almost nailed them if they hadn't ducked upon Kakashi's orders. The sword got impaled in the tree as the group looked shocked. Seems you guys really are perceptive, a voice said as a figure appearing standing on the lodged sword's blade. It was a man wearing brown and white camouflage pants, and arm covers, a kiri headband, and white cloth wrapped around his mouth and nose. Whoa! Hanabi gasped at the tower of a man. Kakashi firmed his opened eye and readies himself if anything were to happen. Well, if it isn't my lucky day, the ninja began. I get to fight the infamous copy ninja. Hitaki Kakashi. Hanabi, Sasuke, Sakura, protect Tazuna now, Kakashi ordered, and the three genin ran in front of Tazuna in a triangle formation. Naruto backed them up. He added, and Naruto summoned two clones to add another layer to the triangular formation. You're leaving an old man's life in the hands of mere children? The ninja asked. I trust them with my life, Zabuza answered. Judging by your sword and headband, you're Zabuza Momochi, the demon of Kiri. Well, I do have a certain reputation, Zabuza admitted with a slight laugh. Kakashi-sensei, who is he? Hanabi asked, but before Kakashi could speak, Naruto answered. Zabuza Momochi is a rogue ninja from Kiri. He's legendary for once being part of the legendary 7 shinobi swordsmen. Years ago, however, the group disbanded after a failed attempt in the assassination of the Mizukage, ruler of the Land of Water. Zabuza chuckled. You did your homework, boy. I'm impressed, but I came here for an opportunity to fight Kakashi of the Sharingan, he said. Against an opponent like you, I'll need my trump card, Kakashi said as he grabbed his headband and pulled it up, revealing his eye, which he opened, and there was the Sharingan, and a bad scar vertically over it. So the Sharingan eye of the late Uchiha Obito, Dad's deceased student, Naruto thought, intrigued. Let's get started. Zabuza called as he quickly grabbed the handle of his sword and kicked off the tree, pulling the sword free and disappearing. He reappeared on the small lake nearby and formed a hand sign, and the natural mist started picking up. What the? Sakura asked. The mist is getting thicker? Be careful, guys. Kakashi warned them. Now that I have you in my Kirigakure no Jutsu, the playing field is in my favor, Zabuza declared. Everyone looked around, seeing the mist had gotten so thick, they couldn't tell where anyone was. This is bad, Sasuke said. What are we going to do? Sakura asked. Leave that to me, Sakura, Hanabi asked as she formed a hand sign, Byakugan. She shouted, activating her own Kekkei Genkai. Through her vision she was able to see through the mist and everyone's chakra network. That's using your eyes, Hanabi-chan, Naruto called as he and his clones turned their arms into energy blades. Kakashi formed a hand sign and chakra burst from his body and dissipated the mist near them and the immediate around them. They looked around, seeing no sign of Zabuza until his voice rung out, Die! He appeared before Squad 7 and destroyed Naruto's 2 clones, and ready to kill Tazuna. Get back! Naruto shouted. While everyone jumped back, he released his screech at Zabuza, who lost a moment of concentration from that scream, just long enough for Kakashi to jab a kunai in his gut. Stop his movements. However, blood didn't pour to the ground from the grave wound, but water instead, and then the body broke down into simple water as Zabuza appeared right behind Kakashi. You saw through my Mizu Bunshin. Impressive, but this is over, Zabuza said as he swung his massive sword to shred Kakashi in two, effectively slicing him in two. Sensei! Sakura yelled in fright. Suddenly Kakashi's 2 halves broke down into water like Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin. He used one too? Zabuza gasped until he felt a kunai near his throat from Kakashi, who was behind him. On the contrary, Zabuza. Now it's over, Kakashi replied. Zabuza laughed. I'm not defeated so easily, he called as he broke down into water and Kakashi's eyes widened in stun. Zabuza appeared right behind Kakashi, and swung his sword horizontally, only intercepted by Naruto using a combo of Onyx's strength and Shiv's energy knives to block the swordsman. I know you want to fight Kakashi the most, but how about I make the fight more worthwhile? You're an intriguing one, boy, but out of your league. Zabuza forced Naruto back, who landed at Kakashi's side. Are you sure you're ready for this, Naruto? Kakashi asked in concern. I'm always ready, Naruto answered as his legs grew long and feet grew big. The two fought Zabuza, who was using his sword to try and slice them, but with Kakashi's Sharingan and Naruto's quick thinking they were able to dodge them. When Zabuza formed a water dragon jutsu, Kakashi did the same, resulting in their attacks colliding, thus sending water everywhere. Now while he's distracted, Naruto called as Kyuubi's voice spoke to him. Here's some strength, kid. It's not a lot, but use it well. Suddenly Naruto's Jinchuriki chakra started surrounding him as Zabuza thought, feeling the air grow heavier around them. What is this I'm feeling? It's not normal, Zabuza thought. Naruto formed hand signs and called, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He called, summoning a vast number of clones appearing around Zabuza. They all conjured fireballs from their fists. So many Kage Bunshins. Zabuza gasped as he brought up his sword ready to stop whatever fire attack Naruto was prepared to use. Let's see you block this, Uzumaki Naruto style. The real one began as he and the clones combined their fire into one big sphere of flames. Ryuka Bakuha. Dragon Fire Blast. All the Narutos shouted as they fired the giant flame sphere into a blast at Zabuza, knocking him backwards. No way, how'd his fire ability grow so strong? Sasuke thought while feeling envious. When did Naruto get so good? Sakura thought in shock. Such a powerful attack, but was it enough? Kakashi thought. Naruto-kun. Hanabi thought, worried. When the blast died down, Naruto saw Zabuza lying on the ground covered in third-degree burns. I've never felt anything so painful. He groaned as Kakashi approached him while gazing down. It's over now, Zabuza. Kakashi was prepared to finish him. Suddenly 2 needles flew through the air and pierced Zabuza's, making him fall lifeless to the ground. Everyone was in shock as a ninja in a robe and a white mask with a red swirl on it appeared. Thank goodness. I've been tracking Zabuza for some time now. I feared I lost his trail. Thanks to whatever you were all doing, I caught up to him, the ninja explained. Who are you? Kakashi asked. I'm a tracker ninja from Kirigakure. I was tasked to seek Zabuza out and dispose of him. The ninja explained. You all made my job much easier. Kakashi checked Zabuza's pulse just to be sure. There are no vital signs. He really is dead, he said, which got the genin and Tazuna sighing in relief. The tracker picked Zabuza up. I thank you once again for your help, but I must be going now. He disappeared with the corpse. Naruto powered down his powers and took a breath of relief as Hanabi approached. Naruto-kun, are you okay? She asked. Fine, he smirked and hugged her. How about you? Never better, she hugged him back. Everyone else okay? Kakashi asked as Sakura, Tazuna, and Sasuke nodded in assurance. Okay, let's press on. So they continued on as Naruto looked back at where the tracker ninja vanished with Zabuza still feeling concerned about what just happened. Soon enough, after the fight with Zabuza, Squad 7, and Naruto were at Tazuna's place. They were introduced to the old man's daughter Tsunami, who was very grateful for them helping her dad home safely. They also met the old man's grandson Inari, who just up and told them to return home before they were killed, which got Naruto and the others confused. As they sat around a table, Tsunami served them some tea. So is there not much we can do but wait until Tazuna's bridge is finished? Naruto asked as he kicked back. Well, I doubt Gato will be sending anybody else so soon, but I still am curious about what happened back in the forest. Kakashi answered. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura asked curiously. That tracker ninja, he wasn't who he appeared to be, the Jonin answered. What are you talking about? Sasuke asked in wonder. Those needles he used on Zabuza, they were senbon, and those are only used in acupuncture treatments. If aimed at the right spot, one can put another in a temporary death state, he explained. So Zabuza is still alive? Hanabi gasped. That's exactly what I mean. Damn it. Naruto groaned. Back out in the forest, further from where Squad 7 fought Zabuza, the tracker ninja was getting his supplies together while Zabuza laid on the ground unconscious still. Suddenly his eyes shot open and he took in deep breaths. The tracker looked back. About time you woke up. Zabuza growled as he plucked the senbon from his neck and turned to the tracker. Damn it, Haku, were you trying to kill me for real? The tracker named Haku answered. I had no intention of that at all, Zabuza. Next time you put me in a temporary death state, don't do it in my neck, he groaned. My apologies. So what do we do now? First I need to rest up, and when I'm healed I'll find Kakashi and finish him and those brats, he promised. I understand, Haku said as he removed his mask, revealing he had a feminine appearance. Back at Tazuna's, Naruto spoke. So if Zabuza's still out there with that tracker, what do we do now? Kakashi turned to his squad. We'll all need to train these guys up so they'll be prepared for next time. Why go through the trouble when you're just going to die? A voice said as they saw Inari on the stairs. Inari. Tsunami gasped. No, it's all a waste. Just get out and go home, he ran upstairs. Kids. Naruto sighed. Later that day, Kakashi, Squad 7, and Naruto were in the forest outside Tazuna's place. This spot will do just fine. What did you bring us out here for? Sasuke asked. I'm going to teach you guys a basic chakra exercise to improve your chakra control, he explained. But how? Hanabi asked. Well, watch and learn, Kakashi said as he approached a tree and concentrated his chakra before putting one of his feet against the trunk, and to the squad's surprise he started walking up the tree itself. No way. Sasuke gasped. Wow. Sakura gasped. Kakashi threw 3 kunai down into the ground. Use those to cut the trunk at your highest point, he instructed. They all picked up a kunai and looked at tree of their own and all took off at them. Hanabi got to a tree and formed a hand sign to focus her chakra at her feet, and then she planted her foot on the tree and tried running up it, and she got 2 steps before slipping and slashing the mark into the tree, and landing on her rear. Sasuke ran up about 5 steps, and on the last one his foot created a foot-shaped dent in the bark and the tree, and he slashed a mark before flipping down and landing. Kakashi looked on impressed as they continued. Well, looks like they so far got it down. Kakashi chuckled inwardly. Hi guys. Sakura's voice was heard, and they looked up and saw her on top of her tree sitting on a branch. Well done, Sakura, Kakashi said. Hanabi looked envious, and Sasuke only looked jealous, which got Sakura upset, but she was soon brought out of her thought when another voice called, not bad, to try Sakura. Naruto said. Everyone looked up further and Naruto was on a higher branch on his tree. Hey guys, it's quite a better view from up here. Naruto calls down. Congrats, Naruto-kun. Hanabi cheered. Hold on, Sasuke calls. How'd you get up there so easily? Well, I'll let you in on a little secret, Naruto began. I learned this stuff during our academy years, outside the academy to be precise. But how? Sakura asked. I was taught this by some of the other Jonins in the village. The ones who were actually nice to me, Naruto explained. Yes. I expected Naruto would make it up top, Kakashi replied. What, sensei, you taught Naruto this already? Sakura asked. Well, this was BNDI had a lot of free time on my hands, Kakashi says. Sasuke could only growl because Naruto of all people was taught by higher-ranking shinobi when they were only academy students. Naruto stood on his branch and spread his arms with the wings growing on them. He let himself fall forward only to glide down and fly back up into the air. Since Hanabi-chan and Sasuke got more work to do, I'm going off to train on other matters. So catch you later, he flew off. When it was nighttime at Tazuna's place, his daughter Tsunami was already cooking. Naruto hasn't come back yet, it's awfully late, she says a little worried. If he's dead out there it won't be our problem because he's not a part of our squad, Sasuke replied. Leave him alone, Sasuke. Naruto-kun can take care of himself, Hanabi shouted. That's a first. Sakura put in. If you weren't on this squad I would hurt you. Hanabi turned to the Banshee. Please. Sakura replied, not feeling intimidated by her. Okay girls, that's enough. Kakashi said, getting between them. Inari just watched from around a corner with a scowl on his face, but soon it changed when everyone started hearing flute music. Where's that coming from? Tazuna wondered. Outside. Hanabi replied. Careful, it might be Zabuza again, Sasuke said cautiously. Kakashi looked wide-eyed listening to it. No, only one flute makes a sound like that, he said, getting up and went to the window to see Naruto sitting by the ocean playing on a black flute that looked like a dagger shaped in the style of the crescent moon. Soon everyone else watched from the window. When did Naruto learn how to play? Sakura asked. So beautiful, Hanabi says, listening to the melody. Where'd he even get that odd-looking flute? Sasuke asked. Kakashi said nothing, but went outside following the melody to Naruto. Naruto stopped playing and looked behind him. Oh Kakashi, what's up? Naruto, can you please tell me where you got that flute? Kakashi asked as he sat down beside him. Well Kakashi, since you probably know, my old man left it to me, Naruto answered. Flashback: Naruto was going through some things in his dad's old closet and suddenly something wrapped in cloth fell down. Huh, what's this? Naruto asked as he picked it up and removed the cloth to find the black flute in it. A flute? He asked as he looked at the cloth to find writing written on it. Naruto, if you found this flute, then I should tell you this was a present given to me by my own father, who was given it by his and beyond. Among many Namikaze heirlooms, this was by far my most treasured item. The music it plays is the most peaceful sound you'll ever hear. Learn how to play it and make our name live on through its melodious sound. Love, your father. So Naruto also found some musical formulas and notes stashed in the closet, and soon he began practicing and practicing. Even the meta breed found his music enjoyable and soothing to their minds. Flashback ends, and that's how it happened. Naruto finished and Kakashi looked stunned. The copy nin was ready to say more, but Naruto stopped him. You don't have to say anything, Kakashi. I know it all. My father Namikaze Minato was your sensei, and your Sharingan was from your late teammate Uchiha Obito. Naruto explained, which made Kakashi feel a little depressed about remembering two of his precious people. Well Naruto, I'm sorry you had to find out like that, Kakashi said. Yeah, but can I ask you something? Naruto asks, which got Kakashi's attention. What was my dad like? He asked with a hint of sadness. Kakashi sighed. He knew his sensei's son deserved to know. Well Naruto, your father was a kind, generous man. To me he was like a father figure. To the village he was more than just the Hokage. He was everybody's best friend. He let out a small chuckle. Heck, even the younger generation back then looked to him as a real hero, and not because of what he, well, you know. Yeah, and about my mom. How much did you know about her? Naruto asked, still wanting to know more about his parents. Well, your mother Kushina is where you got the last name people addressed you with. She was tough, mischievous, and a prankster just like you who didn't take crap from anybody, Kakashi began. She was also a beautiful woman, and your dad loved her very much. But she was one cranky pregnant lady, although to be fair if I was pregnant with you. He chuckled. Hey, Naruto said, telling him to watch it. Kakashi just chuckled. Even Naruto's old personality reminded him of his sensei once in a while. Naruto just shook it off and continued his flute playing. The next morning, out in the forest early one morning as the sun rose, Naruto was getting in some extra training before he returned to Tazuna's to eat. After he finished his workout, he powered down and spoke to himself. Well, time to head back. He started walking until he froze as his ferret snout grew and he sniffed the air. Wait a minute. That smell, it's familiar. Smells like that tracker ninja. He started following the trail while making sure to be absolutely careful. If this ninja was good enough to put Zabuza in a temporary death state, then he shouldn't be taken lightly. He followed the scent until he looked ahead, seeing someone picking herbs and putting them in a basket. It was Haku, dressed in a pink yukata. Naruto eyed the tracker's appearance. Is that a girl? He looked at the chest and eyed it very carefully. No, it's a boy, thanked Kami. He started walking casually and spoke. Hey there. Haku was startled until he looked over and gasped upon seeing Naruto. He's one of those Konoha shinobi, he thought before putting a smile on to hide his shock. Oh, hello. What are you doing out here this early? He asked. I was just picking herbs for medicines. Haku answered truthfully. I see. Naruto answered. Yes, what about you? I was getting in some morning exercise. I see. What's your name? It's Naruto, and yours? I'm Haku. He answered as he continued to pick some herbs. A pleasure. Naruto answered. Are you a ninja? I ask because I noticed your headband. Haku noted. As a matter of fact, I am. You must be pretty strong, Haku said. Well, I don't like to brag. Naruto replied sheepishly while Haku giggled. Tell me, is there someone in your life precious to you? Yeah, I got a lot of special people in my life. Why do you ask? I believe when you got someone precious to you to fight for, it makes you fight harder and gets you stronger, Haku said, looking up at the sky. You don't say. Yes. Haku smiled. Then I take it fighting to protect Zabuza is what makes you stronger, Naruto guessed. Haku's smile shifted into shock as he looked at Naruto. What do you? I know who you are, Naruto began. You're that tracker ninja that was supposed to have taken care of Zabuza. You're really his accomplice, aren't you? Haku was getting more shocked by the minute but sighed, knowing the secret was out. How do you know? You got a particular scent on you I picked up from when we first met you. Naruto explained, leaving Haku confused about what he meant by scent. So you know now? Haku replied. Yeah, where is Zabuza? I won't tell you. Haku frowned. All right, then answer me this. Why do you follow Zabuza? Haku was taken aback by this question and answered, because he saved me. Saved you? From what? Loneliness, he answered. What? I was alone for years until Zabuza found me. You're an orphan? I am, ever since when my father tried to kill me. Your dad tried to kill you. Why? Naruto asked. Because of this, Haku said as he held out a hand, and suddenly materializing in it was an ice crystal. Whoa. How'd you do that? It's my bloodline. You've got a bloodline? Yes. Because of this bloodline my father tried to kill me as he did my mother, Haku explained sadly. I don't understand. Naruto admitted. You see, I was born in Kirigakure, and many years ago bloodline families were loathed upon because everyone felt that such families were the cause of shinobi wars. The woman he married was part of a bloodline of Hyouten users. He murdered her with extreme prejudice, he explained as Naruto's shock grew. Because of this I ended up killing my father in my own rage. Since that day I was on my own with nowhere to call home. Then Zabuza found me and took me under his wing, teaching me how to control my bloodline that he would use to his benefit. From then on I was Zabuza's tool, nothing more and nothing less. Naruto frowned. A tool? What a load of garbage. Haku was surprised at his outrage but spoke. That's the life of shinobi. We're all tools used under the order of the village leader. Maybe through a perspective like that, but it's not how I feel, Naruto argued. It's all I have. Zabuza brought me out of my lonely life and gave me a new purpose. Haku continued to explain. Well, that purpose is pathetic. People shouldn't have to be treated like tools, even you. Even if I could change it wouldn't matter because I have nothing else to live for, Haku answered, only to get punched in the face by Naruto. Ouch. Don't spit lies like that at me. Everyone has something to live for. You just need to find it. Naruto, Haku gasped. Naruto continued frowning until it softened. Go. What? Go now, before I change my mind, he answered. Why are you letting me? I'm giving you time to come to your senses, and if you haven't by the next time we meet, then I won't hold back. I understand. Haku nodded as he got up and bowed his head before walking off. Naruto watched Haku leave and sighed. Kyuubi spoke to him. You're just going to let him go? We'll see him again anyway, he replied. Besides, I don't think he likes being Zabuza's tool as much as he sounds like he does. If you say so. Are you going to tell anybody else? Not a chance. Later on, Naruto had returned that morning still not telling anyone about Haku. Sasuke and Hanabi continued working on the chakra exercise while Sakura went to keep an eye on Tazuna. That night, everyone finished dinner while Kakashi gave out instructions. Well, seeing as how you three and Naruto completed your training exercise, starting tomorrow you're all bodyguards for Tazuna. The four smiled at their latest order as Tazuna spoke. The bridge should be completed very soon as well. And I have you guys to thank for that. No problem, it's what we do. Naruto answered as he fixed his sunglasses while noticing Inari flinching. Suddenly he stood up and slammed his hands on the table, startling everyone. You're all just wasting your time and butting into our business, he shouted. No matter how you look at it, the strong always win and the weak always die. Hey, speak for yourself, kid, because I'm not a weakling, Naruto countered. Shut up, Inari bellowed. You have no business coming here at all. Everyone here's suffered so much pain since Gato arrived. Treating everyone like dirt, while you just goof off. You'd never understand what anyone here has gone through. Naruto finally had it and shouted, shut up, you stupid little brat. This got Inari scared. You think you know everything about me? Well, you don't. Some of us have suffered far worse than you ever could. So say what you want, but never tell me what suffering is. Everyone was shocked as Naruto spoke. I'm going out. He opened a shadow portal and went through it as it vanished. Later that night out in the woods, Naruto was using every single bang baby power he had to destroy some of the trees surrounding him. After 2 hours, Naruto stood surrounded by fallen trees. He dropped to the ground panting. Okay, maybe I overdid it. Ya think? Kyuubi thought. Naruto got himself back to the feet and sat down next to a tree he hadn't destroyed. I hope that kid takes my words to heart and not get worse from it. He started playing his flute. The next morning, Hanabi looked into Naruto's room to see her blonde boyfriend passed out on his futon. I guess Naruto-kun came home late last night, she said to herself as she met up with E-Squad. Since Naruto wore himself out last night from non-stop training, he'll have to sit this one out until he gets his energy back, Kakashi explained. Don't worry, I'll look after him, Tsunami assured them. So Squad 7 went out, and about an hour later Naruto's eyes flung open and he sat straight up. He groaned from exhaustion and noticed no one was around. He got dressed and hurried downstairs, finding Tsunami doing dishes. Yo, where is everyone? They went on ahead and decided to give you a day off, Tsunami answered. Well, we'll see who gets left behind, Naruto exclaimed, and he dashed out the door. He started running through the forest knowing what was in store. No doubt Zabuza and Haku are going to the bridge to try and stop Kakashi and the others. I can't let those two harm them. Even if Haku doesn't seem like a bad person, I have to do whatever it takes, he said as he spread his wings and started flying off for the bridge. About half an hour later, he was getting closer to his destination and saw a blanket of fog all around the bridge. That's the same jutsu Zabuza used last time. I hope I'm not too late, he flew down. Meanwhile, inside the fog, Zabuza and Kakashi were going at it the same way as they were in the forest, while Hanabi and Sasuke were defending themselves from Haku, and Sakura was protecting Tazuna. As Haku was about to attack Hanabi, he froze upon hearing flute music approaching. Even the two Jonin froze and looked all around the bridge. Where's that coming from? Zabuza demanded. Our backup, Kakashi answered as they saw it was coming from a lone figure in the mist who came into clear, revealing to be Naruto. Naruto continued playing until he stopped in front of them and put his flute away. Now who said you guys could start without me? Naruto-kun. Hanabi cheered. You're the brat who was foolish enough to take me head on last time, Zabuza began, but this time you're the one who's gonna get it. Naruto grew his feet big and jumped forward to spin kick Haku, but the boy vanished and he landed near Sakura and Tazuna. He really is faster than he let on, Naruto noted. Suddenly Haku appeared before Sasuke. Now we end this. He formed a single hand sign, Hyouten. Maku Hyosho. He called as ice started forming around Sasuke like a giant dome, and the boy was facing multiple mirrors that surrounded him. What jutsu is this? Sasuke said to himself as he readied a kunai. Suddenly Haku started appearing in all the mirrors and held senbon. The needles were thrown at Sasuke from all directions and started cutting Sasuke's skin, and a few stuck into his body. One senbon knocked the kunai spinning out of his hand, and another knocked it away. The barrage of needles ceased and Sasuke looked up. Where the hell are these damn needles coming from? He asked. Sasuke was getting bombarded from all sides by flying needles, and Kakashi tried to run and render his student aid, but Zabuza got in his way. If you fight, it's against me, he said, readying his sword. You can help your precious student, but I'll kill the girls and the bridge builder. So what's it going to be? Save one and lose two, or fight me and lose the boy? Kakashi, Naruto called. You deal with Zabuza. I got Sasuke's back. Naruto rushed over. No. Zabuza tried to make a Mizu Bunshin, but Kakashi attacked, making sure he wouldn't have the chance. Meanwhile, back inside the dome, Haku continued throwing needles from the mirrors to attack Sasuke, but much sooner the Uchiha was avoiding them much easier than before. He opened his yes to reveal he activated his Sharingan. As Sasuke continued fighting, he spotted Naruto behind him. Naruto Udobi, what are you doing in here? Relax, Teme. I'm a clone, the real me is outside the barrier, the clone explained. What are you trying to do anyway? Sasuke asked. Saving your life, the clone answered as he activated a shadow portal while the real one outside stood close to his clone to help strengthen it. If you value your life, Sasuke, you'll jump in. Sasuke hesitated, better be right about this. He ran and dove into the shadow portal. The clone was then attacked by Haku, which led to his dispersing. While outside the barrier, Sasuke came out of the real Naruto's shadow portal. I made it, Sasuke gasped. Was there ever any doubt? Naruto asked when suddenly the barrier dropped and Haku reappeared. Haku, I gave you a chance to reconsider your actions, but you go and waste them on Zabuza. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's Zabuza's order that I must kill you and your friends now. Haku began as he fired needles. Not if I can help it, Naruto shouted before turning his arms into energy knives and sliced away the needles. Time to boil you alive. Naruto got ready to use fire. Naruto, that won't work. His ice is too strong to melt, Sasuke warned him. Well then let's do it together, Naruto replied as his energy knives turned into fire knives. Naruto jumped into the air above, causing everyone to see him, and Sasuke was below him. Naruto and Sasuke made it out, Sakura called. Thank goodness, Hanabi sighed. While up in the air, Naruto spreaded his arm knives made from fire and began to spin rapidly, hot streak Shiv style. Fire knife bombs, Naruto shouted as knives made from fire launched from his rotating body, which began raining down on Haku, who jumped backwards to try and avoid them, giving Sasuke an opening with his fireball jutsu. Haku managed to use an ice shield to block it. Naruto let himself fall, growing his arms into giant and bulky purple to slam into Haku's head, knocking the mask of his face. Haku suddenly slipped away. You're stronger than I gave you credit for, Haku began, but I'm just as strong. He finished sending ice shards to Naruto and Sasuke. Don't you see, Kakashi? Zabuza said as he slashed at him, cutting his chest. I trained Haku to be the ultimate tool, to help me get my revenge on the Mist Village. He's the greatest weapon in the world, he ranted. Is that all you consider him? A tool? A weapon? Kakashi asked, shocked. I wouldn't expect you of all people to understand, Kakashi, Zabuza replied. Do you hear that? Naruto asked. He doesn't even think of you as a person. Please give up now, Haku explained. This is your last chance. I will aim for fatal wounds now. We're not giving up, Naruto warned him. Why do you fight so hard? Is the bridge builder special to you? Haku asked. Every life is special, Naruto shouted. I mean, you know, disrespect on how Zabuza spared you from loneliness, but this is no way to repay him. I owe it to Zabuza, he gave me my reason to live again, Haku argued. Well, get yourself a new reason to live, pal, because Zabuza will be going down today, Naruto said as he fought Haku head on. Naruto summoned his cage bunchins to assist him while Sasuke waited to get another opening. Haku managed to avoid a clone and then attacked Naruto, sending him crashing into the ground. Naruto. Sasuke called. Farewell. Haku said as he rained down needles. Naruto move. Sakura and Tazuna cried. As the needles were about to land on Naruto, he saw a figure throw itself in front of him. It was Hanabi, who was impaled with the senbon needles. After the jump in, she fell to the ground to get caught by Naruto. Hanabi-chan, please, can you hear me? Na Naruto-kun. Hanabi strained as her Byakugan deactivated. It'll be okay, Hanabi-chan, just rest now. Naruto said, trying to get her to hold on. Sorry Naruto-kun, but I couldn't see you die. Hanabi strained. You still have a dream, Naruto-kun, and I want you to be alive to accomplish it. Tell Ne-san and Tu-san I love them, she said before closing her eyes. Hanabi-chan. No, Naruto screamed. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger while Sakura and Tazuna looked saddened. Haku looks down. I'm sorry. The senbon were not meant to hit her, but losing comrades is part of our life as ninja. Haku explained. Naruto looked up as tears flowed from his eyes like never before, and both of his irises were red and his pupils were slits which were seen even through his sunglasses with the lenses glowing red. Shut your damn mouth. Naruto screamed as red chakra erupted from his body in a swirling fashion. Deep within the confines of Naruto's mind, Kyuubi sat in his cage, so he lost his mate. Normally he'd still have two back home, but in this case lives are not something that can be replaced as easy as one thinks. Naruto, let's show him what happens when you mess with your friends, Kyuubi said to himself as he poured chakra into his Jinchuriki. What the? Who the hell's chakra is that? Zabuza said as he felt the dark power fueling the area. Naruto. Kakashi said quietly to himself. Naruto's whiskers became more feral and his teeth sharpened, and he looked at Haku, causing all his eyes surrounding him to crack. This chakra. It's not like anything I've ever seen, Haku said to himself before throwing senbon into his back. Naruto caught the senbon and breaks them in half. Naruto jumped at Haku in a faster rate and began punching, kicking, and beating the hell out of the ice user, who was finding it harder and harder to keep up with him. This power I never knew could even exist, Haku thought. Naruto used his fire combined with the fox's chakra to deliver extreme fire blasts at Haku, who was losing his strength. Naruto reared his giant fist back and slammed it hard into Haku's face, launching him through the air before he landed hard on the ground and slid to a stop. Haku slowly pushed himself to his feet only to see Naruto flying through the air towards him, fist ready to deal the final blow. I'm sorry Zabuza, I've failed you. I am no match for this boy, Haku thought. Haku took the powerful punch and fell onto his back. He looked up with bruised eyes and the enraged Naruto looking down on him. Go ahead. I deserve it. Naruto looked back over to Hanabi's motionless body and Sasuke, who was frozen in fear seeing Naruto's power and rage. Naruto looked to the girl he loved. He looked at her for a few seconds before he saw her move slightly, and his rage subsided and he turned to Haku and reared his fist back. Haku shut his eyes awaiting Naruto's final strike. He felt the powerful wind of Naruto's punch ripping through the air, but he felt nothing impact with his face. He opened his eyes to see Naruto's fist had flew past his head and over his left shoulder, and then a burst of red chakra shot from his fist and hit an unnoticed group of thugs with Gato behind them all, knocking a few of them flying into the water over the bridge. Zabuza was getting exhausted as he continued fighting with Kakashi, which didn't go unnoticed by the copycat ninja. You're going to lose, Zabuza. Give it up, Kakashi ordered as he started throwing kunai, which lodged into Zabuza's arms and his chest, making him slow down. Why give up? It's the only thing I have to live for, Zabuza called. That damn Mizukage was always screwing me over, making my life hell and causing the only other 6 people I thought of as a family to be disbanded. I was only going to give him what he deserved. He defended his case. Stop trying to take the bridge, builder, Kakashi ordered. It's not about Tazuna anymore. This is between me and you, Zabuza said as he swung his sword horizontally at Kakashi, who disappeared and reappeared a few yards behind him, forming hand signs. Using his summoning jutsu, he summoned all his ninja hounds, who lodged their teeth into Zabuza's body to hold him in place. Kakashi formed more hand signs and gathered electricity into his right hand. I'm sorry, Zabuza, but this time it really is time for you to die. He charged for Zabuza, aiming to nail him in the heart. Reikiri. Before he could reach the mist ninja, a giant icicle nailed the ground between the two, stopping Kakashi's attack. Naruto stared at Haku and then turned back and looked at Hanabi, who was pushing herself to her feet. She's alive. Naruto gasped as his Biju chakra wore off and his face turned to normal. He looked down at Haku. So you didn't kill her after all? I couldn't. I spent that time with you in the woods. I grew envious of you. Like I wanted to be more like you. I couldn't bring myself to be a real killer. Why are you even doing this? Naruto asked. I know you don't like it. Because Zabuza gave me a purpose. Haku reminded him what he's been saying. Zabuza couldn't care less about you. He only uses you for your skill. Naruto began and hit a nerve of Haku's that made Haku rethink his actions. I know you don't think it's a good existence to be nothing more than a tool for someone's else own ambitions of power. Haku couldn't find a word to say to protest. You can find something else precious to fight for, Naruto continued. I know what it's like to have been lonely. I found people besides Hanabi-chan to save me from the hell I went through. I love them more than words could describe. Naruto explained, remembering the training he went through with the meta breed, the dates he and his girls were on, and all the times Sarutobi gave him the courage to stay strong. But what would I have to protect? Haku asked, looking at the ground. You'll never know unless you look for people to be your friends and true allies with. Naruto held out his hand as an offering. What do you say? We can be friends or I can kill you where you stand. The choice is yours. He said rather cold and bluntly. Haku stammered, speechless. Kakashi held up his attack and looked at Zabuza. Last chance, Zabuza. Back down now, Kakashi warned him. Gato had seen enough, you damn weaklings. I should have known better than to trust you, he shouted at Zabuza. They soon saw a Gato with an army of thugs. Zabuza scowled in fury, and he tore through the nin dog's grip, and Kakashi acted quickly and jumped into the air and tried to hit him in the chest, but Zabuza went to his right and Kakashi's attack slammed into the top of his left shoulder. I'm not attacking you, I want him dead, Zabuza said as he glared at Gato past all of his men, before rearing his sword back and charging in at them. Zabuza cleaved through 5 of the gangsters in one swipe of his massive sword, then he ran forward towards Gato. Stop him, you fools! Gato ordered in fear. Zabuza slashed through gangster after terrified gangster, slicing them, and continuing toward the object of his blind fury. Zabuza tore through 5 more guys before he was inches from Gato's petrified by fear face. Zabuza forcefully grabbed his throat, with his free left hand. I'll show you who's the weakling. He used his sword to decapitate Gato's head, leaving his body lifeless. He killed our meal ticket, a thug shouted as each of them. He just killed our meal ticket, one said. They were all overly pissed and went to Zabuza only to have one get an arrow in his leg. They all looked ahead and saw Inari, his mom, and all the good people of the land of waves holding something to use as a weapon. We're not going to run and hide from you, Inari began. Inari. Naruto gasped as the villagers were shouting at the thugs to leave their country. The thugs still wanted to fight, so they attempted to rush them, but no one, not even Inari, flinched. Before the thugs could make it, a firewall blocked them off and it went down, revealing Naruto. Time to teach you all a lesson, Naruto called as he inhaled a deep breath and unleashed the biggest harpy screech ever heard, sending all the thugs flying backwards and getting their eardrums broken. The people who were behind Naruto covered their own ears to avoid losing their hearing. Naruto ceased his screech and saw the thugs were down. It's finally over. Kakashi put down his headband, closing his Sharingan eye. Yeah, Naruto said as he walked to Hanabi, being treated by Sakura. He hugged his little girlfriend. I thought I lost you forever, Hanabi-chan. He shedded some tears. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I'm okay, Hanabi assured him, and they kissed. Kakashi then looked to Zabuza, who was staring out into nothingness. You know, Kakashi, I lied to you before about Haku. He began, grabbing the Konoha shinobi's attention. He isn't just a tool. He's like a son to me. Even though I hid the feelings and such, he's always been precious to me, he said, shedding a tear. I see, Kakashi replied in understanding. Zabuza turned to everyone, but before he could walk he clutched his heart and fell back. Everyone rushed over to see what was wrong. Zabuza, Haku cried. Zabuza let out a faint chuckle. Guess that fight took more out of me than I thought. I'm sorry this had to happen to you, Kakashi apologized. Nah, don't be. I kinda figured my death would be soon, Zabuza replied. Zabuza, please. I don't want you to go, Haku pleaded in sadness. Haku, you're free now. You're no longer my weapon, but promise me, don't go down the kind of path like me. And remember, I love you, my son. Zabuza said before shutting his eyes and died. Arigato, Zabuza. Haku sheds a tear. Haku felt Naruto's hand on his shoulder, and next to Naruto was Hanabi. Hanabi, was it? I am sorry for what I did to you. Hanabi hugged him. It's okay. The point is you learned from your mistake. Everyone on the bridge was in silence for the death of the swordsman who defeated the one man who caused them so much grief, and for the heroes who saved them all. Next morning, the guys were back at Tazuna's and Naruto came out of a room with energy scissors as hands. It was a success. Come on out, Haku. Haku stepped out of the room with a whole new look. He stood there wearing his sandals, icy blue jeans, a dark blue shirt with the kanji for ice embedded on front, and his hair was cut to the length of a regular haircut. And what's more, he didn't look as feminine as he once did. How'd I look? Much better. Hanabi said. Yeah, real better. Sakura added with a hint of pink on her face. One last thing to complete the ensemble, Naruto began as he pulled out an extra pair of sunglasses and tossed them to Haku, who put them on. Better than wearing a face mask, that's for sure, Naruto said, and the two chuckled. Later on they were all meeting at the bridge that was finally completed, where everyone in the land of waves were bidding them farewell, goodbye, and thank you for everything. Tazuna thanked them. You're welcome, Kakashi says, and his squad nods, especially Naruto. Naruto. Inari began. Did I do good? Naruto smirked and pat the boy's head. You did great, Inari. You showed no fear out there even if the odds were against you all. Thank you. Inari hugged him while shedding tears of happiness. Haku then turned to the Leaf Ninja. I want to thank you all for giving me a new purpose, he began. Especially you, Naruto. If we ever meet up again, you know I will have your back, Haku said before vanishing into mist. What say we head home? Kakashi asks, and they all take off. Now the bridge needs a name. I think I'll call it the Great Naruto Bridge, Tazuna declared. Elsewhere in the city of Dakota, Aben and the Breed were defending themselves from Static and Gear. Why don't you just leave us alone, hero? Aben asked, standing on one side with his partners. Oh yeah, like we're really gonna do that, Aben? Static says, sending a shock of electricity at Aben, who forced him back. All right guys, we're gonna ask you again, Gear began. Who's the kid in that picture you have? And we're gonna tell you again, it's none of your business, Hotstreak replied as he used his fire to attack the two heroes long enough for the Breed to retreat into a shadow portal. Darn it. Static cursed. They seemed real sensitive about that boy, Gear noted. Sensitive or not, if they're keeping that boy captive somewhere, we have to find him, Static reminded him as they flew off. After the mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto and Squad 7 returned to Konoha and gave their report to the Hokage. The Hokage was rather interested in what happened while there, and the turnaround Naruto brought to the people there. Soon everyone was dismissed and Hanabi went back to the Hyuga compound where she would tell. A few days after, Naruto was informed that the Breed went back home to take care of something. So not bothering about it, he went out for a walk where he came across Tenten, who smothered him with kisses. Geez Tenten, I appreciate your show of emotion, but come on, you're a human, not a dog. Naruto chuckled while cleaning his face. Sorry Naruto-kun. It's just this is the first time I've seen you since you got back. I was lonely without you, Tenten pouted. I missed you too, so what's going on? Naruto asks while fixing his sunglasses. Well, Guy-sensei cancelled our training for the day. He said there was something he had to take care of, Tenten explained. Funny, I saw Asuma and Kurenai heading someplace too. It must be an important meeting or something, Naruto noted. Well, rather than listen to Lee ramble on about youth and watch Neji just rant on about destiny and fate, I thought I'd come looking for you, Tenten continued. So come, why don't we get some ramen? I'm with ya. Naruto cheered as he dragged Tenten along, skipping and hopping there. Meanwhile, across town, various Jonin and Shunin were in the Hokage's office where the meeting was taking place. Most of the Jonin there were the ones in charge of Genin squads, the most particular of which happened to be the ones in charge of this year's rookie teams. They were currently discussing the upcoming Chunin exams and who would partake in it. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, being Jonin to the rookies of the recently graduated academy, recommended their squads, much to Ruka's protest about them not being ready, but was outvoted by the three Jonin's words. Well, all right then. Another matter is my own select genin whom I've allowed into the Chunin exams without the need of a squad. So I hear as in Sarutobi. Vow on my name that Naruto Uzumaki is ready for the Chunin exams. Suddenly all the complaints of hate bombarded the Hokage. Enough. Hiruzen called. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. Minato's child is the only one left of Namikaze and the Uzumaki clans, and we will honor his and Kushina's wishes by letting their own son enter the Chunin exams. With that all the others backed down, but Iruka still felt bad. Naruto was his closest student. If all's said and done, you're dismissed. The Hokage says, and all the Chunin and Jonin leave. Meanwhile Naruto and Tenten had their ramen, and decided to take a walk, noticing some squared rock was following them. Naruto pretended to ignore it until the time was right. You know your way of camouflage is poor. I mean square rocks? Come on, Naruto called to the person following them. Suddenly the fake rock was lifted up, revealing 3 kids wearing goggles on their heads. One Naruto recognized as the Hokage's grandson, the second one was a girl with red hair into pigtails, and the third was a boy with glasses who appeared to have snot dripping out of his nose. So you found us out, just what I expected from my greatest adversary, the Hokage's grandson said. I recognize you, you're the Hokage's grandson who gave me a lot of grief, Naruto replied. Guilty as charged, the boy rubbed the back of his head, but you can call me Konohamaru, and here with me are my pals Moegi and Udon, he announced, and the two waved, and together we're known as the Konohamaru Corps. Konohamaru Corps? Tenten asked. We're still working on a name, Moegi explained. Listen Naruto, is it? Sorry about accusing you, I wasn't in my right mind. And to make it up to you I want you to be our boss, Konohamaru declared. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Your boss? That's right. I find you to be the only one responsible to be our leader, Konohamaru replied. Well, how about that Naruto-kun? Even the kiddies view you as a leader already. Tenten teases Naruto. Konohamaru looks to Tenten and back to Naruto. So boss, who's the babe? Huh? Is she your girlfriend or something? She's got a pretty face, though she could use more in the rack and caboose department, ya know? Naruto froze stiff, feeling like that kid just signed a death warrant. Slowly, the blonde looked to Tenten, seeing her face was many shades of angered red. Her hand reached into her pocket and pulled out a kunai. The blonde turned back to the Konohamaru Corps, and looked them dead in the eye. Run, like crazy, now, was all he said. The kids took off with Naruto close behind, with Tenten on his heels with pure killer intent radiating from her. The kids and Naruto ran for all they had as kunai and shuriken came flying at them from behind. She's insane, Konohamaru cried. Split up, now, Naruto called as the kids followed, with Udon and Moegi going right and Naruto and Konohamaru going left. Unfortunately for Naruto, Tenten went left too. You better run like hell, Uzumaki, Tenten shouted as Naruto narrowly dodged another kunai. Why are you chasing me? I didn't say anything, Naruto cried. You were thinking about what he said, Tenten shouted, throwing more kunai. Never. I don't find anything wrong with your body to need improvement, you're perfect, Naruto cried as he ran. I should hope so, Tenten replies, still throwing stuff. Konohamaru turned around to look back, just in time to run straight into another person. Naruto skidded to a stop, as did Tenten. Before them was a boy and a girl, both shinobi, judging from the headbands on them. The boy was wearing solid black. He had purple paint lines across his face and a hood over his head that looked like cat ears. Attached to his back was a strange bandaged-up object. The girl had blonde hair done up in 4 pigtails. She wore a short purple dress outfit, with fishnets underneath. Strapped across her back was a large fan. The boy reached down and picked up Konohamaru, glaring at him with a smirk across his face. That kinda hurt, ya little snot face, the boy in black said. Will you just let him go, Kankuro? The blonde girl beside him said. You're just going to piss you know who off? Look, we were just fooling around, Tenten said apologetically. Please put him down. In a minute. The boy in black replied. I just want to have some fun with him while we're waiting. He looked back to Konohamaru and grinned. Besides, I'm allergic to brats, so I should get rid of this one here, and then I'll get you too. Naruto reached behind his back and suddenly the boy in black felt something tap his shoulder. Tamari, what are you? The boy looks back, seeing Naruto's arm sticking out of a shadow portal that slugged him right in the face. causing him to drop Konohamaru, who runs to his friends. "Gah, that hurt." The guy rubbed his face. "Maybe next time you'll think before messing with us," Naruto says, readying energy knife arms. "Why, you little..." The guy reaches for the bandaged thing on his back until, "That's enough," an eerie voice interrupted them. Everyone paused and looked up towards a tree to see a red-haired, green-eyed, pale-skinned boy standing upside down on a tree limb. He had thick, black circles around his eyes, a giant gourd strapped to his back, and the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. "Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our entire village." "Gaara, I can explain," Kankuro begged. "Shut up, or I'll kill you," he replied. "To think that you would get into a fight with a bunch of kids." "But Gaara, they bumped into me first. Kankuro began but was cut off as Gaara simply glared at him, causing him to shut up immediately. He glared back down at Naruto and Tenten and jumped down the tree, landing on the ground gracefully. He turned around and looked at the two Konoha genin before walking back towards Temari and Kankuro. "I apologize for the trouble my siblings caused," he said as they began to leave. "Yo, wait a minute," Naruto called. "What is it?" Gaara asked as they stopped. "Judging from those headbands, you three are Suna shinobi. Aren't you a little far from home?" Naruto asked curiously. "He's right. Shinobi from other nations aren't allowed here unless they have proper authorization," Tenten added. "Well, we have authorization." The girl named teed out a passport. "We're here to take the Chunin exams by order of our father, the Yondaime Kazekage." "It's time for those again?" Naruto asked. "That explains where all the Jonins were going in such a hurry today." "So Konoha's hosting the Chunin exams this year, huh? No surprise there," Tenten added. The three turned to walk away again. However, this time Naruto called them back again. "Hold on, yo, identify yourself." Temari was the first to turn around and looked hopeful. "You mean me?" "Well, I was going for the redhead, but yeah, while you're at it," Naruto replied. "Well, I'm Temari, and there's my brother Kankuro, and my youngest brother," she began until Gaara stepped forward. "I am Sabaku no Gaara. And I'm curious about yours as well." "Name's Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto introduced himself. The two stared at each other, both lost in thoughts. "This guy, there's something off about him," Naruto thought. "This guy, I sense something brewing in him. Could he be like me?" Gaara thought. Then Gaara spoke. "I look forward to meeting you again, Naruto Uzumaki." "So do I," Naruto replied. So the Suna genin took off, leaving the two Konoha genin and three kids to themselves. "Those three are weird," Tenten said. "No kidding," Konohamaru agreed. Naruto felt his connection with Kyuubi shift. He knew the fox had something to say. "Gotta bail, guys. Need to see someone about a thing," Naruto said, vanishing into a shadow portal. "See, guys, isn't that the greatest move you even seen?" Konohamaru asked his friends, who looked amazed. Naruto came out of his portal back in his room at his mansion. "Okay, Kyuubi, what's up? Tell me, Naruto, what your impression of that Gaara boy?" Kyuubi asked. "Well, he seemed totally weird. I mean, threatening his sibling with death, and those eyes, what does he ever sleep? I mean, talk about insomniac," Naruto answered. "That is no ordinary insomnia, Naruto." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked in confusion. "Only one creature can cause someone to have that much insomnia without going totally insane. My old pal Ichibi Shukaku," Kyuubi explained. "Ichibi? You mean another Biju?" Naruto asked. "Yes. Shukaku is the most insane and unstable of the Biju," Kyuubi began. "He was originally sealed inside a tea kettle, and was obviously practiced on people in Suna. I guess this Gaara was the only success they had. Shukaku provokes insomnia in his host vessels. Should they sleep, he will eat away at their personality until the being that host was ceases to exist. When the host is awake, Shukaku's powers are limited. However, if the host ever falls asleep, the Shukaku's true power will be unleashed in all its fury." "Sounds serious." "It is." Naruto thought about this. He felt that Gaara seemed more like him than just being a Jinchuriki, but the feeling of being alone and neglected. The very next day in the afternoon, Naruto was called to see the Hokage. He came out of a portal and into the Hokage office. "What's happening, Gigi?" Naruto asked. "Well, Naruto, I've called you here because there's something I want to give you," the old man began as he handed the boy a form. "Hold on. This is an entrance form for the Chunin exams," Naruto gasped. That's right. I got acceptance from several of the daimyos of the nations to allow you entry without a team. Sarutobi explained. Gigi, you are the greatest. Naruto said, and the old Kage chuckled. I'm glad this makes you happy. Though I feel I should tell you something, sir. Naruto began catching the Hokage's attention. And what is that? The Yondaime Kage's 3 kids are entering this exam, and one of them I've got my eye on. Naruto explained. And who's that? The Hokage asked. His youngest son Gaara. I got a tip from the Kyuubi, he houses the Ichibi Shukaku. Naruto explained. That finally caught the old mont's attention more so, another Jinchuriki? Yes, and I have a feeling he knows how to use his demon's power far greater than I do of Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto said. My advice to you is be wary of him when the exams start, he could be liable to kill anyone just for the heck of it. I understand, thank you for this information, Naruto. The Hokage thanked him. But that's not all, Gigi. I got this gut feeling Gaara is the least of worries, but as if someone or something else is gonna use the Chunin exams to their advantage, Naruto said, which got the Hokage looking as white as a ghost. Well anyway, I'll see you around, Gigi. Naruto took off into a portal. The old Hokage sat there at his desk pondering of what Naruto said, as a vision of yellow eyes flashed in his mind. It can't be, he said to himself. It was the night before the day the Chunin exams. Naruto had just finished his shower and was in his bathrobe. He stepped over to his bed and got in it. If I make Chunin, that'll bring me one step closer to becoming Hokage just like Dad. Though I wonder what other kinds of people will be entering this exam. He wondered, but would eventually find out tomorrow. When morning came, Naruto got up and got ready before heading to the Ninja Academy. He entered and made his way, reaching a floor that had several groups of genin standing outside of a door. The said door was being blocked by 2 shinobi, who were refusing to let anyone else in. 2 of the people that caught Naruto's eyes the most were Lee and Tenten. Lee was on the floor, rubbing a bruise on the side of his face, while Tenten was by his side, checking to see if he was all right. Naruto frowned as he saw one of them was about to slug Tenten, who pleaded to let them inside. Naruto quickly appeared in front, catching the guy's fist. Strike, my friend, and I won't hesitate to kill you. Naruto warned him. Sure, like you can really. The guy began, only to get kneed in the gut by Naruto. He dropped to the floor and his partner tried to help him up. Naruto looked to Tenten. You okay, Ten-chan? Better now, Naruto-kun. She said as he kissed her cheek. Yo, bushy brow, you okay? He turned to Lee. Never better, Naruto. Never mind, the stunt just pulled, a voice called. Everyone turned to see Sasuke smirking with his team of Hanabi and Sakura right behind him. I suggest you drop the genjutsu on the door and let us through. Sasuke ordered. Suddenly the sign on the door changed from 301 to 201. Everyone was shocked, all but Naruto and Hanabi. Naruto stood with an eye twitching beneath his sunglasses. Idiot, do you have any idea what you just did? Naruto asked, trying hard not to lash out. I got us all past this first part. Sasuke replied arrogantly. You dumbass. Naruto shouted. This was to weed out the weaker competition, but no, you'd had to show off your stupid supposed superiority. Now all you did was give people more competition. He continued but cooled down, but no matter. I'll get rid of them for you. Sasuke growled, while Hanabi giggled. They soon see Lee approach them and present himself in front of Sakura. You're Sakura, correct? I am Rock Lee. Become my girlfriend. I will protect you with my life until the day I die. Sakura looked grossed out, but replied, no thanks, you're too weird. Lee let his head down in defeat. I am weird? Forget about it, Lee. She wouldn't know a devoted guy if it stood in front of her. Naruto comforted him. Sakura growled at his insult, but Naruto ignored her and kissed Hanabi's face. Hinata-chan with you? He asked. I haven't seen her since this morning, Hanabi replied. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you all. Naruto walked away until he spotted Neji looking at him. Neji, he said plainly. Naruto. Neji squinted his eyes. They watched as Naruto walked down the hall to the 3rd floor. Soon everyone began leaving and the 2 guards went behind the door they were guarding and revealed to be Izumo and Kotetsu, the 2 known pair of Chunin always seen doing odd jobs for the Hokage. You okay, Kotetsu? Izumo asked. Yeah, Kotetsu strained. Naruto sure knows how to hurt a guy. Maybe you overdid it. Izumo replied. Naruto finally made it away from the candidates waiting. Wand stopped to look below him on a lower level to see Lee and Sasuke having a standoff, so bushy brow against emo ass. Let's see how Sasuke manages against someone who got his strength and speed through hard work. Naruto watched. Naruto watched at how Lee was able to show up Sasuke even though the Uchiha had his Sharingan. Naruto noticed Lee using Konoha Kage Buyu, and caught on what was coming next. Lee, what are you doing? That move is forbidden, he thought. Naruto was about to step in, until he saw Guy's sensei step in, thus stopping his student. What a relief. Naruto says to himself. After Guy gave his word of apology and sent his student off to join his team, he watched as Sasuke chuckled to himself on how he couldn't wait to see what else is new. As the three walked off to head for the room, Naruto smirked. Looks like it's my time to join them, he thought as he got down from the catwalk and followed behind them. Meanwhile, inside a huge room, Sakura, Hanabi, and Sasuke saw it was loaded with dozens of ninja, all there for the exams as well. Some of the other ninja had scowls and frowns, giving off negative and scary vibes. But among those people were the remaining squads of Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, along with Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, while in the crowd of candidates were Tenten's team, including the Sand Genin as well. As always, Sakura and Ino were in quarrel over Sasuke while Hinata looked around worried. Hanabi, where's Naruto-kun? She asked. He was downstairs a while ago. He said he'd meet us here, Hanabi answered. Dobi probably got lost. He's so stupid, Sasuke replied. Got that right. Ino agreed. As the Hygas were about to object, the doors to the room flung open and Naruto walked in slowly while playing his flute music, causing everyone in the room to focus their attention on him. When he stopped in his place still playing, he turns to the other genin he went to the academy with. Naruto? Choji asked. Naruto stopped playing and looked at them. Well, we meet again. Well, now it's a reunion, Kiba began. I was actually thinking you weren't going to make it, Naruto. But you'd like that, wouldn't you, Kiba? So that way you wouldn't have to face me of all people. Naruto smirked. Hey, I'm not afraid to fight you, Kiba growled, but relaxes knowing he said that to make him lose it. Even you're in this too, Naruto. Now I know it's troublesome. Shikamaru sighed. Everything's troublesome for you, Shikamaru. Naruto replied, and Hinata rushed up to the blonde and kissed him. I missed you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smirked and kissed her back. I missed you too. Hey you guys. A voice called. They turned around and saw a Konoha genin walk towards them. He was wearing a pair of glasses, with a gray shirt underneath a purple no-sleeved shirt, and purple pants. He also wore gray fingerless gloves and shinobi sandals. He ran a hand through his silver hair as he smiled at them. You're the genin rookies fresh out of the academy, right? Yeah. Naruto answered. I thought so. Word of advice from a guy with experience, don't draw attention to yourselves, especially in a place like this. Good advice. But who are you? Hanabi asked. My name's Kabuto Yakushi. It's nice to meet you all. Kabuto, how long have you taken this exams? Hinata asked. This will be my 7th. Kabuto answered. Wow, you must know quite a lot, Sakura said, feeling impressed. Yup, you could say that. Kabuto replied. Anything else we should know about? Choji asked. Well, I could give you some handy hints with my ninja info cards, which I use to keep track of the Chunin exams from all the times I've taken it. Kabuto pulled out a deck of blank cards. They're all blank. Ino noticed. Yeah, but when I applied chakra to them, all the data appears, just to keep spies from collecting valuable data. Can your cards show on each individual applicant? Sasuke asked. As a matter of fact, yes, Kabuto smirked. I can't promise the data is flawless, but I have data on just about every applicant. Give me what you got on Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha, Sasuke requested. What? Ino gasped. Why do you want to know about that idiot, Sasuke-kun? Ino asked. I'm quite curious too, Sasuke, Naruto began, but if you want to know about me, why not just ask me directly, or are you afraid you might come onto me? He smirked. Sasuke frowned at his claim. Shut up. Did you call Sasuke-kun gay? Ino and Sakura asked firmly. Actually, you two just did, not me, Naruto replied. By the way, Kabuto, I also got someone for you to find. Give me what you got on Sabaku no Gara. You guys know their names and villages? Well, that's no fun for me, Kabuto said and drew 3 cards from his deck. First is Rock Lee. He is 1 year older than all of you. His squad leader is Might Guy, alongside of his teammates Neji Hyuga and Tenten. His mission experience is 20 D ranks and 11 C ranks. His taijutsu skills are amazing, however his other methods are weak. Everyone processed the data as Kabuto laid down the next card. Next up is Naruto Uzumaki. Second last name is Namikaze, and known as the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, that got everyone besides Hinata and Hanabi gasping. He currently is a special selected genin of the Hokage. He has completed 55 D-ranked missions, and 1 A-ranked mission. Very unusual for a first-year genin, mind you. He had acquired very unusual powers from 9 superpowered individuals whose names I have not even recorded, along with his shinobi skills being able to use some Jonin-level jutsu. He achieved the title of Rookie of the Year when he graduated. His skills and strengths during the academy years were only rivaled by that of Sasuke Uchiha, Kabuto said. Naruto smirked and looked at Kabuto. You know what surprises me to hear that you know all about this, Kabuto? Naruto asked. Either there's more to you than what you say and appear to be, or you've really done your homework on your competition. Everyone looked at Naruto wondering what he meant, until Kabuto cleared his throat and put down another card. Now for Sabaku no Gaara. He did his thing and all of what he had on Gaara appeared. Mission experience 8 C ranks, and 1 B rank. The only info I got on him is he survived every mission without getting a single scratch on him. The genin gasped at the thought of doing a B rank without getting hurt. Naruto closed his eyes and talked to Kyuubi. Yo Kyuubi, any of that has to do with Shukaku? Yes, with Shukaku inside him, Sand can protect him while Gaara himself would have the ability to also manipulate it at will. Sand can really provide as the ultimate defense. At least that I know of. I see, Naruto thought as he. Suddenly snapping them all out of their thoughts was a large cloud of smoke. As it cleared, they saw a large man wearing a large black trench coat, a pair of black gloves and black boots. He wore a gray button-up shirt, gray slacks, and a headband combined with a bandana tied on his head. His most standout feature were the large scars on his face. All right, everyone shut up, he ordered. Now listen up. My name is Ibiki Morino and I shall be proctor for the first stage of the Chunin exams. So Ibiki Morino, huh? Good choice this year, GG, Naruto thought. Now form a line and you can collect your written tests, he ordered. Written tests? Naruto thought. Why do they always have to start exams with written portions? He decided to let it be as they all took a test and were given assigned seats. Naruto ended up being close to the middle. Hanabi was in the far left of the room in the front, and Hinata was stuck in the back of the room. Bummer. 2 of my ladies sitting away from me. What, you gonna have withdrawal or something? No, I just get lonely when I'm not near one of them, Naruto thought back. Well kid, you just got your wish, Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto turned to see Tenten taking her seat next to him. Naruto-kun? Tenten asked. Well, at least I get to sit beside someone I know. Gee, you'd sit next to me, he replied with a smirk. Let's do our best, okay? She asked. You bet, Naruto replied. Hey, Blondie. Ibiki shouted, grabbing Naruto's attention. Shut up already. I'm gonna go over the rules to the first test, and I refuse to repeat myself. These rules are very important, so pay attention because I'm not going to answer any questions. So they listened in on the rules about the test being 10 questions and each one was worth 10 points. For each question wrong they would lose a point, and if they get a 0 then not only would the one member be forced to leave but their whole squad as well. To make it worse, sentinels were stationed off to the side to keep an eye out for any cheaters, and those who were caught would get 2 points deducted from their tests. When the rules were done, the test began. Naruto sighed as he turned his paper over to do the test, only to look appalled at the questions. Wait a minute, how do they expect genin like us to know questions as difficult as these? Is he trying to trick us or something? That's exactly what he intends to do, Kyuubi thought. What do you mean? I'm saying he wants you to cheat, without getting caught. I think I'm catching on. This is to test our abilities of gathering information without getting caught. And we have a winner. Now I got to find someone to cheat off of. He looked, seeing an applicant who was skimming through it like it was cakewalk, perfect. He then rested his head down on the table pretending to fall asleep. Suddenly unaware to Ibiki and the sentinels was a small shadow portal appearing on the ceiling with Naruto's face looking through it, seeing the answer his target was writing. After studying them, he pulled his face back and off the table to begin writing. When he finished, he decided to kick back and relax while watching Ibiki throw out multiple applicants and their teams that they caught cheating. Soon Ibiki looked, seeing the remaining teams, and spoke. Okay, now I will give you the 10th question, but take note that this is optional. Optional? Tamari asked. Yes, but if you don't take it, you and your teammates will automatically fail the exams. Ibiki said as everyone started getting outraged until he continued. If you choose to attempt to answer the final question, and get it wrong, then you and your team will still fail the test. Also, you will be banned from ever taking the Chunin exams again. Everyone got more distraught by the minute with all this pressure Ibiki was laying on them. So what will it be? Suddenly many applicants were wishing to withdraw and were forced to take their teammates with them. Naruto watched and knew too well what this was about before slamming his hands on the desk. Hell no. He shouted, grabbing the class's attention. There's no way in hell you're gonna scare me away from completing the Chunin exams. I came here because I knew I could do it and I'm sticking to it. So all I have to say is bring on the 10th question. Naruto's fellow rookies, especially his 3 lady friends, smiled at his confidence and were compelled to stay as well. Same said for other nations' applicants. Ibiki, seeing no one else was leaving, smiled and thought, Minato-sama, he really has inherited your spirit. He then announced, congratulations to those who are left. You've just completed the first phase of the Chunin exams. Everyone just sat there in confusion. We're done? Ino asked. But the 10th question, Hanabi wondered. It never existed. Ibiki chuckled until something broke through the window and opened up, revealing a banner with a woman with a fishnet bodysuit and tan coat, announced, all right brats, listen up. I'm the chief proctor for the second phase of the Chunin exams, Anko Midarashi. Everyone looked incredibly shocked while Naruto was unable to keep a straight face. Must resist blood coming out of nose, he thought slowly. Ibiki sighed. Anko, can you ever not be this early? Anko groaned in awkwardness until she saw all the remaining applicants. You passed all these teams, Ibiki? You're getting soft, she warned him. Perhaps, but then again we just might have better candidates compared to last year, he answered. Anko sighed as she addressed the applicants. Tomorrow you'll be given the location of the next stage. There I'll explain the rules and details. I'll see you then. She left. So every single team that was left took their leave out of the academy, and outside the place Hinata, Tenten, and Hanabi met up with Naruto. Naruto-kun, the girls cried. Hi girls. He greeted them and received a group hug. Can you believe we passed the first part of the exams? Tenten asked. It's just awesome. Hinata added. The coolest, Hanabi cheered. Yeah, it sure is. Naruto agreed, and Naruto-kun, Hinata began. Yes. That speech you gave back there was amazing, Hinata said. It made me want to stay and face it head on as well, Hanabi put in. Same with me. Tenten agreed. Well, I do have a way with words. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. The best kind of words. Hanabi hugged Naruto's side and the boy looked down on her, smiling. Listen, Naruto-kun. Why don't we go back to your place for a bit? Tenten asked with a purr while batting her eyelashes. Sure. Naruto answered nervously as he opened a portal and the four walked into it. While watching from the academy window was Ibiki, who had an amusing smile on his face. Yup, more like Minato than we know. He let out a chuckle. The next morning, all the Chunin exams participants were reported to a training ground that looked like a war zone. They were all released into the dark forest surrounding it for the second stage. Naruto landed in a secluded section of the forest. Okay. Anko-sensei said if I want to pass this stage one need a heaven and earth scroll. He reached into his coat and saw he had a heaven scroll. They gave me this heaven scroll to start out with. So now I need to pick off another team and hope they have an earth scroll on them. How are you going to do that? There are countless teams in here and they could have either one, Kyuubi said. I already got it covered. Naruto began as he grew his ferret snout and begun sniffing the heaven scroll all over. When he finished he put it back in his coat, got the scent, and any other scent off a ninja will be that of the earth scroll, he explained. Clever. Kyuubi admitted. Yeah, now to move about without giving away my position, Naruto says as he faded into a shadow in the ground and begun moving along the forest searching for anybody, but so many have turned up to be ones with heaven scrolls. This is taking way too long here. Naruto groaned as he traveled along the shadows. Suddenly he stopped picking up a scent, He sniffed it hard and saw it coming from a team of ninjas from Takigakure, waterfall ninjas, and they got an earth scroll. Excellent. He smirked as he traveled along the ground. The Taki genin were armed with kunai ready for what might jump out at them. They hadn't taken in account it might jump them from below. Soon they were standing on a huge shadow and it pulled their legs in. Hey, what's going on? The lead shouted. What is this? A tar pit? A second asked. This isn't tar, the third cried. Got that right, suckers. Naruto said as he popped out of the huge shadow waist high, and stretched his shadow arm into the pocket of the lead because he caught the scent off him. He pulled out the earth scroll. I'll be taking this off your backs, so see ya around. Naruto said as he used his shadow binding to strangle them until they passed out. He looked over their bodies. Wasn't such a chore, he said confidently. Yeah, too easy. Kyuubi agreed. I got a load of time to kill before heading to the tower. I think I'll mess around with the other squads. He snickered, turning his legs into a misty vapor like puffs, and floated off further into the forest. After a few hours of taunting other genin teams, excluding those of Konoha, Suna, and Otto, Naruto felt time to head for the tower. He said, getting ready to leave, until he froze and sniffed the air. That smell, the scent of snakes. I smelt it before the exams began, but Anko-sensei wasn't the only one carrying it. He recalled smelling it off a nearby Kusa shinobi who had an unusual long tongue. I better check this out. He followed the scent. He made his way through the forest and spotted something. Sasuke and Hanabi were fending off against a female Kusa shinobi, while Sakura was on a tree branch looking terrified. Oh no, they're in trouble, Naruto gasped. Even though they're not my squad, they're still my friends. Yes, even the pink head and duck head, he says to himself. Suddenly he spotted a giant snake appearing behind Sakura, and looked ready to eat her. Sakura, move! Naruto screamed as he curled into his armadillo shell and launched himself at the snake and breathed vapor smoke at the snake, confusing its senses. He launched his harpy wail at it, causing it to fall over and crash on the ground before disappearing. Naruto! Sakura gasped. Naruto-kun, Hanabi called. Reckon you guys could use a hand? Naruto asked. Actually, we got it under control, Sasuke replied arrogantly. I find it hard to believe, Naruto countered, while taking a position between Sasuke and Hanabi. Excellent, more fresh lives I can squeeze the blood out of, the Kusa ninja hissed. Naruto lowered his guard and walked forward, much to the shouts from Squad 7. Before we go any further, I must ask you to take off that disguise. What? Sasuke asked in confusion. Naruto, what are you talking about? Sakura asked, not getting it. A disguise? Hanabi wondered. Yeah, in fact, that ain't even a woman, it's a man. Naruto said, and they looked at the grass ninja smirking. You're Orochimaru, the Habi Sanin of Konoha. Team 7 gasped and the ninja snickered and looked back up and spoke in a slithery male voice. So you figured it out, was it that obvious to you? Not at first, but then I remembered Gigi talking about a ninja of the village who first used the art of snakes. That ninja was you. Naruto pointed accusingly at the ninja called Orochimaru. The ninja snickered again, before pulling on his face and ripped it off, revealing a man's face with pale bleach white skin, beady yellow eyes, and a mop of black hair on his head. Well, I do have a certain reputation, Naruto-kun, he said, licking his lips with his long tongue. He knows you, Naruto-kun? Hanabi asked. Not surprised, that's for sure, Naruto replied, glaring at the snake ninja. Orochimaru formed hand signs, striking shadow snakes. He called and snakes slithered out of his sleeves and dove at the 4 genin. Naruto jumped in front. Stand back, he shouted, igniting fire blasts from both palms, burning the snakes. Very clever, Naruto-kun, but how about this? Orochimaru called as snakes attacked Naruto from behind. Naruto caught the scent and twirled around, turning his arms into light energy chainsaws and sliced them to ribbons. Sasuke took this as an opening and attacked Orochimaru with a punch, but what he punched turned out to be a mud clone that melted. What? Sasuke gasped. They saw Orochimaru on a higher branch who made a few hand signs, and he stretched his neck forward past them and bit Sasuke in the neck. The Uchiha screamed in agonizing pain, and when Orochimaru let go, Sasuke fell to the ground and 3 comma markings appear on his neck. What did you do to him? Sakura gasped. I just gave him a little present. He will eventually seek me out for power, Orochimaru answered. You hubby bastard. Naruto growled. Well children, until next time. Orochimaru attempted to flee, but Naruto jumped him. You're mine. Naruto tackles Orochimaru into a shadow portal. Naruto-kun. Hanabi cried. They're gone. Sakura gasped as she tried to help Sasuke, who was still in pain. While inside the shadow portal of Naruto's Aben power, he grappled with Orochimaru while floating in midair. You got a lot of nerve coming into the very village you betrayed years ago. Naruto shouted as he struggled against the Sannin. Now can't an old ninja visit his old village once in a while? Orochimaru asked pleasantly. You're no longer considered a Konoha ninja, you bastard, Naruto growled with glowing red eyes beneath his shades. That's why I'm taking you down for the village's sake. Orochimaru chuckled. You're out of your league, boy. The only one capable of giving me a challenge these days would be the old man himself, but I highly doubt even he has the guts to kill me. I mean, if he did, he would have done it to me years ago. Naruto finally overpowered Orochimaru's grip with his onyx strength, and they flew out of a shadow portal in another area of the forest, and both land on a tree's branch. I'm not gonna let you trash talk Gigi like that, Naruto growled as Fox Chakra leaped out of him. Oh, what are you going to do? Go Kyuubi on me? Orochimaru mocked but almost got a kunai into his back. He jumped away onto another branch, seeing it came from Anko, who was frowning. It's been too long, sensei. Indeed it has, my dear, Anko. Orochimaru licked his lips. Naruto, stay back. Leave him to me, Anko commanded. Naruto nodded as Anko and Orochimaru went at it in an art of snakes. Why have you decided to come back here to Konoha after all these years? Anko asked her former sensei. Well, if you must know, I came back in hopes of obtaining a certain Kekkei Genkai to help fulfill my life's ambition, Orochimaru explained. You're not talking about the Sharingan again, are you? Anko gasped. Hi. In fact, moments ago I placed the same little gift I gave you on the youngest Uchiha that's alive. You'll be dead before he comes to you, Anko threatened the snake Sannin. So sure of yourself, aren't you? Orochimaru asks with a sick smirk. I am, because I'll take us both out if I have to. She pinned him to a tree. Soja Susai no Jutsu. Twin snake double assassination technique. She shouted as snakes bound Orochimaru's wrists. I might die, but I'll take you with me, Anko shouts. Sorry Anko, but you can't beat me with the very jutsu I taught you personally, Orochimaru answered, melting into mud. Anko gasped and quickly ended the jutsu. Naruto and Anko saw Orochimaru was on another tree branch but closer to the both of them. I'll leave you both with this. Feel free to tell people I'm up and about, however do not let them cancel the Chunin exams or I will crush you all. That's a promise. Orochimaru faded into the tree. Oh man. Naruto groaned. He got away, Anko growled. They sighed knowing there was nothing else to do. Anko, how'd you know to come here? Naruto asked. Some of the Chunin found the Kusa genin killed and their faces were stolen, Anko explained, and I had my suspicions about that one Kusa ninja who showed off her long tongue. Now what? Naruto asked. I'm going to inform the Hokage of this situation, while you get back to the exams. Anko ordered as he nodded and they went their separate ways. As Naruto searched, he knew it was pointless to try and find Squad 7 in the dark, so he decided to rest behind some bushes for the night. When morning came, we woke up groaning, oh what a night. That's right, I gotta find Squad 7. He summoned some cage bunchins, split up and find Squad 7. He ordered as they took off. Moments later he felt one of them transfer his memories back to him. There they are. He dispelled the rest of the clones and took off into the forest. When he arrived he froze in shock seeing what was going on. Just about all of the Konoha rookies except Squad 8 and Tenten's squad were trying to fight the auto team of Zaku, Kin, and Dosu. Sakura's hair had been cut shorter, while Hanabi looked exhausted. He was about to jump in, only to see Sasuke walk onto the scene with black flame marks on his body, along with a dark chakra emitting off him. Sasuke started fighting Zaku in a dirty battle until he broke the genin's arms. I got to stop him. Naruto was about to jump in only to see Sakurane, her teammate, pleading him to stop. Naruto thought Sakura was done for, but stood corrected seeing the tattooed flames on Sasuke's body sink back into the seal on his neck. Kin and Dosu collect the injured Zaku and offer Team 7 their scroll to Squad 7. The squads started getting themselves together. Oh man, what a total relief. I better get out of here before they find me and challenge me for my scrolls. He began to leave but froze. But I gotta show Hanabi-chan that I'm still alive, he thought as he sunk into a shadow portal. While over with the genin, Hanabi was telling Tenten about what happened. Oh my gosh, is Naruto-kun okay? Tenten asked worried. I don't know. He just vanished with that freak into his portal, Hanabi said in sorrow while trying not to cry. Neji just stood there with his head up high and chin out. If Naruto is dead somewhere, then it was by far his destiny that led him to it, nothing more, nothing less. Tenten and Hanabi frowned and marched over to him, who didn't seem at all affected by their scorned looks. Now you listen here, Neji. We will not stand by and let you berate our Naru. Tenten begun but was cut off by very familiar flute music. The genin squads looked all around, hearing the flute sound. Naruto-kun's flute, he's alive, Hanabi cheered. But where is he? Shikamaru asks as they look around the area. Look up there, Ino pointed up. The teams looked above and saw Naruto standing on the branch playing his flute while the sun shined on him. Naruto-kun, Tenten waved. What do you have to say to that, Neji? Hanabi asked, feeling proud he was wrong. Neji just closed his eyes and answered, he was merely spared on a whim this time. Everyone ignored that and saw Naruto stop playing and looked down at everybody. He saluted them before fading into his shadow portal. I knew Naruto wouldn't be defeated so easily, Lee said. That's a fact. Shikamaru added. Sakura sighs, I should be thanking you, Naruto. You saved us back there, she thought, feeling sorry for the one she's done wrong to. As the day progressed, Naruto, not wanting to run into any more trouble, made it to the tower and stopped in front of a door. He entered it and walked through a hallway, arriving in the center room. He took out both scrolls and spoke to himself. I wonder if it's okay to open these now. Shrugging, he opened them and tossed them on the floor. In a poof of smoke stood Iruka. Hey Naruto, good to see you made it, Iruka said. Iruka-sensei, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Naruto answered. Same to you, and I'm proud to say you passed the second stage of the Chunin exams. Iruka congratulated him. Neat. Naruto smiled. Since you have 3 days to spare before time's up, you're free to wait around here until then. We have rooms prepared for all our guests, Iruka explained. Thanks, sensei. I'll catch you late. Naruto went off to find a room. Meanwhile, at the Hokage office, a portal opened up and the breed appeared. Long time no see, old timer. Aben greeted the Hokage. Well, Aben, how have you and the breed been? The Hokage asked. Let's just say things have been getting uncomfortable for us back home, Aben began. Yeah, a cranky spark plug was bustin' our game so much we had to come back here, Hotstreak added. So where's our little homeboy, Naruto? Puff asked. Well, I'm afraid Naruto isn't available. You see, he's taking the Chunin exams, the Hokage explains. Chunin exams? Onyx asked. Yes, an exam made for genin who want to reach the next level, Sarutobi answered. Suddenly Iruka entered. Pardon me, Hokage-sama. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you had company. Don't worry about them, Iruka. What's your report? The old man asked. Well, sir, you'll be happy to know that Naruto completed the second phase of the Chunin exams and is at the tower. Iruka explained with a smile, which in turn put one on the Hokage as well. Well, a job well done for him. Listen, Iruka, could you show my guests here to the tower? They're Naruto's friends. Certainly, Hokage-sama, follow me please. Iruka instructed the breed to follow him, leaving the Hokage to himself. Congratulations, Naruto. Minato and Kushina would be so proud of you, the Hokage said to himself. That day in Naruto's assigned waiting room, Naruto had his coat hanging on a rack, while he played on his flute in order to pass time. I can't believe I have to wait for another 2 to 3 days until the Chunin exams continue, he thought. Still got the beat, I see. A voice spoke up. Naruto stopped playing, recognizing that voice, and he looked to his doorway, seeing the breed. Aben, guys, what are you doing here? We're here to see you, of course, Puff began. Rumor from the old man you're in this exam in hopes of reaching a higher rank. Got that right, Puff. Naruto answered. Sorry we had to just vanish like that, but we had to take care of some things back home, Talon explained. Like what? Naruto asked. Well, we're gonna have to tell you everything here and now. Some of it you might not like, Hotstreak explained. Naruto sat down and listened. The breed told Naruto the truth about where they were from, the stuff they did, and the people they fought. At the end Naruto was totally shocked. "I'm sorry this comes to a blow, but that's the way it was," Aben explained. "Sorry if we've led you on believing us to be nice guys." Talon apologized while feeling guilty. Naruto looked up with a tear in his eye. "I didn't know the people you were back then, but you guys gave me a reason to still be alive. You taught me how to be brave, strong, and many other things," he began, which got them a little better that he won't attack them. "You guys are my pals. I could never hate any of you for all you've done for me." "Thanks man." Hotstreak pounded it with Naruto. "And about this guy, Static, he sounds like my kinda guy," Naruto added. "Well, if you ever meet him, we promise not to do anything bad," Aben promised. "Arigato guys." Naruto smiled. "So what have you been up to as of late?" Shiv asked. "Hey, have I got a story to tell you?" Naruto smirked. So Naruto told the breed the whole tale about what happened on his C-rank mission, which became an A-rank mission. The breed was left in surprise. "Wow, sounds like you totally blew this Haku away," Kanger said. "And that Zabuza guy sounds worse than a devil," Carmen trembled. "He wasn't a devil, Carmen," Naruto corrected him. "He may have been a rogue ninja, but to Haku he was like a father. And Haku was the son Zabuza never had." Aben thought about that, remembering about his own brother Adam, and their father who passed away. Ferret spoke up. "Well, anyway, we thought we'd come by to see how you do. Feel free to stay at my place for a few nights. I want you guys to see me make chunin," Naruto said. "Wouldn't miss it," Kanger replied. "Well, I guess we'll see you soon, Naruto." Aben and the guys left for Naruto's mansion to hang out there. When nighttime came, Team Guy made it to the tower and was assigned their rooms, but Tenten took a little detour. She creaked a door open and peered inside to see Naruto lying down, obviously asleep. Smirking, she walked forward, laid down beside him, and got herself into his embrace by wrapping his arm around him. Naruto, who was asleep, felt warmed by this new sensation, went with it. Suddenly his eyes flung open and saw Tenten. "Ga Ten-chan." Naruto gasped as he sat up. "When did you get here? Does this mean you and your team passed?" "That's right." She smiled. "Well, congrats. I knew you'd make it." "Arigato, Naruto-kun, but I was worried about you," she said, feeling down. "Would I mean? Hanabi told me what happened with you out there. You fought with Asanin, the one who went rogue," she said, shedding a tear. "I mean, you coulda died out there. I know you're worried about my health, but you got to realize I can handle things when I'm on my own," Naruto said, calming her, and she looked into his eyes. She then smiled. "I know, it's just I can't bear the thought, Egan. I wouldn't let anything bad like that happen. I'd do anything for you, Naruto-kun." "Anything?" She said that last word seductively as she pressed her chest against Naruto's with a thump. "Whoa." Naruto gasped at her show of emotion. "I'm truly desperate, Naruto-kun. Can't you see how much I really want you?" Tenten asked as she pressed her chest against his even further. "I can see how much," Naruto replied, feeling turned on. She then leaned back from him and took hold of his hand. "Here, let me show you how much you truly mean to me, Naruto-kun," she said, moving his hand forward until she planted it on her right breast, and she moaned in delight. Naruto gasped. "Ten-chan. Is this really okay?" "Yes, Naruto-kun," she moans. "You have no idea how long I wanted you to touch me here. Of course I had to wait until there was actually something here for you to touch. Well, as I told you before that other day, there's nothing wrong with your body, it's perfect." "You must mean that, because you still haven't removed your hand from my breast," she teased. Naruto blushed but says nothing. He attempted to reach for her shirt, but she playfully tapped his free hand. Now, we'll have plenty of time for that some other time, so for tonight, let's just enjoy ourselves," she said, and reached forward and lifted his sunglasses off his face. "There we go," she whispered, and he blushed. She reached out and embraced Naruto, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto, feeling comfortable with this, wrapped his arms around her waist, returning the hug. Suddenly the door opened up and the two looked to see Hinata standing there with a frown. "I can't believe you would do this, Tenten," she started in a firm voice giving off negative vibes. "Get Naruto-kun alone and proceed to make out with him in the dirtiest, flirtiest, and nastiest of ways." Naruto and Tenten stammered to try to find an excuse until the vibes around Hinata vanished and she pouted. "Without me," she complained. Tenten and Naruto sighed in relief that she wasn't going to go postal on them. So Hinata threw off her jacket and took a position besides Naruto, opposite side of the one Tenten was on. Since Hanabi got to have you all to herself on your mission, this time we got you all to ourselves. Hinata said to Naruto. Damn it, I'm lucky. Naruto smiled. Congratulations by the way, Hinata. You and your team passed, Tenten said. Hi, and I'm glad you both did too. Hinata replied as she leaned into Naruto. And guys, whatever happens from here on, let's root for each other, and for Hanabi-chan as well. Naruto said, holding the two close to him. Hi. They reply as they piled on Naruto and made out with him. 3 days later, the Konoha rookies, Team Guy, Team Otto, Kabuto's team, Team Suna, and a team of AIM shinobi stood before the Hokage, the proctors, and their Jonin senseis. Congratulations for passing the second stage of the Chunin exams. Before we continue, however, we'll be having preliminary matches to shorten the competition. Anyone wishing to withdraw now, just raise your hand. The Hokage explained. 2 of the AIM ninjas raised their hands, feeling exhausted, and left their one teammate. Kabuto raised his hand. I'm withdrawing too. Kabuto. Why? Hanabi gasped. Why so serious about it, Hanabi? Naruto asked. Kabuto helped Sakura, Sasuke, and I get to the tower by going through some AIM shinobi. Hanabi explained. Thanks for helping them, Kabuto. By why give up? Naruto asked. My fight with those AIM shinobi out there took more out of me than I thought. Sorry, but I'll have to wait and try the exams again. Kabuto said as he took his leave until Naruto smelled a familiar snake stench off him and frowned suspiciously, but said nothing. When the rest confirmed they were sticking around, a new proctor approached named Hayate Gecko. He instructed that they would be selected randomly to fight against another genin from either team. The first names drawn were Sasuke and Yoroi Ikado, who was Kabuto's first teammate, who was dressed similar to him, only he wore black ocular lenses. As they remained on the arena, everyone else went up to the balcony to watch. When the breed arrived over by Naruto, Hotstreak spoke. Hey Nar, how y'all feeling? Never been better, Hotstreak. Feeling nervous? Talon asked. Not a bit. Naruto answered confidently until Shikamaru spoke. You know these guys, Naruto? He asked, eyeballing up the bizarre figures. That's right. Guys, meet the meta breed, Aben, Hotstreak, Shiv, Carmen, Puff, Ferret, Talon, Onyx, and Kangar. Guys, this is Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Ino Yamanaka, and their Jonin sensei, Asuma Sarutobi. So you're related to the old man, huh? Aben asked the Jonin who was smoking. Yup, he's my dad. Asuma replied. Quiet, Sasuke-kun's match is about to start. Ino cheered as she looks down onto the 2 selected genin. Another fangirl? Aben asked Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto sighed. This first match, Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akadu. Hayate began. Let the first match of the preliminaries begin. And so the genin began fighting hand to hand, with Yoroi absorbing Sasuke's chakra, making him weaker. Sasuke acted quick and used one of Lee's moves he copied with his Sharingan to take control of the fight while making sure the curse seal didn't try to overtake him. Soon enough, Sasuke defeated Yoroi, granting him victory. Sakura and Hanabi were amazed while Ino cheered. Naruto lightly clapped. Well, Sasuke, you've gained some points in my books just now, he thought. Naruto watched the next 2 matches, being Zaku versus Shino, with Shino winning against Zaku thanks to his bug jutsu. Kabuto's teammate Masumi Tsurugi was defeated by Suna Ninja Konkuro and his ninja puppet. The next 2 names to come up were Hanabi's and the AIM ninja Kyo Rakido. Okay Hanabi, this is it, Kakashi said. Hi sensei. Go for it. Sakura beckoned her. Arigato, Sakura, Hanabi said as she walked past Naruto and the breed. Go show that punk over there you mean business girl, Puff said. Hi. She nodded and felt Naruto kiss her cheek. For good luck Hanabi-chan, he said, resulting in her blushing. She walked past Hinata and her team, with Hinata giving her a comforting smile, while by Team Guy, Tenten was smiling with belief in Hanabi, and Neji scowled. Hanabi and the ninja Kyo stood on the arena face to face. So you're one of the Hyugas of Konoha? Kyo asked. I take it you've heard of my clan? Who hasn't really? Point taken. Hanabi replied. And don't think just because you're a little girl I'm gonna take it easy on you, Kyo put in. Well, get ready, Kyo, because this little girl's gonna take you to school. Hanabi smirked, activating her Byakugan. That's our homegirl, Aben called. Go get him, Hanabi-chan, Naruto cheered. If both participants are ready, begin, Hayate called. Kyo went first, charging for Hanabi while making some hand signs, water style. Hydro spout jutsu. Kyo shouted, holding out his palms, which fired blasts of water for Hanabi. Hanabi, using her quick agility, managed to avoid the hits, but got a little damp. Well, lucky you ain't fightin' that guy, Hotstreak. Ferret joked. Watch it jerk. Hotstreak growled. Hanabi meanwhile saw through his chakra network with her Byakugan, and saw all the weak spots on him. Now to get close enough to disable his network, and this match is mine, Hanabi said to herself as she charged. Kyo went through some more hand signs, water style, rising waters. Suddenly the whole arena below was turning into a huge pool. Whoa, is anybody up for a dip? Naruto joked, but no one laughed. What's Hanabi going to do now? Talon asked. Don't know, but she better think fast, otherwise she's a goner. Aben replied. Don't say that, Aben. Hanabi-chan will pull through. I know it, Naruto said. Hinata was watching and hoping. Come on, Hanabi, hang in there. Hanabi, who was floating in the water, was thinking, I have to use our family's special move, she thought as she focused her chakra. Hakashokate palms of the hand. Heavenly spin, she shouted as she spun around like a fast top. Hanabi-chan. Naruto gasped. Hinata gasped, that's the main house technique. Neji growled to himself, but his teammates knew what was on his mind. Soon Hanabi's move caused all the water to be blown away, making a clearing where she was standing on. The water that was pushed back crashed into Kyo, causing him to lose focus. Now you're mine. Hanabi rushed forward and performed the Hyuga clan's secret technique and shut down all his chakra points, making him drop on his back. Hayate looked him over and knew he couldn't continue. The winner is Hanabi Hyuga, he declared. Naruto and the breed cheered along with Tenten, Sakura, and Lee, while Kakashi did an eye smile, but Neji scowled. As a group of medics took Kyo off, Hanabi went back up to the stands. Congratulations, Hanabi. Father will be so proud. Hinata congratulated her. Arigato ne-san. Hanabi said, and Naruto and the breed approached her. How was that, Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled. You did great, Hanabi-chan. Here is your prize, he said as he kissed her lips, making her blush up a storm. They watched the next match between Choji and Dosu from Otto, resulting in the Otto Genin taking down Choji with one blow, much to the breed's disappointment and Ino's embarrassment. The match following it was between Shikamaru and Kin. Kin used needles, bells, and threads to disrupt Shikamaru's hearing, but the lazy genius pulled a fast one with his shadow-possessing jutsu and made her take herself out. Following their match was between Sakura and Ino, who in the end took themselves out with a double KO, resulting in a draw. The next two names to come up were Tenten and Temari. Tenten turned to her two kunoichi friends and boyfriend. Wish me luck, guys. Will do, Tenten. The Hyuga sisters replied. Naruto kissed her and spoke, knock that girl into the next millennium. You don't even have to say please. Tenten smirked as she went to the arena where Temari was waiting and spoke to the weapons girl. You seem awfully close to that blonde boy. So what if I am? Tenten frowned. It's nothing. Although imagine what he'll think seeing you get crushed by me, Temari teased, which already got Tenten pissed as hell. Oh well, he might come crawling to me. After all, a guy like him deserves the best. And that's me. Tenten injected, which irked Temari. We'll see about that. If both participants are ready, you may begin, Hayate called. Naruto, Lee, and Guy already started cheering loudly for Tenten, while Hinata and Hanabi couldn't even cheer loud enough to be heard over their ranting voices. Tenten, pitting Temari against her weapons, discovered the Suna Kunoichi was using the wind elements to make her weapons miss. Tenten kept pulling out all her best moves, but in the end was at the mercy of Temari's wind jutsu, which left her with nasty cuts in her skin. As she fell for the ground, Naruto spread his avian wings and swooped in, catching her. The match is already over. There's no need to hurt her more than she already is, Naruto told Temari. Temari is the winner. Hayate coughed. Naruto crouched down, holding his fallen lover. Ten-chan, can you hear me? Naruto-kun, Tenten strained. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't good enough. Save your breath, Ten-chan. You've done more than enough, and I'm proud of you. Naruto replied, holding her close. Arigato, Naruto-kun. She said, using what energy she has left to kiss her beloved Naruto before passing out. Naruto shed a few tears beneath his sunglasses that dropped onto Tenten's face. He then looks up at Temari, frowning. So where's my kiss? Temari asked, somewhat expecting it. Naruto growled, you heartless woman. If you cannot respect your opponent in battle, then you're about as low as scum. Why so serious? This wasn't a life or death match, Temari reminded him. Maybe so, but when you go around knocking my loved ones around like nothing, that will not be tolerated by me. Naruto picked Tenten up and carried her to a medic's stretcher. Arigato, Naruto, Guy began as he and Lee approached. Seeing how much you cared to save my student reminds me of how fortunate Tenten is to have a friend like you. Thanks, Guy-sensei. Naruto replied. The next two names drawn were Naruto and Kiba, leaving the breed shocked. Naruto smirked, excellent. Naruto-kun versus Kiba. Hinata gasped. Well, looks like it's my lucky day. Kiba smirked cockily while Shino mentally sighed at his teammates' overconfidence. Meanwhile, in the city of Dakota, inside the abandoned gas station of Solitude, Static, Gear, and their two allies Adam Evans aka Rubber Band Man, and Shanice Vale aka Shebang were in front of a metal archway. You sure this is legit, Richie? RB asked Gear. Positive. I programmed this gateway to scan other worlds or universes that have meta-human signatures in them, Gear explained. And this should be able to track the meta-breed? Shebang asked. Let's hope so. Static replied. Brace yourselves. Gear said as he switches it on and the archway projected a portal. Well guys, we're going in. Static called as the four heroes jumped in and began falling through a vortex, screaming, not knowing where they'd end up. Back in the arena, Naruto and Kiba stood on the arena facing each other. Betcha never thought you'd be facing me, huh, Naruto? Kiba asked, hoping to spark some fear. Actually, I was kinda hoping I'd get to fight Sasuke in this match, but seeing as that can no longer be possible, I guess I will settle with you. Naruto replied, removing his sunglasses and placed them in his coat pocket. What was that? Kiba growled. Oh, that's it, I'm gonna tear you to shreds. Well then come and try it, but I'd advise you to bring out Akamaru. You're going to need him if you want to give me a fighting challenge. Naruto smirked. You're just asking for punishment, aren't you? Kiba asked and Akamaru growled. Naruto sighs. No, it's just that I'm capable of beating Sasuke during our academy years. If I can defeat someone you can't, how can you be so sure you could beat me? Things are different since the academy, Naruto. I don't care if you have strange powers, or the fact you're the son of the Yondaime. I'll still face you, Kiba barked. In that case, come and get me. Naruto smirked. Hajime, Hayate called. Kiba formed a hand sign, Shikyaku no Jutsu. He called as his body turned more feral. When he got down on all fours, he and Akamaru charged at Naruto, who stood his ground. When Kiba and Akamaru were on top of Naruto, the blonde quickly sunk into a shadow portal on the floor, resulting in the duo missing their designated target. Naruto popped out of another portal smiling. Missed me. He mocked and Kiba growled. Your mind? Kiba tried to attack again only to get a spin kick from Naruto's oversized feet. I warned you about being out of your league against me, Kiba, Naruto still warned him. I'm just getting started, Akamaru. Kiba called as he popped a pill in his and Akamaru's mouth as the dog's fur grew red and wilder. What's that they ate? Farad asked in worry. Soldier pills, Kakashi explained. Soldier pills? Hotstreak asked. Yes, a special energy booster for ninja when they're low on chakra, the Jonin explained. Hope Naruto can handle that dog with a power-up, Aben said as they all watched the match continue to play out. Akamaru jumped on Kiba's back and transformed into a clone of Kiba. Here come, Naruto. Gatsuga. The two spun at a fast rate and closed in on Naruto, who curled into his armadillo shell and bounced up and above them, avoiding their combo. The two looked up, seeing Naruto about to smash them with his giant feet, but they quickly rolled out of the way. Naruto looked at both sides, seeing the two surrounded him, and smirked. Hey guys, you know how smoking is bad for health. Kurenai glanced at Asuma, who didn't seem affected. Well, in some cases it can be useful. He breathed smoke around them, confusing their senses. Naruto unleashed a harpy, ordering him even more before using his onyx strength to slug him, Akamaru rolled across the arena before returning to his dog form. Akamaru! Kiba cried. You're next, Kiba! Naruto called as he flew into the air above the arena and spun around at a fast rate, dropping fireballs. Burn, baby! Burn! He shouted as it rained fireballs down on Kiba, who was running around dodging them as best as he could. Now that's what I'm talking about, Hotstreak called. Over by the Suna Sibs, that guy has got more moves than we thought, Kankuro noted. Yeah. Tamari agreed. Gaara kept silent, pondering to himself. Naruto Uzumaki, I feel you're more like me than I know. Watching from around a corner was Kabuto, smirking while thinking, this is proving to be so interesting. Naruto glided down, delivering a punch to Kiba's face, making him skid across the arena, only to get up again. I'm not down and out yet, Naruto. But you will be, because I got a new move to use on you, Naruto replied. You're bluffing. Kiba shot back. Am I? Naruto asked as he sunk into a portal. Kiba stood ready, needing to expect anything, until Naruto appeared behind him. Kiba tried to attack only to get an uppercut to the chin, sending him upward. Naruto, using his kangaroo legs, jumped up and higher than Kiba. Behold the kangaroo barrage, he declared, delivering a powerful dropkick to Kiba's head, sending him crashing to the ground. When Naruto landed, Hayate inspected Kiba before announcing, Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. Yes, Naruto-kun. Way to go. Hanabi cheered. Shiv, Carmen, Hotstreak, Onyx, Puff, and Ferret cheered wildly for their pal, while Aben, Kanger, and Talon clapped casually. Hinata smiled happily. Despite her teammate losing, she was glad that her main man had won. Naruto smiled as he sunk into a shadow portal that traveled back up the wall, and into the balcony where everyone was. When he emerged from the shadow, the breed came and they all pounded fists. Not bad there, Naruto. Aben congratulated him. Yeah, you pulverized him, Hotstreak added. Way to go there, champ. Puff put in. I liked the smoke affect you used on them, Shiv chuckled. Congrats, Naruto. Talon said. That was awesome, Ferret added. Got that right. Carmen agreed. You sure showed him the moves, Onyx said. Yeah, that finisher was worthy of my Powermon, Kanger finished. Thanks guys, glad I was able to make you proud, Naruto said while putting his sunglasses back on. You've always made us proud, Naruto, Aben replied. Naruto-kun. Hanabi called, running up to him and jumped into his arms, and kissed him. That was the greatest. Thanks, Hanabi-chan. Looks like me and you will be moving on to the finals after this, Naruto replied. Naruto-kun. Hinata approached. Hi Hinata-chan, come to give me a kiss too? Naruto asked with a smile. Hinata blushed. Yes, and congratulations. She kissed Naruto, who returned it. Neji watched with a scowl. Hinata, Hanabi, how disappointing, he thought. Meanwhile, far from the tower, in the park area of Konoha, a wormhole opens up and what fell from it was Static, Gear, RB, and SB. Whoa, did we make it? Static asked. Looks like it. SB answered. Everybody okay? Gear asked. Give me a sec and I'll bounce back, RB said before stretching. They looked around and saw where they were. Whoa, where are we? Static asked. Wherever we are, this is where the dimension portal pinpointed the meta-breed location, Gear explained. But it's peaceful. By now Aben and the breed would be causing chaos by now, RB noted. So let's go find them, SB suggested. Agreed, but let's not draw attention to ourselves, Static said, removing his mask. Back at the tower, everyone watched as the next two names drawn were Hinata's and Neji's. Both cousins walked down to the arena and took their positions. When Hayate called the match to begin, Hinata was getting ready until Neji spoke up. I'd advise you to give up and walk away while you can. Hinata stopped as Neji continued to berate her about it was fate that they would fight and it was Hinata's destiny to lose, because he declared her as a loser and would always be one. Naruto was growling with anger while the breed were shocked at that guy's belittling. What the hell is that chump doing? Aben asked in outrage. She's not gonna take that abuse from that fool, is she? Puff asked, wanting the boy to shut up. I sure wouldn't, Hotstreak replied. Suddenly Hinata screamed, shut up. Neji was brought out of his lecture mode in surprise. I've had it with you and your words about me, Hanabi, and our family. I used to think you were right, But when I spent time with Naruto, I knew everything you ever told me was nothing but cheap lies. You've put down everyone you've ever come across, but now I'm gonna make you wish you never did." She got ready. "We'll see about that." Neji got ready as they started fighting with their Byakugan eyes and their family's traditional fighting style. "So it's Battle of the Sibs, huh?" Shiv asked. "Actually, they're cousins from two different houses," Naruto explained. "Hinata and Hanabi belong to the main house while Neji is in a branch house." "Why's that?" Talon asked. "It's a long, complicated story." Hanabi sighed as she watched her sister and cousin fight it out. They all watched as Neji fought Hinata almost as if he was trying to kill her, all because Hinata was refusing to surrender to him. Soon Neji disabled her chakra flow while going for more lethal organs, leaving the girl looking ready to pass out. "Don't you get it? No matter how hard you try, you'll never change." Neji shot at her. "You still don't get it, do you, Neji?" Hinata began. "You've been so warped by fate and destiny you fail to understand life at all. That's why you will eventually meet your match, not today or tomorrow. But one day you will." She warned him as Neji got angrier. "Why you?" Neji ran to try and attack her, much to Hanabi's screaming. It took the combined efforts of Guy, Kakashi, Hayate, and Kurenai to stop him until he calmed down. Hinata sighed in relief but coughed up blood before falling. "Hinata-chan!" Naruto screamed, vanishing from the balcony, and appeared behind her just in time to catch her. The Breed and Hanabi rushed down to make sure she was okay as well. Naruto cradled Hinata in his arms. "Hinata-chan, speak to me," he begged, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Naruto-kun." She gasped. "Oh, thank Kami." Naruto sighed in sweet relief. Guess I didn't have what it takes to win." Hinata continued weakly. "No matter what the outcome was, you gave it your all and we're all very proud of you," Naruto replied while shedding some tears beneath his sunglasses, which didn't go unnoticed by Hinata. "Don't cry, Naruto-kun. Tears don't suit you," Hinata said before passing out. Soon medics arrived and put Hinata on a stretcher and carried her off to the hospital. Naruto then turned to Neji with rage. "You're gonna pay for that, Neji. Mark my words, your actions will not be forgiven." "Whatever." Neji snuffed his threat before returning to the balcony. Aben, who had been watching the scene with Neji and Hinata, stirred something up in him. "Adam," he thought sadly. While around the village, Adam, who was with Virgil, Richie, and Shanice, let out a sneeze. "Gesundheit," Virgil said. "Thanks. Hope this isn't a cold," Adam replied. "Actually, did you know when someone sneezes out of the blue, it means somewhere someone's thinking about that person?" Richie explained. "You believe that?" Shanice asked. "Sounds logical," Richie replied. Soon the last two participants were Gaara and Lee, who went to the arena to fight. It started off with Lee using his taijutsu skill against Gaara as sand was shielding him from the attacks. "So that's the power of Shukaku," Naruto thought as Kyuubi responded. "Yes, second to me, he is one of the toughest Biju in existence." "You think Lee can get around his sand defense? Are you kidding? You'd have to be faster than that to even get through the sand itself." They saw Lee remove his weights and started moving fast enough to get through the sand. "Fast like that?" Naruto thought back while Kyuubi remained silent. "He's moving even faster than ever," Carmen gasped. "But it doesn't look like his moves are making as much of a difference as before," Aben noted. Guy nodded in agreement as he called, "Lee, open the first gate." The Grop minus the Breed were shocked as Hotstreak spoke. "First gate? There are 8 chakra gates in a ninja's system," Naruto began. "With every gate opened they get stronger and stronger, but also take equal amounts of damage to their bodies. When all 8 gates open, the ninja becomes stronger than a cage, but lose their life." "Oh snap." Aben gasped as Lee started opening gate after gate until he reached the 5th one. With his enhanced strength and speed he was pounding the hell out of Gaara, leaving him a mess. Unfortunately, Gaara's body cracked open, revealing to have been a sand shell. The real Gaara was uncovered with no injuries at all. Taking advantage of Lee's weakened condition, used his sand to squish the Guy clone's legs as he screamed in pain. Before Gaara could kill him, Guy jumped in and took Lee away, allowing Gaara the match. The Breed was in shock seeing how the match went. "That Gaara's psycho." Ferret trembled with Carmen. "Hardcore psycho," Hotstreak added. "I blame the Biju he has inside him," Naruto answered, much to their confusion as he watched Lee get taken away. "Lee, I'm sorry you had this happen to you," he thought. Soon the winning genin composed of Naruto, Hanabi, Shikamaru, Shino, Neji, Gaara, Temari, Dosu, and Kankuro minus Sasuke met on the arena and presented themselves in front of the Hokage, Hayate, Anko, and Ibiki. Soon they were all given a random number and Ibiki drew up a tournament graph for them. The matches in order were Naruto vs Neji, Gaara vs Sasuke, Kankuro vs Shino, Temari vs Shikamaru, and Dosu vs Hanabi. The Hokage explained, "In a month you will meet at the Chunin Exam Stadium for the third stage. All of you rest up, train hard, and good luck." Naruto's fighting that jerk that beat Hinata, Hotstreak noted. "I'll say this much, the kid's got his work cut out for him," Aben replied. "Yeah, and that Sasuke kid's fighting that Gaara," Kangur added. "He seriously gives me the willies," Carmen put in. "Me too." Ferret finished. "Hey, Naruto and Hanabi are leaving." Talon spotted them, and they followed. "Where are ya guys going?" Shiv asked them. "To the hospital, Ten-chan and Hinata-chan have to know what's happened," Naruto answered. Later at the hospital, Naruto and Hanabi along with Lord Hiyashi and the Meta Breed were talking with Tenten and Hinata, who were sharing a hospital room. Both were awake but were still very weak and tired, and that's what happened. Naruto explained sorrowfully. "Poor Lee," Tenten began, "and Neji. How could he do such a thing? Well, I hope he doesn't expect me to help train with him." "Father, I'm sorry for trying to fight Neji," Hinata pleaded. "You have nothing to be ashamed of, Hinata. Neji is being driven by his hate for the main house." "I can only blame myself," Hiyashi began and turned to Naruto. "Naruto, I want you to be careful in the final round. Neji may and well try to do worse to you than what he did to Hinata." "I know, Hiyashi-sama, but I'm not going to let him get away with what he did," Naruto replied. "And I'm not backing out either, father. So I wish for you to help me with my training the next month," Hanabi requested. "Of course, my daughter," Hiyashi smiled and turns back to Hinata. "You just rest for the next month and don't push it." "Hi, father." Hinata nodded. "But Naruto, what are you going to do now? Nearly everyone knows your powers already. How are you going to train to use them against Neji?" Tenten asked in worry. "I don't know, Ten-chan, but I'll find a way even if I have to do it myself," Naruto answered while pushing his shoulders up, causing the lower half of his face to be hidden beneath his coat. "I'll see you all later." He walked out of the room. "Hey, wait for us," Shiv called, running to catch up, followed by rest of the breed. Naruto was walking down the hall of the hospital alone, deep in thought. "I have to find another way of fighting Neji without having to rely on my old powers and Kyuubi's chakra. What I need is help from something or someone," he thought as he walked out of the hospital. Naruto walked through the village in thought, as the breed followed him. "Naruto, why are you so silent all of a sudden?" Ferret asked. "Because, Ferret, my next opponent is Neji Hyuga. You saw him beat Hinata to a bloody pulp," Naruto began. "According to Lee, Neji is stronger than he is, and obviously Sasuke as well. So what are you gonna do?" Shiv asked. "I don't know. Relying on your powers alone might not be enough to stop him, now that he knows what I can do. I have to find a way to learn new moves to surprise him," Naruto replied as they continued walking until they made it to the hot springs of the village. "Maybe I should drown my thoughts here," he says, heading for the men's entrance until he and the breed heard giggling. They turned and saw peeking through a small hole in a wall was an old man with white hair wearing green robes and a red vest. "No way," Naruto thought. "Isn't that the women's side?" Hotstreak whispered to Aben. Puff and Talon, hearing that, shouted up. "Hey, what are you doing there, old man?" Puff shouted. The man yelped, before spinning around. "Quiet, you'll scare all the girls away," he begged. "Who the heck are you anyway?" Hotstreak asked. "You're Jiraiya of the Sannin, aren't you?" Naruto asked with his arms crossed. "Ah yes, I see you've heard of me," Jiraiya smirked. "I am the great mountain toad sage Lord Jiraiya," he declared before striking a pose. Naruto smirked. "Just what I wanted to hear," he says, and in a blinding speed he uppercut Jiraiya, sending him sky high. "That's what you get for peeping on my father the Hokage, and my mother," he screamed. "Hokage? Father?" Jiraiya thought as he hit the ground with a bang. "Whoa, Naruto, was that necessary?" Onyx asked. "That man was my father's sensei, but is also a porn writer of Konoha's so-called best-selling book," Naruto explained. Jiraiya was then running back to the scene panting and looks to Naruto. Tell me, is your name Naruto? Naruto smirks. Yes, it is. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto introduced himself. I thought so, Jiraiya said. Come with me, and we'll talk more. Your friends are welcomed as well. Okay. Naruto replied as they followed in confusion. While in the village, Virgil, Richie, Shanice, and Adam still wandered around the village. Man, I feel like we've been down this block already. Virgil sighed. We haven't been down this block yet, Shanice replied. Face it, we're lost. Adam sighed. Suddenly they saw a huge fireball launch into the sky far from the village in a forest area. Does that spell hot streak for you? Richie asked. How many others make fire? Virgil asked as the four ran into an alleyway. What they didn't know that the fireball came from Naruto, who was showing Jiraiya what he was capable of over by a small stream by a waterfall in the forest area. How was that? Naruto asked. Not bad, Naruto. Even though Minato didn't have power like that, you're still more like him than you know, Jiraiya replied. Well, I heard from his student what he was like, but what was he like from your POV? Naruto asked curiously. He was the best student a sensei could have. In fact, he taught me one of his moves, Jiraiya answered. Well, to boost up your book writing, I'm going to show you a jutsu I made up as a prank. Naruto began as he stood before the sage forming a hand sign, Oryoku no Jutsu. In a poof of smoke, Naruto was replaced with a female girl with big blue eyes, his whisker marks, blonde hair in long ponytails, and to top it off, the girl was nude with clouds censoring her private areas. Jiraiya's bulged, and blood trickled out of his nose. With the male Metabreed members, they were launched backwards from nosebleeds, while Talon and Puff looked disgusted. We got a winner. Jiraiya cheered. Kid, you're a genius. No way Minato would have ever come up with that. And for a good reason, Puff shouted. Naruto poofed back to normal. I'm sorry about that, it was just for a laugh. He rubbed the back of his head, but Talon bonked him. I'm not laughing. Talon, she scolded him. Sorry about that. Naruto rubbed his head. You got nothing to apologize for, kid. A voice called and Static appeared gliding down on his saucer and fired an electrical blast. Static. Aben and Hotstreak called. He's not the only one, Rubber Band Man shouted, springing into action and stretch punched Shiv and Ferret. Adam. Aben called. Not forgetting me, are you? Gear flew in, throwing a zap cap to catch Kanger. Or me. Bang swooped down and clobbered Onyx. Guys. Naruto cried. It was a matter of time before we found you guys, Static warned the breed. We don't know what your game is here, but we're not letting you get away with it, Adam added. Man, you guys don't let anything go, do you? Hotstreak asked. When it involves you, never. Gear replied. So the breed and Static's team went at it, while Naruto stood on the side in shock while Jiraiya didn't know how to handle this. Suddenly Naruto shot up and ran in between everyone. Everybody stop, he screamed. Kid, you might want to stay out of this, we're trying to save you, Static warned Naruto. Save me from what? Naruto asked. These guys are my friends. Static and his friends were shocked and silent from his exclaim. Did you say friends? Gear asked. That's right. Naruto replied. All right, Aben, what did you tell him? Static demanded. I did nothing, Static, the kid's speaking it like it is, Aben shot back. That a likely story. Adam replied skeptically. I'll prove it to you, Naruto said, forming some hand signs. Memory recall jutsu, he shouted, releasing a flash of light. Static and his friends were standing in the area where the breed helped Naruto from the villagers. They began witnessing everything that Naruto went through with the breed in a matter of minutes, and when the flashback ends they landed on the ground in shock. I don't believe it, Static says, lost for words. He was telling the truth. Rubber Band Man realized too. So the breed is good now? Gear asked. Let's just say we're not what we used to be, Gadget Boy, Aben replied. Yes, this kid's name is Naruto, and he's changed our perspectives on doing good in some ways, Talon added. Naruto, huh? Static asked as he and his team approaches. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Static. He greeted him with a handshake. My name's Gear. I'm Adam, aka Rubber Band Man, and I'm Shebang. Nice to meet you all. Naruto smiled. A few hours later, Naruto finished telling Static and his team everything that's happened, and they were surprised. Oh man, Naruto, That must have been a rough life, Static said. Villagers remind me of how my dad used to be, Gear added. I share something what you're going through, Naruto, Shebang began. I mean, I wasn't even born a regular human, and I'm not even a meta-human. I was a project. Yikes, Naruto gasped and turned to Adam. So Adam, you and Aben are brothers? Yeah, of course I'm not as thrilled about it like I used to be, Rubber Band Man replied. Well, brothers should stick together in a sense, right? Naruto asked. We both had different paths, Naruto, Rubber Band Man began. I chose to lead a good life, Aben or Ivan chose not. Ivan? Naruto asked with a chuckle, looking at Aben. That's your real name? I prefer Aben. Aben replied while crossing his arms. Well, nice to see you all getting along so well, Jiraiya began. Now Naruto, since I'm here, I think it's time you joined me and the other Toad summoners. Jiraiya began reaching for the large scroll on his back and unraveled it. Sign your name in your blood and mark it with your fingers, Jiraiya instructed. Okay. Naruto replied as he did so. Now use these hand signs and slam your fist on an area to summon. Jiraiya showed him some hand signs. You got it. Naruto replies and formed the hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Kachiyose no Jutsu. In a poof of smoke there stood a small orange toad wearing a blue vest. Yo, it replied. It's a frog. Static asked. Hey buddy, I'm a toad if you don't mind, the toad shouted. Sorry, wait, did it just speak? Static asked as the group listened. Well, Gamakichi, how are you? Jiraiya asked. Hey, long time no see, Jiraiya. Gamakichi called. Well, anyway, this is Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya introduced him. He's the newest addition to the summoners, so I want you to go back and tell the others, including Bunta. No problemo, Gamakichi replied and looked at Naruto. I'll be looking forward to working at your side, Naruto. Can't wait. Naruto smiled. Well, catch you later. Gamakichi poofed away. How odd was that? Gear asked. Very, Shebang replied. Static then approached Naruto. Well, Naruto, since you've had fun and all with the meta breed's powers, how'd you like another dosage from the four of us to help you with this exam thing? Static offered. Really? Naruto gasped. Yeah, with our powers you could easily blow away the competition, Gear tempted. Well, okay, but you're going to have to meet the guy who made it all possible, Naruto explained as the area warped and they were inside Naruto's mind. Whoa, where are we? Rubber Band Man asked. This is my mind, Naruto answered. And it's in a sewer, yuck, Static groaned. Hey, what's in there? Shebang pointed to the Kyuubi's cage. That's where my friend lives, Naruto began. Kyuubi, you awake in there? Of course I'm awake. Kyuubi grumbled as his face shows. What's going on? Well, you have more company and these guys have generously offered to transfer some of their powers to me, Naruto explained. So that's the nine-tailed demon fox? Gear gasped in awe. Man, it's big, Static gasped in shock. So Static, I've heard a lot about you from Aben and the breed. You're quite the hero, aren't you? Kyuubi asked. The best. Static replied while Gear, Shebang, and Rubber Band Man sighed, hoping he doesn't get too full of himself. Well then, just like with the meta breed heroes, place your hands upon the seal on the cage, Kyuubi instructed. The four do so and Naruto stood before the cage as Kyuubi recited his chant like he did before. Powers of heaven, earth, and hell, hear my call. Grant unto this boy the powers of all. He roared as energy poured from the four who were straining to contain their pain into the seal, and it was projected as a beam into Naruto, who screamed in pain as the powers mixed with him. Then in a flash they were back where Jiraiya was by the waterfall and the stream. Whoa, that was wild. Static groaned while rubbing his head. Well, Naruto, how do you feel? Gear asked. Well, my brain, it feels like it's on fire. Naruto began clutching his head until he froze in place, and is bursting with ideas. He gasped as he took a stick and began writing mathematical formulas in the dirt. Formulas only Gear could come up with and understand. He gets his brains from me. Gear smirked. Hey, check this, Naruto said as he magnetized his body and began attracting metal objects that he froze in midair and molded them together, creating a statue of himself. Now why didn't I think of that? Static asked himself. And I really love this. Naruto began curling both his legs into one spring and began bouncing high into the air and back down again. I'd say he's got them down already. Rubber Band Man crossed his arms while smiling. Naruto begun doing backflips and such like shebang and was making an impression. Kids got the moves, shebang admitted. Well Naruto, now that you have our powers you're going to need to know how to control them, Static said. So you'll help me? Naruto asked. You know it, Gear replied. Arigato. Naruto thanked them, and so will I. You a hand in certain tips as well, Jiraiya added. Arigato, Aro Senin. Naruto chuckled. Jiraiya sighed, just like Minato. The breed laughed at that nickname until Naruto pulled out a flute. Anybody want to hear a tune? So you know how to play his flute? Jiraiya asked. Does this answer your question? Naruto asked before playing his regular tune on his flute. Everyone sat back and listened to his melodious tune, especially Jiraiya, who obviously hadn't heard it in years, just like Minato, he thought while smiling. Earlier that day, Static and his friends came to Konoha to find the meta breed. They had not in fact had counted on a ninja boy able to use the breed's powers. After they were given the lowdown on Naruto and what's been happening, they offered Naruto portions of their own powers, thus giving him the ability to control electricity, stretch himself and take form, a superpowered mind, and the strength and agility of a one-man army. Naruto was still by the river harnessing his electric powers, and used electromagnetic levitation to levitate his shuriken and kunai and made them nail targets on the trees, resulting in bullseyes. I'm really loving this power. Static smirked and spoke, just watch yourself, Naruto. Even electricity has its limits. For example, don't generate your electrical flow when in water, otherwise you'll short yourself out. Good, I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said as he charged down. And here's a tip on using my power, Rubber Band Man began. Not only can you stretch, but you can mold your body to take on the shape of certain objects. However, you won't be able to make rubber wheels. Thanks for helping me out here, guys. I really can't thank you enough. Naruto thanked them. Don't worry about it, bro. Static replied. Well, since you've all been working hard, why don't we go back to the hot springs for a soak? Jiraiya offered with other thoughts in mind. Naruto thought, knowing what that meant. I guess we could. I'd be all up for that. Hotstreak agreed. Why not? Aben asked. I'm game. Static agreed. So am I, Shebang put in. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Jiraiya turned ready to march there, but was face to face with Talon and Puff. We'll agree to it, Talon began. However, Puff continued. The two female meta-humans grew big-headed and looked like demons at the perverted Sanin. If we catch you trying to sneak a peek, we'll kill you, they shouted together. Whoa, this place must really have that effect on women, Static gasped. If he tries to, I'll break the bones in his body, Shebang added. Soon in the hot springs, Naruto, Jiraiya, and the male meta-humans were on the male's side, with their waists wrapped in towels, and to preserve their identities, Static and Gear kept their mask and helmet on in the bath. Man, this is pure heaven. Naruto moaned while relaxing. You said it. Static agreed. I may be a fire shooter, but this bath is just great, Hotstreak said, resting his head on the back of his hands. The aches in my shell feel like they've never been there, Carmen added. For real, mon, me feet feel good as new, Kangar added as he kicked his feet up and out of the water. Suddenly Naruto spotted Jiraiya trying to look over the bamboo fence to sneak a peek, until Naruto quickly used a light energy whip on his back, causing him to fall back into the springs. Ow, what was that for? Jiraiya moaned. Didn't you hear what the girls said? Naruto asked. Come one on peak, that's all I need, Jiraiya begged. Naruto frowned and creates a light energy mallet and whacked him on the head. Ouch, you're so rude to me, Naruto, he whined. While on the other side, Talon, Puff, and Shebang were sitting in the women's side wrapped in towels, with Shebang wearing her mask as well. Listen to those guys gossiping like banshees, Puff said, overhearing them. For real, Shebang agreed. Anyway, these hot springs are so exhilarating. My feathers feel good as new, Talon said as she relaxed. Then the sliding door opened and three figures walked in. Well ladies, can we join you? A voice asked. Talon and Puff's head shot up, recognizing that voice from a certain Kunoichi, who was in fact Naruto's first girlfriend. Yup, it was Tenten, and accompanying her was Hinata and Hanabi, with all three wrapped in towels. Hey Tenten, Hinata, Hanabi, good to see you three, Talon greeted them. Back on the male's side, Naruto's head shot up hearing those 3 names, so he used Adam's enlarging ability to make his ear bigger so he could get a clearer sound. Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi sit in the springs and they finally noticed Shebang. Who's she? Hanabi asked. An acquaintance of ours. Puff explained. This is Shebang, Talon introduced. Nice to meet you, girls, Shebang greeted them. These are Naruto's sweethearts, Tenten, Hinata, and her sister Hanabi. Puff introduced them. That's us. Hinata replied. Hold on there, all 3 of you are sweethearts of Naruto? Shebang asked. That's right and we're proud of it, Tenten replied. While on the men's side Naruto was hearing it and felt touched. Ten-chan, he said happily to himself. Jiraiya noticed him and protested, hey, how come you get to peek and not me? Naruto got away from the fence and started yelling at Jiraiya, I wasn't peeking, I was just listening, Ero Sennin. The girls on the other side overheard this. Talon, Shebang, and Puff sigh at their behaviors. Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi on the other hand couldn't help but giggle at Naruto protests. While back on the men's side Static and Gear were slightly weirded out by Naruto and Jiraiya's quarrel about who's being the perv. We're definitely not in Dakota anymore, Static said. For real bro. Gear agreed. Soon everyone got out and met up with each other. Naruto-kun. The 3 kunoichi cheered, jumping into Naruto's embrace. Hey girls, miss me? Only by a lot, Tenten answered as she cuddled with Naruto's face. Jiraiya was busy scribbling notes on a notepad as fast as he could, but Naruto using his free hand sent a small fireball at the notepad, burning it up. Hey, what did ya do that for? Jiraiya complains again. If me, or any of my girls are put into one of your books, I will personally find a way to bring my father back to life so both of us can wring your neck. Naruto threatened him. Naruto-kun, we've noticed you have new friends and senseis, Hinata noted. That's right, Hinata-chan. I see you 3 already met Shebang, Naruto said, looking at his newest female sensei. Well, let me introduce you to 4 more of my current senseis. Meet Static, Gear, Rubber Band Man, and Jiraiya. What's up? Static asked. Pleasure, Gear greeted. Nice to meet you. Rubber Band Man greeted them. Yes, very nice. Jiraiya grinned. Wait a minute, as in Jiraiya-sama the Gamma Sanin? Tenten asked in curiosity. Why yes my dear, indeed I am, Jiraiya said smugly. Oh my gosh, another one of the Sanin. Oh, if only I could meet the 3rd and final member of the Sanin, Tsunade-sama, Tenten said, going fangirl. She's an admirer, isn't she? Jiraiya asked Naruto. Oh yeah, Naruto replied. Anyway guys, this is Tenten, Hinata, and her sister Hanabi. Nice to meet you. Hinata bowed her head. Yes, very nice. Hanabi bowed her own head. So Ten-chan, Hinata-chan, how are you 2 feeling? Naruto asked about their health. Much better now, Tenten answered while stretching a bit. Yes, I almost thought I was a goner. Hinata added, feeling a little down. Well, don't worry, when I fight Neji in the final round I'll make him pay, Naruto promised him. Arigato, Naruto, Tenten thanked him. Hey, how about we all go get some ramen? You mean from where Yame works? Hotstreak asked in excitement. No other place, Naruto replied. Then let's go, Hotstreak cheered as he rushed off. What's with him? Gear asked. Love interest, Naruto answered. Now I've seen everything, Static replied sarcastically. As the breed was heading after Hotstreak, Aben looked back at Naruto. Static, you comin' dogs? We'll catch up with you, Naruto said as he took Jiraiya and Static along with his crew in another direction. As they walked, Static figured since they were away from the breed he could talk more. Naruto, since we're still not officially on the same level as Aben, we can't trust them with our identities, but Gear, Shebang, and I feel you should know our true names. Static began. So tell me, Naruto said, wanting them to tell him already. Well, first off, my name's Virgil Hawkins. Static introduced his real identity. I'm Richie Foley. And I'm Shanice Vale. Cool names, Naruto admitted. Later, they approached the Hokage Tower, and in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was doing some paperwork until a knock was heard at his door. Come in. Sarutobi admitted them entry. The door opens, revealing Naruto. Yo Gigi, how's it going? Naruto? Sarutobi gasped. This has got to be the first time you've used the door since you've been able to pop in and out through portals. He chuckled. Hold on, shouldn't you be training for the Chunin exams? I am. I just thought I'd introduce you to my new senseis, Naruto began and looked at the half-open door. Come in guys. Static, Gear, Rubber Band Man, and Shebang walked in and presented themselves. Oh, I see you've made more friends, Naruto. Are they like Aben and the meta breed? The Hokage asked. Yes, they're also bang babies. Well, the guys are. The girl there is just incredibly strong. Naruto explained and motioned for each of them to approach and introduce themselves. Static went first and shook hands with the old man. Lord Hokage, it's an honor to meet you. My name's Virgil Hawkins, but call me Static, 'cause I put a shock to your system. Very nice slogan. The Hokage admitted. Then Gear walked up. Yes, an honor it is. My name's Richie Foley, but Gear's also my name. Technology is my game. Take a card. Backpack. Gear commanded as his backpack released a small arm that offered the Hokage a card, who took it. Arigato. The Hokage accepted the card. Adam approached and shook the Hokage's hand. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Adam Evans, but everyone knows me as Rubber Band Man, and I'm also Aben's little brother. Aben didn't mention about having a brother. Sarutobi wondered. We've been on an uneasy family relationship, Adam explained. Finally Shebang approached and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Lord Hokage. I'm Shanice Vale, but everyone calls me Shebang. Pleasure, dear. Sarutobi replied. And I got another sensei, someone you might be familiar with, Naruto said, looking back at the door as Jiraiya entered. Jiraiya? Sarutobi gasped in shock. Hi sensei. Jiraiya greeted. I see you finally made it. Thought you were a bit late. The Hokage crossed his arms. Well, I sorta hit a little detour. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head. Our village's hot springs, was it? The Hokage asked, expecting it. Jiraiya just chuckled nervously and the Hokage sighed. Naruto spoke up. Hold up. You mean you called Ero Sennin here? Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya and realized that Naruto chose a nickname for him that best suited his personality. He then cleared his throat and spoke. Yes, Naruto. I had called Jiraiya here ahead of time to be your personal instructor, not only for the Chunin exams but to also help you in your father's jutsus and styles. No kidding? Naruto asked Jiraiya. That's right, Jiraiya answered. All right, not only will I be taught like my father, but I'll also be trained to use my newest powers, Naruto said in excitement. Well, Naruto, you and your friends better run along. Me and my sensei have business to catch up on, Jiraiya explained. You got it, Ero Sennin. Come on guys, Naruto said as his new senseis headed out the door. Soon they were at Ichiraku, where everyone was having a bowl of ramen. This stuff is good, Static said as he ate. Gear had the visor area covering his mouth open up so he could eat. Yeah, almost better than Burger Fool. Has a flavor to it, Rubber Band Man agreed. For real, Shebang put in. What did I tell ya? The best there is. Hey, how about another bowl for me, Ayame? Hotstreak asked. Me too, Naruto added. Coming up, boys, Ayame said cheery, and she and her father started another batch for them. Later on, Naruto paid for his 13 metahuman senseis and his 3 girlfriends, as it was getting late. Well, it's getting late, sorry Naruto, but we got a jet, Static said. We'll all see you guys tomorrow, Naruto replied. Better believe it, Gear said. I will, Naruto gave a thumbs up. Gear activated the portal and the 4 of them hurried back to Dakota. Naruto then turns to his senseis. Well, you guys, this next month I'm gonna need all your help once again to strengthen me up. We always got your back, Naruto, Aben reminded him. That's right, Talon agreed. Naruto smiled and then turned to his girlfriends. And I know you 3 will be rooting for me, right? We'll root until we lose our voices, Hinata promised. Count on it, Hanabi added. We know you can win, Naruto, Tenten finished. Arigato, girls. Well, I better head home and get some sleep. This month's gonna be a tough one, let me tell you, Naruto said as he and the meta breed headed back to the mansion. Static, Gear, Shebang, and Rubber Band Man had been traveling to Konoha through Gear's portal for a number of weeks. During that time they, along with the meta breed and Jiraiya, have been training Naruto for the Chunin exams, which wasn't that far ahead, over by the waterfall. Naruto was in a taijutsu spar with Jiraiya while the others watched him. That's it, Naruto, keep you head in the game, and don't leave an opening for your opponent. Jiraiya instructed as Naruto did so, while he continued to fight. For a 13-year-old he certainly has moves, Adam admitted. Well, he learned from the best. Hotstreak replied arrogantly. Well, if you're the best, how come you've never actually beaten us? Static teased. Watch it, Sparky. Hotstreak barked. Yeah, we're doing you a favor and not busting you guys up out of respect for Naruto. Aben added. You're right, my bad. Static apologized. Soon Jiraiya and Naruto stopped to catch their breath. That'll be it. Jiraiya panted. Good, thanks for the workout, Naruto said as he sat down to relax. Let me ask you again, Jiraiya, you and this Orochimaru were once teammates? Talon asked. Yes, that's right. Since we were genin, we were assigned to be on the same squad with our third member, Tsunade. Jiraiya explained. And the reason he went rogue ninja was because of his illegal experimentations with human bodies? Gear asked a little freaked. Yes, he had an ambition to learn every jutsu in the world, Jiraiya began. He had to peel back the layers of every human who had abilities that captured his attention. That is sick and wrong. Static gagged. I know, after he was discovered he fled the village never to be seen again. Unfortunately now he's made himself known. Yeah, he's after Sasuke Uchiha's Sharingan, Naruto explained. Figures as much, Jiraiya sighed. He's always been fixated on the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. Because if he had the Sharingan he can learn every jutsu in the world faster, Gear deduced. Yeah, and somewhere he's using the Chunin exams to his advantage, Naruto added. Well, so long as Kakashi can keep Sasuke influenced on other matters along with Orochimaru's curse mark, he should be fine, Jiraiya replied. I wouldn't be too sure about it, Naruto mumbled to himself. What was that? Jiraiya asked. It was nothing, Naruto replied. So anyway, I think I finally got all of your powers down, Naruto said as he used his static electricity to levitate nearby objects. You sure have, you really are a fast learner, Static noted. Yup. Oh here, Naruto. I got you a little something, Gear said holding out a huge disc and some metal egg-shaped devices. This is a saucer that Static uses to fly on. I figured you could use one too. I also added some zap caps to your hem or restraining devices, and some release a burst of electricity, light, sticky substances, and other substances. And with my intellect now a part of you, I'm sure you can come up with your own kind. Wow, thanks Gear-sensei, and you're right. During some of my free time since I got your brain I've been working on various seals, inventions, and such to help me become a better ninja, Naruto said taking a bite out of his chocolate bar. Well, I got some stuff to do, so feel free who have the day off, Naruto, Jiraiya said. Oh, and here boys. Jiraiya said tossing an orange book to the male meta-humans and left. Hey, how can we read these? We can't read your language, Hotstreak protested. Don't worry about that. Gear began. Backpack. Backpack crawled off Gear's back and onto the ground. His back opened up revealing numerous pairs of glasses with green lenses. Wear these and you'll be able to read through other languages, and it'll help you with your dyslexia, Adam. Cool. Adam said as he and the guys put the glasses on and looked at the books. Wonder how good a writer Lord Jiraiya really is, Static wondered as they began to read. About an hour later we find Static, Gear, Adam, Carmen, Shiv, Onyx, and Ferret lying on the ground with drops of blood leaking out of their noses, while Aben, Hotstreak, and Kangar continued reading it, not the least bit freaked out by its content. I may never read a book again, Static said, freaked out. I've officially malfunctioned my brain with horrendous thoughts, Gear added. I hope Sharon never finds out about me reading something like this, Adam put in. My eyes are on fire, Carmen cried. Mine too, Ferret agreed. That is not funny, Shiv said, trying to get the images out of his head. Onyx was trying to clear his head by slapping himself, for Jiraiya's writings started mixing with his thoughts on Puff. What, you dogs can't handle this? Aben asked. Yeah, man up, Hotstreak added. For real, Kangar agreed. I never woulda thought Aben and Hotstreak were pervs, Talon said. Hey, I'm not perverted, I just happened to find this interesting to read, Hotstreak protested. Naruto sighed. Well, I'm getting out of here. Feel free to hang out at my place. Naruto turned his legs into a vapor wisp and flew off. Naruto flew around the city looking down on it, until he spotted Sakura and Ino walking around with a flower in their hands. He dove down and floated before them. "Hey there ladies, out for an afternoon stroll?" "Hey Naruto. Well, we were going to hospital to see if Sasuke's all right," Sakura began. "But according to the doctors there he vanished into thin air," Ino added. Naruto thought. "Oh, I hope nothing's happened to him," Sakura said in worry. "Well Sakura, have you seen Kakashi around the village lately?" Naruto asked. "Not since the prelims." "Why?" she asked. "Hopefully Kakashi's with Sasuke, but what's he going to do to help him take on the powers of a Jinchuriki?" Naruto thought before coming out of thought. "It's nothing. I'm sure Sasuke will make it to the finals, but before you see him with whatever he's got in store, you're gonna watch how I do." "Why do you seem so confident, Naruto? You saw what Neji did to Hinata. He'll probably try to do worse to you," Ino exclaimed. "Am I detecting a hint of worry from you, Ino?" Naruto teased. Ino puffed her cheeks out. "No, why would I be worried about you of all people? In fact, I'm hoping Neji beats you to a bloody pulp," Ino protested. Naruto smirked. "Just a reaction I was expecting from you. Well, I'm off, girls." Later, he flew off. "I hope you're right about Sasuke, Naruto," Sakura thought, feeling worried for her teammate. Naruto continued flying through the village until he spotted Gaara sitting atop one of the buildings. Naruto looked determined as he floated down behind him, and Gaara turned to see Naruto. "Enjoying the view, or ya? I would to from on the roof of this place," Naruto admitted while smirking. "What do you want, Uzumaki Naruto?" Gaara asked, feeling irate. "Just out for a walk or fly. Since I spotted you, I figured I'd come down and have a word with you." "Have a word?" Gaara wondered as his demeanor didn't change. "Yes. I know who you are and what you have sealed inside you," Naruto said, standing tall before Gaara. "You mean?" Gaara asked. "That's right, sealed inside you is Shukaku," Naruto explained. Gaara was actually shocked that someone actually figured it out on their own. "How did?" "Because I have my own sealed in me, Kyuubi no Kitsune," Naruto answered. Gaara was more interested. "So you're—" "Yes. I am also a Jinchuriki just like you. And judging from the way you act, one can tell you've been through it all. Pain, suffering, hatred, longing for a place in life, what to live for." Naruto read Gaara like a book. "Yes. I have wondered what to live for, but now I know. My purpose in life is to kill, and I'll kill those who get in my way," Gaara explained with a little Biju power leaking out. Naruto released some of Kyuubi's essence as well to counter Gaara's. "Well, I'll let you off with a little warning. If you kill anyone I hold dear to me, I will personally see to it you suffer the same fate. Even if you are a Jinchuriki, I'll prove that my demon is the strongest," he warned him as he faded into a shadow portal and disappeared. Gaara stood while squinting his eyes, and vanished in a shunshin of sand. 3 days later, it was the night before the Chunin exams. Naruto was at Ichiraku having a drink by himself. "So what's up, Naruto? It's been a while since you came in," Tucci said as he made some ramen. "Well, I was kinda overly training myself," Naruto explained. Ayame, who was cleaning the counters, overheard him. "Oh my, I hope you're okay. In the words of one of my newest senseis, 'Give me a sec, I'll bounce back,'" he quoted Rubber Band Man. "Well, that's good," Tucci said as he finished making a bowl of ramen. "Ayame." He addressed his daughter, who took the bowl. "Here you go," Ayame says, setting the bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. Naruto was surprised at the bowl of special ramen sat in front of him. Naruto looked up at Ayame, who smiled sweetly. "Yo Tucci, I didn't order anything yet." "Don't worry about it," Tucci began. "The finals are tomorrow, you're going to need the energy." Naruto smiled. "Arigato guys." He started chowing down. Half an hour later, Naruto returned home to his mansion and found the meta breed sleeping on couches and some armchairs. Naruto smiled as he made his way to his room. He got changed and plopped into bed. "Tomorrow's finally the day, Kyuubi," Naruto began. "Yes, the day you finally show that Neji prick that his philosophies are pure lies." "Yeah, but I'm also concerned about what Orochimaru is planning," Naruto adds. "I don't know what's going to happen, but we have to be prepared, otherwise the village is going to be in for collision of chaos." "I know what you mean. I've been feeling it ever since we met him. Plus Gaara, It's no question he'll be willing to use Shukaku's power to the extreme, if Sasuke dies. Don't even go there, Naruto interrupted him. As much as I would want to see him get tossed around, I wouldn't want to see him die. You getting a soft for him? Hardly. It's not because I care about him. It's just that he's a Konoha ninja, and we look after our own. Naruto laid his head back. Soon he fell asleep and slept the night away, knowing tomorrow was another chance to prove to the village who he really is and not what they say he is. When morning came, the meta breed woke up and found Naruto wasn't there. Ferret was ready to sniff him out until Onyx found a note on the table. Dear guys, I decided to head out to the arena early to get a good fresh start. I didn't want to wake you up. Come to the arena when you awake and be sure to look for me there. Signed Naruto. Onyx read the letter. That kid is so spineless. Puff sighed. What did you expect from him? Kangar asked. Well, we better head over there if we want to catch him. Go postal on that Hyuga ending a portal, and they hurried in. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking around the old training ground until he caught the backsides of two familiar kunoichis. Ten-chan, Hinata-chan? He asked. The two kunoichi turned around with smiles. Morning, Naruto-kun. They greeted him. Morning to you both too, but why are you here? Naruto asked. We wanted to make sure we saw you before the Chunin exams, and we'd figured you come here first, Tenten explained. We also wanted to wish you luck during not only your match with Neji, but against anyone else you're faced as well, even if it's Hanabi. Hinata added. If it comes down to me fighting against her, I'll be sure not to rough her up too much. Naruto chuckled and the two giggled. But girls, in all honesty from you, do you really think I have what it takes to win? Of course, Naruto-kun. Hinata replied. Even though you've never fought Neji at all, he doesn't know about your new powers, and that is the advantage you'll have over him. Tenten explained. Thanks, Ten-chan. And it's great to see you girls believing in me. Well, you believed in me and Tenten during out matches, remember? Even though we lost, we sought to do our best, and that's what really matters, Hinata said. And we want you to do the same. Even if you lose, you'll always be our number one shinobi, Tenten added. Naruto looked ready to shed some tears beneath his sunglasses. Come here, you two. He stretched his rubber arms forward and enveloped both girls into a tight hug. He kissed both of them and they each kissed him back. Well, I better get going. See you at the stadium. Naruto vanished into a shadow portal. The kunoichi nodded to each other and took off for the stadium. At the Chunin exams stadium, the crowds were pouring in, ranging from daimyos of other nations to other nation tourists. In the audience were Tenten and Hinata sitting by Hiyashi Hyuga, Sakura, Ino, Choji, Guy, and Lee. Kiba sat eager to watch the match, along with Asuma and Kurenai. In the box seats above was Sarutobi, and arriving was Suna's Cage. On top of the roof of a stand in the stadium, the meta breed sat on it looking down on the challengers. While Carmen and Ferret were stuffing themselves with snacks from the stadium's concession stand, the rest of the breed was eager for the matches to begin. Then a portal opens behind and out comes Static and his crew. Yo, we too late for the opening? Gear asked. Just in time. Shiv answered. Cool. Static said. They took a seat on the roof. While in the crowds, Sakura and Ino were looking down onto the field and saw no sign of Sasuke or Naruto. I don't see Sasuke anywhere, Sakura noticed. Naruto-kun hasn't arrived yet, Hinata said, feeling worried. Don't worry, Hinata, he'll make it, Tenten assured her. While amongst the competitors, Hanabi and Shikamaru noticed that Naruto wasn't there yet. The new proctor, who had a toothpick in his mouth, looked among the challengers. So far two haven't shown up, but rules are rules. I have to start explaining now. Before the proctor could begin, they heard flute music familiar to the genin of Konoha and several jonin coming from the entryway into the arena. They saw emerging from the entryway and coming into the light was Naruto playing his flute. He continued walking forward, still playing, until he reached the other contestants, playing a few more notes before he stopped and looked to them all. Hope you're all ready for a good fight, he smirked. I knew he would make it, Aben said. The proctor sighed, seeing one of the two missing competitors arrived. All right, listen up. I am the Genma Shiranui, proctor for stage 3 of the Chunin exams, he began. Before we begin, I must show you all there has been an alteration in the final matchups. He said, pulled out the tournament graph that had a small alteration. It revealed Dosu was dropped from the competition, meaning Hanabi would be fighting either Shikamaru or Tamari. Naruto was shocked to see that Dosu was dropped from the match. One of Orochimaru's own ninja dropped out. What's this all about? He thought. So I may have to fight another girl. How troublesome, Shikamaru complained as this alteration of the matchups affected him. Fighting a little girl? Hardly worth it, Tamari thought. So either Shikamaru or Tamari. No worries if I'd fight Shikamaru, but Tamari she took out Tenten with just a wave of her fan, Hanabi thought. While up on the stand's roof, Static was curious. Which one's Neji Hyuga? The one Naruto's fighting against? He asked the breed. Talon answered. The one with the pale eyes, the older one. She pointed out Naruto's opponent. That kid looks like he's got issues, Rubber Band Man said, noticing his facial demeanor. He does. Naruto and Hinata told us about the Hyuga family and their problems with both houses, Aben answered. Back down in the stadium, Genma continued. Now listen up, the contestants for the first match stay down here. The rest of you wait above until you're called. If any opponent fails to enter the ring when they're called, then they forfeit their match to their opponent. So as everyone left the arena, Naruto and Neji stood on opposite sides, both ready to engage in combat. Naruto and Neji stood on opposite ends as Genma stood between them. The first match of the Chunin exam finals, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. He announced, which got the crowds cheering. Before we begin, is there something you'd like to say? Neji asked with distaste in his tone. Naruto lowered his sunglasses. Only that you're going to be in for a world of hurt. If you're both ready, you may begin, Genma called as the match began. The crowds cheered as the match begun. Naruto, taking the first strike, rushed for Neji, who activated his Byakugan. That fool is pathetic, coming straight at me, Neji thought. Naruto rushed forward until he was closing in on Neji, but ran into a shadow portal appearing in front of him. What? Neji gasped. He then saw a shadow form above him. He saw Naruto with his kangaroo legs ready to slam kick down on the Hyuga boy with one of his legs. Neji jumped out of the way before Naruto put a small crater in the ground. Portals come in handy, Neji, but I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you? Naruto asked. I'm going to make you regret not backing out when you had the chance, Neji warned him. If there's one thing I learned over the years, it's to never back out even when the odds are against me, Naruto replied. Then you're just a fool. Neji spat. We'll see who's the fool, Naruto answered as he summoned 10 cage bunchins who were concentrating fire in their palms. Here it comes, Hotstreak said, looking excited. Taste our fire barrage, the Narutos shouted as they threw their fireballs together, forming a bigger one. Not good enough. Neji started as he jumped away but managed to get a few burns on his arms. Not bad, Neji, but I got plenty more tricks where that one came from, Naruto warned him. No matter how many you throw at me, it won't make a difference. Your fate was already sealed when you and I were destined to meet on the arena, Neji lectured him. Dude, you seriously have an unhealthy view of life, Naruto replied. Nothing can truly be predicted, just like my dad wasn't meant to become Hokage because of destiny. And I'm gonna shot you, I don't need destiny to become Hokage. He summoned more clones that pulled the same fire stunt as before, with Neji jumping away but still got a few burns on his legs. Resorting to the same tricks and such you used in the previous fight during the preliminaries, Neji began. What village would want a one-trick pony as their leader? Actually, Neji, I'm no one-trick pony, Naruto replied. During the month I've acquired some new abilities, and you're going to be the first subject they'll be tried out on. Naruto used Shibang's running speed and acrobatic jumps, heading for Neji, while charging up his hands with electromagnetic charges. Neji readied his chakra-charged hands and was Bluto, until the blonde shinobi grabbed Neji's arms and shocked him with a large amount of electricity. Neji screamed as the electricity shocked him, until he threw Naruto off. Luckily the boy landed on his feet. Shocking, wasn't it? Naruto asked with a smirk. Hold on, when did Naruto learn how to generate static electricity? Shikamaru wondered. That is odd, Shino admitted. It's thanks to one of his new senseis, Hanabi replied. So you can now generate electricity, it changes nothing, Neji replied, feeling like it didn't matter. How little you understand me, Neji, Naruto began as he reached into his coat and threw out a small circular disc that unfolded, revealing his static saucer. He jumped on it and flew around like static. Look at him go, Ino gasped. I never woulda considered it. Sakura was equally shocked. Well, there's your first surprise of the day, Katetsu. Azumo began to his partner. Yeah, who would have thought Naruto obtained a new type of ability? Katetsu replies to his partner. Naruto was flying around on his saucer making Neji unfocused, not knowing how to hit. What's the matter, Neji? Can't attack what you can't keep up with? Naruto joked. You should know not to doubt the Byakugan. Neji shouted, grabbing some shuriken and threw them at Naruto. Sorry pal, but metal objects will never touch me again. Naruto shouted, using electricity to manipulate the shuriken into the direction of Neji. Neji, however, deflected them all using the heavenly spin technique known to the Hyuga's main house, which surprised the Hyuga sisters and their father. Your efforts are futile. Neji warned Naruto. That's no so threatening coming from a guy who won't let go of the past. Naruto rebuffed him. What did you say? Neji asked with a frown. You heard me. Look at you acting like a stuck-up ass who thinks everything's written in stone, all because your dad sacrificed himself for the greater good of everything. Naruto lectured him as Neji shouted. My father was forced upon his will, being a branch member. Forced or not, think of what would have happened if it was left unresolved. Kumo would have gone to war with us, Naruto continued. It's sad what happened to your dad, but that's no excuse to take your frustrations out on everyone around you. Especially those of the Hyuga's main house. What would you know when you're not even a Hyuga, nor do you have family? Neji shot back, sending chills in the air. You stupid son of a, you think just because I grew up without parents I don't know what dealing with shit is like? Well, let me tell you, I know more about putting up with shit than you do. When my father sacrificed himself to take down the Kyuubi 13 years ago, he sealed it inside me and hoped the village would appreciate that I've been keeping a destructive force at bay. Naruto shouted as the crowd was in shock, while Gaara was trembling upon realizing Naruto understood to a degree what his life was like. But you know how they treated me? By attempting to have me killed, loathe me, beat me, and just plain put down my own morale. But when my senseis, the meta breed, came into my life, they filled me with hope that I can make a difference and turn my life around. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for them. And now I'm gonna show you the true power of a meta-human. He called, jumping on his saucer, and levitated himself up. This could be explosive. Static told the guys. No denial at that. Gear replied. Naruto went through some hand seals, fire lightning style. Pyro electro dragon blasts. He shouted, releasing a blast of electricity from his right palm, and a blast of fire from his left palm. Both blasts took on the form of dragon heads, with one made of fire and the other of lightning. The two blasts roared and dove down at Neji, who barely managed to avoid the blasts but soon felt something behind him. The Hyuga prodigy spun to see a Kage Bunshin with his right arm as a light mallet that swatted Neji to the side as he rolled on the ground. Naruto landed on the ground and his clone dispels. You may live by fate and destiny, Neji, but it's not how I live. I live my own life and not what others say. And that's why I aim to win. Neji growled as he got to his feet. No matter what you say, he began, until he charged at Naruto with his gentle fist. Once a loser, always a loser. He threw a punch for Naruto, but the meta-human ninja jumped a bit and stretched his body, widening it like a volleyball net. Neji ended up punching his body, but it absorbed the blow like a sponge. But how? Neji gasped at seeing his stuck arm. Naruto smirked. Rubber is a very special substance, Neji, and a very powerful ability. Especially when your body can stretch like it. Naruto said, sucking it in, thus sucking Neji's right arm into his stomach. Naruto waited before releasing his held-in stomach and shot Neji backwards, causing him to land on his back. Now it's on to my next phase of victory. Naruto says, summoning some Kage Bunshins that started their own hand signs. Ninpo. Vapor Shroud Jutsu. They shout, blowing vapor from their mouths, covering the field in smoke. This won't be enough. You forget that my eyes see it all, Neji says, seeing the chakra points on Naruto. He charges for Naruto, but failed to see him holding something in his hand. Naruto threw it, revealing to be a zap cap, that upon contact with Neji unleashed a blinding light, disrupting his vision. I can't see, Neji cried. With Neji blinded, Naruto was rushing forward, mixing Onyx's strength with Shibang's strength, and punches the poor Hyuga across the field and into the wall. So Neji, why don't you stop here and now? I mean, who knows, maybe it's your destiny to lose to me? Naruto mocked. That's ridiculous. Neji shouted as he charged at Naruto with his speed and used another gentle fist technique to try and strike Naruto's chakra points, but due to Naruto's rubber properties wasn't able to properly strike his chakra points. Stop it, Neji. You're tickling me. Naruto chuckled. Neji tried punching harder, but Naruto caught his one arm and punched him in the stomach with an electrical charged fist. That's called a taser punch. Neji recoiled from taking so many hits as Naruto stood looking fresh as a daisy. How can you possibly? Neji began but was cut off. Because you underestimate opponents, Neji, Naruto began, and that's why you're about to lose this fight. Naruto powered up Kyuubi's chakra and took off tackling Neji, before grabbing him by the arm and spun him around before throwing him into the wall. He peeled off the ground and fell onto the arena. The crowd was in shock at what just happened as Genma observed the condition of Neji and spoke up. The winner of the first match of the Chunin exams is Naruto Uzumaki. Tenten shouted, "You did it, Naruto!" And soon everyone in the stadium started cheering and applauding, with over half of the high-ranking shinobi feeling very impressed. Naruto looked around seeing how much of an impact he left on them and smiled while waving up at them. He did it. He actually did it, Static said in amaze. Never doubted him for a second. Aben replied. Way to go, Naruto. Shiv, Ferret, and Hotstreak were jumping up cheering. Oh man, Naruto's even able to beat Neji? Shikamaru asked in shock. That's right, Hanabi answered as she continued to cheer for him. Up in the Hokage box, Sarutobi thought, how remarkable, Naruto. You'll go far in the shinobi world for sure. The Cage watched in more amazement. Interesting, he just might make a very potential vessel if things don't go as planned. Naruto watched as Neji was carried off by the medics, and knew he headed back up to the others. When he arrived, he was congratulated by Hanabi with a truckload of kisses while Shikamaru congratulated him as well. Then appearing in the stands was the Breed and Static's crew. Well done, Naruto, you beat him. Aben congratulated him. Yeah, you whooped his ass hard, Hotstreak added. That was off the hook, Naruto. Static put in. To the square root, Gear added. Way to go there, CSHED. Shikamaru was confused. Naruto, who are these new guys? He asks, looking at Static and his crew. Well, Shikamaru, these are my newest senseis who've been training me this last month. Static, Gear, Rubber Band Man, and Shibang. Naruto explained. Nice to be ya, bro. Static shook the lazy ninja's hand. Likewise, I guess. Shikamaru replied. Naruto-kun, two lovely voice called and the metahumans made way, revealing Hinata and Tenten. Congratulations. They jumped Naruto and planted non-stop kisses all over his face. Shibang whistled. Dang, that kid's more popular than Lil Romeo. They looked down waiting for the next match, supposedly between Sasuke and Gaara, but with no Sasuke, Genma was planning to award the match to Gaara if another ninja hadn't explained to him that Sasuke's match was to be prolonged. Will Shino, Aburame and Kankuro come down here at once? I forfeit. Kankuro called nervously. Huh? Naruto asked, seeing this change of events, but knew something was up. Then will Temari and Shikamaru Nara will be taking place now, Genma continued. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, planning to forfeit as well, but thought, sorry Shikamaru, but you need to do this. He grew his leg and foot, before kicking Shikamaru off the railing and into the stadium, much to the boy's ire. With no other option, he decided to fight anyway. When the match began, Shikamaru was using his tactical planning to avoid most of Temari's wind jutsu, while formulating a plan of attack. As Naruto, the Breed, and Static's crew watched, Gear was the most impressed with Shikamaru's tactics, as he was finding ways around Temari one way after another. That Shikamaru sure has planning. Gear admitted. I'll say. He's calculating Temari's moves like he knows what's going to happen, Shibang noticed. Well, that's Shikamaru, the lazy genius for you. Naruto replied, taking a bite out of a chocolate bar. Looks like you got some competition, Gear, Static teased. Oh yeah, let's have him build all your gadgets for you, Gear replied in sarcasm. Soon Shikamaru managed to catch Temari with his jutsu. Everyone eagerly waited to see what came next, only for Shikamaru to declare forfeit, giving Temari victory. The Breed groaned along with Gear, who was so confused. I saw this coming a mile away. Naruto sighed until he saw appearing in a shunshin of leaves were Kakashi and Sasuke, dressed in all black and had longer bangs. Your name? Genma asked. Sasuke Uchiha, he answered. So after getting the okay from Genma that Sasuke wasn't disqualified, Kakashi went to the crowd along with Shikamaru, while Gaara came down eager to spill some blood. Up in the competitor's box, Aben spoke. So Uchiha boy finally showed. Well, about time. Puff replied. Yeah, why'd he have to make everyone wait? Onyx asked. Probably just wanted to have a dramatic entrance, Hotstreak suggested. What a show off. Soon Shikamaru returned to the crowd. Hey, where's Naruto? Adam asked. Said he had to talk with Kakashi-sensei, the lazy genius replied. Wonder why? Static asked. When Genma started the match, Sasuke fought Gaara using fast speed to get past his sand shield. Naruto watched from the audience alongside Kakashi. Guy, Sakura, and Ino, I can see you've also been busy this month. Naruto told Kakashi, who rubbed the back of his head. Look, Ino called as they saw Gaara submerge himself in a dome of sand. Oh, Kyuubi thought. That can't be good, Naruto thought. What's Sasuke doing now? Sakura asked as Sasuke was charging up electricity into his palm. Chidori? Naruto gasped, that's what you've been teaching him. It may be the only way he'll win the match, Kakashi replied. The meta-humans watched Sasuke power up, while Static looked a tad envious. Wonder if I could do that? I don't know Statman, but that move looks deadly, Gear says scanning the technique. Sasuke with his Chidori charged at Gaara's sand dome and shockingly pierced into it, surprising the Suna shinobi. He broke through it. Naruto gasped. I think Sasuke might have made things worse, Kyuubi thought until he was interrupted by a scream coming from the sand dome. It's my blood. His shrieking scream echoed past Naruto's world all the way to Dakota, where Robert Hawkins was stepping outside. Must be a hospital patient, he shrugged. Back at the stadium, a fake Anbu activated a genjutsu putting the audience to sleep, while most Jonin, Naruto, and Sakura used the release sign to not be affected by it while Static covered the breed and his pals with his electromagnetic force field. When they saw they wouldn't worry about the jutsu affecting them any longer, they looked around seeing ninja were fighting each other. Guys, I don't like this. Carmen trembled. Neither do I, Static agreed. Every spectator in the arena fell asleep due to the jutsu that was casted. All except for the Jonin, Chunin, Naruto, Sakura, and Hanabi. What's going on here? Hanabi gasped. This is war, Hanabi. Naruto answered. War? Sakura gasped. Yes, this was Orochimaru's plan all along, Naruto answered as he looked at the arena seeing Gaara and Sasuke weren't there. Oh no. The others looked down seeing why Naruto was shocked. Where are Sasuke and Gaara? Hanabi asked. I don't know, but I got to find them, Naruto answered. You'll need my help, Hanabi added while activating her Byakugan. I'm coming too. Sakura put in. Okay, you all be careful out there and make sure Sasuke is all right, Kakashi instructed. Don't worry, Naruto said as he grew his ferret snout, I'll sniff him out. Come on guys. Naruto took off followed by Hanabi and Sakura. Meanwhile Static, his crew, and the breed saw all that was going on. What do we do now? Carmen asked in worry. We stand and fight, Aben answered as he takes a stand. Took the words right out of my mouth, Aben. Static smirked and the whole group took off into the village to protect it. Meanwhile with Naruto and his team, the girls were following Naruto who using his snout to sniff Sasuke out, while Hanabi had her Byakugan activated so she sees how far he is. Come on girls, it can't be long now, Naruto said as he followed the scent. I hope Sasuke's all right, Sakura said in worry. He should be fine. He's just as stubborn as I can be, Naruto admitted. Up ahead, Hanabi called as she could see chakra signatures and upon arriving they saw Sasuke unconscious while Gaara was in a half Shukaku form. Oh no Sasuke! Sakura gasped. Naruto frowned at Gaara. I warned you what would happen if you struck my comrades. Empty threats, Uzumaki Naruto. But perhaps you can provide a better challenge, Gaara replied. Naruto frowned as he summoned a Kage Bunshin. Take Sasuke someplace safe. He ordered his clone that collected the unconscious Uchiha, and entered a shadow portal. Girls stay back, this guy's mine. Naruto ordered the girls who stood back. Now let's fight Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara bellowed. Fine by me, Naruto answered as he sent a blast of fire from his right arm towards the Suna ninja. However, Gaara used his Shukaku claw to block the incoming fire assault, but when he looked he saw Naruto come rushing towards him with his energy knives and was attempting to slice his form, but couldn't really break the sand on him. Naruto kept trying again and again until Gaara's upper body was being consumed by sand, transforming him into what looked like a human raccoon dog, Suna Shuriken. He fired huge shuriken made from sand at Naruto. "Nice try," Naruto called as he covered himself and the girls with an electromagnetic force field shielding them from the attack. "My turn." He flew at Gaara with his hands charged with electricity. Gaara sent forth 2 sand claws. Naruto dodged them but realized he wasn't their target. Instead they went for Sakura and Hanabi, who were too slow to dodge and were pinned to the tree. "Naruto-kun," Hanabi called. "We can't move," Sakura called. Soon the two were losing consciousness. "Hang on, girls." Naruto rushed back, only to be blocked by a sand wall. "NY where?" Gaara exclaimed. Naruto shook it off and fixed his sunglasses. "That's fine with me." He threw a zap cap at Gaara which entangled him. "Gotcha now." Gaara used his sand to bust out of the device which threw Naruto off. Oh man, that didn't work. He retaliated by summoning hundreds of himself. One of them snuck around Gaara and made it to the girls, who turned his arm into light energy buzz saw and cut through the sand and freed the girls. Time to get these two someplace safe. He took them into a shadow portal. Naruto's other clones meanwhile were stretching around and wrapping their arms and bodies around the sand Jinchuriki to keep him from escaping, while the remaining bunch fired both electromagnetic blasts and fire blasts. The Suna ninja took most of the attacks, which resulted in some of the sand on his body crumbling. "No, I shall not be defeated," Gaara cried as he sent sand everywhere, causing all his clones to be dispelled, and that sand was piling back onto Gaara, molding him into something else. Back in the village, every civilian and child were being led to safety bunkers in the village. The Otto and Suna shinobi were on the attack, but the shinobi of Konoha retaliated. Assisting them were Static, his crew, and surprisingly the meta breed. Static was flying around throwing zaps of electricity at some Suna ninjas who were throwing kunai and shuriken at him. "Well, at least you fellas in this world don't carry firearms," Static said as he shocked some more and magnetized a metal pole that wrapped around them, thus rendering them helpless. "Well, that ought to hold you until further notice," Static explained. Shiv was using his energy knives to swipe some Otto ninjas. "Well fellas, I hate to drop the log on you, but," he began as he sends energy shurikens to cut some rope that were holding some logs up, and the logs fell on top of the ninjas. "I can't resist," he chuckled. Talon was flying around swooping down on 3 Suna and Otto ninjas and unleashed her whale on them, along with aiming her whale at a water tank on a roof that fell over and landed on them. "That takes care of them. Watch your back," Gear called, throwing a zap cap at an Otto ninja attempting to jump her from behind. The cap unleashed a sticky substance that kept the ninja from moving. "Thanks, I guess." Talon thanked him. "Don't mention it," Gear answered as they went back to fighting. Puff, Onyx, and Carmen were also fending off against some Suna ninjas. Carmen and Onyx were about to attack, but Puff stood in front. "Ah, ladies first," she said, taking a breath, and unleashed smoke to shroud them. "Okay, now you can go." "Time to bowl them over. Onyx, give me some support," Carmen ordered as he curled up. Onyx picked him up like a bowling ball and threw him like one, causing the ninja to be knocked out like pins. "Strike!" Onyx cheered. While around a forest area, Ferret was jumping from tree to tree as some Otto ninjas chased him. Ferret hid in a tree and grabbed a hold of a tree branch, pulling it back, and when the ninja were coming closer he let it go and it swung back, knocking the ninja off the tree and to the ground. "I smelt yaw coming a mile away," Ferret called to them. While back in the village, Hotstreak had thrown a Suna ninja into a wall. "That'll teach yaw." He ranted until he hears a cry for help and looked down, seeing Ayame and her father getting chased by Otto ninja. "Ayame!" he cried as he rushed and leapt down, getting between them. "Hotstreak!" Ayame cried. "You two get out of here, go!" Hotstreak ordered as they hurried, and the Bang Baby conjured up fireballs. "Yaw!" He threw the balls of fire at the ninja, who was knocked back by the impact. "Never mess with a guy's girl," he warned them. Kanger landed by him after spin kicking 5 Suna ninjas. "You'd probably do that even if someone tried to hit on her." "Yeah, so?" Hotstreak asked. Shebang was using her gymnastic-like reflexes to avoid the ninjas coming at her. "Come on boys, is that the best you got?" she asks until she stopped and grabbed an Otto ninja and threw him at the others. She stood her ground as a Suna ninja rushed her from behind, and she merely thrusted her elbow back, elbowing him in the stomach. "You can't touch me." Finally, with Aben and Adam both were surrounded by sound ninja, you hit M high. Adam began to Aben. You hit M low, Aben said back to Adam. Aben stretched his upper half and swirled around in a circle, slugging them in their faces, leaving them open for Adam's attack, which consisted of him turning into a rubber ball and bounced at them in the stomachs, knocking them down. Yes. The two high-fived. Score 1 for the Evans brothers. Static flew down. Great work, guys, but we still got a lot more to cover. Static began until the earth started shaking. What's that, an earthquake? He asked until they looked out into the forest area, seeing a giant raccoon dog emerge. Okay, not an earthquake. Soon the others gathered with them and saw the giant monster. What is that thing? Farad asked in fright. Gear scanned through it with his visor. It's some kind of giant raccoon dog made out of sand? He wondered. Sand? They all pondered. While back with Naruto, he looked up at the Shukaku. Kyuubi, please tell me I can do that with you. Naruto hoped while feeling freaked out. Not at your current level, you can't, Kyuubi replied. Kankuro, let's get out of here, Tamari ordered as they took off. And now Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara's voice came from Shukaku. Let me show you the true power of sand. He launched a stream of sand at Naruto, who jumped away, landing on another tree branch. I think it's time I tried summoning the chief toad, Naruto said, taking some blood and started some hand signs. Kachiyose no jutsu. He slammed his palm on the ground, and in a puff of smoke appeared a large red toad wearing a blue robe, a sheathed dagger on its side, and a pipe in its mouth. The toad looked around and saw Naruto up on his head. Huh. Wait a minute, who are you? Gamabunta, I am Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze. I believe you know of my dad? Naruto asked. Namikaze. So you're Minato's brat, huh? Well, according to Gamakichi, you're the latest to have signed the scroll. Bunta noted. Right, and there's our target. Naruto pointed ahead and Bunta saw Shukaku. So it's Shukaku the sand spirit? Bunta asked. I know we haven't made the contract official by sharing sake, but I'm underage, Naruto started. Please, the village needs you, Bunta. At least do it for my dad. Gamabunta smirked. Well, what the hell? He says, drawing his dagger, if I can take on Kyuubi and come back alive, then Shukaku shouldn't be a bother. He stuck his dagger into the earth and hopped in a charging fashion for the sand demon. With a swipe of his dagger, Bunta severed the Shukaku's right claw. You got him, Naruto called, but saw Shukaku was about to swipe its other claw at them. Heads up. He fired a blast of fire at the claw, making the Shukaku recoil. Bunta jumped back to gain distance. Not a bad move, Bunta admitted. Naruto smiled until he saw Gaara emerge from the Shukaku's forehead. What's he doing? That vessel is going to unleash Shukaku's power by forcing himself to fall asleep, Gamabunta explained. Tanukiniri no jutsu, Gaara muttered as his eyes closed and he went limp. This is bad. Naruto gasped as the eyes in the Shukaku turned yellow. Yes. I'm free at last. Shukaku screamed. Things are about to get harder, Naruto. Bunta warned the boy. We'll handle it, Naruto replied, still looking ready to fight. Shukaku looked over at Bunta. Hope you're ready for death. He launched a blast of air from his mouth, only for Bunta to jump up and retaliate with bullets of water he shot from his own mouth. Naruto thought to himself, if I can get to Gaara, I can wake him up and put Shukaku back. He spoke to Bunta. Chief, I'm going to use the henge to make you something that can grab Shukaku. All right then. The toad replied. Henge, Naruto called as Bunta poofed and came out as Kyuubi. Am I really that wide around the waist area? Kyuubi asked. The morphed Bunta ran forward Avo's attacks, and grabbed hold of Shukaku, morphing back. Go Naruto! Bunta cried. Naruto jumped onto his saucer, surfing over at Gaara, while throwing fireballs at incoming sand projectiles. Finally Naruto landed before Gaara, and grabbed hold of his arms. Open those peepers! Naruto ordered as he electrocuted Gaara with his electricity, causing him to scream. No, I just got out. Shukaku whined as he vanishes back into Gaara. Gaara's eyes open. You disrupted the jutsu, he shouted until he saw Naruto growing his right arm to Onyx's size, mixing it with Kyuubi's chakra. Meet my finishing blow. Naruto slugged Gaara in the face. This resulted in the Shukaku crumbling into sand, with Gaara falling to the earth with a crash, but Naruto summoned his saucer back and surfed down. Bunta smiled and thought, Minato, he reminds me so much about you. He poofed away. Naruto landed on the ground and looked ahead, seeing Gaara battered and bruised. He started approaching him until Gaara saw him, putting fear on his face. "No, stay away from me." Naruto stopped. "As I said before, Gaara. I know what it's like to carry a burden, but unlike you, I don't take their words as truth. You can change, Gaara. Just like I was able to find friends in my senseis and my lovers. But it all depends on you." Gaara looked up at Naruto in confusion until he remembered what his uncle and caretaker Yashimaru said about finding people to care about. Even though his uncle was the one who tried to kill him before Gaara went crazy, he remembered that his words still had truth in them. "Naruto Uzumaki. I want to change. I want to be a better person." Naruto smiled and offered him his hand, "And I can be the guy to help you change." Gaara accepted his hand and was pulled to his feet. "How do I begin with changing into a better person?" "Well, for starters, we can be friends," Naruto answered. "Friends?" Gaara repeated as he started to smile. Suddenly Temari and Kankuro returned, looking ready to fight Naruto, until Gaara looked at them, but not with a menacing look. Instead, he held a look of passion. "Kankuro, Temari, that's enough. Let's just go home." The two sibs looked at each other and back at Gaara, wondering if that really was the same Gaara. So they collected Gaara and headed off. "Now that that's taken care of, there's one last thing I need to do." He grew his avian wings and walked into a shadow portal. Naruto appeared out of his shadow portal and flew above the arena, where most Jonins were fighting. He saw on top of one of the roofs a violet barrier and 4 ninjas on a corner each. "I'll bet my month's supply of ramen Gigi's in there with Orochimaru," Naruto noted. "Good observation, genius. Any idea how to get in there?" Kyuubi asked. "Well, I studied this kind of barrier, and I whipped up a little something to get through it." Naruto pulled out a zap cap. "Now to see how effective it is." He threw it at the top of the barrier and it opened, which in turn caused an opening to grow. Taking advantage of this, Naruto dove through the opening before it was sealed up again. Naruto landed right down by the Sandaime, who was wearing black ninja garment and a helmet. "Gigi," Naruto called. "Naruto, how did you get in here?" The Hokage gasped in shock. "No time for that, sir. What's the situation on your part?" Naruto asked while getting ready. "Well, take a look and see." Sarutobi pointed ahead where they saw Orochimaru. "Orochimaru," Naruto growled. "Naruto, we meet again." Orochimaru snickered. "Don't go straight for him, Naruto. He's not alone in this," Sarutobi explained as 2 more figures emerged from the sides. Both were men. One had long black hair and was wearing red armor, and one with white hair while wearing blue armor. Naruto stood in pure shock. "No way, Gigi, aren't they?" "Yes, Naruto. That's Senju Hashirama, the Shoden Hokage, and Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime Hokage," the old man explained. "But how did he bring them back to life?" Naruto wondered. "With the forbidden Edo Tensei Jutsu, Naruto. It's a technique that reawakens the dead, turning them into obedient zombie servants," Sarutobi explained. "You monster," Naruto growled at Orochimaru, who only smirked. The 2 resurrected Hokages looked onto the boy. "Sarutobi, who is this boy?" Hashirama asked. Naruto answers for the old man. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage." "A 4th Hokage? It really has been so many years," Tobirama said. "Uzumaki?" Hashirama asked. Could you be descended from Mito?" "Enough. Both of you take that gaki down," Orochimaru commanded. "Sorry, pal, but they're not going to be your puppets anymore," Naruto shouted. "What are you talking about?" Orochimaru asked curiously. "Watch and learn." Naruto summoned a single cage bunshin and they vanished into a portal. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sarutobi gasped. "Don't get distracted, find him," Orochimaru commanded the 2 cages, who began looking on all directions, until the 2 Narutos emerged from a portal, slamming a note labeled, "Release," on their foreheads. "Kai," Naruto called, forming the hand sign, and the 2 cages froze and the notes fell off their foreheads. "What are you 2 doing? Fight them," Orochimaru commanded in agitation. The 2 resurrected Hokages look at each other in surprise. "Brother, I can move my body again," Tobirama gasped. "Yes, I can as well," Hashirama replied as he moved his arms. "You insolent gaki, what have you done?" Orochimaru bellowed. "I released them from your jutsu's control. Now they have their free will back," Naruto explained. Arigato, Naruto. Sarutobi thanked him. Don't thank me yet, Gigi. We still gotta deal with him and all. Naruto answered. Well, count us in. Hashirama said as the Senju brothers took a place at the Naruto and Sarutobi's side. Cool, Naruto said as he jumped onto his saucer and levitated. Let's show this Sannin what the combined forces of 3 Hokages and the son of a Hokage can really do. Tobirama smirked. I like the way you think, Naruto. Let's go. Hashirama called as the 3 rushed for Orochimaru. Striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru released some serpents for them, but Naruto zapped them with his electricity. Hashirama conjured up arms made from wood to grab the Sannin, but he melted into mud. Behind you, Naruto called. Hashirama turned to see Orochimaru right on top of him, but Tobirama went through hand signs, water style. Water dragon jutsu. He shouted, firing a water dragon from his palms at the Sannin, who flew back but landed on his feet. My turn. Sarutobi went through his own hand signs, Kaden. Karyu Enden. He shouted before blowing a large jet of fire from his mouth. Add this to it. Naruto shouted as he blasted fire from his palms combined with Sarutobi's jutsu that enveloped Orochimaru in its flame. Orochimaru emerged from it covered in burns. I'm not finished, he hissed. Save yourself the trouble, Orochimaru, it's all over for you, Naruto declared. It's never over for me. Shodem-sama. Restrain him, Naruto called, and the first nodded before conjuring more wood arms to restrain Orochimaru, and this time he couldn't substitute himself out of it. Unhand me, Orochimaru bellowed. Naruto then approached. I should kill you here and be done with you. Wait a minute, Naruto, maybe we can work something out. Orochimaru began. What? Naruto raises an eyebrow. I understand what your life is like. I grew up with no parents as well, but nobody hated me. We're more alike than you know, Orochimaru explained. What's your point? Naruto asks agitated. Well, would you like to see your parents again? Orochimaru asked, which got Naruto to gasp. With that jutsu I used to resurrect the previous cages, I can bring them back for you. Aren't you the least bit curious to see your mother and father? He asked, acting sympathetic. Naruto backed off and looked down. Naruto, don't listen to him. No good comes from that jutsu, Sandaime called. What is your answer, Naruto? Orochimaru asks with a smile. It's true, I never did see my parents when I want to know who they were, Naruto began. I never experienced having a parent, having fun with your father who's supposed to inspire you to be the best person you can be, or having a home-cooked meal by your mother who comforts you when you're sad or angry. I know, Naruto, and I can help you experience those feelings that only someone with parents understand. Isn't that what you want? Orochimaru asked, feeling he was getting to Naruto. More than anything, Naruto answered, which got the 3 cages gasping and the Sannin snickering. However, he paused, which got their attention. His head shot up with glaring eyes. I wouldn't want that coming from a traitor like you, he screamed. The cages sighed and smiled at the boy's choice, while Orochimaru was outraged. You're making a big mistake, boy. The only one who's made mistakes is you, Naruto replied, walking forward, and I'm not going to let you go unpunished. So what are you going to do, kill me? Orochimaru asked in amusement. No, I got something much better than death for you, Naruto replied, reaching into his pouch. What are you doing now? Orochimaru asked, a little terrified. Your worst nightmare, I can take a hint, is never being able to succeed your life's ambition to know all jutsus. Naruto began pulling out 2 more notes with the kanji for seal written on them, and I'm going to make that nightmare a reality. He shouted, slamming the notes on the Habi Sannin's hands, and forms the hand sign, sealing art. Life force drain, he shouted. Then the kanji on the notes glowed, and the paper part vanished and the kanji became like tattoos on Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru was wailing in pain, screaming as his hands and arms started turning dark. What is happening to me? He screamed so loud that in Dakota Robert Hawkins and Sharon Hawkins, who were over at the community center, could hear him. Someone must be in a lot of pain, Robert noted. Kinda sounds like Virgil when he came back from getting his shots, Sharon joked. Where do you suppose he, Richie, Adam, and Shanice have been going these last few weeks? Said he had to help a friend. Robert replied. I sure hope that boy hasn't gotten himself into more trouble as he always gets into while he's here, Sharon replied. I worry about him too, but your brother is strong, he can overcome anything, Robert explained. Back in Konoha on top of the stadium roof, Orochimaru, who lost all the life force in his arms, was released from the Shoden, falling to his knees. He looked up at the three Hokages and Naruto. You of all people should have known never to mess with those of the Konoha Orochimaru. When you mess with one you mess with everyone. Sandaime explained. We in this village stand together, and that is what makes us strong, Naruto added. Orochimaru growled, this isn't the end of it, sensei. And you Naruto, I will find a way out of this, and when I do you will be the first I kill. Sound 4, we're leaving. Orochimaru called and the barrier dropped. The four shinobi snatched Orochimaru and made their getaway. That's the end of this. Sarutobi sighed in relief. Yeah. Naruto agreed. Then the first two Hokages stood before the Sandaime and Naruto. You both fought bravely just as my brother and I did when we were alive. Hashirama began. Hiruzen and Naruto, Tobirama continued. You made Konoha proud to have you as shinobi. Arigato sensei. Sarutobi replied. That means everything coming from you. Naruto added with tears. And you Naruto, you've shown to have skill and dedication far better than any other ninja we've encountered in our years. Personally you'd make a very outstanding Hokage. Hashirama complimented him. Arigato Shoden-sama. Naruto smiled. Now it is time you both return to your place in the afterlife. Sarutobi said, but before anything was done Naruto spoke up. Before you go you two, I just have one favor to ask you. Could I have your autographs? He asked holding out a book and a pen. The two Kages chuckled and nevertheless signed his book, Arigato. I shall undo the jutsu now. Naruto pulled out more notes with the kanji for release written and placed them on their chests. Arigato Naruto, Konoha has been left in worthy hands. Shoden says as his soul flew out of his body and the body turned to dust and crumbled. May you continue to protect the village as we have. Tobirama added as his own soul was removed and his body also turned to dust. The bodies crumbled revealing two dead bodies lying in the dust. It was Zaku and Kin, Orochimaru's genin participants for the Chunin exams who lost in the preliminaries. Zaku and Kin, what are they doing here? Naruto gasped. That jutsu he used required two living sacrifices to use as vessels for the resurrected Kages. He just used them and disposed of them. Sarutobi frowned at his ex-student's lack of passion for his subordinates. As the Sandaime suddenly lost balance and Naruto caught him while supporting him up, you okay? Yes, just tired. I guess I'm not as young as I thought I was. The old man chuckled. If you're still able to crack wise then at least your sense of humor hasn't gone with your age. Naruto joked and the two laughed. Soon the Jonin, Proctors, Jiraiya, and the meta-humans gathered on the roof. Naruto, is everything all right? What happened? Kakashi asked. Everything's fine, guys. Orochimaru got away, but we managed to make sure he'd never use jutsu again. Naruto began. You'll have to get Sandaime-sama here to the hospital so he can rest. So two Anbu took the Sandaime straight to the hospital. Anko and Ibiki looked at Naruto. How were you able to defeat Orochimaru like that, let alone get through the barrier? Ibiki asked curiously. Naruto smirked, with a little help from my new superior intellect thanks to my latest sensei. Yours truly. Gear replied. Hey, it wasn't just your power that helped him, Hotstreak protested. Yeah, it took all of our strengths and powers combined, Static agreed. You guys really helped us out today in the village. Adam told the breed who looked sheepish. He's right, we actually did something for others, Shiv realized. Bet it feels good, doesn't it? Shibang asked. Feels kinda weird, Kangur replied. But in a good way I guess. Puff admitted. Talon smiled and saw Aben walk to the edge of the roof to look out into the wrecked village. Aben? She wondered. Aben looked out at the village seeing most of it was demolished due to all the fighting and such. Is this really what we've been doing all this time? The shadow thought with guilt. The next day Naruto, the breed, Static, and his crew were walking through the village on that gloomy morning. They were all wearing black robes with some fitted for Carmen and Onyx's big sizes. They were heading for the administration building to pay their respects to the Konoha shinobi who lost their lives in the invasion. At the building every ninja in the village was present, along with the genin. Sarutobi and his team stood before a table where the pictures of the fallen ninja were set up. As it began to rain the ceremony started with everyone putting a flower on the table. Naruto placed his flower on the table, followed by the Bang babies. Static looked depressed thinking about how his mother died doing her job for Dakota just as these ninja did their job for their village. When Aben put his flower down, his white eyes looked like they were filled with guilt and sadness. Could I have been worse than those who took the lives of these people? He thought before he goes back to the crowd. Naruto looked at the pictures of all the shinobi before deciding something. He pulled out his flute and he walked forward. He began playing on it, but instead of the normal tune he's played before, he was playing a softer tune to honor the fallen ninja. The clan heads, the genin, the meta-humans, even the Hokage and council smiled at his way of honoring the fallen shinobi. As he continued to play, the rain started laying up and the sun peeked out from the clouds, and Yuto, Iruka, Kakashi, and Sarutobi thought in happiness. After the ceremony, everyone was heading home. Naruto was walking with Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi. Naruto-kun, that tribute you did for them was lovely, Hinata admitted. Yeah, you really know how to honor those who've fallen, Tenten smiled. Arigato girls, Naruto said until he saw Hanabi approaching him and hugged his waist. Arigato for saving me yesterday, Naruto-kun. I tried to resist but it was too much, she cried. Naruto stroked her hair and calmed her down. It's okay, Hanabi-chan. You weren't prepared for someone like him, and don't worry, next time there's a fight you won't need my help. Because from here on out we all have to get stronger for the sake of our village. Hi. Tenten and Hinata agree. Naruto. Another voice called and they turned to see Neji. Neji? Naruto asked while Tenten was curious. The Hyuga bowed his head. I want to apologize for how I behaved to you. But now I know fate and destiny do not determine life itself. So I'm going to be a better person from now on. I thank you for opening my eyes to the truth. Anytime. Naruto smiled. Neji looked at his cousins, and Hinata, Hanabi. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you, looked down upon you thinking you could never amount to anything. I was wrong. Could you ever find it in your hearts to forgive me? He asked, shedding a tear. The Hyuga girls approached their cousin and hugged him. We already have. Hinata replied as Neji smiled that he found forgiveness. You did it again, Naruto, Talon began. You turned a guy around and made him better. Yaman, you sure have that effect, Kanger added. Guys, Aben began. I think these last 2 days here has given me an epiphany. You know what that word means? Static asked. Aben nodded. Seeing all the damage and fighting done here's made me realize back then, before and after the Big Bang, I was just as worse as the ninjas who invaded the village. Through the side of the good guys, I know now that what we've been doing before in past is wrong. Well, congrats, Aben. You know now what we've been going though, always fighting you guys, Static added. You know, I kinda understand what Aben's saying, Hotstreak began. I mean, Naruto said that a friend once told him if there's someone important in your life to fight for, then you'll only get stronger. So is Ayame your important person? Shiv asked teasingly. Hotstreak sighed without flipping his lid. Yes, she is. I'm pretty sure we all know what's coming next, right? Kanger asked Aben. You're darn right. From now on the meta breed's going to be the protectors of Konoha, Aben declared, and the breed agreed. Static approached. You made a smart choice, Aben, probably the first one you've ever made, and since now we're all on the same side, it's time you knew the truth. Static began as he and Richie removed their masks. Virgil, Richie? Hotstreak gasped. Hey Francis, Richie replied. So we weren't wrong, Aben gasped, recalling one of their previous schemes, sneaky guys. Static approached Aben and stuck out his fist. So how about it, Aben, we cool? Aben looked to him and pounded his fist with his frosty. Naruto and his girlfriends stood by watching, seeing a new alliance has been born. Watching from afar outside the village were two figures in black cloaks with red cloud designs and bamboo hats. Kisame, we're going. One ordered in a stoic tone. This is going to be too easy now that their defense has been weakened, Itachi. The tall one known as Kisame chuckled amusingly. Don't be so cocky, otherwise it'll bite you back, Itachi warned him as they headed off. The following day, after the funeral, Naruto woke up from inside his compound. He went to shower and used some body wash, shampoo, and deodorant Virgil gave him from their city's shops, which made him smell good. When he got dressed, he went downstairs to see the breed engaging in activities. Aben, Kanger, and Hotstreak were sitting on stools by his kitchen's bar, reading Jiraiya's latest book. Carmen and Ferret were eating from a bowl of chips. Shiv and Onyx were playing a fighting game on Game Station, while Talon and Puff were doing some morning aerobics. Morning guys. Naruto greeted them. Morning Naruto. The breed greeted him. How's everyone doing this morning? Naruto asked as he took a bottle of water from his fridge. Perfect. Aben answered as he flipped a page of his book. You realize, Aben, when you get married you won't be able to look at that anymore, and Hotstreak you have a Yame, remember? Naruto lectured them. What, I've never been into reading before until I was introduced to this, Hotstreak answered. Naruto sighed. If there's one thing he detested it was open perverts. Naruto was brought out of thought when he heard a knock at his door. He answered it, revealing to be Yugo. Neko, what's going on? I apologize for the intrusion, Naruto, but Sandaime-sama requests your presence in his office right away, she explained. I'll be right over, he answered as she vanished. Come on guys, Gigi's calling. Can't you take a rain check? Shiv asked. I'd wish, Naruto replied. So everyone got ready and they headed off. As they walked through the village, they saw workers and ninja were making repairs from the invasion that took place. Suddenly a portal opened in front of them, and out came Virgil, Richie, Shanice, Adam, and 3 new people. One was an adult man, and the 2 were girls. One older and one Virgil, Richie, and Shanice's age. Yo Naruto. Virgil called. V-man. Naruto replied as they pounded. What's happening? Richie asked. Just on my way to see Gigi. You? Naruto asked. Well, I thought you'd like to meet someone. This is my pops, my sister Sharon, and my homegirl Daisy. Virgil introduced them. The adult walked up to Naruto and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Robert Hawkins. Pleasure, sir. Naruto greeted and then shook Sharon's hand. So you're the friend my kid brother's been talking about? For a ninja you sure don't dress like one. Sharon eyed his attire up. What, like those guys wearing all black bodysuits and masks that covers all but their eyes? Naruto asked. I think your world is stereotypical of how ninja look, he said to Virgil. Daisy approached and shook Naruto's hand. Nice to meet you. I've never met a ninja before unless it was an actor who plays one. Well Daisy, I'm a bona fide ninja, Naruto assured her. Yo, you're that old man me and Shiv roughed with 2 years ago. Aben recognized Robert. Yes, and I assume what my son said is true about you and your group? Robert asked with a scowl. It's okay Pops, they really have changed, Virgil assured him. My brother's speaking the truth, Mr. Hawkins, Adam added. So I finally get to meet your girlfriend in person, Adam, Aben said, eyeing Sharon. Adam sighed. Yes, Sharon, my older brother Ivan, or Aben. So you're the one who framed Adam? Sharon asked while raising a brow. It's all in the past now, I've changed, Aben explained. So what you up to, Naruto? Shanice asked. On my way to see Hokage Gigi, says he wants to talk. Naruto explained. What a coincidence, I wanted to introduce my pops to him as well, Virgil said. Well, what are we standing around for, let's go. Kanger said as they continued on, unaware they were passing by the 2 figures from before who weren't paying attention to them. When they reached the building, they entered the office to see Sarutobi and Jiraiya. Naruto, glad you made it. Sarutobi began before noticing the extra guests. I see you brought company. Virgil approached. Lord Hokage, this is my pops Robert Hawkins, my sister Sharon, and my girl Daisy. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Robert greeted the old man with a handshake. Pleasure's all mine, Robert. Sarutobi answered as Sharon and Daisy bowed their heads to the elder. So what's going on, Gigi? Is something wrong? Naruto asked. Well, we have important matters to discuss, Naruto, but first I have something for you. Sarutobi held tea that was familiar to all those in the village. No way. Gigi, are you serious? Naruto gasped. Yes, Naruto, we've talked it over, and because of your success in defeating Neji Hyuga in the finals, Suna Ninja Gaara and his Biju powers, as well as rescuing me from Orochimaru, I hereby grant you the title of Chunin. He handed Naruto the vest. Oh yes. Naruto threw his arms up and slipped his jacket off only to put his new Chunin vest on, and wore his black coat over it. Fits nice under my coat. Sarutobi smiled and continued, now then, there is a matter of great importance we need to discuss. I'm all ears. Naruto replied as the old man continued. Ever since Suna found out Orochimaru's been posing as their cage, they in turn offered us all the support they can in restoring the village. But the damage here will give rivaling nations an opportunity to invade us again, and I'm getting too old to continue with this job as Hokage. If I'm going to die anytime soon, I'd want it to be as a retired man. So you need a new leader? Richie asked. Yes, and that's why I brought Naruto here for a mission. A mission so soon? Naruto asked but listened. Yes, Naruto. I'm sending you and Jiraiya on a mission to find my third student Tsunade so she can take up the position. Her? But doesn't she have issues? Naruto asked. Yes, but I have a feeling her time away from the village has hopefully made her come to her senses. I hope. So why do you want me in on this? Jiraiya spoke. Well, Naruto, this'll give us another opportunity to train you up some more. And I feel it's time you truly learned how to use one of your dad's jutsus. Which? Naruto asked with interest. The Rasengan, he answered as Naruto was shocked. You mean it? Well, I'm already in on this mission. Naruto smiled. Hold up, old man, if our boy Naruto's going on a mission, then we're joining him this time around. Aben said on behalf of the breed. So are we. Virgil added as he and his friends backed him up. Well, I'm glad to see you all willing to help out. Well, why not? The old man made it official. Well, dogs, looks like we're going on a road trip. Aben told his team, who cheered. Hey, I want to go too. Daisy spoke up. Virgil and Richie looked back to her. Daisy, are you whacked? I'm sorry, but you can't come, this is dangerous. Virgil declined. Excuse me, Virgil, you forget I came out alive when you and Superman went head to head with Toyman. Daisy reminded him of a previous incident. That was different, Daisy. The people here could put Toyman to shame. Virgil argued. I don't care what you say, Virgil. You trusted me with your secret identity, knowing that if your enemies ever discovered you had someone special and used them to get to you. Daisy argued back, and Virgil was reminded on how his own father was captured. If I allow you to come with, will you stay out of trouble? Virgil asked. Promise. Daisy replied. Virgil turned to his dad. Pops, could you say no more, Virgil? I'll tell Daisy's family that you're taking her on a trip here. Robert answered. Pops, you are the best. Virgil cheered. Yeah, Mr. Hawkins, thanks. Daisy cheered. Just promise you'll all return safely. We promise. Virgil and his friends replied. Well, I guess me and Sharon better head back to Dakota. It was nice to have met you all. Robert said to Naruto and the others. When we come back, I'll give you the tour of the village if you like, Naruto offered. Sounds like a plan. Guess we'll see you then, Sharon said as Richie opened a portal and the father and daughter headed back to Dakota. Naruto and the guys turned back to the elder shinobi. Well, Ero Sennin, when do we head out? Naruto asked. Right away. So you all head back and pack the essentials and meet up with me in 15. Jiraiya ordered. They bowed and took their leave through a portal combined by Naruto and Aben. Later, as they met up with Jiraiya, they ran into Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi, who noticed he was heading out. After telling them his mission, Tenten let out a cry. No way you're bringing Tsunade-sama back to the village to be the Godem Hokage? She asked Naruto with stars in her eyes. That just about covers it. Naruto replied, knowing what a fangirl Tenten is to the female Sannin. Well, congrats Naruto-kun, and for making Chunin, you really deserve it, Hinata added. Hi, and pretty soon you'll be Hokage yourself, Hanabi put in. Arigato, girls. Naruto thanked them. And we'll make sure he works hard so that he will get that rank, Aben assured them. Well, if all's said and done, we better get going, Jiraiya ordered as the girls left. They got ready, until Ferret started sniffing the air. What's up, Ferret? Carmen asked. I just caught a whiff of 2 new stenches not from around here, Ferret replied. Could be trespassers, better suit up, Virgil said as he, Richie, and Shanice gear up, and Adam's outfit becomes his black hazmat suit. Hold up, guys, Jiraiya started. If we're going to investigate something, we should proceed with caution. He's right. Static agreed as they followed Ferret, who was sniffing out the trail. Elsewhere in the village, the 2 cloaked figures known as Itachi and Kisame had been fighting against the 4 Jonin, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma. Even 4 of Konoha's top-skilled Jonin weren't enough to completely take down the 2 strangers. Itachi, we've wasted enough time here. It's obvious these 4 aren't going to tell us where Naruto is, Kisame said in boredom. On the contrary, Kisame, Itachi began, I think he'll come right to us. Kisame was confused until they saw Naruto. The boy they were looking for and his entourage approach. That's him, Itachi, he gasped. Who are you two? Naruto asked in confusion. Naruto Uzumaki, you will find it in your best interest to come with us, Itachi began. Otherwise, somebody could get hurt, Kisame added as he grabbed the hilt of his blue-scaled sword. Naruto looked at the two, finally recalling their images from the bingo book. Those eyes, so that's Sasuke's brother, Itachi. And that blue guy, another swordsman of Kiri. Judging from his facial features, it's Kisame Hoshigaki, the scourge of Kiri. Jiraiya looked back to the metahumans. You guys stay back. These two are out of your league. The Bang babies were concerned while Naruto made no attempt to argue with Jiraiya. Before Itachi could step forward, he smiled. Sasuke, it's been so long. They turned around, seeing Sasuke standing behind them, glaring at the older Uchiha with rage in his eyes. I'm gonna make you regret you ever stepped foot in this village, Itachi. He conjured a Chidori. I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. He ran to attack Itachi, much to the other's surprise. Sasuke tried to nail his brother, only for his arm to get restrained by said older brother. He caught his attack without even flinching. Gear gasped. That guy screams danger. Adam gasped. Itachi looked to Itachi. I'm busy at the moment, Sasuke. So let's have this family reunion another time. He mocked his brother, making him growl. Aben frowned and stepped forward despite Jiraiya's objections. Yo bro boy, lay of the kid, he ordered. Itachi looked at Aben, still gripping Sasuke's arm, holding him in place. And who are you exactly? Aben. Master of Shadow and Darkness, more importantly an older brother too, he said. I heard from the villagers about what you did years ago. Murdering your own blood and leaving your little brother scarred and messed up. That's low even compared to my past mistakes. You wouldn't understand, Itachi replied coldly. I understand plenty when it comes to a younger sib, Aben argued. Aben, get out of there, Jiraiya called. Not until I teach bro Uchiha here a lesson, Aben called back. Shut up, Sasuke bellowed. This is my fight, so stay out of it. Itachi in response broke Sasuke's arm and threw him back, crashing into a tree. Sasuke, Naruto called. All right, now it's personal. Aben got ready to wrap his shadow body around Itachi, but the elder Uchiha PT and Spun kicked him right back over to the other metahumans. Aben, you okay? Talon asked in worry. Yeah, Aben groaned while clutching his gut. Man, does he know how to sock it to ya. We have to get to Sasuke. Static ordered as they tried to go to him, but Kisame appeared, forming hand signs and created a barrier of water separating them. I'll put a shock to you, Sharky. Static fired his electricity into the water, but found out it wasn't mixing with Kisami's water jutsu, rather it was being contained within it. Sorry kid, but your electricity cannot penetrate my strong wall of water, Kisame grinned. They watch as Itachi walked over to his little brother and picks him up by the collar, pinning him against the tree. Suddenly they heard Sasuke screaming for some reason, even though Itachi wasn't appearing to be doing anything. Suddenly Sasuke stopped screaming and fell to the ground lifeless. Sasuke, Naruto called. Is he all right? Daisy gasped in worry. Itachi used his Mangekyo ability Tsukuyomi to mind scar him, Naruto explained. Itachi walked back to Kisame. Now then, let's get back to business, Itachi explained, until appearing before them was Sarutobi, Kaharu, Homura, and multiple Anbu. That's as far as you two go, Sarutobi ordered them. Sandaime Sama and Honored Council, nice to see you three are still breathing. Itachi cracked humor in his cold tone. What say we put these three into graves? Kisame suggested with a smirk. No Kisame, we have to pull out, Itachi ordered. What? Are you kidding me? Our cover's been exposed too much right now, Itachi began as he aimed his right eye at them. Amaterasu. The group jumped away, and in a flash of flames, Itachi and Kisame were gone, leaving behind a big bonfire of black flames. Where'd they go? Shibang asked in confusion. Out of here, thank goodness, Naruto sighed. After the whole fiasco, Sasuke was taken to the hospital by the Anbu, along with the 4 Jonin who were just exhausted from overusage of chakra. The group watched as Jiraiya sealed the black fire away. What's up with that fire? Kangar asked. My flames could never be like that, Hotstreak added. It was Amaterasu, a deadly fire ability known to the Uchiha members who have Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto explained. It is incapable of being put out by mere water. Whoa! The Bang babies gasped. Jiraiya returned to them. Well, with Sasuke in comatose, we'll need Tsunade more than before. The damages done to his mind can only be cured by a medic of her ability. Well, let's hurry, Naruto said as they continued on. After they left the village, Daisy spoke up. Jiraiya-sama, why were those two after Naruto? Did they have a bone to pick with him or something? Nothing like that, Daisy, he began. I assume Virgil and Richie have briefed you on what Naruto is. Daisy looked at Naruto, who looked at her back. Yeah, he has some kind of demon inside of him. Precisely, and that's what those two are after. Why, what do they want with it? Static asked. According to my intel, those two are members of an organization known as Akatsuki. Akatsuki? The Bang babies asked. Yes. It's made up of other Nukanen like those two whose intentions is to collect the 9 Biju. Why? Carmen asked. I'm afraid I have no further lead on their reasons, Jiraiya sighed. And that's why you need to train me up against ninja like those two? Naruto asked. Exactly. Jiraiya confirmed. Naruto sighed. I just got through dealing with Orochimaru, and now 2 more ninja just as dangerous as him come into my life. Honestly. Buck up, man. As long as we're with Ya, you don't have to do it alone. Aben encouraged him as the others nodded in agreement. Arigato, guys. Well, we better keep moving. The closer we find this Tsunade, the sooner we can get back home. But until then, I want to get started ASAP on Rasengan. Naruto said. Jiraiya chuckled at his eagerness. A week passed since Naruto and his crew left Konoha in search for Tsunade. During their travels, Naruto had been working on his dad's jutsu, the Rasengan, and was near a breaking point with it. But after so much training for the day, he decided to rest up until his hand healed. Currently, Jiraiya was in town getting more information. Kengar, Aben, and Hotstreak were catching up on their reading with Jiraiya's book. Puff, Talon, Shanice and Daisy were gossiping. Carmen and Ferret were fighting over a bag of chips. Shiv turned his hands into light paddleballs to entertain himself. Onyx was pounding at a tree working his strength. Adam was resting by a tree with Static and Gear. Feels nice to actually relax, Static said as he kicked back. Got that right. Adam agreed. Hey Naruto, you think that jutsu of yours will be ready yet? Gear asked. I hope so. Training with my clones does make it easier, Naruto answered. Jiraiya suddenly returned. Guys, I got another lead. We're going to Tanzaku. Well, let's get a move on, Aben said as they got up and continued on down the road. So they arrived in Tanzaku by nighttime. Well, it's too dark to look around in this place. So we'll start first thing in the morning, Jiraiya instructed. Aben looked up at a bar and then at Jiraiya and the adult Bang babies. What say we get a drink? I'm down with that, Jiraiya agreed as they entered. Where should we sit? Kengar asked, only for Jiraiya to call out. Tsunade, there you are. They looked over, seeing 2 women at a table. One was black-haired and the other was a blonde who got out of her seat and spoke. Jiraiya, well, this is unexpected. We have to talk, Tsunade, Jiraiya said as he went to join the 2 women at their booth. Naruto and his group looked at the blonde woman, seeing she didn't look any older than a woman in her early 30s. What was most captivating about her was her enormous bust line. The boys stared at her in lust, while the girls stared in envy. Soon they were all sitting down as Tsunade spoke up. So why have you been looking at me? Well, I was sent here by Sensei, Jiraiya began. How is he? She asked almost dully. Well, he's been better, but he almost lost his life thanks to Orochimaru turning Suna against the village. So it's true? The second woman, identified as Shizune, asked. Orochimaru staged an attack on Konoha? Yeah, but we drove him and his flunkies out, Shiv added while eyeing Shizune, making her blush a bit. Tsunade eyed Jiraiya's guests, seeing how abnormal they looked, minus Daisy and Naruto. So who's this crowd you brought with you? Virgil spoke up first. Well, Lady Tsunade, my name's Virgil Hawkins, but call me Static. I'm Richie Foley, but everyone knows me as Gear. I'm Adam Evans, aka Rubber Band Man. I'm Shanice Vale, but call me Shebang. Name's Aben. I'm Talon. You can call me Hotstreak. I'm Shiv. Shiv glanced at Shizune. Kengar's what they call me. Kengar greeted, which got the ladies wondering what was with his voice. I'm Carmen Dillo. Name's Ferret. And I can tell you ladies are wearing some nice smelling perfume. Puff smacked him in the back of his head. Ignore smell freak, I'm Puff, and this big lug is my man Onyx. Hi. He waved, and my named Daisy Watkins. Daisy finished. Why are most of you? Shizune began but Static cut in. Different? Static asked, because, Shizune was it? Well, where we're from, several of us have been exposed to a phenomenon known as the Big Bang. Gear took it from there. This gas got into our bodies and changed us, giving us powers no one's ever seen before. Though some of us underwent a more physical transformation. Talon says, looking at Carmen, Aben, and Onyx, considering they look the less human-like. I see. Tsunade replied. And with the power of the Kyuubi, their powers are mine as well. Naruto says, which got the women shocked that the boy knows about Kyuubi. Kyuubi? Then that would mean you're, Tsunade began. Yes. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto answered. So this is Minato and Kushina's boy, Tsunade thought. I'm just here for support. Daisy explained. And I'm not a meta-human. Eve believed that, Shebang explained. I'm what you might call an experiment. Back on track. The reason I was looking for you is because Sensei has decided to make you his inheritor to the Hokage mantle. Jiraiya began surprising Tsunade, who returned to her stoic look. No thanks. The group was surprised while Jiraiya felt it was coming. Naruto frowned. Let's step outside. Huh? Tsunade was confused. You and me one-on-one, if I win, you come back with us. Naruto declared as his pals looked shocked. Naruto, you're going up against a Sannin. Gear reminded him. Hey, I went up against Orochimaru, didn't I? The blonde reminded the genius. You went up against Orochimaru? That's a laugh. Tsunade chuckled. Actually Tsunade, he's telling the truth. Jiraiya answered. Oh Jiraiya, don't go covering up for him. I mean it, and you know when I'm serious I am serious. Jiraiya reminded her. Tsunade squinted at Naruto. So you took on Orochimaru, huh? Well kid, step outside and let's see what you got. Naruto smirked in response before removing his sunglasses. So they stepped outside with the others following them. The boy and lady stood on opposite ends of the street staring each other down. It's like a Western film, Static said. Wonder who will draw first? Shiv asked. Somehow I don't think it's that hard to figure out, Hotstreak replied. Okay kid. Come at me if you can. Tsunade beckoned Naruto. You'll be sorry. Naruto warned her. But know this, Tsunade continued as she held a finger out. One finger is all I need against you. Naruto frowned at her mockery as his feet grew. Don't mock me. He jumped forward a few times. Truth be told, Tsunade wasn't expecting that, but still felt confident. Naruto was in mid-air with a roundhouse kick, but Tsunade flipped her arm up, knocking his leg up, causing him to flip forward until it looked like he was floating in mid-air. When he came face to face with Tsunade, she had her fingers in a flicking position to his forehead. Before she could flick, Naruto unleashed his harpy wail at her, causing both of them to fly backwards, surprising the meta-humans and Shizune. Both got up with Tsunade speaking, quick move kid, but next time you won't be so lucky. We'll see. Naruto said, sinking into a shadow portal on the ground, surprising the Sannin again. Suddenly, as if sending, she spun and caught Naruto's fist that was enhanced by his onyx strength. Whoa! Tsunade gasped. I'm full of surprises, woman. And here's another one. Naruto charged his left fist with electricity and attempted to slug Tsunade in the gut. Quickly, Tsunade kicked her foot up, knocking Naruto's charged hand upward. She grabbed him and threw her over her shoulder, and he slammed into the street, leaving behind a body print. Ooh! Ferret and Gear cringed. Tsunade looked down at Naruto, who looked up at her. Well, I may not have used only one finger, but I still won. Naruto scowled. I went easy on you. I'll bet. Tsunade answered, calling his bluff. If Gigi wants you to become the Hokage, then I accept his words. I myself intend on becoming Hokage as well one day. After all, it's my dream. He explained, putting Tsunade in shock as if she's seen a ghost. Naruto, realizing her stupor, knew what she was thinking about but said nothing. Tsunade grew out of her stupor before looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, he's your student, isn't he? Well, of course. How much have you taught him so far? Well, I taught him the summoning jutsu, and right now he's in the middle of learning Rasengan. It's been only a week since he's started, but he's almost got it halfway done. Jiraiya explained. I see. Tsunade looked at Naruto, who got back to his feet. Hey kid, how about a new bet? The others were surprised at this. What did Ya have in mind? Naruto asked. I'll give you a week to fully complete the Rasengan. If you can do that, I'll come back to Konoha and become Hokage as Sensei requested. And just for you, I'll throw in my grandfather's necklace. She motioned to a green crystal hanging around her neck. That belonged to her Gramps? Static asked. Yup. The crystal was the property of the Shodem Hokage, Jiraiya explained. What's more, its value is about the same as 3 gold mines. Whoa. Gear and Hotstreak gasped. And what do you get? Naruto asked curiously. Well, you give up on your dream and I take all the money here. She held up a black leather wallet. Hey, that's my wallet. Naruto growled but kept his cool. All right, the bet's on. He accepted the terms. Good. Come on, Shizune. Tsunade said as the other woman followed her senior. The meta-humans looked at Naruto in concern as he started walking up to them. I got work to do, and I could use your support. They smiled, as Static answered, you know it, bro. You guys head back to the hotel, I'll be there shortly, Jiraiya said as he walked off, leaving them to head back to their hotel room. At the hotel, Naruto was strategizing and theorizing about completing the Rasengan. He's working harder than you, Rich. Static told the boy genius. Yeah, scares even me. He admitted. My problem with this jutsu is that I can't seem to keep focus on the chakra control while holding it at the same time. Too much work even for one guy, well, at least for me, he admitted. So what can Ya do? Daisy asked. I don't know, but I got a whole week to figure this out. And I'll find a way to perfect it. I'm just glad we don't have anything else to worry about while we're here. Naruto sighed in relief. Elsewhere, in another hotel, Orochimaru and Kabuto were inside another room. Do you honestly believe she'll agree to heal your arms in a week? Kabuto asked his master skeptically. I'll vouch for it, Kabuto, he began. After all, I am very persuasive after all. He snickered deviously. After the bet was made between Naruto and Tsunade, the Bang Baby Ninja got hard at work to finishing the Rasengan. Every day he kept exercising and practicing with controlling the chakra for it. He'd go through countless theoretical tests to try and perfect it, but most of which ended with the same failing result. Then one night, the day before his 7 days were up, Naruto was in the forest outside the town looking exhausted. Naruto, maybe you should call it a night, bro, Virgil suggested. I can't now. Besides, I have one final theory on how to perfect the Rasengan. I just need to. Naruto trailed before he fell to the ground unconsciously. Naruto. The group ran over in shock. Is he all right? Puff asked. Gear inspected his vital signs through his visor. He's all right, just exhausted. That's a relief. Talon said. We better get him back to the hotel. Daisy suggested, and they agreed, with Onyx carrying the boy over his shoulder. At their hotel room, the guys put Naruto on the bed, leaving him to sleep. The metahumans sat around as Shiv spoke. What's gonna happen now? If Naruto doesn't complete Rasengan by tomorrow, then this whole trip goes down the drain. Yeah, and we return home in failure, Aben added. Don't say that, guys. Talon scolded them. Talon's right, we have to think positive, Adam agreed. Naruto said he had another test to pull to master the jutsu. Gear remembered what Naruto said before he passed out. What do you think he had planned? Got me, Mon. Kangar replied. Guys, I know this is a bad time to say, but I got a feeling Tsunade's to see Orochimaru. Ferret explained. Orochimaru. They gasped but cringed, seeing Naruto, who just stirred in his sleep before relaxing again, much to their relief. Orochimaru. Virgil asked. Why do you say that? Aben asked. I've smelled the scent of snakes off Tsunade since we saw her. Not sure if Naruto was paying attention to her scent, but I sure was. The perfume wasn't the only thing I smelled off the ladies, Ferret explained. And you're telling us this now? Puff asked, glaring daggers. Why would Orochimaru be doing out here? Hotstreak asked. Gear, who was pondering, gasped. Oh no, guys, I think I know why. Lay it on us, Gear. Static Eye, the best medical ninja in Konoha, possibly the land, Gear began. Orochimaru lost the life force in his arms thanks to Naruto. The others started catching on. You think she has the power to restore Orochimaru's arms? Adam asked. It's a possibility. Gear nodded. She wouldn't really help a traitor to Konoha, would she? Carmen asked. I can't be sure, but we better be careful. Tomorrow may be more than about the bet Naruto's allowed himself to take up, Gear said. Well, we better get some sleep and be prepared for the worst, Aben said as the group suddenly turned in. The next morning, the group was being shaken awake seeing Jiraiya, Shizune, and Naruto. What's going on? Talon asked, waking up. Tsunade-sama's gone to Orochimaru, Shizune explained in worry. What? They gasped. Why? Hotstreak asked. It's a long story, but I'll explain later, Shizune explained. Right now we need to go, Naruto added. Naruto, are you sure you're alright for this? Adam asked in worry. I'll be fine, Adam. I promise, Naruto assured him. Static turned to Daisy. Daisy, I'm sorry, but you need to wait here where it's safe. But Virgil. Daisy began, but Static held her by the shoulders. Listen to me, it's not safe for you out there with someone like this Orochimaru they're talking about. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Promise me you'll stay here where it's safe, Static commanded. Daisy, knowing Virgil was dead serious, sighed. Yes, Virgil, I'll stay put, she answered, and Static kissed her. I'll be back, Static assured her. Come on this way, Jiraiya ordered as headed out. Daisy sighed in relief, until she saw a shadow cast over her. She turned and gasped as the image turned dark and the sound of her screaming echoed. The group headed through the city until they stopped by a street that looked destroyed. Looks like Tsunade went on a warpath, Jiraiya gasped. So where is she? Naruto asked, looking around until he spotted her green jacket lying in a pile of rubble. It's her jacket, Gear exclaimed. I'll sniff her out, Ferret said, getting the scent of her jacket. Follow that nose, Ferret, Aben commanded. Ferret pointed to the direction that led to an open field outside the town. That way, he called as he followed the scent while running down on all fours as the rest followed him. As they followed Ferret further and further, they spotted something in the distance. It looked like 3 figures with 2 of them in the middle of combat. Is that her? Carmen asked. No doubt about it, Jiraiya answered. Gear, looking through his scanner, picked up what was going on. Seeing Tsunade was in the line of an attack. Tsunade's about to be attacked. Not if I can't help it, Naruto called, conjuring a fireball. Count me in too, Hotstreak added, powering up a fireball as well. The two fired their combined fire blast at Tsunade's attacker, who jumped away in total surprise while Tsunade was in shock. Naruto, Jiraiya, Shizune, and the whole crew appeared before Orochimaru and Kabuto. Hope you don't mind, but the meta breed is crashing this party, Aben explained. Orochimaru smirked. Oh, no trouble at all. Jiraiya, spotting his former comrade, scowled. Orochimaru, the years have definitely passed, but you haven't changed a bit. Orochimaru snickered. Judging from your face, I can tell the same can be said for you, he mocked him. Naruto, spotting Kabuto, scowled. Kabuto, it's you. Kabuto, seeing Naruto, smirked. Hello, Naruto. You know this dude? Static asked. Yeah. I first met him when me and the guys were taking the Chunin exams. I thought he was a nice guy, until the second time I met him at the preliminaries. Naruto's scowl hardened. I caught the smell of Orochimaru off him, and that led me to the conclusion that he was a spy all this time. Do you deny it, Kabuto? Kabuto smirked. I am as you say, Naruto. All those years taking the Chunin exams was just a front for me to collect data for Orochimaru to use. And this year was my crowning moment, since you and the other rookies partook in it. You all bought my act like the naive shinobi you are. Yo, 4 eyes. Aben addressed Kabuto. Nobody disses our apprentice, nobody. Kabuto smirked, as does Orochimaru as he stood by Kabuto's side. So these are the infamous bang babies Konoha has been raving on about. Orochimaru snickered. And we take it you're Orochimaru? Static asked. Indeed I am, my boy. Orochimaru smirked. So Oro, how are those tattoos treating ya? Naruto called, and Orochimaru squinted at Naruto. I didn't expect I'd be seeing you so soon, Naruto, Orochimaru hissed. Well, you can't keep me away that easily, Naruto replied with a smirk. I had planned on going after you once my arms were healed, but now's the better time, Orochimaru replied. Jiraiya stepped forward. Guys, I leave Kabuto to you, Orochimaru's mine. I don't think you guys will be attacking us if we have a hostage, Orochimaru says as Kabuto went to a boulder and pulled out Daisy with her wrists and feet tied together. Virgil. Daisy screamed. Daisy. Static screamed as he took off on his saucer charging electricity. Virgil. Jiraiya, Gear, and Naruto called. Static was about to attack, until he saw Kabuto using Daisy as a shield. Virgil, is it now? Kabuto asked. I wouldn't be attacking me if I were you. Using an innocent life as a shield is coward's play, Kabuto, Naruto shouted. A ninja must use what he can to defend himself. Kabuto lectured Naruto, who growled in response. Orochimaru and Jiraiya started going at it, while Shizune was healing Tsunade, who was worn out from having been fighting Kabuto prior to them showing up. Aben, not liking the show of Daisy being held captive, had to do something. He vanished into a portal when Kabuto didn't notice. He appeared behind the medic, catching him by using his whole shadow body to wrap him up. Let go! Kabuto shouted, until he lost his hold on Daisy, giving Static the opportunity to get her to safety. Oh Virgil! Daisy sobbed into his shoulder as he brought her back to their side. It's okay, just wait here, he said as he took off for Kabuto, followed by the guys. Kabuto finally broke out of Aben's grip. Yo Soundboy! Static Kaie flying by. How about getting a charge up? He fires electromagnetic blasts for Kabuto, who was dodging them. Tag in! Shiv called as he swung his light hand, sending a number of light shuriken for Kabuto, who used his kunai to deflect them. Nice try. Kabuto replied. He turned and was almost engulfed by Puff's vapor. He jumped away, seeing the vapor dissolve the grass. That was close. If I had been caught in that vapor, my skin would have melted, he thought. He was in for thought too long, unable to see Carmen in his shell launching at him from up front. Kabuto took the blow and was flying right for Onyx. But the ninja spun his body so his legs were flying first and spun kicked Onyx, making him lose balance. Rubber Band Man took Kangor's hands and spun his body around in a fast enough pace before releasing Kangor, who was heading in Kabuto's direction with his feet in front. Try some of this, Mon. Kangor called as he landed a blow to Kabuto. These guys are more dangerous than I gave them credit for, Kabuto said to himself. Hotstreak threw a fireball at Kabuto, who jumped away from it, and jumped away again from Talon, who used her wail on him. Soon he was met with Shibang, who engaged in hand-to-hand combat him. Your moves are very impressive. Who taught you how to fight like this? Kabuto asked as he blocked punch after punch and kick after kick from Shibang. I taught myself. Shibang replied as she threw a punch to Kabuto, who jumped backwards to avoid the hit, but found himself stepping into Gear's trap and was restrained by a zap cap. The wires entangle him and he fell to the ground. Sorry man, when Gear catches, nobody escapes, Gear joked. Come on, let's check on Tsunade, Shibang suggested as they headed over back to them. Kabuto watched them hurry back and suddenly his hand managed to dig into Opal Blade. He started channeling his chakra into it and was slowly cutting himself loose from the zap cap. How's she holding? Naruto asked. Well, she used a lot of energy fighting Kabuto, but should be all right, Shizune explained. Why did you come? Tsunade asked Naruto and his crew. This wasn't supposed to happen. How wrong you were, boss-san. Naruto began surprising her. Our bet is still on, and I'm here to win it. Suddenly Kabuto broke free and charged at them. I'll kill you all, he screamed. Look out. Naruto summoned some cage bunchins that took Kabuto head on, but Kabuto managed to destroy all of them. Naruto gained some distance. Hey Kabuto, you hear about today's forecast? He asked while doing hand signs. Sunny with a chance of lighting. Raiden. Electro shower. He pointed his arms up, firing a burst of electricity into the sky and raining down onto the field were electrical hail spheres. Kabuto began running around trying to avoid them, but those that came into contact with him started shocking him. Because so many were making contact with his body altogether, it was like a regular shock treatment. His jutsu, it's paralyzing me by the second. Kabuto strained. Gotta heal myself quickly. He tried healing his body. Taking the chance, the Bang Babies and Naruto took another shot for Kabuto. Sadly, this time around, Kabuto was able to avoid their attacks this time around. Static fired another shot of electricity at him, but Kabuto backflipped, avoiding the attack. Hotstreak unleashed a fire blast at him, but Kabuto jumped to the side, managing to avoid Onyx grabbing him, followed by jumping onto Carmen's shell projectile, and jumped off, landing on the ground. You Bang Babies think you're all that, but this is life. Kabuto began. In this world you're all out of your league when fighting against me. Then we'll teach you something about underestimating metahumans, fool. Aben warned him as he wrapped his lower shadow body around Kabuto. Squeeze him, Aben, Shiv called. Kabuto with his hand powered with chakra grabbed Aben's shadow wisp. Gah! Aben groaned in pain as he lost grip on Kabuto. Then the ninja slugged Aben and he crashed into Shizune, causing her to fly back as well. Aben! Shizune gasped. That jerk did something to my leg, Aben groans while trying hard not to move his left leg. So Shizune started using her medic jutsu to start healing him. Soon he was back on his feet again. Talon frowned and flew for Kabuto. Never mess with Aben, she cried, releasing her wail for the medic ninja. Kabuto luckily for himself dodged it again, and saw Shiv coming at him with his knife arms, swinging them for the ninja who was blocking them with his kunai. You seem to be a wise cracker, Kabuto noted. Why's that? Shiv asked, not wanting to admit Kabuto was right. It's written all over your face, Kabuto replied as he punches Shiv in the face and he fell over. Shiv! They cried. Kabuto was about to finish Shiv only for a shadow portal to appear below the light weapon specialist and was pulled in and back to the guys. Kabuto frowned as he was feeling more than ready to finish them off. Naruto strategized until a thought popped into his head. I got it. Aben, Adam, see if you can hold Kabuto still for a moment. You got it. Adam called as he bounced his way over for Kabuto as Aben went through his portal. Kabuto suddenly found his legs were strained by Aben sticking out of a shadow in the ground, while Adam was retraining his arms from behind him, making sure Kabuto couldn't touch him with his medical jutsu. Naruto turned to Tsunade. All right, boss-san, prepare to watch me win this bet. He summoned a single clone that started shaping the Rasengan in his palm while the real one was concentrating on the chakra he was using. Using a clone to help form it. Tsunade gasped. It's genius, Gear gasped in joy. Naruto smirked as his clone poofed away and turned to Onyx. Onyx, give me some support. Onyx nodded as he grabbed Naruto and threw him in the direction of Kabuto, who was still restrained by the Evans brothers. Kabuto's eyes widened as Naruto was closing in. Guys, let go. Naruto called as Adam and Aben released Kabuto and escaped. Kabuto wasn't fast enough to move as Naruto called out, Rasengan. He slammed it into Kabuto's chest, resulting in him being launched across the field before crashing into a boulder. Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark. Shiv joked while Shizune was healing him. He did it. Static cheered with Daisy. That's what I'm talking about, Hotstreak called. Tsunade, who was in shock at first, started smiling as she got to her feet and approached Naruto. That was impressive, Naruto. You really pulled it off in the end. I'm a stubborn ninja, Naruto answered. I've always been one, but half my stubbornness came from my senseis, he smiled. Clearly, Tsunade replied as she looked over at the metahumans. You know some very interesting people. They're my family, he admitted. Tsunade smiled, remembering her own family, her gramps, granduncle, her brother Nawaki, and her boyfriend Dan. She reached for the necklace around her and took it off. As I promised, this is now yours. She put it around Naruto. Naruto looked down at the crystal and smiled. I promise I'll treasure it with all my heart. Sorry to break up the sentimentality, Kabuto called as he approached by straggling. How's he standing? Static gasped. I've been concentrating my medical jutsu where Naruto was going to attack me, he groaned, but I admit it was more than I anticipated. He quickly went back to Orochimaru, who was in a stalemate with Jiraiya. Tsunade smirked and looked back at the others. Why don't you all take a rest? I got this. She appeared at Jiraiya's side. Need a hand, Jiraiya? It would be appreciated, Jiraiya admitted with a smirk. So the three Sannin used their blood and performed the summoning jutsu to summon their chief summoning familiars, Gamabunta the toad, Manda the snake, and Katsuyu the slug. Well, nice to see you all again after so many years, Bunta joked. I always did have a hunch we would meet in battle again, Katsuyu added, but to be against a comrade. Do not get sentimental, Katsuyu, Manda hissed. Unlike you two, I was never all for teamwork and all that nonsense. Because once I defeat you two, I will be feasting like a king on human lives, as will Orochimaru is sure to award me for my services, or suffer. Naruto and the others watched as the three summonings went into battle. Though Bunta and Katsuyu were outmatching Manda in quantity, he knew Manda and Orochimaru were crafty. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Bunta, and Katsuyu needed help, and he knew what to give them. Abe and Hotstreak, I'm gonna need you guys for something. For what? Hotstreak asked. Naruto pulled out 2 paper seals with the kanji for fusion written on them. Takes these seals, and say this after putting them on each other. Naruto handed them the seals and whispered the saying into their ears. Okay Naruto, we're counting on you for this one. Hotstreak said as he and Aben readied the seals. Let's do it, Aben called as the two slammed the seals on each other's chests. Meta-human art. Bang baby fusion, Aben and Hotstreak called out together. Suddenly the seals glowed and Aben and Hotstreak found themselves merging. Suddenly in a burst of smoke, there stood a giant 2-headed fire shadow human creature. The 2 heads looked like Aben's head but with visible mouths and appeared to have fangs. It's Aben and Hotstreak, that seal fused them together. Static gasped. Right, now they're one. Naruto smirked at the success of his jutsu. Aben or Hotstreak? Talon called, not knowing how to address the creature. The creature looked down at them and spoke in both Aben and Hotstreak's voices. You can call us E-Streak. The giant meta-human called as he pumped his arms up. So the new fighter joined the 2 summonings. Anybody up for a little fried snake? Sounds like a tasty treat, Bunta admitted while drawing his dagger. The 3 took off fighting Manda. After dodging an Ayu, Manda attempted to attack her, only for E-Streak to appear and use both his hands to keep Manda's mouth open. Chew on this serpent fool. E-Streak called, blowing blasts of shadowy fire from both mouths. Orochimaru and Kabuto ran down Manda's body to avoid the flames blown into his face. Manda quickly shook it off. I'll eat you raw. He launched his mouth forward but quickly turned to the side, avoiding Bunta and his dagger. E-Streak delivered a kick to Manda's head, while the snake used his tail to slam down on Bunta. Luckily the toad back flipped and gained some distance from the serpent, but ended up tossing his dagger aside. E-Streak over here. Jiraiya called as E-Streak jumped back, landing by Bunta. Alright you guys, this is it? Jiraiya stared hand signs. E-Streak saw the toad was bloating up its face and thought, what's he filling up with? Wait, the old coot said Bunta can spit oil in conjuncture with fire jutsu. So that's it. And when Bunt spat a stream of oil, Jiraiya used a fire jutsu at it along with E-Streak, mixing his own flames into it, resulting in a massive fire blast which consumed Manda. That's gonna leave some massive 3rd-degree burns. Static groaned. The 3 thought they beat Manda only to see shedded snakeskin. Where'd he go? E-Streak looked around until Jiraiya called. Blow us. Manda's head popped out of the ground. Surprise. He lunged for E-Streak. E-Streak. Here, Tsunade called, using her raw strength to throw the meta-human Bunta's dagger. E-Streak caught it and swiped it at Manda's face, putting a cut in his nose. How do you like us now, punk? E-Streak asked as he gripped the dagger. Manda growled. You'll pay for cutting my face. Send us the bill, E-Streak replied, and he swung his arms, sending a shockwave of fire at Manda, who ducked his body and slinked forward. He's coming back, Jiraiya called. Here's some from me. Katsuyu fired more of her acid at Manda, who managed to back his face away from the area on the ground that melted. E-Streak started strategizing until a thought popped in. Toadman, Lady Slug, get back. We got this one. Katsuyu and Bunta, who was insulted by the nickname, got back, and E-Streak slammed his hands on the ground of the area. Try to escape this, E-Streak called to Manda as a shadow portal appeared below Manda. The portal started consuming anything in its path. Manda, whose tail had already been sinking into it, was struggling to get out, while Orochimaru and Kabuto abandoned Snake. Orochimaru, you traitor! Manda shouted at the Sannin for abandoning him. I'll make you rue the day you ever met me. Manda bellowed and screamed as his head was pulled into the portal and it vanished. He's gone. Jiraiya gasped. But where? Bunta wondered. That fang face is on his way to the Earth's core, hottest place on the planet, E-Streak replied. Orochimaru and Kabuto landed on the ground and saw Manda was gone. There goes Manda, Kabuto said. A small sacrifice, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru! Tsunade shouted as she lunged for him and began beating the hell out of him. Orochimaru shoved Tsunade back. Don't take it personally when I kill you, Orochimaru hissed. Yo, Snake Man! Static flew by with an electromagnetic charged fist and slugged Orochimaru's face. That's my taser punch. Shocking, isn't it? Static asked. Kabuto tried to move to help his lord but was too weak to fight back. Damn it, can't move as much. Orochimaru had held his face at the spot Static slugged him, but was ambushed by Naruto, Kanger, Adam, Onyx, and Shiv, dealing with more shocking blows by Naruto. Roundhouse kicks by Kanger, punches from Onyx, and Shiv and Adam turning their arms into mallets that whack the sand in his side, not enough strength to fight back, he strained. Naruto then went through hand signs. I got one final shot for you Orochimaru. Kaiten. Harpy Fire Jutsu. He shouted using a harpy whale combined with the fire element. The combined forces of the whale irritated Orochimaru, which was enough to keep him from avoiding the fire that went along with it. Tsunade then comes at him with a chakra-enhanced punch and punches him right in the face. The impact caused Orochimaru to roll across the ground, until he crashed into a boulder. He then struggled to get up. My plan to get you to heal my arms Tsunade was all a failure. He showed them his face with the skin surrounding one of his eyes to be torn off, revealing another layer of skin. Oh my god. Daisy gasped. But I promise you when next we meet I will crush you and all those you hold dear, Orochimaru promised as he and Kabuto fled. That about wraps it up, Bunta said as she and Katsuyu vanished. E-Streak started to glow and shrunk back down to Aben and Hotstreak. What a wild ride. Hotstreak said in a daze while stumbling around. That was some experience. Aben added in the same condition as Hotstreak, until Shiv and Talon caught them. Don't worry guys, you'll have your energy back soon with a little rest, Naruto explained. Groovy. Hotstreak chuckled. What was up with Orochimaru back there? Static asked Jiraiya, but before he could answer Tsunade gasped and started turning older much to everyone's shock. Tsunade-sama. Shizune gasped. Don't worry Shizune, all I need is some rest until my younger form is restored. Tsunade assured her. I suggest we head back to town and rest, Jiraiya suggested. Yes, and then once we've all been healed we can go home, Tsunade added, taking everyone by surprise. You mean? Naruto asked. Yes, I'm going to be the Godem Hokage, she answered confidently. Well said, Naruto admitted as he opened a shadow portal. Let's take the shortcut back. Is it safe? Shizune asked. Only if you trust me, Naruto answered. I do. Tsunade said, leaving Shizune confident enough to trust him as well. So they went through the portal and were back in Tanzaku, where they each rested up until they were all back to full strength. They were all outside the bar as Tsunade spoke. Shall we get going? Boss-san, Naruto began, grabbing her attention. I want you to know I'm glad you decided to accept the position as Hokage. Well, I have you to thank for it, Naruto. You convinced me that being Hokage isn't a fool's game. Yeah. But just to warn you not to get too comfy in the Hokage's seat, because I'll be sitting in it when you retire. Naruto smirked. Well, with your confidence and heart I feel you'll make an outstanding Hokage one day. Tsunade smiled. I appreciate that, Naruto said until he saw her lean down to his face and pecked him on the forehead, surprising the group. After the peck Tsunade spoke, you'll make a great man just like your father. Perhaps even better. Naruto blushed at her words until Jiraiya spoke. Come on, let's go home. And so they all started back with Naruto and Static surfing the air on their saucers. Shiv was walking by Shizune, and the breed made sure he had his space with her. Say, Shizune, when we get back to Konoha, would you be interested in going out with me sometime? Shiv asked, a tad nervous. Shizune raised an eyebrow. Your treat? You know it, Shiv replied. Shizune smiled. Name the date, Shiv-kun. Shiv blushed and smiled. Yes. He cheered. The breed chuckled hearing him, knowing that things will once again change for them one by one. After Naruto and his crew left Tanzaku, it was a matter of days before they returned to Konoha. The first thing on their agenda was to confirm the success of their mission to the Sandaime, who was overjoyed to see his third student again, while the same was said of Tsunade seeing her old sensei. When the preparations were made, they were on their way to the hospital to check on Sasuke. As soon as we take care of all this I'm going to eat Shiraku's for lunch, Naruto said as he walked alongside Aben and Talon. Sounds like a plan. Carmen replied, liking that idea. Naruto-kun. 3 voices called. Naruto turned and saw Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi run into his embrace. Tsunade and Shizune were surprised at this, while the Bang babies saw this coming. It's up? Naruto asked as all 3 were hugging and kissing him all over. We ran into Shikamaru, who said you just got in, Hinata explained. How was the mission? Hanabi asked curiously. Not bad actually, probably the best mission I've had yet, he chuckled. We heard the good news, Tenten began. You really did bring Tsunade-sama back to the village? Yup. Naruto replied. Oh, this is great, I can't wait to see her, Tenten said in excitement. Well, you don't have long to wait. Kanger pointed behind her. Huh? Tenten asked as she turned and was looking at her idol standing before. Tsunade-sama? She gasped and the woman nodded. Well, Naruto, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends here? Tsunade asked while smiling. Oh right, boss-san, this is Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi Hyuga. Naruto introduced them. Naruto, don't disrespect Tsunade-sama, Tenten scolded him. What I say, bossin, because she's like family to me now, Naruto replied. Tsunade approached the girls. So you're the girls Naruto's told me about. You three look like very strong kunoichi. Arigato Tsunade-sama, Hinata said while blushing. Yes, thank you very much. Hanabi added. And you, Tenten? Tsunade turned to her. Naruto's told me about you, and I admire that you're dedicated in proving that we women don't need rescuing all the time, she said, patting her head. Arigato, Tsunade-sama. Tenten blushed for having been patted on her head by her idol. So where were you headed? Hinata asked. To the infirmary. Sasuke and Lee need to be looked at, Naruto replied. That's right, Tenten replied. Tsunade-sama should be able to help Lee and the others. Mind if we join you? After all, Sasuke's my teammate, Hanabi requested. Of course you can. Naruto replied. Come on, let's get going, Aben said as they continued on. Once they made it to the hospital, Tsunade went to Sasuke's room where Sakura and Kakashi were already there. Sakura was marveled by the female Sanin's beauty, while Kakashi was surprised to see another one of the greatest ninja that came before him back in the village. With a mere healing jutsu from her, Sasuke was awakened, much to his squad's relief. When they were going to see Lee, Tsunade told Naruto and his group to head out to eat, saying it was going to take a while with the next procedure. So Naruto, the Bang Babies, and his girls went to Ichiraku's for lunch. Ayame served a bowl to Hotstreak. Here you go, Hotstreak, thanks for waiting. For the ramen you make, Ayame. I'd wait till Armageddon, Hotstreak replied, earning a giggle from her. Now that we got a fresher Hokage to help bring the village back out of the pits, Konoha will be better than ever, Naruto told his friends. I know, and we still need to keep practicing so we can get even stronger, Hinata added. Because the next Chunin exams, we're gonna make it all the way, Tenten promised him. I'll be waiting. Naruto smirked. After they had their meal, they were walking through the park. Naruto's girls looked at each other as if deciding something before nodding. Hinata spoke. Naruto-kun, before you left, Kurenai-sensei told us what happened with you. She did she? He asked, expecting this. Yes, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother and Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri, came to the village looking for you, Tenten added. They're after Kyuubi, aren't they? Hanabi asked in worry. Naruto looked down and his senseis were concerned, knowing that fight brought back painful memories. Yeah. Ero Sennin has no idea what they intend on doing with it, but in this world of shinobi anyone could do anything with its power. Ain't it the truth? Kyuubi agreed. We're just scared that what if they come back for you? Tenten asked in fear. I know, but that's why Ero Sennin is here, and he's going to help train me to fight and defend against Akatsuki if they ever come back. That's why I already know Rasengan, Naruto explained. Well, we want to get stronger so that we can help you instead of doing nothing, Hanabi promised. Naruto smiled at them. No wonder I love you 3. And if they come back you can always count on us. We're just a call away, Gear added before tossing him a small device. What's this? Naruto asked, looking at it. A shock vox, our own personal communicator, Gear explained. Cool, Naruto replied as he put it in his coat pocket. A few days later, everyone in the village was gathered around the Hokage administration building, including all the metahumans. Naruto stood with his girls, his senseis, and Lee, who was walking again. On top of the building were Sarutobi, his teammates, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade. They watched as Sarutobi officially passed on the position of Hokage to Tsunade, who in turn promised the village she would protect it with her life. A week afterwards the village was back on top again as it was in the past. Tsunade was hard at work as the Hokage doing paperwork. Much to her misfortune, Sarutobi now spent his time teaching Konohamaru some ninja basics. Hotstreak and Ayame were closer than before, and Shiv and Shizune started going out. Static, Gear, Adam, and Shebang went home with Daisy where they told Robert, Sharon, the Foleys, and the Vales what happened, which left them in total shock and relief that they all came back okay. One afternoon, Naruto was training with the breed and his girls by the training ground to improve on their abilities. After their workout they toweled off and were relaxing. Thanks for the workout guys. Naruto thanked them. No prob, we needed it just as much, Aben admitted. So what do we do now? Talon asked. I say we go back to the mansion and eat, Ferret suggested. Good call. Carmen answered as the others rolled their eyes. Well, I suppose, Naruto answered as he walked but suddenly stopped and smelt the air, fire breath, sweat from hours of training, and hint of cocky superiority. Sasuke. He declared, seeing Sasuke standing behind him with Sakura from a distance. The breed and the girls could see the determination and jealousy in Sasuke's eyes as the boy spoke. Naruto, fight me. Huh? He asked. I want you to fight me, he demanded. Naruto spoke sound uninterested. Sorry, Sasuke, but I have to pass on this. What? I got no reason to fight you, Sasuke, so there's no point in accepting your challenge. Naruto brushed him off. Well, I got a reason to fight you, he barked. Geez, what crawled up his pants and died? Shiv asked the breed, who looked like they didn't want to hear wisecracks now. Well, sorry Sasuke, but your obvious reason isn't good enough to change my mind, Naruto replied as he started walking away. Don't turn your back on me, Naruto, Sasuke yelled as he charged at Naruto, attempting to attack him, only for Naruto to spin around and catch Sasuke's thrown fist. I'll teach you what happens when you attack someone when their back's turned, Naruto called as he grew his free arm to onyx size and slugged Sasuke, sending him crashing onto the ground. Naruto started walking away again casually, only for Sasuke to call back, don't you walk away from me, Naruto. Naruto looked, seeing Sasuke back on his feet again while frowning. The blonde sighed, you're just doing yourself in, Sasuke. Sasuke frowned as he continued attacking Naruto blindly without even thinking, while Naruto was just dodging and defending himself from Sasuke as if he was nothing. Sasuke launched a fireball jutsu at Naruto only for him to conjure a shadow portal and absorb it. When Sasuke tried to throw another punch, Naruto caught it again. Stay down Sasuke or only receive worse. He ended up shocking Sasuke, who screamed before Naruto tossed him aside. Naruto. The group gasped. That was just a tiny jolt, Naruto promised Sasuke, keep coming at me and you'll force me to do worse. I'll give you my worst, Sasuke called as he charged a Chidori, taking everyone by surprise. Whoa, that's the jutsu he used against Gaara, Puff gasped. He's going to use it on Naruto. Sasuke started running at Naruto with Chidori in hand. Naruto prepared himself to sink into his shadow portal so Sasuke would miss, but before he could, Kakashi appeared and spun-kicked Sasuke away, making him roll across the ground. With Sasuke down, his Chidori dissolved. Kakashi. Naruto gasped. Naruto, are you okay? He asked hopefully. Fine. Naruto answered truthfully. Sasuke groaned as he looked up, seeing his sensei. What the hell were you thinking, Sasuke? The Jonin lectured his student. The Chidori was not meant to be used against your comrades of Konoha. He scolded him only for Sasuke to frown. Before Kakashi could continue to lecture Sasuke, the boy threw a smoke bomb and disappeared. Naruto. The breed called as they raced over to Naruto. Are you all right? Talon asked in worry. I'm fine, he answered. We were worried there, Ferret said. Thought you were done for, Carmen added. You know you can't keep me down that easily, Naruto answered smugly. Naruto-kun. The kunoichi cried as they hugged him tight. Why did you just let him come at you like that? Tenten asked in outrage. He could have killed you, Hanabi added. Don't ever scare us like that, Hinata cried on his shoulder as he comforted her. Kakashi watched sighing, seeing how his squad's starting to fall apart with Sasuke acting disobedient. I'm gonna have to report this to Tsunade-sama, he said to himself. What was up with Sasuke? Tenten asked. Yeah, what's his problem now? Hotstreak asked. I'm afraid meeting up with Itachi had provoked this out of him, Kakashi explained. Yeah, he threw the kid around like a toy, Kanga remembered. And he decided to vent his frustrations out on Naruto? Shiv asked. Straight up trippin', Aben replied as the breed agreed. Naruto spoke to the guys. I'll catch you later guys. I need some time to myself, Naruto said as he started walking off. Kakashi, seeing Naruto would be all right, took his leave. Naruto was walking through the village, until he looked ahead, seeing Jiraiya, who looked as if he were waiting for his apprentice to show up, Ero Sennin. I've been looking for you, Naruto, he answered. What's up? Kakashi told me what happened today with you and Sasuke, Jiraiya began. Then you should know I didn't do anything to him compared to the level of stuff he threw at me, Naruto explained. Regardless, Naruto, Jiraiya began, you should have retreated instead of sticking around to try and give him the hint. After all, some ninja can't take it like others. And that's a fact, Naruto admitted. Just make sure next time something like this comes up, you'll take the better choice, Jiraiya reminded him. I will, sensei, Naruto answered, and Jiraiya smiled. The old man took off as Naruto opened his portal, heading back home. That night, Sasuke was on the roof of his compound brooding. I'll never beat Itachi the way I am now. I can't even beat Naruto, he thought before growling. What the hell am I gonna do? He shouted. You could come along with us, a voice said as Sasuke spun around, seeing 5 figures stand behind him. Sasuke gasped as he saw the auto headbands around the 5 of them. The very next morning at the Namikaze compound, Naruto had just finished getting dressed, only for Shikamaru to barge in. Naruto. Geez Shikamaru, you ever hear of knocking? Naruto asked. No time for that, we got a problem, Shikamaru explained seriously. What's the situation? Naruto asked his fellow Chunin curiously. Last night Sasuke left the village, the Nara answered, leaving Naruto in shock. Oh crap. He cursed. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other in the Valley of the End, while standing on the 2 statues of Hashirama and Madara. With the help of Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Lee, fending off against each of the Auto ninja that were sent to retrieve Sasuke, Naruto was able to go on ahead to catch up to the Uchiha boy. The 2 jumped from the statues with a Rasengan and Chidori in hand. When they collided, their attacks' powers resulted in an explosion that sent them plummeting for the waters below. Naruto used his static electricity to call back his saucer to surf down safely, while Sasuke hit the water full force. Naruto groaned. Ooh, that could leave a mark. Sasuke got up and used his chakra to balance on top of the water. You're wasting your time trying to bring me back to the village, Naruto. The Uchiha warned Naruto as he got off his saucer. Talk all you want, because I'm not going back without you, dead or alive, Naruto warned him. Then I'm going to have to show you I'm serious, Sasuke shouted as the 2 ran to each other and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. You know what I'm capable of, Sasuke, Naruto called as he turned his right arm into onyxes and slugged Sasuke in the gut, sending him rolling across the water. No matter how much power Orochimaru could offer you, I'll always be a step ahead. But not because my powers make me strong, but it's because I don't fight people out of rage, pride, or greed. Why don't you shut up? Sasuke called as he used the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, only for Naruto to ignite 2 bigger fireballs in his fists and launch them at Sasuke's, canceling them out. Naruto then ran at Sasuke, turning his hands into light energy knives. Sasuke used 2 kunai to defend himself, as Naruto was giving him everything he had. I wish this mission was just a simple kill, but the order was to bring him back first before any decision to kill him is made, he thought. Finally Sasuke knocked Naruto back, as the blonde shook it off, preparing for another attack. By using a combo of Shibangs and Onyx's strength to attack Sasuke, the Uchiha wasn't able to block his moves. Hey Sasuke, Naruto called, think fast. He threw a zap cap at Sasuke, which released a blinding light, confusing Sasuke's sight long enough for Naruto to stretch his muscle-enhanced arms forward, punching Sasuke, causing him to fly backwards until he crashed into a wall of the valley. Naruto surfed on his saucer over to Sasuke and was prepared to grab him and drag him home, until Sasuke shot up with some of the curse marks patterns covering the side of his face, and started fighting Naruto harder. I will not be outdone by you, Naruto, so help me, Sasuke bellowed as they exchanged blows. Naruto then gets up. It's on now, Sasuke, He called as he summoned a dozen cage bunchins that took on Sasuke, causing both the Uchiha and Uzumaki to push themselves past their limits. Sasuke tried to use another Chidori, but Naruto channeled his electricity into his fists and blasted Sasuke, sending him crashing onto the waters again. Sasuke started laughing, which confused Naruto. When the Uchiha reached his feet, he looked at Naruto, showing him his Sharingan eye reached its 3 tomos. Arigato Naruto, you always were challenging to me, and thanks to you pushing me to my limits, it's finally ready. Too bad this will be the only fight you ever use it to its full, Naruto called as he summoned more clones who started throwing fireballs at Sasuke, but using the Sharingan Sasuke was able to read from Naruto's wrist movements the directions he'd throw and was able to avoid the majority of them, while running at Naruto. Upon reaching Naruto, Sasuke fought all of his cage bunchins, knocking out one after another. When he and Naruto engaged in hand-to-hand combat again, Sasuke continued using his Sharingan to predict the moves Naruto was going to make. Naruto, seeing he couldn't fight Sasuke in hand-to-hand in his current state, jumped back while forming hand signs, while Sasuke started copying him, Kaden Raiden. Pyro Electro Dragon Blasts. They shouted together, and with Sasuke being able to use both elements, he was able to use the jutsu, and both fire and electric dragon blasts collided with each other, causing an explosion. Sasuke was ready in case Naruto showed up, and with luck he was flying for him. Try some originality, duck butt. Naruto shouted, stretching his arms forward, but Sasuke grabbed them and spun him around. Naruto felt like HB Bon as he was spun around, until Sasuke let go with Naruto flying back while rolling across the water. I can't keep going on like this, he groaned. Hey Kyuubi, how about a little juice? You got it, but I feel against Sasuke you'll need more than my regular chakra, Kyuubi began. I will now grant you the power of the Fox Cloak. Fox Cloak? Naruto thought in confusion, as Kyuubi's chakra was surrounding him. What is this? Sasuke began trembling as he could see some of Kyuubi's aura emitting from Naruto. Naruto's eyes turned blood red that glowed through his sunglasses, making it look like the lenses were red-tinted. His nails grew long and sharp, his whiskers became extra feral, and his hair turned bushier. You're through, Sasuke. Naruto bellowed as he got down on all fours, and took off like a speeding bullet for Sasuke. Sasuke tried to halt Naruto by using the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, but Naruto dodged them. When the Jinchuriki was closing in on Sasuke, he started taking a breath and blew a fire blast from his mouth. Unlike a regular fire jutsu that most ninjas breathe, this one combined with Kyuubi's chakra practically incinerated the whole area and caused the water level in the lake they were fighting on top of to dry up, making it lower for now. Sasuke was surrounded by the fire, not knowing where to go, until a giant sphere, which was Naruto encased in his armadillo shell combined with Kyuubi's chakra, was hurtling right for him and tackled him into the wall, causing another crater. Naruto flipped away from Sasuke, still lying in the crater, while he uncurled out of his shell and got ready for another move. Hope you brought earplugs, Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he took another deep breath and unleashed his harpy scream that was enhanced by the Biju chakra. It became louder and more ear-splitting. It was so bad that even the valley walls were starting to crack. Sasuke was clutching his ears, crying in pain from the sound. What is this power? Sasuke strained while clutching his ears. Rather than answer Sasuke, Naruto just dove back down at Sasuke, pummeling him with punch after punch. You're coming back to Konoha whether you want to or not, Sasuke. Naruto screamed as he used his Kangar feet to kick Sasuke, sending him flying backwards to the side the statue of the first Hokage stood. Naruto, using his enhanced speed, dashed faster than Sasuke, flying back and delivered an onyx punch to the Uchiha when he was coming right at him. The enhanced punch only sent Sasuke flying back in the same direction the Uchiha founder stood. He crashed in the same crater, only putting a bigger dent in it. Want some more, Sasuke? Naruto shouted, and all on its own the chakra arms of the Fox Cloak stretched forward and grabbed Sasuke and pulled him forward to Naruto. Naruto flew up into the air with the chakra arms still carrying Sasuke. When Naruto reached the top of the waterfall, the chakra arms threw Sasuke up further, only to have Naruto fly faster to catch up with him. Here's a little something special for you. Naruto appeared above Sasuke, ready to kick down on his face with his giant feet. Kangaroo barrage, he shouted, before kicking downward on the Uchiha as he was sent plummeting into the lake. Now let's see some sparks fly, Naruto screamed as he generated some electricity. Only with Kyuubi's power he was generating red electricity, just like Static does when he's really mad. He fired the red electricity into a blast at the lake, amplifying his already Kyuubi-enhanced electricity. Naruto could hear Sasuke screaming all the way from above the waterfall. When he stopped his electromagnetic attack, he dove down to retrieve Sasuke. But Sasuke blasted out of the lake with the cursed markings covering more of his body. Naruto! Sasuke screamed as he collided with Naruto, and they grappled in midair, until they managed to break hold of each other's grip and flew on their opposite sides. Naruto smirked, feeling that Sasuke would be too weak to continue fighting, but was proven wrong as Sasuke got back up with the curse mark covering the rest of his body. Now it's personal, Naruto. His skin became dark gray, his nails turned longer, his hair grew longer and colored dark blue, and webbed hands sprouted from his back looking like wings. Naruto gawked at Sasuke's new form and spoke, "Sasuke, you're fugly." Sasuke didn't answer, but instead conjured a black lightning Chidori. "Okay then, we'll finish this here." He held out his right hand as the Biju chakra formed the Rasengan in the palm. The jutsu started mixing with Kyuubi's chakra. "All right Sasuke, we're taking you down here and now," he shouted. "We? Who's we?" Sasuke asked in confusion. "Me and my senseis, the metahumans." Naruto called as electricity, fire, light, and shadow encircle Naruto and was being channeled into his Rasengan. "My sensei's powers flow through me and are always with me even if they are not next to me." He held his Kyuubi Bang Baby enhanced Rasengan. "In this Rasengan is the strength of all my senseis." He explained as reflections of Aben, the breed, Static, Gear, Atom. Even Shibang shined in the Rasengan. "With us acting as one, we will bring you down." The two launched themselves from their respective sides, flying right for each other before thrusting their powered-up jutsus at each other. Naruto's Rasengan, being extra powerful, managed to overpower Sasuke's Chidori. The jutsu's power, however, was so intense it resulting in a huge explosion. When the resulting smoke from the after effect started clearing, it showed the valley looked cracked and the water level below the statues had dropped even more. Naruto was lying on the ground with his fox cloak gone. He regained consciousness and groaned, "Oh man, that had to be the most I've ever gone all out." He saw Sasuke not too far from where he was lying on the ground unconscious as well, along with being back in his regular form. He approached the fallen Uchiha and looked down at him. "I should just leave you here to rot and die for what you've done." Naruto suddenly sighed. "Unfortunately, everyone's expecting me to bring you home." He took Sasuke's arm and supported him up, while carrying him back by foot since he had no energy to fly. Suddenly Kakashi appeared before them. "Naruto," he gasped in relief. "Kakashi, sorry but you missed all the action," Naruto joked. Kakashi looked around. "You two must have really gone at it. It was the only way to stop him." Naruto replied as Kakashi summoned a single clone to carry Sasuke, while he himself carried Naruto back to the village. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Virgil, Richie, Shinice, and Adam were there and had been told by the breed where Naruto was and what happened. "That's just straight up trippin'," Virgil exclaimed. "For real?" Richie agreed. "I know," Aben replied. "What was that kid thinking going to that Orochimaru?" Adam asked. "You saw what his bro did to him," Puff began. "The kid thought Snake Eyes could give him the kind of power to beat him." Suddenly Tenten, Hanabi, and Hinata appear. Hinata, Hanabi, Tenten, "What's up?" Virgil asked. "They're back," Tenten exclaimed. "What?" the breed gasped. "Naruto-kun, and the guys are back and they got Sasuke," Hanabi answered. "All right, let's go find them and party," Shiv cheered. "Don't celebrate yet, Shiv, they're all in the hospital," Hinata replied in worry. "Hospital?" Virgil and Hotstreak gasped. "Yes," Tenten nodded with worry. "Naruto," they gasped as they ran for the hospital with the girls following them. Upon reaching the hospital, they found Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma waiting with the retrieval squad's families. "Where are the guys?" Aben asked. "They're undergoing treatment." Kurenai sighed. "So what's their situation?" Virgil asked in worry. "Choji and Neji are in the worst condition, but Tsunade and Shizune are doing all they can to heal them," Shuza explained. "Neji." Hinata and Hanabi gasped for their cousin. "Oh no," Tenten feared. "Kiba, Shikamaru, and Lee had the least of injuries, so they'll be fine," Asuma added. "What about Naruto?" Richie asked curiously closely. "He's resting now," Kakashi answered. He's overused a lot of chakra in his fight, and his body is slowly healing. And is it true he got Sasuke? Hotstreak asked. Yes, but he's in a similar state, and unconscious. Kakashi replied. Whoa. The breed gasped. Yes, there's no telling when or if he'll wake up. Kakashi explained, and Sakura, who had just walked in, heard it all. Naruto, Sasuke. She gasped. Hotstreak was looking around the hospital looking uneasy. What's with you? Asuma asked. I'm not a big fan of hospitals. Hotstreak explained, getting attention of the Jonin and clan heads. When I was a kid I had to stay in a hospital for 2 years. Meanwhile, inside the hospital room, Naruto was lying on a hospital bed with his body covered in bandages, mind his head. His sunglasses were on a table beside his bed and his clothes were in a closet. His eyes slowly opened with his dazed vision until it got clearer. He saw Tsunade looking over him. Bosun? Finally awake, Naruto? Thank goodness, she sighed. What happened to everyone else? Naruto asked frantically. They'll be fine, Naruto. But Sasuke, however, is still unconscious. What did you do to him? She asked. You don't want to know. He answered. Well, we're all going to have to hear it at the trial, she began, getting Naruto confused. We need to determine the punishment for Sasuke, who was willing to go Nukenin. Well, what if Sasuke doesn't wake up in time? Naruto asked. We'll worry about that for later. Right now you and the others need your rest. Tsunade answered as the door opened and the whole group piled in. Naruto. His girls cried as they ran over to him. Are you okay? Hinata asked in worry. Never better, Naruto answered, but groaned. Please don't ever scare us like that again. Tenten cried as she hugged him, but not tightly for fear of hurting him. So how are you holding up? Aben asked curiously. Oh, fantastic, Naruto answered in sarcasm. You gave us quite a scare, man. Richie noted. Sorry guys, Naruto replied. Well, good news is with Sasuke back, Snake Face won't be getting his new eyes anytime soon, Virgil said confidently. We're not out of the clear yet, Virgil. Tsunade explained. There's still the trial for the actions of Sasuke. Trial? Virgil asked and Tsunade nodded. Looks like we'll be needing Judge Mathis for this. Shiv joked, but the breed scowled at his attempt at humor. A week after Naruto and the guy's last mission to retrieve Sasuke, Naruto and the others were up and out of the hospital feeling as good as new. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Sasuke, as he was still unconscious. Virgil, Richie, Adam, and Shanice dropped in during that week, making sure they were okay and wanted to be there for the trial. Currently Naruto, Sakura, Hanabi, and the Bang babies were in Sasuke's room. The breed wasn't exactly thrilled being in the room of someone who was willing to kill their little buddy. In fact, Aben had to keep himself from finishing what Naruto had started while Sasuke was down and out. It's been a whole week and Sasuke still hasn't moved, Hanabi said in worry. Soon Tsunade and Shizune entered and noticed Sasuke's condition. Nothing, Shizune asked. I'm afraid not, Naruto answered. Well, unfortunately the council is getting restless and demand the trial is to be held tomorrow if anything or nothing changes, Tsunade explained. Geez, the older you get the more impatient you become, Hotstreak grumbled. They've always been impatient, Tsunade replied to Hotstreak, who looked more dismal than before. Naruto sighed, wondering how he'll be able to explain things to the council, until he glanced over to Sasuke, seeing his shoulder move. Sasuke? He asked and the others gasped, looking over. Sasuke groaned as he opened his eyes slowly. Naruto? Yeah, Sasuke, it's me, Naruto answered. You're alive, Sakura gasped. Sasuke groaned in pain. I'm back in the village, huh? Well, congratulations Naruto, you won again. I'm not proud of this victory, Sasuke. What happened to you? A part of me wished I didn't have to do it. So bash me all you want, but I'll take it, Naruto answered, feeling prepared for the worst. It's my fault, Naruto, Sasuke replied, and they all looked to him in shock. Excuse me? Puff asked. I let my pride and lust for power get in my way and cloud my judgment, Sasuke explained in guilt, and look where it landed me. It's not too late, Sasuke, maybe I can convince the council to take it easy on you, Naruto explained. It's too late for that, Naruto, Sasuke strained. What are you talking about? It's not too late for you, you can still change, Naruto shouted. Sorry Naruto, but that fight did a number on me. I don't even have enough strength to get up. Sasuke explained weakly. No Sasuke, please don't say that, Sakura cried. Sakura, I'm sorry for the way I looked down upon you. To tell you the truth, you always made me feel like I wasn't alone. Sasuke began. Same for you, Hanabi. Both you and Sensei made me feel like I still had a family. Naruto stood beside his bed. Sasuke, I'm sorry this happened. I said it before, Naruto. I'm the one who caused everyone so much trouble. He coughed. My time's just about up, so I want to give you something, Naruto, to make up for all I've ever done you wrong. Give me what? Naruto wondered. Come closer. Sasuke beckoned him and Naruto got closer. Sasuke thrusted his hand up to Naruto, planting it on his chest. Okay, now do it. Huh? Naruto wondered. Do what? Sakura asked. The Kyuubi smirked. Well kid, he asked for it. Powers of heaven, earth, and hell, hear my call. Grant unto this boy the powers of all. Suddenly a force of chakra seeped through Sasuke and into Naruto, as the blonde Chunin shouted. While inside his body 2 strands of DNA were combining into one. Back outside, Naruto fell to his knees with his sunglasses slipping off, and his eyes tightly shut. It's yours now, Naruto, use it well, Sasuke said weakly, before his eyes shut and his body limped. Sasuke. Sakura and Hanabi cried. Naruto, are you okay? Shizune asked as the boy struggled to his feet. Yeah, what did Sasuke mean by, use it well? Virgil asked. Naruto finally got to his feet and turned around with shut eyes, until his eyes flung open revealing the Sharingan in both eyes. Naruto. Sakura and Hanabi gasped in shock. That's the Sharingan, Hotstreak gasped in surprise. So that's what Sasuke meant. He wanted Kyuubi to transfer his Sharingan into Naruto. Richie deduced. Naruto, how do you feel? Tsunade asked the blonde. A little strange, and my vision looks totally different. This must be what Kakashi's able to see. Naruto explained, and suddenly the eyes powered down back to his regular eyes. You powered it down all by yourself, Sakura gasped. So what? Hotstreak asked, not seeing how important that was. Kakashi's Sharingan eye was implanted into him by use of surgery, meaning he cannot deactivate it, which is why it must remain hidden when not being used. Tsunade began. Because the Kyuubi sealed it inside Naruto, he can activate it and deactivate it at will. How cool is that? Virgil asked. Awesome, Shinice added. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a smile. Arigato Sasuke, I'll use your family's bloodline with honor. Well, that will all depend on how things go tomorrow, Tsunade reminded him. Now that Sasuke's dead, who knows what kind of reactions will break out because of this. Whatever happens, I'll take them, Naruto assured the Hokage. The next morning at the administration building, all those who took part in the retrieval mission were giving their reports to Tsunade, Sarutobi and his team, Danzo Shimura, the clan heads, and civilians. They each explained the fight they partook in during the mission against 5 shinobi sent by Orochimaru and how different in strengths and powers they each had. Soon it was Naruto's time to explain his situation. Upon reaching the Valley of the End, I caught up to Sasuke in the Valley of the End. Sasuke refused to give himself up, so I was forcing the most part. One had the upper hand until his Sharingan eye became complete. I admit he tried to turn things around on me using both his Sharingan and the curse mark left on him by Orochimaru. But having both my meta-human powers and my Biju chakra, I was able to overpower him. However, Sasuke tapped further into the curse mark and took on a horrifying form, so I tapped further into my Biju power and we both unleashed our most powerful jutsus. I was able to take the attack, but I was left very exhausted, while Sasuke fell unconscious. Kakashi showed up and brought us both back. It took a week for me to completely heal, while Sasuke remained in comatose. Yesterday, however, he awoke and then died a minute later. He finished, which got gasps out of the civilians and the jury. Well, jury? Asked Tsunade. Before the whole council could vote, Danzo shot out of his seat. Naruto Uzumaki should be executed for the murder of Sasuke Uchiha. His outburst caused the civilian council to agree, which got Naruto pissed off. Excuse me. Sasuke was going nuke Nin out of his own free will. Besides, the mission was to bring him back at all costs, Naruto argued. Regardless. Danzo barked back, which got Naruto boiling, for he knew to expect such reactions from Danzo and anyone stupid enough to side with him. Danzo, it's not only your decision to make, Sarutobi glared. Yes, that's right, a civilian spoke up. I vote for Danzo's decision. He called, which got more of them. That's totally whack. Virgil shouted, but Adam held him back. Naruto frowned. You selfish blind bastards call yourselves citizens of Konoha? You would favor a traitor over someone who's saved the village? Save your excuses, brat. Danzo snarled. Naruto calmed down and grinned. Before you decide on terminating me, I should mention this little detail that concerns the Uchiha clan. What do you mean, Naruto? Sarutobi asked. Before Sasuke passed on, he performed one final act for Konoha and for me to make up for what he's done. Let me show you. Naruto lifted his sunglasses up, revealing his closed eyes, and opened them, revealing his new Sharingan. The Sharingan. The clan heads gasped. What kind of trickery is this, boy? Danzo frowned. No trick at all, old man. With the help of Kyuubi, Sasuke's Sharingan was sealed inside me. And you want to know what else? Sasuke did it all on his own, because he knew I was the only other one strong enough to use it. Naruto continued. You lie. Danzo shouted, getting the civilians to further kiss up to him. He doesn't, Danzo. Tsunade answered calmly, and they all looked at the Hokage. I was there to see it all. Sasuke willingly gave his Sharingan to Naruto. Danzo, hearing this, had to act fast to preserve himself. If I may make a new suggestion, we should have Naruto mate with several carefully selected women in order to repopulate the Sharingan. And what, just to make us seem like we're stronger than all the other nations? Naruto asked. Old man, get a grip on reality in this century. Maybe ruling by fear and power is what made us strong in the past, but that's all history now. And what's this about forcing me to mate with several women? I've been in a relationship with the Hyuga heiress and Tenten for years now. I'm not betraying them just for your need to have more power. You will not speak to me in that tone, Kyuubi brat. Danzo growled at his behavior. Danzo, you are getting out of order. Tsunade shouted. Naruto and his team successfully completed the mission to bring Sasuke Uchiha back to the village, dead or alive. Danzo's angered frown grew larger until he shouted, Root assemble. Then, bursting through the roof of the room, was a dozen Root Anbu armed. Attack. Danzo ordered, which scared everyone in the room, including the council. The Root Anbu run for Naruto, who didn't move at all. In a flash the Root Anbu froze and fell on their backs motionless. What have you done to them? Danzo demanded out of Naruto, and gasped, seeing Naruto's Sharingan eyes have transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan that consisted of 3 overlapping ellipses, giving it 6 points like a star image, and unlike the regular Mangekyo coloring, Naruto's was black with red designs. It's the Mangekyo. Kaharu and Homura gasped. Naruto smiled. I know about how Itachi could obtain Mangekyo by killing someone very close to you. Because Sasuke transferred it to me before he died, that rule had applied to me. So anyone still want to mess with me? Danzo finally had it. He jumped from where he was and pulled out a dagger while rushing for Naruto. I'll kill you, demon. Suddenly he gasped and strained for some reason. He looked down and noticed he ran right into Naruto's light energy knife with blood spilling out of the area. You should watch where you're running to. Naruto mocked the old relic. Danzo coughed up blood and fell backward. Damn it, he strained to say before his eye rolled into the back of his head. 2 regular Anbu appeared and took the corpse of Danzo and the Root away. Sorry for that interruption. Now council, what is your answer? Tsunade asked her sensei and his team. Sarutobi answered, we've decided that Naruto Uzumaki should not be punished for the death of Sasuke Uchiha. His teammates nodded in agreement. Tsunade smiled, good, and furthermore, from this day forth the civilian portion of the Konoha Council is forever disbanded for your lack of judgment, she continued, and the civilians were left in guilt. This made Naruto smile and put his sunglasses down over his eyes again. Now that that's taken care of, Choji Akamichi, Kiba Inuzuka, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze stepped forward, so the 5 shinobi approached the Hokage as she continued, for your success of retrieving Sasuke despite his death, you did keep the Sharingan out of Orochimaru's clutches. As well as taking on each of his most powerful shinobi, I am proud to grant you 4 genin to the rank of Chunin. The 4 genin's eyes lit up, as well as the heads of their family. And Anbu presented them each with a Chunin vest that they donned over their regular attire. This is so great. Kiba cheered and Akamaru barked. I'm actually a Chunin. Choji was so happy, and it wasn't because of food for a change. Neji smiled. I knew it was bound to happen one day. Yosh, my flames of youth burn brighter than ever, Lee ranted. And Naruto, Tsunade addressed, and he looked at her, for your success of defeating Sasuke Uchiha and bringing him back to the village. You've proven yourself worthy. I now bestow upon you the title of Jonin. Naruto's sunglasses slipped off his eyes, revealing his shocked and wide eyes. The Bang babies standing on the side were equally shocked as well. Me really? Naruto gasped. Tsunade smiled and answered, you earned it. Naruto, doing the one thing anyone his age would do if given such a rank, jumped into the air cheering. Oh yeah, he cheered. Tsunade looks to Shikamaru. Sorry about this, Shikamaru. Shikamaru smiles. It's okay. He replied, while in his mind a mini Shikamaru was doing the happy dance about not getting moved up, knowing it would be more troublesome. Later that day, everybody was at the Namikaze mansion, the Jonin senseis, the rookies, the Bang babies, the Suna Sibs, the Konohamaru Corps, Tsunade, Shizune, Anko, and Jiraiya. The majority of them were in the rec room having fun, with Shikamaru and Onyx playing a game of pool with Shikamaru beating him. That's game. Shikamaru declared after pocketing the 8-ball. Oh man. Onyx grumbled. Shikamaru sighed. This game is so easy it's troublesome. Tamari, who was watching them play, rubbed her shoulder against Shikamaru's. I think you played admirably. She smiled and winked, making him blush. Tsunade, Shizune, Talon, Puff, Kurenai, and Shanice were gossiping, and the guys were mingling, while off to the side Anko was flirting with Kanger. So where'd you say you were from again? Anko asks, licking her lips. Jamaica, but that was when I was just a little kid. When I was a teenager I moved to Dakota, where I started get a gang activity with Aben, and a brother named Hyde, Kanger explained. Spent a lot time with the majority of Shiv, Talon, and Aben in Dakota's old juvie hall back in the day. Aben may have been an inmate like the rest of us, but he acted like he ran the place. Anko put her arm around Kanger, who started blushing. Let's not talk about Aben, let's talk more about you, she smirked. Aben and Adam watched Kanger from the side chuckling. Kangor's definitely got game, Aben noted. For real. Adam agreed. Soon Naruto came in with some cage bunchins holding up trays of Chicago-styled hot dogs on buns. Okay everyone, come and get it, dinner is served. Naruto declared, and everyone came and takes a hot dog and start eating. Man, this is good. Choji says, chowing down. I'll say. Kiba agreed. Yo, listen up y'all. Aben addressed everyone in the room, and he raised his can of root beer. I propose a toast to Naruto and the Retrieval Squad, for not only stopping Snake Freak's plot, but for also moving up in ranks. This one's for you guys. Aben declared, looking at Naruto and the new Chunin. Hear, hear, they all agreed, while holding their drinks up. Soon everyone continued partying until it was late. Meanwhile, far away in an underground compound, angry screams were heard. They were coming from Orochimaru, who was forced to move into another body. He was trashing his lab out of frustration, as Kabuto entered to see his master panting form overexerting himself after transferring into another body so quickly. Are you done? He asked as Orochimaru turned to him. It's ruined, Kabuto. Sasuke is dead and my top 5 most skilled ninja were defeated and killed. He growled in frustration. My ambition is now dead. All is not lost, my lord, Kabuto answered calmly. What do you mean? The Snake Sanin pondered on where he was going. I've just received word from some reliable sources that Sasuke has transferred his Sharingan into Naruto with the power of Kyuubi's sealing. Kabuto explained, and Orochimaru froze and smirked. So there's still hope. The Uchiha bloodline now flows through the veins of the one who's humiliated me one too many times. I must have him, Orochimaru hissed. Kabuto ran over to stop his master from moving and sat him back in his seat. My lord, let's not do anything drastic. You've already switched to another body, meaning you have to wait to do it again. Plus you still haven't gotten used to your new body yet. Orochimaru, taking that logic to heart, answered, perhaps you're right. Very well, I'll let Naruto enjoy what time he has. And when the time is right the Sharingan will be mine. He cackled. That night, Naruto was sitting on the roof of his family mansion, resting his head on his knees as he looked out into the village. He gazed up at the moon and saw Sasuke's reflection off it. Sasuke. Naruto sighed. Naruto-kun? A female voice asked. Naruto was brought out of it and turned to see his lovely ladies behind him. Oh, evening girls. I thought you three went home already, he said as he shifted to sitting in the lotus position. Well, we decided to be the last ones to leave, Tenten answered as they sat beside him. We're really proud that you're now a Jonin, Naruto, Hinata added. Yeah, you must be the youngest Jonin, Hanabi tried to figure it out. Since Kakashi. Naruto answered. Well, Naruto-kun, we know you're going to make Hokage one day, and we'll be right there to support you. Hinata promised as she rested her head on his left shoulder. Then Tenten rested her head on his right shoulder and Hanabi sat in his lap resting in his chest. As they looked out into the village, Naruto smiled and pulled out his flute to begin playing it, with the melodious tune echoing throughout the village. The next morning inside Naruto's room, the new Jonin was in his bed with his arms out. The sun shined onto his face making his eyes twitch, until they opened. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. What a night. He stretched while yawning. He got out of bed and after a quick shower and change he went downstairs to see the breed already awake and hanging out. Morning everybody. Naruto greeted them. Morning Naruto. They replied. I trust you slept well, Shiv asked. Like a baby. Naruto replied as he grabbed an apple from a fruit bowl. How about the rest of you? Naruto asked and looks around and saw someone missing. Hey, where's Kangur? Right here, Mon. Kangor's voice called, and they saw Kangur standing in the entrance to the kitchen dressed only in palm tree decorated boxers. What happened to you? Carmen asked, feeling this was awkward. Or do we even want to know? Puff asked, knowing it was something totally disgusting. Anko invited me back to her place last night. We had a few shots, we danced a little, and then things got a little crazy. Kangur explained as he plopped into a seat. She used snakes to bind my wrists and ankles to her bed. Then she had her way with me. You enjoy it? Hotstreak asked with a smirk. If I didn't enjoy it you'd probably call me gay, but yeah I did. Kangur replied with a nod. So what happened to your clothes? Talon asked. I must have left them at Anko's place. I'm sure she'll come by and drop them off. Or she'd keep them as memorabilia, Shiv cackled. Well, I'm going out for the day. I'll catch you later guys, Naruto said as he headed out through a portal. Naruto was walking through the village admiring the waves and greetings he got from the majority of the villagers. Even the local Chunin greeted him. Now this is what I've been waiting for, real admiration, Naruto says to himself as he takes a bite out of a chocolate bar. Naruto looks ahead and saw the Jonin senseis hanging out. Hey guys, how's it going? He asked. Ah Naruto, so wonderful to see you this morning, Guy ranted. Yup. Welcome to the ranks Naruto, Asuma added as he smoked. It's truly incredible to see how fast you've gone from Chunin to Jonin in such a short period of time. Kurenai added, feeling impressed. And already knowing your father's Rasengan, you just might surpass him, even me believe it or not, Kakashi added. Even you? Oh come on Kakashi, you give me too much credit, Naruto replied being modest. Ah don't be so modest Naruto, Guy ruffled the blonde's hair, if anything you will surpass us all. However, the only thing you shall never surpass is the flames of youth which burn brightly in yours truly. Guy struck a pose. He then noticed everyone was ignoring him and Kakashi and Naruto looked back at him. Sorry Guy, did you say something? They asked simultaneously. Guy's face faltered. Curse both of you and your cool attitudes. Suddenly Yugo dropped in. Yugo? Kakashi wondered. Forgive the sudden intrusion senpai, but I need to borrow Naruto, the Anbu explained. What's going on? Naruto asked. Hokage-sama and the council wish to speak to you, Naruto. You are needed immediately, she explained. Hopefully she hasn't already decided to make me a cell leader, Naruto hoped as Yugo shunshined with him. They reappeared in the office of the Hokage where Tsunade, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Shizune Kaharu, Homura, and the meta breed with Kangur back in his clothes were waiting. Guys, why are you here? The Hokage asked us to be here too, Aben answered. Good, now that Naruto's arrived, you're dismissed. Tsunade ordered Yugo, who left. So what's this all about, Boss-san? Naruto asked. Sarutobi cleared his throat. Naruto, seeing as you now wield the Sharingan, it's time you and your friends learned the truth about the Uchiha clan massacre. What truth? Hotstreak asked. Enter, Kaharu called. Opening the door of the office was another Anbu wearing a weasel-faced mask. What the? Talon gasped. Sorry I'm late Hokage-sama. The Anbu explained as he removed his mask, revealing to be none other than Itachi Uchiha. At the sight of him, Naruto and Aben growled and rushed at him, attacking him, while Itachi defended himself, until Tsunade and Shizune rushed and restrained them. Naruto, Aben, stand down. I said stand down, prying them off the robe Uchiha. Are you whack, woman? That chump's the murderer of his own family, Aben shouted. Why would you let him into our village? Naruto shouted as well. Naruto, calm down, there's something you all don't know. Jiraiya tried to calm them. Don't know? What's not to know? Itachi killed off his family to test his power. He's as selfish as Orochimaru. Naruto shouted while pointing accusingly at Itachi. Naruto. Sarutobi shouted loud enough to shut him up. The reason Itachi wiped out the Uchihas minus Sasuke was because I ordered him to. There was an awkward pause, until Naruto spoke up. You what? You ordered the assassination of your village's own people. You're talking shit, old man. Aben called. Gigi, I don't understand. I thought you were a kind ruler. Why would you do that? Naruto frowned, feeling his grandfather figure wasn't who he thought he was. Because Naruto, Homura began. The Uchiha clan was planning to take over Konoha. There was another long pause, until Naruto raised an eyebrow. Say what? What are you talking about? Hotstreak asked, feeling more confused than he and the breed already were. Tsunade began. I assume you were all briefed on the history of the founders of Konoha. Madara Uchiha and my grandfather Hashirama Senju? The breed nodded, having been told this story by Naruto some time ago. Well, as it turns out, Madara Uchiha lives, Sarutobi explained. No way. Naruto shouted in outrage. That guy would have to be ancient, older than these three combined. Aben pointed to Sarutobi and his team, causing them to frown. Itachi stepped in. You are correct, Aben. However, Madara has found a way to remain eternal. Eternal? How? Onyx asked. Well, let me explain. Itachi began. Years ago, Madara Uchiha and his brother Izuna were the first to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Madara discovered using the Mangekyo too much caused him to lose his vision. To save his vision, he killed his Izuna and implanted his eyes into his own, which in turn gave him a new level of Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It restored his vision and gave him unbelievable strength, strong enough to control a demon. Itachi says, looking at Naruto, and the breed was shocked. Itachi cleared his throat. With his new Sharingan led to immortality. But let me explain my reason for the attack of my people. You see, Madara returned to Konoha 13 years ago to convince my clan to join him and rebel against the village. When I joined the Anbu Black Ops, I was tasked by both my clan and Sandaime Sama to spy on each other like a quadruple agent, if you will. Quadruple agent. Shiv chuckled, only for Aben to glare at him for interrupting. Itachi continued again. Sandaime Sama and his team felt if the Uchiha tried to take over the village, it'd only lead to a mass genocide and another ninja war. He tried to reason with my clan, but was unsuccessful. Soon my clan was growing weary of my motives, feeling I was holding back more information than I know. In the end, I was tasked to wipe out my own clan and stain the Uchiha name with my act of treason. Whoa! Naruto gasped. That's deep, man. Kangur gasped. I was trained as an Anbu to hide my emotions when in battle, and I was so good at it not even my family knew what I was feeling half the time. But that night I had to force myself not to cry, but I had to shed a tear in front of Sasuke. Sasuke? Naruto asked. So then why'd you spare only your brother? Aben asked suspiciously. Yeah? Hotstreak asked, feeling suspicious as well. I'm getting to it, Itachi replied. You see, Madara knew of what I was doing and met with me one night. He was planning to invade the village himself, but I offered myself to join him in his conquest if he would hold off. When I slaughtered my clan, I only spared Sasuke. His life was worth more to me than the village and my whole family. I could not follow through with the orders to kill him as well. Instead, I told Sasuke I did it only to test my abilities. I wanted Sasuke to take vengeance on me and become a hero to Konoha for killing me for my actions. Well, that plan backfired. Puff replied. I know, but I also knew Konoha would still want Sasuke eliminated. I pleaded with Sandaime Sama to keep Sasuke safe. I had also threatened Danzo to not harm Sasuke or risk him revealing everything he knew about Konoha's secrets to enemy countries. Sasuke's safety was therefore secured, Itachi continued. I joined the organization known as Akatsuki to keep an eye on Madara and the organization itself in case either ever acted against the village, all the while planning for my death at Sasuke's hands. Unfortunately, now that Sasuke is dead, that will never come to pass. I'm sorry. Naruto replied, feeling guilty for throwing a wrench in his so-called plan. It's my fault. Itachi lowers his head. I should have known Sasuke would take it too far. You Naruto were just doing your job, and I hold no grudge against you for doing so. So why else are you here? Puff asked. I figured I'd report and tell you about the Akatsuki and what they're after, Itachi began. I already know. They want Kyuubi, Naruto replied. It's not just Kyuubi, Naruto, all the Biju that yours is higher than, Itachi explained. You mean Shukaku? Naruto asked. Yes, Shukaku, Nibi, Sanbi, all of them. What are they gonna do with them? Ferret asked. According to our leader, their powers are essential in our quest to be the dominant organization in the shinobi world, Itachi explained. The breed sighed, all this world domination stuff. Honestly, is that all these bad guys are in for? We only did it because we were looking out for number one, Aben explained. So what else can you tell us about the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. Well, you already know of why I joined and my partner Kisame. Itachi started. Orochimaru was in fact one of us, until I joined. He attempted to take my body, but my skills surpassed him, and he abandoned us. Why am I not surprised? Naruto asks the breed. Anyway, Madara may be the leader of the Akatsuki, but he acts in the shadows, giving orders to another member to be the leader. Currently he's under the identity of Tobi, and wears an orange mask, Itachi explained. So who's this other person he has pretending to be leader? Carmen asked, and they noticed Jiraiya looking down in guilt. Pervy sage, what's wrong? Naruto asked. Naruto, the person who's leading the Akatsuki is my student. Jiraiya replied, while looking sad. That can't be, Dad's dead, remember? Naruto reminded him. Naruto, this was long before Minato became my student, he explained. I had trained 3 orphans from a megacure, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Yes, Itachi added, in fact Nagato's the one who openly leads the organization. Konan is also involved in Akatsuki as well. And Yahiko? Naruto asked. He's dead, Jiraiya explained. Partly anyway, Itachi corrected him. You see, Nagato is the wielder of the Rinnegan, a bloodline that was first wielded by the god of the shinobi world, the Sage of 6 Paths. Those who possess it could control all chakra elements. Whoa, mastery over all elements? Naruto gasped. That sounds awesome, Shiv admitted. Maybe, but its true power is still unknown. What we do know is somehow with it Nagato can control Yahiko's corpse like a puppet, Itachi explained. He joined the Akatsuki hoping to bring world peace and took the name of Pain, and Konan joined him because she was devoted to helping her closest friend. So who are these other shinobi in the Akatsuki? Aben asked curiously. All of them are S-class rank missing ninja who fled their villages for their own reasons, Itachi replied as he handed them a file containing info on the Akatsuki members. They all studied them while sporting freaked or scared looks on their faces on the information given to them about these ninjas. So anything else you wanted to explain? Naruto asked. He did give us this. Tsunade started. Orochimaru's ability to switch bodies can only be used once, then he must wait a few years BGAin. We've assumed he already transferred into a new body before he thought Sasuke would make it to him, Sarutobi added. You think he's discovered about Sasuke, you know? Naruto asked. He has, and we also assume he knows you were responsible, so he may try to come after you. But thankfully he cannot do anything until he's gotten used to his new body. So for now you're safe. Plus I managed to convince Akatsuki to not go after the Biju just yet, Itachi added. That's a relief. Naruto sighed. However, Naruto, Itachi continued, I came to make you a proposition. Proposition? Naruto wondered. Yes, please allow me to train you in the art of the Sharingan, he offered. What? Well, why can't Kakashi do that? Naruto asked in confusion. Kakashi may have used an extent of the Sharingan to copy jutsus, but he lacks our stamina to use it to its full. Only a true heir can teach you now, considering you have stamina to rival our own. Plus, with Kyuubi's chakra it can negate the affect of taking your vision away, Itachi explained. Awesome. Naruto cheered. Hold on, what about Sharkface? Hotstreak asked. Won't he get suspicious of you suddenly disappearing on him? I've already mentioned to Kisame I'll be acting on my own for a while, saying I need some time to rest up. After all, usage of the Mangekyo has slowly taken away my sight over the years. Even now my vision is a bit hazy, Itachi answered. So how about it, Naruto? I'm willing to help you train in the art of the Sharingan, if you'll have me. Itachi held out his hand. Naruto looks at everyone from the Bang Babies, the Hokage, even the council. I didn't know you before during your killing of the Uchiha clan, but seeing as how you did it for the safety of the village from a madman, I'm in. He shook Itachi's hand and the Uchiha smiled happily. Arigato for giving me this chance, Naruto. Itachi thanked him. So when do we begin? Actually, I've decided you need some time off, Tsunade began. After all that's happened you still need a break. So I'm allowing you a 3-month vacation from official shinobi duty. Naruto starts to smile. Boss-san, I love you. Itachi looked to him amusingly. You must be the first shinobi to speak to a cage with no formality. He chuckled before turning to Aben. I apologize for roughing you up last time. I really didn't want to do that, but I had to play the character. I still didn't like the way you treated your brother like that, even if you were trying tough love on him, Aben replied, while crossing his arms. I was only trying to encourage him to train harder, but I know now I pushed him too far, Itachi answered in guilt. Hey, I felt the same way, Aben said, going over to the Uchiha, putting an arm around him. Big brothers like us have to take care of our own even in the strangest of ways, he said, and Itachi smiled. As the day went by in the afternoon, Naruto was at home taking a bath in his family's onsen. This is what I needed. Bet Dad probably spent the majority of his time here, he laughed. Suddenly he heard the door slide open. Well guys, didn't expect you to be back so soon, Naruto said, looking behind him, but he shockingly screamed as 4 figures wrapped in towels stepped into the onsen and sat in it. These 4 figures were Tsunade, Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi. This isn't real. No way, it's got to be a fantasy, Naruto said quietly to himself. The 4 looked over at Naruto. Hi Naruto, Naruto-kun. They greeted him. Bossin, girls. What are you 4 doing here? Naruto shouted in shock. Well, we heard you came back here to relax, so we decided to join you, Hanabi answered as she relaxed. Plus I got a clone of myself doing all the paperwork, thanks for the tip, Naruto, Tsunade added. You're welcome, but none of you think it's odd bathing with a guy? Naruto asked nervously. What's there to be odd? This is a mixed onsen, or have you forgotten? Tsunade asked, reminding him. Naruto remembered. Crap, I forgot about that. Well, at least they won't kill me, he thought. Well, if you all are comfortable with this, then I am too. He smiled sheepishly. Good, because this water is absolutely fabulous. Tsunade stretched her arms up. Naruto was nervous that sitting across from him were not only his girlfriends, but the Hokage as well. Sure, he's spent time with his girlfriends a lot, but never this. Nevertheless, Naruto tried to enjoy himself and started up a conversation. So Bossin, how's being the Hokage been for you so far? Well, I've been so busy with the paperwork my shoulders are stiff, Tsunade explained as she rubbed her shoulders. Naruto, could you give me a massage for a little bit? She asked with a moan. Say what? Naruto gasped, is that really necessary? Tsunade frowned at his defiance. Hey, don't be so stingy. After all, who was it that healed you up at the hospital a week ago? You. Naruto groaned. That's right, so massaging my shoulders won't kill you. Yeah, Naruto, you should be honored. Tenten added, knowing any man would want to massage someone like Tsunade. I know that, but still I wouldn't want them to think I'm coming onto her, and oh crap, I'm getting a boner, Naruto thought. Not wanting to further disappoint his Hokage, he stood up out of the onsen, went behind the Hokage, and began massaging her shoulders. Oh yes, Naruto, that's perfect. Tsunade moaned with delight. While off to the side, the 3 young kunoichi were huddled together going over something. So we agree? Tenten whispered. Yes, definitely. Hanabi agreed. All right, Hinata replied while blushing. Soon Naruto had stopped doing the Hokage's shoulder. Oh arigato Naruto, that felt great, she moaned in delight. You're welcome, Naruto replied in a groan but not too obvious. Naruto then went back into onsen and noticed the kunoichi started whispering to Tsunade, and soon this got him nervous. What are they discussing? Naruto thought nervously. Women stuff. You grow to expect this sort of thing, Kyuubi thought back. Suddenly the 4 stood up. What, you all getting out already? Naruto asked. Naruto-kun, we thought long and hard and we've decided. Hanabi began. Hinata, while blushing, took it from there. We want you to take a really good look at them. Them? Naruto asked, suddenly not liking where this is going. Yes, Tenten continued as the girls reached for their towels. Under regular circumstances, you'd never see these perfect bodies of ours in a million years. She shouted as they threw off their towels and Naruto was propelled back with a nosebleed. The girls and the Hokages smiled as they stood there in the buff in front of the young Jonin. Girls, what's all this about? And you too, Bossen. We're sorry, Naruto-kun, but we just couldn't help ourselves. Tenten blushed while smiling. Yeah, and I wanted to see your reaction. Tsunade added, loving to tease her favorite young man. Not funny. Naruto frowned at Tsunade. Oh come on, Naruto-kun, we knew you've always wanted to see us like this, Tenten said while posing for him. Naruto deep down couldn't help but stare at his three nude girls, as well as the Hokage. He eyed Tenten up, seeing how much exercise and training had done wonders for her figure. His eyes fell upon Hinata, who stood there looking so modest, but he could tell, like Tenten, she also had a perfect figure and slightly larger breasts as a D cup, while Tenten had a C cup. He knew beneath that heavy jacket and other garments was a model's figure. Hanabi, being only 8 to 9, didn't have much of a womanly figure like Tenten or Hinata, but she would eventually start maturing. He was finally able to keep a straight face and looked at the girls. You girls truly are beauties. Arigato. They reply with a blush. Well, since now that you've seen us like this, time for you to lose the covering, Tenten said, zipping past him and pulled off the towel covering his waist, exposing himself and his friend. Naruto stood there smiling sheepishly. Well, this is, Naruto couldn't explain straight. Well, Naruto, seems your friend looks excellent. It's your fault for making him like this, Naruto protested. Oh come on, Naruto-kun, relax, Tenten said as she sat him back in the onsen and the three girls sat beside him. We'll help you to relax, Hinata says as she and Tenten begun massaging his shoulders, while Hanabi was massaging his chest. Oh yeah girls, oh that feels good. Naruto moans in delight. He suddenly felt a hand below. Hanabi-chan, he jerked. Hanabi smiled. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. After their bath they got out, dried off, changed, and were in Naruto's kitchen sitting on stools near a counter with Tsunade having a drink, and the younger shinobi were having a drink of cola that Virgil and Richie brought from Dakota for the party last night. That was a great time in the hot spring, Hinata said. Yeah, maybe next time we should do it in the bedroom, Tenten suggested with a grin. Very tempting. Naruto gave her a foxy grin. Just then Virgil and Richie entered the kitchen with the breed behind them. Yo Naruto, Virgil called. Hey guys, how's it going? Naruto asked as they pounded. We're cool, how about you? Richie asked. Never better, Naruto grinned. We heard from Aben that Lady Tsunade's given you some time off from shinobi duty, Virgil said. You've heard correctly. Well, me and Richie have decided and we want you to come to Dakota, to see how the brothers live it out in our hood, Virgil offered. Really? Naruto asked, feeling intrigued. For real, Richie nodded. What do you think, Bossen? Naruto asked Tsunade for her approval of leaving the village. Well, Tsunade began. Please ma'am, this is really important for us. Plus Naruto can be the first in your village to learn a little cultural exchange while he's in Dakota, Virgil reasoned with Tsunade. Well grandma? Naruto asked again. Tsunade smiled. It's all right with me. Sweet. Naruto, Virgil, and Richie pounded it. Well, if our homeboy is going back to Dakota, then so are we, Aben added, even if it means having to face our past. That's deep coming from you, Kanger noted. For real, Hotstreak agreed. Good, I should start packing, Naruto said before rushing to his room. He must really want this. Tsunade chuckled. Naruto was standing outside of his mansion with Virgil, Richie, the breed, his girlfriends, and Tsunade. On his back was a pack filled with some supplies and extra clothes just in case. Okay Naruto, ready to go? Virgil asked. You bet. Naruto confirmed. Virgil, Tsunade addressed him, I'm leaving Naruto in your care. I trust you'll make sure he won't cause mischief or such. Don't worry about it, Lady Tsunade, we'll make sure Naruto behaves himself, Richie said teasingly at Naruto. What, am I an infant? Naruto asked, feeling insulted. Relax Naruto, we're just messing with ya. Richie calmed him. Naruto-kun, Tenten addressed him, we should have some time off in a few days. When that time comes you can come back here and we could join you in Dakota. Love the idea. Naruto smiled. Well, come on, let's get going. Aben said, breaking up the conversation. Roger. Richie said as he pulled out a little circular device. He activated it and projects a portal. Let's go. Naruto cheered as he rushed through the portal, followed by the Bang babies. When they all entered, the portal vanished with the Hokage standing there smiling. The Bang babies were all going through a vortex. When the other end of the portal opened back up in Statics and Gears HQ, where they fell out of it. Where are we? Naruto asked as he got up with the breed. Welcome to our headquarters, the abandoned gas station of Solitude. Virgil spoke in a dramatic tone while posing in a presenting form. Naruto stood there confused. What's a gas station? Virgil raised an eyebrow, until Richie pulled him over. Virg, the people in Konoha don't have certain things that we have. Oh right, sorry. This is where you two have been hiding out all this time? Aben asked, looking around. Well, it's not like you've picked the neatest of spots either. Virgil reminded Aben of their previous hideouts. Touché. Aben admitted. Why don't you guys relax here while we take Naruto to my place to get reacquainted with my family? Virgil suggested to the breed. Just don't touch anything. Richie added warningly. Okay, we won't. Hotstreak promised. But come back with some grub at least, Carmen asked. Sure thing, Carmen. Naruto nodded. Soon Naruto, Virgil, and Richie headed to the Hawkins residence, where Naruto looked at it from the outside. Nice place. I know it's not like your mansion, but not so bad, Richie explained. Virgil opened the door, letting himself and his friend in. We're back, Virgil called. Robert, who was coming down the stairs, saw them. Welcome home, Virgil. Oh, I see you brought Naruto. Hi, Mr. Hawkins, been a while. Naruto greeted him. I'll say. Sharon says, walking in from the living room. Hi, Sharon. So what brings you to Dakota? Sharon asked curiously. I got some time off from shinobi duty for a while, so Virgil and Richie decided to bring me here to learn about places outside the shinobi nations. Naruto explained. And trust me, this kid has a lot to learn here, Virgil added. So what have you been up to? I heard from Virgil your mission to find the next Hokage was a success, Robert said. Sure was, though she was hesitant at first. All she needed was a talking to from me and she took the job, Naruto said proudly. And we also heard word of what happened to your comrade Sasuke, Robert said, feeling a little down for the boy. Naruto sighed. Yeah, it was my job to bring him back at all costs. I didn't want it to go far as to killing him, but he was beyond out of control. Robert smiled and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I understand what you're going through. Sometimes it's never easy to do the right thing, especially if it involves killing. Yeah. The good news about it is he died knowing the error of his ways. I guess he died a peaceful way, Naruto explained. And he also gave you his eyes, so even if he is dead he can still see what's going on in the real world through you, Virgil explained. Nicely put, Virgil. Sharon admitted. I have my moments, Virgil said, feeling proud. Once in a while. Richie added, earning a frown from Virgil. Anyway, Naruto needs a place to stay and I was wondering, Virgil began, and Robert smiles. Say no more, Virgil. Any friend of yours is always welcomed here, Robert replied. Pops, you are the greatest, Virgil said excitedly. The best. Naruto added. An extra mouth to feed, this'll be a challenge, Sharon smirked. Yeah, a challenge to not poison someone, Virgil joked. Don't sass your sister. Robert lectured him. Naruto stood by with Richie smiling. So this is what it's like to have a family, Naruto thought. Later that day, Virgil, Richie, and Naruto were walking up to a fast food joint called Burger Fool. Burger Fool? Naruto asked. Yup, where they're a fool for their customers, Virgil explained. Naruto looked at Richie, who replied, that's their slogan. Oh. Naruto replied, understanding it a little clearer. Virgil and Richie entered and came out with numerous bags for them and the meta breed. This should be enough, Richie said. With people like Carmen and Ferret it can never be enough, Virgil joked. Virgil, Richie. A female voice called. The three turned to see Daisy and Richie's supposed girl Frida. Hey Daisy, hey Frida, how's it going? Virgil asked. We were wondering where you two were, out on duty. Frida asked with air quotes. Kinda. Richie replied, until Daisy saw who was with them. Hey Naruto, how's it going? She asked. Great Daisy, judging from you I'd say you're doing okay too. Naruto replied. Got that right. Daisy replied, while Frida looked a little confused. Frida, this is our friend Naruto, our ninja friend, Virgil explained. Wow, so this is the Naruto you all were talking about. You're really a ninja? Frida asked. That's right, and a high rank, Kato replied. Awesome. The only ninja we see are in the movies. Well, it's been nice chatting with ya, but we gotta get going. We got some mouths to feed. Virgil says, motioning to the bag. Well, it was nice meeting ya, Naruto said as they walked away. Nice to have met you two, Frida added. So what do you think of him? Daisy asked Frida. He's okay, and those whisker markings make him look cute like an animal, Frida admitted. Well, don't come onto him, you do have Richie, and besides he's already got 3 girlfriends, Daisy reminded her. I know. While back at the gas station, everyone was chowing down on burger fool takeouts. Carmen was pigging out, while everyone ate regularly. So what do you think of grub from here, Naruto? Virgil asked. This stuff is very good, Naruto asked with a full mouth. Oh man, I missed burger fool, Shiv said excitedly as he ate. Me too. Ferret agreed. If only there was a way for burger fool to be established in the village, Carmen wished. Yeah, we'd probably make a fortune, Hotstreak added, liking the thought. Suddenly they heard knocking on the door to the gas station. Who's there? Aben wondered. Don't know, Talon replied as they got ready, until Virgil and Richie answered it, revealing it to be 2 people, a guy and a girl. The girl has blonde, almost white hair, amber eyes. She wore a green shirt, jeans, and tennis shoes. The guy had black hair with white streaks on the sides, appeared to be albino, wore white sneakers, jeans, a black shirt under a red coat, a metal collar around his neck designed like a fashion accessory, and sunglasses over his eyes. And accompanying both of them was a Siberian husky dog. Hey Verge, how's it going? The guy asked. Alucard, Ren, come in guys, Virgil said, letting them inside the gas station. Oh, you got company, the girl named Ren said, seeing the breed in Naruto. Who are these guys, Virgil? Hotstreak asked. These are some friends we made while you guys went AWOL. Meet Ren, Alucard, and Canis. Virgil motioned to the dog for the final name mentioned. That's one interesting dog, Naruto said as he pet the animal. So the meta breed, me and Alucard heard about you guys from all around, Ren said. Yeah, glad I never got into your group, otherwise I woulda ended up in jail from day one, Alucard added. What are you talking about? Puff asked. Puff, these 2 are metahumans also, Richie explained. No way. Onyx gasped. Way. Alucard nodded. So what are your stories? Aben asked the 2. Well, I'll go first, Ren began narrating. I am Ren. It was many years ago when I was just a kid. I lived with my mother who had a divorce with my father. My mom had died of cancer, and this was in the winter. I didn't want to trust anyone, so I ran away. For a few years I've lived on the streets scrounging for food, sleeping wherever I could. It was then I passed by Dakota's docks during that fateful night when the gas was released and I acquired my powers. It gave me the ability to shape-shift into any wild or domesticated animal by will. With the ability to become an animal, I could communicate with them as well, but only when I'm in animal form. In fact, that's how I met Canis here. I was out on the streets one night, until I saw this truck labeled Animal Lab Test Inc. I knew that was a place where they experimented on innocent animals. I don't know what, but something in me snapped and I had to rescue those animals, and I succeeded. Most of them went off in Dakota, all except Canis, who stood by my side after then. With these powers I took the identity of Animorph. It was a few months ago Static and Gear found me and decided to make me part of the team. Animorph, huh? Aben asked about her hero alias. Well, you can imagine all the cool names for animal heroes were taken, Ren explained. She's gotcha there, Shiv admitted. So what about you, pale skin? Aben asked Alucard. Well, my real name is Alex Myers, and my history isn't glamorous either, Alucard began. When I was 9 I had an addiction to horror movies and their monsters, from Frankenstein to the werewolf, but I especially loved Dracula. Anyway, one night I woke up and saw someone had murdered my parents, And out of self-defense I managed to get the crook to stab himself, but some of the blood that came out of him flew into my mouth and I accidentally swallowed it, and what's worse was I liked it. The breed in Naruto looked ready to vomit but held it in as Alucard continued his story. With my parents gone I was so traumatized I ran off and ended up on the streets. Eventually I joined one of the gangs involved in the Big Bang. The gas really took its toll on me, turning me into a vampire metahuman. A vampire metahuman? Shiv asked. Yup, Alucard said, showing off his fangs, which scared Carmen and Ferret. Like a real vampire it changed my skin coloring, and made my eyes sensitive to the light. I can only take off these sunglasses at night or on cloudy days. My powers include the ability to turn into a bat, as well as vampire hypnosis to entrance my victims, enhanced vampire strength, and I do have the ability to bite others and suck their blood, he continued explaining. Okay, that is sick. Naruto gagged. I understand that, but it's normal for me. In fact, I've bitten others before, but most of them are just punks who attempted to mug me in the past. I also have a blood craving, and when I met Ren I felt drawn to her blood like a fly to sugar. Gear worked something out on me by giving me this collar to wear. He motioned to the metal collar around his neck. It injects me with all known blood samples so that I don't have to suck blood out of the innocent. I don't even want to know where you got those blood samples, Talon said to Richie. Then don't ask. Richie replied. So why call yourself Alucard? Naruto asked the vampire metahuman. It's a famous vampire character from a popular series called Hellsing, Alucard explained. And it's totally off the hook. Virgil added. If you say so, Naruto replied. Suddenly Backpack went off with a buzzer. What's going on? Backpacks picked up a metahuman alert, Richie explained. Time to suit up, Virgil said as he and Richie head back to change along with Ren and Alucard. Static and Gear came back out, and Ren, now addressed as Animorph, came out wearing camouflage boots, black pants, a tiger skin shirt, and a wolf mask over her eyes. To make sure no one could tell it was her, she had her hair put up in a bun and covered the top of her head with a bandana worn like a pirate. Nice look. Naruto complimented Ren. Animorph. Thanks, coming up with a costume is hard, she explained. Not for me really. Alucard came out. Alucard's attire was composed of black slip-on shoes, black slacks, a black short-sleeved shirt, along with a black trench coat that had the appearance of a vampire's cape, black on the outside, and red on the inside. Already, he showed off his fangs. How about it, Aben? Do you think you and your crew can do some good in Dakota? Static asked. We're sure willing to try, Static, Aben admitted. Well then let's go, Naruto called as they all headed out. Through the skies of Dakota, Static and Naruto flew on their saucers. Talon was using her wings. Puff hovered in her vapor form. Gear with his rocket boots. Animorph became a hawk, while a bat, which was Alucard, flew alongside her. Hotstreak used his pyronesis to fly rocket style. Kangar was jumping from building to building along with Carmen curled into his shell, while Aben carried Shiv, Onyx, and Ferret through his portal, which he traveled along the building's shadows. Spot anything yet? Naruto asked Gear. Down there, Gear pointed down at some bang babies tearing up the city. They landed on the ground and got a good look at who they were going to fight. From what they saw were 5 bang babies. And these 5 were all a blast from Static's past. Look, it's Hyde. Static pointed to Hyde, the old leader of the rough pack bang baby gang, which was Ferret and Kangar. And look who's with him. Gear added as they see various other old bang babies such as Slipstream the Wind Manipulator, Replay the Multiplier, Boom the Human Loudspeaker, and Replicon the Metamorph. Slipstream, Boom, Replicon, and Replay, Static began. Haven't seen them in a long time. Maybe we should get acquainted, Naruto suggested. Be careful, Naruto, these guys play rough, Static warned him. If I can take on a Sanin, these guys should be no worry, Naruto said as they all went down. Hyde had broken the entryway of a bank and was ready to go inside, until Static zapped him. On parole already, Hyde? Static asked sarcastically. Static, you're looking at the new rough pack, Hyde announced as his crew took their positions. We got a score to settle with you, Boom pointed to him. You busted up each of us big last time, Sparky, but now that we've joined forces we're unstoppable, Slipstream added. Well, me and Gear have a little surprise for you all. Static began and the metabreed appeared. Kangar, Ferret, Hyde gasped. Hey Hyde, how's it going? Ferret waved nervously. Where have you two been all this time? Hyde growled. Making a new friend, mon. Why don't ya meet him? Naruto, Kangar called. Naruto dropped from the sky and landed before them. Hiya, Naruto smirked. Who's the kid? Replicon asked. You can call me Naruto, Naruto said as he took a stance. Whatever you call yourself, we're gonna mash you into mush. Hyde cracked his knuckles. Bring it on, pal. Naruto beckoned him to come. The rough pack members shouted as they rushed forward on the left side, while Naruto and his allies charged on the right side. When the opposing sides were right on top of each other, the image froze and the animation changed to look like a watercolor painting. As the two opposing sides met, they each went at each other through fighting. Onyx and Hyde were grappling each other, trying to overpower one another. Boom was firing his sonic blasts at Talon, who was flying around and using her own whale against him. Slipstream was using his wind powers against Hotstreak, who was conjuring up fire and blasting at the windbag. Replicon morphed into a purple gargoyle that was on par with Kangar and Shiv. Naruto was staring down Replay. You don't look so tough. Naruto got a good look at Replay. Looks can be deceiving. Replay replied as he multiplied, resulting in 7 of him. How do you like us now? They all asked. That's it? Naruto asked in bore, which confused Replay as he saw Naruto form a hand sign. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He called summoning about 50 clones. What the? The Replays gasped in shock. How do you like us now? The Narutos asked the Replays. They charged each other, and with less Replays than Narutos they were all taken down with ease, and Naruto held the real Replay by the collar. Little thing about clones, make sure they have the skill to back you up. He threw the guy aside and went back to help Static, who was avoiding some sonic blasts from Boom. Hold still, punk. Boom shouted, trying to blast Static. Yeah, I don't think so, Static replied as he and Naruto got in position. Double shock? He asked Naruto. You're on. Naruto agreed, and they fired an electromagnetic blast at Boom, who got shocked. Hyde was going against Kangar and Alucard. I can't believe after all we've been through you abandoned me in jail for some brat? Hyde asked. Watch who you call brat, Hyde, Kangar warned him while deflecting Hyde's punches with his feet. Naruto's stronger than you'll ever be. Alucard grabbed a lamppost using his strength and pulled it out of the ground and whacked Hyde with it, sending him crashing onto a bench. Vampire strength, something you hadn't counted on. Alucard chuckled. Slipstream was flying around facing off against Puff. Get ready for a trip to Oz, sweet thing. Slipstream called to the Vapor Girl. Bring it on, big man. Puff replied while flying through his wind right into his face and breathed smoke in his face, confusing his senses. As Animorph as a hawk flew into his face, pecking at him. Finally Carmen launched himself in ball form and knocked the Windman out of the sky and into a dumpster. Slipstream emerges from the dumper holding a fry in his hand and eats it. Still good. Replicon morphed himself into a bulky Adonis man wearing a toga and was wrestling against Aben in shadow mode. I heard you've been giving my brother grief about a year ago, Aben said. Why should it matter to you? You're just as guilty, Replicon replied. I learned from my mistakes, unlike you, Aben replied while binding him in his massive shadow body. Replicon morphed his body into a human hedgehog and the quills made Aben let go. Suddenly police sirens started sounding as cars show up. It's 5-0, time to split. Hyde shouted as Boom fired his blast at a billboard above them, but Static and Naruto managed to use their electromagnetic powers to make it fall slowly. No one got hurt, but the majority of the rough pack were already gone, minus Replay, who had been restrained by Gear's zap cap. Man, they got away. Hotstreak groaned. On the upside, we got one of them. Gear held up a trapped Replay. That's a good catch, Alucard admitted. We better split too, Aben said as he and the breed went to hide. Static. The police chief walked up to him. Well done, Static, you and your team captured another one. He looked at Naruto. Who's your friend? This is Static tried to think of an answer until Naruto answered. Shinobi, the ninja. Naruto extended his hand and the chief shook it. Well, we better get going, Gear said, handing Replay over to the cops, and they head out. As they flew the sky or jumped the rooftops, Static and Talon were flying by. Naruto, Shinobi? Static asked. Would you rather I have used my real name? Naruto asked. He's got a point, Virgil. Talon admitted. Yeah, I guess you're right. Static agreed. What I didn't understand is why you guys just vanished like that. Naruto asked his senseis as he landed on the roof, and Aben spoke up. Not everyone here can immediately forgive us. We just weren't ready to face it, Aben explained. Well, you're going to have to sooner or later, Static said, and this time Aben couldn't protest. Yeah, I know, Aben admitted. It was nighttime and the guys were in Virgil's room discussing with Naruto. So who are all those guys? You seem to know a lot about them, Verge, Naruto asked. Well, they were one-time fighters who gave me trouble during my first year as a hero, Virgil explained. Yeah, you see, before me and Kanger rolled with Aben, we rolled with Hyde as the three-man group called the Rough Pack, Ferret explained. We basically did the basic looting and stealing stuff. Virgil botched up our plans numerous times. Hyde grew to loathe him, and not with a passion. Yeah, Kanger agreed. Boom once worked with his little sister, whom he called Mirage. According to her, they both lived with their parents until they passed away, and then lived with their grandma. Virgil explains Boom's backstory. She said her brother never acted like the guy the first know him as. We feel the bang baby gas also went to his head, poisoning his mind. Happened to a lot of bangers. Richie took the next one. We don't know much about Slipstream. We only think he was just a big juvenile kid who used his powers for personal gain. The guy we caught today, Replay, is Johnny Morrow. He was a child superstar, but as he got older, people forgot about him. They cancelled his show after 4 seasons. After he got his powers, he used them to get even with the TV station that fired him, Virgil explained. And Replicon, aka Marvin Roper, was once an associate of Adam. They were once stock clerks at an old record store. Jealous of Adam's success and his own failure, he tried to sabotage a record deal with a famous guy from an old favorite boy band called the Backstreet Boys. In the end, I stopped him and Adam got his deal. That's a relief, Naruto said. Well, looks like Hyde finally teed those others into his gang, Richie feared. So what do we do? Naruto asked. Hyde won't strike again until tomorrow, so there should be no worries, Kanger answered. Yeah, that's how all of us operated. I mean, even we need our sleep, Shiv said. Speaking of, where are you guys gonna go? Virgil asked Aben. We're probably going to head back to the old subway station, Aben answered. It was our first hideout after all, Talon added. Well, just stay out of trouble, Virgil ordered them. Relax, hero, we're done with the crime business, Aben assured as he conjured a portal behind him and the breed entered and it vanished. I better go too, Richie said, grabbing backpack. S2. Ren said as she turned into a crow, while Alucard goes bad and they fly off into the night. Later, Rich, Virgil and Naruto called as he headed out. Virgil showed Naruto into the guest room that was composed of a bed, a dresser, and balcony for him to look out. Here's where you'll be staying, Virgil explained. Thanks, Virgil. I'm really glad you invited me here, Naruto replied. Hey, you've been through more than enough in your life. You deserve some freedom, Virgil replies. So Naruto got settled in, and was in bed sleeping while having fantasies about his girlfriends. Meanwhile, across the city in an old mannequin factory, Hyde, Replicon, Slipstream, and Boom were sitting and lying around. Hyde punched a table, breaking it in half. Again, that spark plug got in our way. Yeah, and that blonde kid, thanks to him we lost Replay, Boom added. Aw, forget him. We were better off without his whining about how everyone loved him, Replicon said as he sat on a couch. Yeah, he's was straight up buggin', Slipstream added while munching on a burger. Alright, listen up. Tomorrow we're going on another hunt, and this time we're gonna show Static and those traitors the meta breed who's the bosses, Hyde announced, and the others smirked. When morning came, Naruto was up with Virgil and Robert eating some of Sharon's home cooking. Wow, Sharon, this stuff is good, Naruto said as he ate. At least someone appreciates my cooking, Sharon said while motioning to Virgil. Or maybe the food's gone to his brain and made him delirious, Virgil joked. Nice one. Naruto chuckled and the two laughed together. As they finished eating, Virgil and Naruto got up. Well, we're heading out. I still got a tour to give Naruto, Virgil explained. Just be careful out there, you two, Robert warned them. Right, Pops, Virgil promised as he and Naruto rushed out. Let's swing by the gas station. I got a call on my shock vox from the girls back home. They're on break and want to join me, Naruto says. It's only been a day and they're off duty? Virgil asked. Time flows differently, remember? Naruto asked, reminding him. After Virgil called Richie, Ren, Alucard, and the breed on his shock Vox, they all met up at the gas station. Richie was starting up the portal. All right Naruto, go get them. Be right back. Naruto rushed in, and a minute later he came back with the girls, followed by, to everyone's surprise, Itachi in his old Anbu attire. Hey guys. Tenten greeted them. Hey girls, great to see ya. Richie greeted back as he and Virgil looked at Itachi. Itachi. Virgil greeted him casually. Virgil, Richie, he bowed his head. I trust Naruto and the breed have told you the truth about my past? Yeah, but it's kinda hard to believe, Virgil replied. Even for the brain of brains. Richie added. I know it's all strange, but it's true, Itachi assured them. Yeah, so let's not look onto the past, after all it's the future that holds new wonders, Naruto added. Hi. Hinata agreed. Alucard and Ren looked confused. Oh girls. Itachi, these are our friends Ren and Alucard. Richie introduced them. Guys, this is Tenten, Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga, and Itachi Uchiha. Virgil introduced them. Nice to meet you. Ren greeted them. Pleasure. Alucard bowed his head. Likewise. Hanabi replied. Indeed, Itachi agreed. So why did you bring Itachi here again? Virgil asked. Well, he still needs to help me with the Sharingan, plus this'll give him some time to live like a regular guy. Naruto explained. Well then we're just the guys to help him with that, Richie added. Ain't it the truth? Alucard replied. But one thing's for sure, we got get you and girls some real outfits, Virgil noted. Me, Daisy, and Frida can help you girls with that, Ren offered. And we'll help Itachi. Alucard added. Wish we could help, Talon said dismally. Actually you all can. Naruto smirked. Naruto, we can't go out in public here, Carmen reminded him. I got it taken care of. Naruto pulled out a summoning scroll and unsealed a briefcase, and inside were a couple of metal wristbands. Abenyu, Ferret, Carmen, Onyx, Talon, and Kangar, put these on your wrists. Well, all right. Aben said as they put them on, and they started glowing, and in a flash those few bang babies looked normal. Aben stood there with dark skin, a black shirt, gray vest, violet pants, and cornrows on his head. Talon had regular skin with no feathers or wings, and a real face. Kangor's feet shrunk to regular foot size. Ferret's snout shrunk back down to a regular mouth and nose. Carmen was a husky white guy with a white body, while his arms and legs appeared to be tanned, and his head was bald. Onyx looked like a regular big black guy with a bald head. I'm normal. Talon gasped in surprise. Never thought I'd look like this again. Aben looked at himself. Me feelin' kinda light on me feet. Kangar added, looking at his regular feet. Puff said, looking Onyx up. Onyx, man, I forgot how hot you looked when you had skin, she admitted, and Onyx blushed. Ooh Carmen, look at that chest, you need to get some sun on it, Naruto noted. What, I haven't worn a shirt in a while, Carmen shrugged. Well, it's time you did. Naruto unsealed a shirt that would be Carmen's size. I made sure to buy you shirts in case I ever needed to use the wristbands on you. He tossed the brown shirt to Carmen and he put it on. Just how did you manage to pull this off, Naruto? Aben asked. Well, during my free time I've been studying up on how to hide your appearances, so I infused these wristbands with my Kyuubi chakra, and once worn they'll cast a genjutsu on you guys, making you like your regular selves. Naruto explained. Thank you. Talon smiled happily. Well, come on, let's go to what we call the mall, Virgil said. Mall? The girls and Itachi asked. Later on at the mall, Frida and Daisy met up with them, and after their introduction they entered the clothing store where the girlfriends of Virgil and Richie, with Puff and Talon, took Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi to the women's department, while the guys took Itachi to the men's department. Here, Itachi, try some of these on. Virgil handed Itachi some shirts and pants as he went into the changing room. Wonder how he'll look. Shiv wondered. As long as he doesn't attract fangirls, Naruto said hopefully. God help us all. Aben shivered at the thought. While at the women's department, Hinata and Tenten were deciding on what to wear, seeing some of the clothes were so new to them. Hanabi was in the younger section looking at smaller clothes. We really want to look beautiful for Naruto-kun, Hinata said while drumming her index fingers together. He really means a lot to you girls, doesn't he? Frida asked. He means the world to us. Tenten admitted. Well girls, we're gonna help you look great for your man. Daisy smiled as they gathered whatever clothes they could pick for them. While back in the men's department, the guys were waiting outside a changing room. Sometime before next year, Itachi? Hotstreak called. Itachi came out of the changing room dressed in sneakers, black slacks, a black t-shirt, a violet unbuttoned shirt over it and a red wristband with the face of a weasel on it. He wore his hair in its regular style. So how does it look? Itachi, a weasel man. Naruto gave him a thumbs up and Itachi smiled at the approval. Yeah, the ladies would be so proud. Alucard chuckled. Back at the women's department, the girls waited until the three kunoichi came out. Hinata was now wearing a short-sleeve light blue shirt that showed off a bit more of her chest than her first outfit did, a jean skirt which revealed her luscious legs, and black slip-on shoes. Tenten came out wearing a sleeveless hot pink shirt, blue flare jeans, and tennis shoes. Finally Hanabi came out wearing a purple short-sleeve shirt, a long skirt, and tennis shoes, while her hair was pulled up into a ponytail. The teen girls whistled and clapped. Awesome, Daisy and Frida called. Puff whistled. You girls sure look quite a catch now. Naruto's going to be counting his blessings once he sees you girls, Talon added. He sure will. Tenten smirked. Soon after they were all paid for, the guys exited out first with some of the girls inside waving goodbye to Itachi, who looked nervous. This is just like during my time as a shinobi. Itachi sighed and shivered at the memory. Sasuke felt the same way. Naruto replied. Oh Naruto-kun, he heard three female voices calling in sing-song. He turned back to the entrance of the clothing store and dropped his jaw seeing his three girlfriends in flirting poses, with Tenten having her left hand on her hip while she made a gun with her right index finger and pretend to shoot at Naruto while winking at him. Hinata rested her right hand on her hip while using her left hand to push her hair back behind her head. And Hanabi had her hands behind her giving Naruto a cute smile. Wow. Naruto gasped. How do they look? Tenten asked as the three girls spun like models showing off their outfits. As the people here say, they're off the hook. Naruto replied in arousal. I take it that's a good thing. Hanabi figured. You bet it is, girl. Puff assured her. So what do you think of our homeboy Itachi? Alucard asked the girls. Woo, not bad there brother, you got the look now, Puff admitted. I'll say. Ren agreed. You should have seen the ladies and they were drawn to him like he was an Adonis, Richie explained. So that's where all the ladies were going. We thought there was a sale, Frida joked. Suddenly a large crash was heard and they heard screams of people running for their lives. They looked down to the next level seeing Hyde, Replicon, Boom, and Slipstream causing chaos yet again. What are they doing here? Frida gasped. Not here for the new Lil Romeo CD, that's for sure, Virgil answered. Looks like it's Rough Pack Part 2, the sequel, Alucard added. Guess they want a second helping. Well guys, up for doing some more good here? Aben asked the guys. I'm all for it. Hotstreak agreed. So am I, Kanger added. Well, time to lose the disguise. Aben removed his wristband and his appearance returned to its shadow form. Kanger, Talon, Onyx, Carmen, and Ferret returned to their meta-human forms as well while Virgil, Richie, Ren, and Alucard run off and come back in their hero forms. Let's go, Carmen called, while throwing off his shirt. So the meta-humans rushed in. Yo Hyde, didn't know you were a fan of half-off sale prices? Static asked. The only thing half of we want is you, Hyde answered, while trying to grab Static but missed. Hands off the threads. Static called. Replicon turned into a human Godzilla creature and went head-on with Onyx and Alucard. We should take this in the ring, Onyx said as he wrestled the transformed Replicon, until they broke free from their grapple and Alucard went forward throwing punch after punch, while Replicon barely blocked them. Yeah, if you had a tag team partner we could do the tag team, Alucard added, keeping Replicon preoccupied long enough for Animorph, who became a gorilla, to restrain the Metamorph Bang Baby from behind. Replicon smirked while grabbing Gorilla Animorph and threw her over him and into Alucard. Y'all are too easy. This won't be. Hotstreak threw a fireball at Replicon, who jumps away and morphs into a human-sized rock creature. Carmen rushed and went into his shell, launching himself at Replicon, but due to his transformed state he slugged Carmen aside. Talon flew over and unleashed her wail at Replicon, which weakened his hearing, leaving him wide open for a tackle by Onyx. The big guy tackled Replicon into a wall, knocking him out cold and reverted him back to his regular form. Teamwork, Onyx called as he high-fived it with Carmen and Talon. Boom was sending off his sonic blasts from the turbine in him at Gear, Shiv, Hinata, and Tenten. The sound he's emitting is a real ear sore, Tenten said while avoiding the blasts. Yeah, someone should shut him up. Shiv answered. He dodged the sonic blasts before getting behind Boom. He turned his arms into mallets and swung them at Boom, knocking him aside. That's straight up trippin', Shiv, Boom called while getting up. You think that was something? Look at this, Tenten called with her two scrolls by her side while she crouched down, forming hand signs and unleashed her hundreds of weapons. Boom smirked. Nice try, girl, but I'm always ahead. But before he could use his sonic blast to deflect them, a zap cap caught him, binding his body. Okay, this is bad. He started running from the weapons storm. He ran right for Hinata, who got in her family's fighting stance. You are now in range for my divination. She started using her family technique and was stabbing Boom's body with her fingers. When she finished her 64 palms, her last round of strikes hit Boom, causing him to fall unconscious. Nice one, Hinata, Gear cheered. Arigato, she thanked him. Slipstream was flying around, conjuring up a hurricane of wind. Puff flew along, blowing her vapor at him, but the wind ended up blowing her vapor right back at her. Whatcha think of that one, Sugar? Slipstream asked. I think you seriously need to lose the breeze, blow hard, Puff called, flying around him, confusing his senses. Kanger, who was hanging from a ceiling lamp, dropped down, delivering a dropkick onto Slipstream, and the big windbag was falling down, until he crashed into a fountain. Hey, fat stuff, Hanabi called to Slipstream, while pulling down her eyelid and sticking her tongue out at him. Slipstream frowns. Girl, you just asked for it. He used his wind to fly for her, but Hanabi gets into the family stance. Rotation, she called, using her family technique, which deflected Slipstream, sending him crashing into a water fountain, and the water was pouring on his head. Slipstream got out of the water and came face to face with Itachi's Sharingan eye. The commas spun around, sending him into hypnosis, thus knocking him out. Wasn't so hard, Itachi said while powering his eyes down. 4 down, 1 to go, Naruto said as he, Static, and Aben were going up against Hyde. Aben wrapped himself around Hyde, binding him, until Hyde burst out of his grasp. Doing good has only made you soft, Aben, Hyde mocked him. You don't know what you're talking about, Hyde, Static called as he fired electromagnetic blasts at Hyde, while the big guy was grabbing what he could to throw at Static. Yo, Leatherface, Naruto called as he summons a dozen clones that charged at him, delivering punch after punch with all their strength, giving him quite a challenge. I'm not losing to a little brat like you, Hyde told Naruto. Well, there's always a first time for everything, Naruto shouted as his clones continued coming at Hyde, who finally managed to knock them all out one by one, dispelling them. Looks like you're all out of options, kid, Hyde mocked him. Not quite, Naruto shouted. Hyde turned and saw Naruto with a clone forming Rasengan. What's that kid doing? He wondered. Naruto dispelled his clone and took off quick as a flash and was right on top of Hyde. Rasengan. He shoved it into Hyde. Hyde cried as he was launched backwards, sending him flying halfway across the mall until he crashed into a hat stand. He laid on the day everywhere and with a lady's hat on his head. The whole gang crowded around him, and they were the last image Hyde saw before he passed out. Now that's what I call teamwork. Static looked at the guys, who smiled and pumped a fist up. They all watched from the top level as the Rough Pack members were wearing Bang Baby restraining devices, while being escorted away by the police and other authorities handling the metahumans. Looks like Hyde and his new crew are going back to jail for an even longer time, Ferret noted. No kidding, Alucard agreed. Thanks for all your help, guys, Static said, looking at the breed and the 5 ninja. No prob there, hero, Aben replied. Yes, Virgil, it felt great to finally do something good out in the open, Itachi admitted with a smile. You keep this kinda stuff up while you're here and no one would ever think you'd be working with an organization like Akatsuki, Richie explained. Well, looks like we could be here for a bit, Tenten noted. That's fine with me, Hanabi replied. Me too, Hinata agreed. Well, girls, you'll be coming to live with us, Ren explained with Alucard at her side. Ren and I live in an old apartment that hasn't been used in years. It's a little dark, but the water, air, and heat work fine, Alucard assured them. Awesome, the girls replied. How about hanging with us, Itachi? Shiv suggested. We're in an old abandoned subway tunnel. I hope that's not a problem. Well, it's better than Kisami's idea of a hideout where it's always close to water, Itachi admitted. Well then it's settled, Naruto said, and welcome to Dakota U4. Naruto finished as they headed out as the day was about over. It had been 3 days since Naruto came to Dakota along with his girls and Itachi. During that time they learned to adapt to the city of Dakota and the lifestyles. Today Virgil, Richie, their girls, the breed in their human forms thanks to Naruto cloaking wristbands, Naruto, his girls, and Itachi at Dakota's public pool. Naruto was dressed in red and black swim trunks, Itachi in black, Virgil in blue, Richie in green, Alucard in black, Aben in violet, Shiv in purple, Hotstreak in red, Kangar in blue Hawaiian-styled ones, Carmen in tan, Ferret in brown, and Onyx in orange. While with the girls, Daisy was in a red one-piece suit, while Frida was in a hot pink one-piece. Ren was in a green two-piece bikini, Puff was in ocean blue one-piece, Talon in a red two-piece, Tenten's two-piece was pink, while Hinata's two-piece was in lilac, and Hanabi was in a small black one-piece. Daisy, Frida, and Puff were relaxing on beach chairs in the shade. Itachi was trying to ignore the fangirls drooling over his swim trunk appearance, while everyone else was in the water with Hanabi on the shallow end. Carmen went to the edge of the pool and screamed, "Cannonball!" He jumped in, resulting in a huge splash of water that got Daisy, Frida, and Puff wet and were frowning at his stunt. "Nice one, Carmen." Naruto chuckled. "Been practicing for a while," Carmen replied, shaking the hair out of his face. "Not funny, Carmen." Puff scolded him. "I should thank you for that, Carmen," Itachi began as he sat at the edge resting his legs in the water. "It drove those girls away from me." "No prob," Carmen replied. "Man, coming here was a great idea, Virgil," Naruto admitted. "Yeah, this is one of the few places to see some action," Virgil explained. Naruto felt startled as two figures glomped him from behind. It was none other than Hinata and Tenten who pressed their assets against his back. "I can tell." Naruto grinned. "So Naruto-kun, how do we look in these bikinis?" Tenten purred into his ear. "I'd say you girls are the sexiest angels to drop from the sky," Naruto answered, as he turned to the side and kissed her cheek. Ahem. They turned to see Hanabi at the divider of the shallow and deep ends of the pool. "Oh, how could I forget about you, Hanabi-chan?" Naruto asked as he swam to her and kissed her cheek, causing her to blush. "So how'd I look?" Hanabi asked curiously. "Beautiful as always," Naruto answered. "You're sweet." Hanabi smiled. "Not as sweet as you," Naruto replied. Hanabi hugged him from her side of the dividing rope as the guys watched her, until Naruto swam back over to join the guys who were messing around. "Next time we should probably go to the beach," Richie suggested. "That'd be nice," Naruto says as Hinata hugged him from behind. "Yes, and maybe we could put suntan oil on each other," she whispered, and he blushed. As the day went by they were back in their regular outfits and walked out heading back. "That was relaxing," Virgil said. "Uh-huh," Hotstreak agreed. "Well, we better head home," Richie suggested, as he grabbed his scooter and rode off. "Yeah, let's go." Aben used his portal, for him, his team, and Itachi to get back to their place. "See you tomorrow, girls," Naruto said, kissing his girls as he and Virgil left. "Well, come on, Alucard," Ren said as she and the girls headed off. "You girls go on ahead. I'll meet up with you," Alucard replied. "Okay, just don't stay out late," Ren teased with a laugh. Alucard mocked her laugh and walked away. Alucard walked the streets of Dakota during the night. He looked up at the night sky and the moon. "Well, sun's down, which means I don't need these." He took off his sunglasses, revealing his vampire eyes. He continued walking, until he heard a cry. "Somebody stop that guy," a woman's voice cried. Alucard looked and saw a purse snatcher running with a purse under his arm. "What an idiot," he said to himself, as he made his move by going bat and flew for him. The purse snatcher thought he was home free, until Alucard goes his regular form, tackling the snatcher, causing them to roll on the ground, until they got to their feet and started grappling, causing attention around them. "Instead of going around stealing, maybe you should do what everyone else does, and get a job." Alucard pushed the snatcher to a wall, but the guy managed to swap positions, causing Alucard to be rammed into the wall. "And maybe you should do like everyone else and mind your own damn business," the thief shouted. Alucard lifted his head up as the back of his collar cracked and suddenly fell off him. He gasped as he looked at the thief, all crazy like, "What the?" The thief gasped as he looked into the eyes of Alucard, who looked crazy. "I'm thirsty for some blood." He pushed the thief off him and onto the ground as he pinned him down and bit his neck, causing him to scream, and everyone around him to gasp. When he lifted his head up, the guy had fang marks on his neck, and Alucard stood up. Time to look elsewhere. He turned into a bat and flew off into the night, leaving behind his metal collar. The very next morning, Virgil was lying in bed a bit asleep, until he heard tapping on his window. He got up and saw a sparrow outside his window. "Ren." He opened his window and it flew in, reverting to Ren. "What's going on?" "Virgil, it's terrible. Alucard didn't come home last night," Ren said in worry. "You know he likes to stay out. Nighttime is the only time he can have fun," Virgil answered like it wasn't anything different. "Not like this, he always comes back," Ren replied. Suddenly Virgil got a call on his shockbox. "Richie, what's up?" "This is Big V. You and the guys got to get down to Carlton Avenue stat," Richie replied. "We're coming," Virgil answered. "The girls are waiting outside," Ren added. "I'll go wake Naruto." Virgil headed to Naruto room. Later on, Static, Animorph, flew for the scene with Naruto and two clones flying, Hanabi, Tenten, and Hinata. They landed at the spot where Richie instructed where he was Gear and was standing around the area with the breed, and Itachi. "So what's up?" Naruto asked. "Look what I found here." Gear held up a metal collar. "Oh God." Animorph gasped. "Tell me that isn't." Static began. "It is, Verge," Gear replied. "What?" Hotstreak asked. "Alucard's blood collar." Static, Gear, and Animorph gasped. "Him isn't it?" Ferret asked. "It's worse. Without that collar he can't control his blood cravings. He'll nab anyone to get blood," Animorph explained. "You also know what this means?" Gear asked Static. "Yeah, Ren, we got to keep you contained," Static added. "I know." Ren sighed. "You're not making any sense," Aben said, not getting it. "Among blood, Alucard favors Ren's blood more than anyone's," Static explained. "Sounds like a picky guy," Puff answered. "We thought we could trust him enough to control it on his own, but we were wrong," Gear added. "So I developed that collar to inject him with blood samples so he wouldn't harm anyone. And without that collar he's back to his bloodlust nature, and he'll be likely to come after Ren," Static finished. "So what can we do?" Tenten asked. "Some of us have to protect Ren in case Alucard finds her, while some of us go and find him and get this new collar around him." Gear held up a new collar. "How should we do it?" Aben asked. Static wondered, until he figured something out. "Here's the thing. Me, Gear, Naruto, Aben, Hotstreak, Kangar, Talon, and Ferret go look for Alucard, while the rest of you protect Ren back at the gas station." "I'm down with that," Shiv admitted. "Same here," Kangar agreed. So the teams divided up, with Team 1 composed of Static, Gear, Naruto, Aben, Hotstreak, Kangar, Talon, and Ferret go find Alucard. And Team 2 was composed of Itachi, Puff, Onyx, Hanabi, Shiv, Carmen, Hinata, and Tenten to protect Ren. Throughout the city the guys heard of reports of people getting bitten on the neck by someone, so they had to hurry. "I got his scent," Ferret called. "Down there." He pointed down into an alley. They landed there and saw Alucard dropping an unconscious man. "That's enough, Alucard," Static called. Alucard turned and saw them. "Hey guys, how's it going?" "Don't give us that. We know what you're doing now. Come here and we'll fix it," Gear explained. "Can't help it, I'm crazy for blood," Alucard chuckled insanely. "I'd say just crazy," Naruto replied. "Be careful, he's dangerous," Static warned them. "Yeah, and we don't want to hurt him," Gear added. "Tell him that," Ferret shouted as Alucard charged for them, tackling Kangar into a pile of recycled papers. "Time to feast." Alucard reached for Kangar's neck. "I think it's time to give you the boot," Kangar called as he kicked Alucard off him. "Keep him still," Gear ordered as he got the collar out. Aben had his shadow wrapped around Alucard to keep him still. Easier said than done, genius, Alucard using his strength broke free from Aben and attempted to leave, until Hotstreak pinned him down. "Sorry Fangs, but you're not going anywhere," Hotstreak ordered. "Don't make me laugh," Alucard answered as he rolled over reversing positions and he bolted. Naruto summoned his cage buncheons that tried to hold him back, but the vampire metahuman made it past all of them. "He's getting away," Naruto shouted as Alucard turned into a bat and flew off. Meanwhile, back at the gas station, the others were inside making sure Ren was safe from any harm. Shiv got a call from his shockbox. "What up?" "Big trouble Shiv, Alucard got away and he's heading in your direction," Aben's voice said. Suddenly the door busted down and Alucard stood in the doorway. "Actually, he's already here," Shiv answered. "Rennie, I'm home," Alucard called. "Back off pal," Puff ordered as she and Onyx defended Ren. "You want her, you got to go through us," Tenten added. "Fine with me." Alucard attacked Onyx followed by Carmen. "Back off, Drac," Shiv called as he used his energy knives to force him back. Suddenly he was pushed into Itachi, who readied his Sharingan, but Alucard quickly closed his eyes and went bad to fly out of their surrounding and turned back to regular form right at Ren. He held her down despite her going gorilla to try and pry him off. He clinged to her. "I want your blood," he cried as he tried to make her revert back to regular form. Ren was getting tired and reverted back to her regular form, "Now to taste that lovely blood that I've longed for." Before he could sink his teeth into her, he was shocked by both Static and Naruto. He felt paralyzed, which was long enough for Gear to put the new collar on his neck. "That should do it," Gear said, dusting his hands off. Alucard's insane look diminished and he was his regular non-craving self. "Thanks guys. I needed this. And sorry about the trouble I caused." "Just what happened with you?" Static asked. "You're lucky those victims you bit weren't totally effective, otherwise there'd be more vampires in this city. I was catching this purse snatcher last night, and he rammed me into a pole that seemed to have been hard enough to break my collar. After then I took off on an all-night blood binge," Alucard explained. Ren walked up to him and smacked him right on the head. "What the hell was that for? I said I was sorry." Ren's frown softened to worry. "Don't scare me like that." "Huh?" Alucard was confused. "You were one of my first friends, Alucard. I wouldn't want you to end up being labeled as a full-on bad metahuman," Ren explained. "I know it was stupid of me to do a solo at night," Alucard answered. "Just make sure next time nobody tries to break your collar," Gear warned him. "I will." Alucard chuckled. "Well come on, let's get some burger fool," Virgil suggested. "All right." Carmen and Ferret cheered. "Hope the ketchup's extra juicy," Alucard joked, which got him weird looks from everyone. "It's a joke." It was one morning with Virgil and Naruto finishing breakfast and Sharon collected their plates. "Thanks for the food, Sharon." Naruto thanked her as he rushed out. "Thank you, Naruto," Sharon answered, and looked to Virgil expecting the same. "Yeah, whatever, see ya," Virgil said as he quickly rushed out. "Typical," Sharon sighed as she prepared to do the dishes. Outside, the two met up with everyone else who were walking around Dakota, which was a beautiful sunny day. "Sure hope Konoha's not going stir crazy with their favorite hyper one not there," Naruto chuckled, while thinking of back home. "It'd probably be like it's finally become quiet there," Tenten joked and the girls laughed. "Hardy har har," Naruto answered in sarcasm. "That was pretty funny," Shiv admitted while chuckling. They walked by a store window with numerous TV screens displayed, each showing the same news footage. Curiously, they decided to see what was going on. "This is Shelly Sandoval coming to you live from Alva Industries, where it has just been robbed by unknown sources," the news reporter explained. "Alva Industries?" Hotstreak asked. "Looks like we better check it out," Virgil suggested. They got into their outfits and were on their way to the industries. "Looks like Alva's attracted another thief," Static noted. "Who is this Alva?" Naruto asked as he floated by, and Gears filled him and the other ninja in. "Edwin Alva, head of Alva Industries, and he's one of the richest men here in the city, perhaps the world," Gear began. "It was his industry that created the Bang Baby gas. We tried to expose him but our data got fried," Static added. "And he's just a villain to you guys?" Naruto asked. "More like neutral," Static replied. "A lot of other guys steal equipment from his company to use for their own reason." Soon enough they arrived at the scene where an opening in the building's wall was seen, but was taped up. "Should we go in through there?" Tenten asked. Not necessary, we'll go through our favorite opening, Static answered, as they headed for a window. Inside his office, Edwin Alva was sitting at his desk with his elbows on the table folding his hands brooding. Then his windows flung open and Static and the others entered. "Oh, it's you," Alva said boredly. "Nice to see you again," to Alva. "Sorry we always have to meet under these circumstances," Static replied, cracking wise. "I'm in no mood for jokes, so could you please state why you all are here?" Alva asked in annoyance. "We heard about your latest steal, thought maybe we sue. Normally when someone steals from you it involves me," Static explained his logic. "What was stolen was an experimental robot prototype that was just finished being tested," Alva explained. "Any idea who might have done it?" Gear asked. "Nothing," Alva answered. "Well, that's not a big lead," Hotstreak replied, feeling they got nothing to work with. "What exactly is this robot capable of?" Itachi asked curiously. "It was originally designed to be a possible machine used for war," Alva replied. "Your company designs just about everything, doesn't it?" Static asked in sarcasm. "Just find that robot and make sure whoever has it doesn't find out how to use it to their advantage," Alva replied, handing Gear blueprints. "Here are the plans for it. Study them and you shall have a way to locate it or match it." "Thank you for your help," Naruto said as they all head out and Alva watched them leave. Elsewhere, in an old warehouse that was filled with electronic computers and machines, two of Static's old rivals, Specs and Trapper, had a red human-looking robot on a work table and were working on it. "Pass me that wrench, would you, Mr. Trapper?" Specs asked. "Why, certainly, Mr. Specs," Trapper replied, handing him a wrench, and he tightened a gear inside of it. It's finally been modified," Specs said, feeling successful. With one more addition to it, he held up a video game disc with a picture on it of two ninjas fighting and inserted it into the robot. "There now, our ninja robot is finally completed." "Indeed it has, Mr. Specs. Maybe we should take it out for a test drive," Trapper suggested. "We should, Mr. Trapper," Specs said, smirking as he grabbed a remote off the table and clicked it, thus starting it up. The robot's yellow eyes lit up and it sat up and looked at the two as Specs spoke to it. "Attention Ninja Mark 5. Go out and show Dakota exactly what you're made of." "Affirmative," the robot replied as he blasts a hole in the wall and headed out through it. Back at the gas station, everyone was sitting around having a smoothie while Richie and Naruto went over the blueprints. "The company sure put thought into creating this piece of work," Richie said, feeling impressed. "I'll say the mechanics of this thing is incredible," Naruto said, while going over it. "Any idea what the hell they're saying?" Aben asked. "Just smile and nod," Virgil advised him. "So you think we can track this robot down?" Talon asked hopefully. "All I have to do is input the robot's digital code into Backpack, and it shouldn't be any trouble finding it," Richie replied. Then the gas station's police scanner went off and they listened in. "This 816, we got a situation on our hands. A red metal man is causing a disturbance on the south end, over," the police said over the scanner. "I think they found it for us," Kanger replied to Richie. "So let's go," Alucard said as they hurried out. Meanwhile, at the scene, the robot sent by Specs and Trapper was blowing up and destroying anything around him, while citizens were running away screaming in fear. "Show Dakota what I'm made of," the robot repeated his orders. "Hey Metal Mouth," Naruto called as he and the guys flew down. "Hold still and we'll see exactly what you're made of," Naruto shouted, firing an electromagnetic blast. The robot suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Naruto, throwing a punch at him, but Naruto, activating his rubber body, absorbed the blow and wrapped himself around the robot. "That ought to hold him," Aben said proudly. The robot busted out of Naruto's hold. "Ought to, but won't," the robot replied. "I'll handle this." Itachi formed hand signs and blew a fireball at the robot. The robot then rushed forward, avoiding the fireball, and went at it hand to hand with Itachi. Itachi, even though having the upper hand with his Sharingan, was still pushing himself against a robot whose abilities were like a regular ninja's minus the jutsus. Itachi finally gained some distance from the robot as Static flew forward, throwing his own electromagnetic blasts for the robot, who took them head on. "Man, that can of beans is tough to open," Static joked. "Then it's time to play can opener," Shiv replied, while readying his energy blades and was swiping at the robot, putting scratches into it. "Not so tough, are you?" Shiv chuckled, but stopped, seeing all the scratches regenerated, leaving him good as new. Mode change. The robot said as his armor started transforming and he stood there wearing black traditional samurai armor and helmet along with a sword. Samurai mode engage. It said, while drawing a sword. A samurai now? Naruto gasped. I got this one, Tenten called, summoning her weapons and unleashed them upon the robot that deflected them with his one sword. No way, she gasped in shock. Way. The robot replied as it charged forward, but Tenten unsealed a bow staff and begun going on par against the samurai mode robot. Your skills are strong, but I adapt quick to styles of combat, the robot said as it began getting the best of Tenten, who was reaching her limits. Hang on, Tenten. Hinata shouted as she and Hanabi ready their Byakugans. While he may not have chakra, he still has weak spots. So the Hyuga heiress charged forward and using their gentle fist art started poking at the robot's body, putting a number of dents in it. Try to regenerate from that, Hanabi called. With more dents, it was taking the robot longer to regenerate its body, plus that last attack made him revert back to ninja mode. Taking advantage of this, Kanger and Carmen attacked it, while it was proving to still defend itself while it healed. Regeneration complete, the robot said as it fought back again, proving to be a match for them. Animorph became a rhino and tried to ram the robot, but the mechanical menace grabbed hold of Rhino Animorph's horn and threw her over its shoulder. You messed with the wrong person, you piece of junk. Alucard grappled with it. You're lucky you don't have skin or I'd bite you. Bite this. The robot replied as it kneed Alucard in the stomach and did a spin kick, sending Alucard backwards. If I can get close enough, I can use backpack to shut him down, Gear explained. Keep him still. Got it, Naruto said, summoning his cage bunchins, and they all rushed forward and grabbed onto him, holding him in place, while he tried to get out of their grip. Gear go. Gear rushed over and put backpack onto the robot's back, and backpack hooked up to the robot and began shutting him down. Warning, shut down, shut down, the robot said as his voice distorted and his eyes faded and he fell down. Back at Specs and Trapper's hideout, their monitor system goes blank. What just happened? Specs asked. It seems our robot has been shut down, Mr. Specs, Trapper answered. So it appears. Specs agreed. Luckily we've installed a failsafe that will reboot him. Unfortunately it'll take several hours, Trapper explained. The wait will be worth it, even if he is returned to Alva. Specs replied as he started up a process starting at 1%, and once it's complete we can control him with this. He held up the remote for him. Rather, instead of returning it to Alva right away, they took it back to the gas station setting on their table, and Gear and Naruto begun tinkering with it. Just what exactly are you doing to it? Puff asked. We're reprogramming it so that it won't want to cause trouble, Gear explained. And by giving it human emotions it'll have a mind of its own, and hopefully not want to plan world conquest, Naruto added. Whatever works, just so it doesn't want to harm innocent, Static said. Soon after the two geniuses finished working on the robot, they rebooted him up, all systems go, and back online. The robot started. So how do you feel? Naruto asked the robot. Better now. Thank you for rebooting my systems. I thought I was gonna stay in shutdown mode forever, the robot said. Listen, can you remember who you were working for previously? Gear asked, hoping to find the culprit. I wish I could, but I can't seem to recall who W Systems, the robot explained. What I do remember is that I was programmed with the skill and knowledge of both a ninja and a samurai. Did they even give you a name or something? Shiv asked. All that I have been addressed as was Ninja Mark V, the robot replied. Well, that's boring. You need a real name, a name to match your skills and persona, Naruto began, and I got just the one. Really, Naruto-kun? What is it? Hinata asked. Nindroid, Naruto announced. Nindroid? Everyone questioned. What, it sounds cool enough. He's got the skills of a ninja and he's an android. So, Nindroid, Naruto explained. Nindroid, I like it, the robot, now dubbed Nindroid, admitted. See, he likes it too, Naruto says, earning side out of everyone. Later on during the day, Static and Gear went out to trace the source of where Nindroid was receiving orders from, while the Breed, Ren, and Alucard went out to get lunch. Naruto, the girls, and Itachi stayed behind to keep Nindroid company. Now that the robot had human emotions, he could feel everything a human feels. Such a story you told me, Naruto. Even you, Itachi. All of you went through so many things in your lives. Nindroid began. I may be a robot, but with my emotions I feel sympathy for all of you. Thank you, Nindroid. Itachi smiled. So what do you think will happen? Hinata began. I mean, once we find who stole Nindroid from Alva, will Alva want to have him restored back to his regular self? He might. Tenten thought of the possibilities. I wouldn't want to go back to a life being an emotionless robot who only serves humans, Nindroid replied. We'll think of something, guys. Naruto promised them. Nindroid, if he had a real face, would be smiling at Naruto's kindness. Meanwhile, Static and Gear flew over Dakota. Find anything yet, Richie? Static asked. Hold on, I got something. Gear began, as he read the data through the visor of his helmet. Lead the way. Static ordered as they flew off. They arrived outside of the warehouse. Whoever it is, he's in there, Gear explained. So let's give him a welcome. Static smirked as he blasted the door down and they flew in looking at all the machinery. Whoever's here sure is high-tech. Gear noted. Let's see, Static began. Who do we know who's evil, smart, and likes taking stuff from Alva? He asked in sarcasm and the two answered simultaneously, Specs and Trapper. Correct, Static. Specs answered while wearing his spectral mask and fired eye blasts from it at the two who flew around avoiding the attack. So you two stole Nindroid from Alva, Static said accusingly. Nindroid? Trapper asked in confusion. Isn't that sweet Mr. Trapper? The hero named our robot. Specs chuckled amusingly. You can forget about using him anymore, he's our friend now, Static called. On the contrary, Static, Ninja Mark 5 will be coming back to us right about now, Trapper answered. Back at the gas station, Nindroid, who was talking with the ninja, shot up with his eyes turning red. Must go back, Master's orders. Nindroid, what's wrong? Hanabi asked. Nindroid burst out through the door and headed off. He's getting away, Tenten called. We have to go after him, Itachi ordered. Right, come on, Naruto called as they took off after him. As the Breed, Ren, and Alucard headed back to the gas station, they saw Nindroid jumping from building to building, with Naruto, Itachi, and the girls chasing after him. Either they're playing tag, or Nindroid's gone mad, Ferret theorized. Come on, let's see what's going on, Aben said as they followed. Back at the lab, Static and Gear were still fighting off against Specs and Trapper, who were managing to match against the heroes with their spectral mask and speed trap gloves they used on Static in the past. Suddenly the wall opened and Nindroid walked in. Welcome back, Nina Mark 5. Specs welcomed him. Nindroid. Naruto and his friends landed in. Well, look, Mr. Specs, he brought some company, Trapper noticed. Indeed, Mr. Trapper. So you're the ones who've been using Nindroid to cause trouble. Naruto frowned at the two. Guilty as charged. Trapper replied proudly. That's wrong, using something for your own personal gain. Animorph argued as she and the Breed busted in. He's a robot, it's what he was programmed for. Specs explained like it was obvious. Well, not anymore. Hotstreak threw a fireball for them, but Trapper used his glove to neutralize the incoming fireball. These guys aren't pushovers. Static warned the others as he attacked Specs, but the guy continued with his eye blasts. Naruto rushed to attack Trapper, but Nindroid blocked his path and began defending the snobby genius. Nindroid, what's wrong with you? Can't stop, must obey. We control him now, it's as simple as that. Specs answered smugly. So long as we have this. Trapper held up the remote. Then we'll have to deal with that. Tenten threw some shurikens. Nice try. Trapper used his glove to block them. We got to get that glove, Alucard ordered. Leave it to me, Aben said, sinking into the floor and moved along it and came up onto Trapper, binding him. Let go. Trapper growled as Aben managed to knock the glove off him, and Onyx smashed it with his foot. No, Trapper shouted. Naruto made it past Nindroid and avoided Specs' blasts. Here's a move dedicated to a ninja friend of mine whose hard work made him known as the Green Beast. Naruto dove down and delivered an upward kick to Specs, sending him upward. The Jinchuriki ninja flies upward following him and delivers a Kyuubi chakra punch at Specs' masked face, sending him crashing into a wall and his mask broke. Mr. Specs. Trapper called. Suddenly Hinata and Hanabi ran forward and used the gentle fist art to hit Trapper, causing the remote to fly out of his hand. Puff used her vapor breath to melt it, and with that Nindroid's eyes returned to normal. Systems rebooting. He replied. You okay, Nindroid? Tenten asked. Better than ever, thank you everyone. Nindroid thanked them, and looked at Specs and Trapper. As for you two, he walked forward. Please, you can't do this, Specs begged him. Yes, we created you, Trapper tried to reason. Nindroid shook his head. No, you created my body, but my friend's gear and Naruto recreated my mind. I will no longer have anything to do with you two and your unjust acts. Nindroid, what are you going to do? Static gasped, thinking he was about to do something dangerous. Don't do anything reckless, Talon called. Nindroid walked up to the two snobs, grabbed their heads, and clonked them together, knocking them out, now to get rid of all of this so they'll never use it to harm others. Nindroid said, going samurai mode, and used his sword to destroy all their machines, leaving no trace left. Later on at the gas station, everyone was watching the news, which showed Specs and Trapper being escorted away by the police, and in local news, the criminal geniuses Specs and Trapper are sent into custody for stealing Edwin Alva's latest project. Though they claim to have no memory of what they did with the robot, they will still be questioned. Shelly Sandoval announced. Nice work on blocking out their memories, Itachi, but how'd you do it exactly? Virgil asked curiously. A brainwash technique I picked up from Akatsuki member Sasori. It was really helpful in situations, Itachi explained. And with the new program I installed in Nindroid, Alva will have no way of tracking him, Richie added. So you're free, Nindroid, Naruto explained to the free unit. Thank you guys. This really means a lot to me, the robot said happily. So now that you're free, what will you do now? Hinata asked. Well, Hinata, like how you, your sister, Tenten, and Naruto have Konoha to protect, and Virgil, and Richie protect Dakota. I want to see if there's somewhere out there that I can protect. Nindroid explained his plan. Well, we sure hope you find it, Aben hoped. I know me and my crew did. Thanks for your support, and who knows, maybe we'll meet up again, Nindroid said. Can't wait. You around everybody, and Naruto, I wish you the best of luck in not only becoming Hokage, but to be a great person as well, Nindroid said, as he vanished like a ninja. That bot's quicker than a roadrunner, Puff noted. As it hit the twilight hour, everyone was heading back as Nindroid watched from atop a tall building. Sayonara, Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, Nindroid said as he took off for parts unknown to him. One day Naruto had decided to head back to Konoha for some fun, feeling a bit homesick, along with the meta breed. One day he, Hotstreak, and Choji were walking the village streets to their favorite place. Boy, I haven't had Ichiraku ramen in forever. Naruto rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry. Yeah, I can't wait to get there. I'll probably have like 20 bowls, Choji said in excitement. You guys are always thinking about your stomachs, Hotstreak began. I go there for more than one reason. For Ayame? Naruto asked slyly. Who else? Hotstreak replied. Come on guys, let's hurry, Choji says as the three were jogging their way to Ichiraku. When they arrived, they each took a seat. Hey Tucci, Ayame, your fave customers are here, Naruto called. They waited for a minute, but the father and daughter cooks didn't come out. Hey, are you guys back there? Hotstreak called to the back room. Think they stepped out? Naruto suggested. No chance, I mean Tucci's still got the stuff going. Choji motioned to the pots being used. Then where are they? Hotstreak asked, until they heard groaning sounds. They looked over the counter and to their shock saw Tucci lying on the ground looking unconscious. Tucci, they called, before leaping over the counter to check on him. Is he? Choji asked, as Naruto checked his pulse. No, he's alive. What do we do? Hotstreak asked frantically. I'll get Ayame, Naruto said, going into the back, but came back out in shock. She's not here. What? Hotstreak gasped in shock. Don't worry, I'll get Sakura, Choji offered. Sakura, what good will she do? Naruto asked in confusion. Naruto, a lot's happened while you were gone. Choji smirked, before he took off. Later that day, Tucci was in his home above the restaurant lying in bed, while Sakura was tending to him. Naruto, Choji, and Hotstreak waited to hear her report. So Sakura, you've been learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade Bossen? Naruto asked. Yes, after the council meeting I thought long and hard and decided to be useful in this village and not rely on everyone, Sakura explained. So did you find anything wrong? Choji asked in concern. It turns out it was just exhaustion, she began. I gave him some supplements to ease his stress. He should be okay after he rests. The boys sighed in relief, but I also think he should take a break from the shop for a little bit. See here. She held up Tucci's arm that was red from overwork. Whoa, he must have been working overtime, Hotstreak noticed. Ayame, Tucci groaned, catching the others by surprise. Ryori, he groaned. Ayame. Ryori? Naruto asked. What's a Ryori? Hotstreak asked. Choji answered. Ryori is another term for ninja chef. Ninja chef? What's that? Sakura asked. A ninja chef is a ninja who, instead of excelling in combat like regular ninja, instead excels in the art of cooking. Choji answered. Why would they have ninjas like that? Hotstreak asked in confusion. Well, one of the basic essentials ninja squads need to pack with them is food to keep their energy up. Choji began. However, they cannot pack too big of foods for themselves, so the Ryori were invented to serve as the ninja squad's cook. That does make sense. Naruto admitted. But what does this have to do with Ayame? Hotstreak growled, wondering where she was. She was kidnapped. Tucci answered as he woke up to listen to their conversation. All four were shocked, but mostly Hotstreak. What, you're saying these ninja chefs stole her? Hotstreak calmed down. Sakura said as she and Naruto held him back. Can you tell us what happened? Naruto asked. It was a week ago, Tucci began explaining. An old colleague of mine named Hikaku came to my shop. We both trained under the same chef master but chose different paths. I became a ramen shop owner, and he became a ninja chef. He came to me asking for a special recipe he believed that I had, but I didn't know what he was talking about. So he left thinking I was just playing dumb. Then early one morning I found a note stating that Hikaku kidnapped my daughter and is holding her ransom for the special recipe. So why didn't you go talk to Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked on concern. If I got the Hokage involved in this, there would be no telling what he'd try to do to her, Tucci answered. However, he gave me an option. If I could make the best kind of ramen to please Hikaku, he'd give her back. I've been experimenting the last week, but I can't seem to get the noodles right, and my challenge to get her back is a day away. I don't know what to do. He looked down in sorrow. Naruto was down. Ichiraku won't be the same without Ayame. Yeah. She's the first girl to treat me with kindness. I can't let her down, Hotstreak declared, getting Tucci's attention. Tucci, we're going to help you get Ayame back, Naruto exclaimed. Yeah, it's the only way to get her back, Choji added. I'm with ya guys, let's do it, Sakura finished, while feeling determined. Oh guys. Tucci was touched at their wanting to help, and smiled. All right, let's work together and get my daughter back. Yeah. The four cheered. So for the whole night Tucci was teaching the three ninja and meta-human how to make ramen, and slowly each one of them had all the steps properly down. The very next morning, Tucci was pulling a cart full of supplies up a mountainside, while the guys pushed it. Hikaku, I'm here. Tucci called out, and the one known as Hikaku came out from behind a boulder. So have you decided to cough up the recipe? The ninja chef asked hopefully. Even if I have it, not in a million years. Tucci answered in determination. So you're taking the option? You're a fool, Hikaku spat. That ramen you served me last time won't do the trick. All right, where's Ayame? Tucci demanded. If you've harmed her, Hotstreak threatened him until a familiar voice cut him off. Father, Hotstreak help. Ayame called from farther behind Hikaku. Ayame. They called trying to approach, but Hikaku threw some butcher knives at their feet, but luckily misses them. Let's have the family reunion after chow. Hikaku smirked smugly. Could you at least let me have a few extra hands here? Tucci asked, hoping the guys would be allowed to assist him. The stakes are high and these brats will be nothing but a hindrance, Hikaku replied mockingly. I'll show you a hindrance, Hotstreak growled as he summoned a fireball, but Naruto stretched his arm over and grabbed Hotstreak's shoulder. Hotstreak put the fireball out. Remember, this is for Ayame, Naruto reminded him. Hotstreak doused the fireball and calmed down. Sorry. If that's settled, let the cook-off begin. Hikaku called as numerous ninja chefs popped out from behind boulders. Can you actually please the ninja chefs? The masters of cooking? So many ninja chefs. Choji gasped. Okay guys, this is it, Tucci instructed as he sat everything up. Hotstreak started the fuel to boil the water. That's the right heat, Hotstreak. Soup preparation is complete guys. The noodles are all yours. You got it. They agreed as they got to work. As they mixed the dough, they were all trying to get it right, while Hotstreak couldn't take it. Guys, this is taking way too long. Hotstreak, do you want to get Ayame back or not? Sakura asked, seeing his impatience could slow the process. Well duh, but there's got to be a faster method, Hotstreak said. Wait a minute. Maybe there is, Naruto exclaimed. After all, we're ninja, right? Choji and Sakura nodded, wondering where he was going. Then let's show them how to make noodles ninja style. Hikaku and the ninja chefs were Kanto was getting at. Naruto first summoned a single Kage Bunshin who started forming Rasengan in his palm. Naruto, what good will Rasengan do in noodle making? Hotstreak asked in confusion. Watch and be amazed, Hotstreak. Naruto shouted as he put the Rasengan onto the dough, taking his comrades by surprise. Hikaku gasped at the boy's plan. He's using his chakra to mix the ingredients together. How ingenious, the raw chakra is molding the ingredients together. When the Rasengan died down, the ingredients were made into dough by the power of Naruto's chakra. He smirked, planning to put the next phase of his plan into action. Hey Sakura, Naruto called as he molded the dough into the shape of Ino Yamanaka's face and held it up to her. It's Ino. Sakura in a blind rage growled, Ino pig. She growled as Naruto put the dough inside a bag and threw it onto a flat rock. Sakura started pummeling the dough inside the bag with her fists. That's Sakura's strength for ya, Naruto smirked. She's so strong it's scary. Hotstreak trembled, while feeling ready to shit himself. By pounding it with that much force, we'll make the noodles perfectly firm. Hikaku inspected their method. Sakura took one final punch, sending the dough into the air, and Naruto jumped and grabbed it. Choji, catch. He threw him the dough. You got it, Naruto. Choji called. Buban Baika no Jutsu. Choji enlarged his arms and hands to catch the dough and began mixing it and molding it into noodles. Okay, now they need to be boiled. Hotstreak, Tuchi, it's all yours, Naruto ordered. Leave it to us, Tuchi assured. This contest is ours. Hotstreak smirked, feeling victorious already. Hold on. Hikaku called a timeout. What is it now? Hotstreak grumbled. The ramen may be ready, but who will you serve it first? Hikaku asked with a sly grin. Who to serve first? Naruto asked in confusion. Yes, it's the ninja chef way. Tuchi explained their code. What do you mean? Sakura inquired. Among rules, there's only one that is above all the others, and that's first come first serve. Tuchi explained. And since there are 100 ninja chefs here that arrived simultaneously, you must serve them all at the same time. But can you actually do that? Hikaku mocked them. Naruto chuckled. Have you forgotten we're Konoha shinobi? He formed a hand sign. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned hundreds of clones that were able to serve all the bowls, pour the soup, and add the noodles to it, along with the other toppings, and the chopsticks to all the ninja chefs. The final test, the taste, Hikaku declared, as he and the ninja chefs started eating the ramen. After a few bites, they shot out of their seats in joy. Delicious. So we won the challenge? Sakura gasped. And this means Ayame's free. Hotstreak cheered with Naruto and Choji. After all was done, Hikaku and the ninja chefs bowed before them. I apologize for what I've done, but you see, we've got a serious problem. A problem? Choji asked. What kind of problem? Sakura asked curiously. As ninja chefs, we're entrusted to make the finest foods, but we've unfortunately become too good at our job. All the ninjas wouldn't stop eating and turned fat. Because of this, they were unable to finish their missions. Hikaku explained, with the special recipe we're seeking, we would make the finest and healthy recipes without making our employers obese. So what recipe is this you're so hooked on? Naruto asked curiously. It's the scum recipe. It's legendary. Scum recipe? They asked. We scoured the land hoping to find leads, until I was told it could be found at Ichiraku ramen shop run by my old colleague, Tuchi. Hikaku explained. I don't know what you mean. Tuchi answered. But our contact mentioned you had a recipe known as the scum recipe. Hikaku cried desperately. Tuchi pondered on what he was telling him until it dawned on him. Wait a minute, I know what you mean, but you got the wrong idea. It's called the skim recipe. Skim recipe? They all gasped in shock. So this was just a slip of the tongue? Hotstreak asked, seeing this whole thing was brought on due to an unfortunate misname. A big slip. Naruto replied. Hold on, since we won the cooking challenge you have to return Ayame. Sakura remembered. Yeah, so where is she? Hotstreak demanded. Right here. Ayame answered, as she came out from behind a boulder. Ayame? Tucci gasps. Her daughter appeared portly. Ayame, what did they do to you? Hotstreak gasped in outrage. Well, these ninja chefs weren't kidding about how they can cook up delicious meals. Ayame began. I may have had seconds a few times, is it that noticeable? She asked sheepishly. Hotstreak looked furiously at the ninja chefs before exploding. You bastards! He burned up with fire surrounding him and started chasing the ninja chefs and Hikaku around in circles, throwing fire at them. I'll make you jerks pay for fattening my girl up. I'm going to boil me some ninja chef stew. Get back here. The others stood by watching the routine in confusion, while Naruto looked to Ayame. He really likes Ya. About a few days later, Hotstreak was waiting by a tree while the sun was partially setting, until Kanger and Ferret approached him. Hotstreak. Ferret called as he and Kanger ran up to him. Hey guys, what's up? Hotstreak asked. We're about to get some grub, you want to come? Kanger offered. Sorry guys, but I got plans tonight, Hotstreak replied. Plans? They asked. Before Hotstreak could explain, a voice called out, Hotstreak. They saw Ayame, who slimmed back down thanks to the special diet ramen the guys made. Ayame was out of her waitress attire and was wearing casual clothes. You ready to go? Always, Hotstreak answered as they linked arms. Later guys. They hurried off. Kanger and Ferret stood there in shock. He turned us down for a date? Ferret asked, until Kanger sighed, knowing what this meant. I see where it's going, Ferret. What do you mean? Ferret asked in confusion. With those two falling in love, our trio has just dropped to a duo. Kanger continued as Ferret realized what he meant as they both looked out into the distance where the two left. Hotstreak and Ayame were sitting on a bench by a pond watching the fireflies making the water sparkle. Hotstreak was smiling, until he remembered stuff and started looking sadly while glancing to Ayame. I have so much to tell her, but would she understand the truth about my past? Not a chance. She'd look away from me, he thought. Ayame noticed his depressed demeanor, which was not like him, and thought to herself, I can tell he's hiding, but what I don't know why he won't be the man I know he is deep down inside. Hotstreak, what's wrong? Ayame asked in concern. Well Ayame, I just can't shake off everything I've done back when I was juvenile, Hotstreak began. I know I've changed, but I can't forget about all I've done. Ayame rested her head on his shoulder, which surprised him. I didn't know who you were back then. So to me you aren't a juvenile, she began. I love you Hotstreak, and I want to spend every precious moment with you. Ayame. Hotstreak shedded a tear and pulled her into a hug. Ayame blushed but soon eagerly returned the hug so that both were embracing each other. I love you too, Ayame. And I always will. They stared into each other's eyes for a moment, moving their faces closer until their lips met and they kissed. After they broke the kiss, they looked up at the stars that lit up the night sky of Konoha. Hotstreak put an arm around Ayame and pulled her close as she snuggled onto his shoulder, and they watched the sky. Meanwhile, Kanger and Ferret were looking downcast. So you see, Ferret, now that he's gonna start hanging out with Ayame more, we'll have lesser time to spend with each other like we always did. Kanger explained. So in other words, our carefree days with him are done? Ferret asked in worry as Kanger nodded dismally. Suddenly they held onto each other and were sobbing uncontrollably. One day while Naruto was in from staying away from the village, he and Ferret were in the Namikaze mansion playing a robot wrestling game on Naruto's game station. Naruto's black robot had defeated Ferret's red robot on the game. That's game. Naruto cheered. Oh man. Ferret groaned. Sorry Ferret, this just isn't your day. Naruto patted his shoulder. Like any day ever is. Ferret continued to groan. Lighten up, Aben and the guys are sticking around Dakota. Hotstreak's dating Ayame. Meanwhile we got my home all to ourselves, so let's live it up. Naruto cheered as he kicked back. Suddenly Yugo shunshined inside the room looking at the two. Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade-sama wishes to see you. Hey Yugo, no offense but I'm still on break, Naruto complained. I'm sorry but it's urgent. Yugo answered. Hey no worries, I'll come join you. Ferret offered Naruto. So Naruto opened a portal that he and Ferret entered and it reappeared in the Hokage's office. This better be important boss and I'm on vacation. Naruto grumbled. Watch it Gaki, Tsunade frowned. So anyway, what's this emergency? Naruto asked using air quotes, and Ferret stifled a laugh. Tsunade sighed. I'll get right to the point. We've just been given a mission by the river country to take care of a group of bandits who've been causing mischief in their local villages. According to the data we've been given, these bandits are strong, but many of the shinobi closer to them are all out on missions. Shizune explained. So you want me and Ferret to take care of this? All right, you got it. It'll ease my boredom. Naruto answered, and they were ready to leave. Not so fast, Naruto. Tsunade called him back. Naruto and Ferret turned back to hear more. For a mission like this, you two will need someone with experience to help track these bandits. So we're bringing Kiba along with us too? Naruto asked. Actually, Kiba's already out on a mission with his own squad, but we do have a replacement for him, Tsunade explained. Replacement? The two asked, and there was a knock at the door. Come in. Tsunade called. Opening the door was a girl about the age of 18, with brown hair in a ponytail. Fang-like tattoos of the Inuzuka clan on both of her cheeks, in addition to a tattoo on her upper right arm that resembles a flower. Accompanying this girl were 3 nin dogs. I came here as soon as I could, Tsunade-sama, the girl explained. Yes, Hana, welcome. Tsunade greeted her. I'm sure you got the details of the mission already? Yes, ma'am. The girl named Hana nodded. Good, you will be joining these two on the mission. Tsunade explained, and Hana looked at Naruto and Ferret. Well, Naruto Uzumaki, Hana said, feeling impressed, and turned to Ferret. Hi, I've heard about you too. My name's Hana Inuzuka. Ferret. Ferret introduced himself nervously. So we're with Kiba's sister, huh? Naruto asked the Hokage. Yes. You 3 have a mission now, so get going. Tsunade ordered. Yes, ma'am. They replied as they headed out. Soon Naruto, Hana, Ferret, and the 3 dogs were at the gates with their backpacks. Okay guys, this is it. Hana instructed. All right, let's move out. Naruto called. Roger. Ferret agreed as they took off. So they traveled through the fire country, crossing the border into the river country. They stopped at a mountain area and set up camp for the night, tents all pitched. Ferret spoke, while coming out of the tent that was set up. And the fire's hot. Naruto added as he finished using his fire to make a campfire. Well done, boys. Hana congratulated them. Yeah, now we can eat. Naruto finished. Soon the 3 were around the fire eating meals from plates, while the 3 dogs were eating from bowls. You had to be really strong, Naruto, to take on my stubborn bro. Hana said to Naruto. Well, he provoked it out of me. Naruto answered. That's for sure. Ferret chuckled, while remembering the ass kicking he gave Kiba. I wished I could have been there to watch my bro get kicked around like that. It would have taught him a thing or two. Hana chuckled. Actually, it kinda did. Naruto added. I'll say. Ferret laughed. Later on during the night, Naruto was already asleep inside the tent, while Ferret and Hana were sitting on a log looking up at the night sky. Ferret had told Hana the basic history about him and the Big Bang. Wow, you've been through a lot of stuff at your home? Hana said. I sure did. I was just a regular juvenile who loved to eat, and when I got this sense of smell, it became my top sense, Ferret explained. I just went from gang to gang after then. I mean, not every bang baby has a tracking sense as good as mine. Maybe not, but me and my family could say otherwise, Hana replied. Well, Naruto did mention about your family when we first met him. Konoha's sure lucky to have people like you guys, Ferret says. I guess, but what about you? You must know how to fight to some degree, Hana wondered. Actually, I'm all tracker, not when it comes to combat, Ferret explained in sorrow. When in fights I just run because my sense is basically all I got. He put his head down. Hana smiled and put a hand on his shoulder, and his head shot up and looked at her. Well, even if you don't have any other physical strength, you're still a major asset to Naruto and your friends. I'm glad you think so, Ferret said with a smile. Hana dug into her pouch and pulled out a pellet. Here, I want you to have this. She handed it to him. What's this pellet for? Ferret inquired out of her. Eat it the next time you're in trouble, Hana instructed him. Okay. Ferret answered while feeling confused. Hana yawned. Well, I'm going to bed, she says, and kissed Ferret's cheek. Good night. She eyes smiled and entered the tent. Ferret watched as he felt the side of his face where she kissed him, and replied while blushing, good night. When morning came, The three were already awake and traveling along the river country. Soon Ferret and Hana stopped in mid-track and Naruto looked to them. "You two all right?" "I smell them," Ferret answered. "So do I," Hana agreed as her three hounds growled. "Well then let's move on and arm ourselves," Naruto says, getting ready. "Right." The two agreed, while getting ready as they proceeded with caution. As they continued on, watching them from trees were spies waiting for their moment. Ferret, while he was walking, could sense them, but couldn't stop, knowing if they did then the ones spying would know they were onto them. "Naruto," Ferret softly whispered, and luckily he heard him, "on your left in the trees." Naruto continued walking, not to look suspicious, but he quickly turned and fired an electromagnetic blast for the tree, and the spies jumped away as the electricity knocked the branches down. It was the bandits they were sent to take care of. They were average men covered in protective guards, and carrying blunt objects like clubs, daggers, spears, and other sharp objects. "Well, look here guys, we got some trespassers," a big one who had a scar on his cheek said, who appeared to be the leader. "We've got orders to put an end to your mischief," Hana explained. "Hey, we're just having a bit of fun," a bandit carrying a club on his back answered. "You call ransacking and terrorizing a village fun? It's pathetic and stupid," Naruto frowned. "Yeah, you guys got nothing better to do, you need lives," Ferret added. "The big-nosed ones got jokes," one bandit carrying a spear noted. "We ought to teach them a lesson," another bandit carrying nunchucks added. "Yes, we should," the leader said, as they pulled out their weapons. "This is it guys," Naruto ordered as the three got ready. "Attack," the leader called as the bandits go for the blow. The three scattered, and went for the bandits that split into three groups that went for them separately. Naruto was dealing with 7 of them. "Come and get me boys." Naruto beckoned them as they rushed him, readying their weapons. Naruto vanished through a portal on the ground and popped up outside. The eyes are so slow. He enlarged his arm into a rubber mallet and swung it, knocking them down. 4 of them got back up and grabbed their swords and charged again. "Want a second helping, huh? All right then," Naruto said as he surrounded himself with an electromagnetic barrier which repelled their strikes and shocked them, thus knocking them out. "It's a talent." Hana was with her 3 dogs fighting against 5 more of the bandits. "Come on guys, let's do it," Hana ordered, and her 3 canines performed a 4-fang over fang attack, knocking them down. "How do you like that?" she asked with a smirk. Meanwhile, Ferret was dealing with the final 6 bandits, but unlike Hana and Naruto, all he did was avoid the swinging weapons and ran from them. "Get that lil snout face," the leader ordered. "Oh man, I'm as good as dead," Ferret feared as he ran like an animal on all 4s. Suddenly he remembered the pellet. "Eat it the next time you're in trouble," her voice echoed in his thoughts. "Well, now's the perfect time." He reached into his pocket and popped it into his mouth before swallowing it. A few seconds later he started feeling funny. "What's happening?" he asked as he felt his arms becoming stronger and his legs moving faster. "What did you give him?" Naruto asked Hana. "A special food pellet we Inuzukas have used," Hana began. "Unlike a regular food pill, this one increases strength, speed, and sense just as much as regular food pills. Only this kind doesn't leave the user drained after using it." "Wow!" Naruto gasped. Ferret stopped running and turned around and began delivering punches and kicks to the bandits, while back-flipping away from incoming projectiles. "Can't you guys keep up?" Ferret taunted them. One jumped him from behind, but he elbowed him in the stomach and lifted his arm up, slamming his knuckles into his face. "Man, that feels good," Ferret chuckled. "Let's see how you like what this feels." Another bandit dropped down on him, readying to slam his club on his head. Ferret held his hands up, catching the club as the bandit was using his strength to bring it down on the smell freak. Ferret used all his strength to keep it up, until he kicked it out of the bandit's hands and spun-kicked his face, knocking him out. "That's how I roll," Ferret declared in a suave tone. "Way to go, Ferret," Naruto cheered. "That was great," Hana smiled. Above them in another tree, the boss grabbed his sword and jumped down, ready to attack. "Behind you guys," Ferret screamed. The 2 turned and saw the boss was right on top of them. Before they could respond, Ferret dashed like a speeding bullet due to the pellet's effects and slugged the boss, but in the process got his arm cut by the sword. "Gah!" Ferret cried as his arm got cut and he fell down to his side as the boss bandit was slugged unconscious and crashed head first into the tree he jumped out of. "Ferret!" Naruto and Hana cried, rushing to him, who was clutching his arm. "Hold on," Hana said as she dug into her bag and pulled out some medical supplies. "Don't worry, I'm a professional medic," she explained, as she got to work on Ferret's arm. In a matter of moments Ferret's arm was all bandaged up. "There, that should keep it together, until we get back to the village." "Thanks, Hana," Ferret said, while blushing. "Well, let's turn these bakas in," Naruto suggested while looking at the unconscious bandits. So after they turned them into the river country's authorities, they headed back to the Land of Fire. When they made it back, Ferret had his arm properly restored thanks to Tsunade. Naruto and Ferret were walking around the village as the sun was setting, while admiring what had happened. "I tell you, Ferret, you were kick-ass back there. The guys would be proud," Naruto said. "Hey, thanks, Naruto. Even though the pellet helped me, I did feel like I could have done that all on my own if I had the right practice," Ferret replied. "Well, maybe I could help you," Naruto offered. But then a wolf wearing an eye patch over his right eye and appears battle-scarred ran up to them. "What the?" Naruto wondered. The wolf looked at Ferret. "Are you Ferret?" it asked. Ferret was taken back, wondering how a wolf could talk. Yes," he replied. The wolf motioned him to come. "Follow me, alone." He gave Naruto the hint to stay. "I'll be okay, Naruto," Ferret assured him as he followed the wolf on all fours as well. "You seem fast on all fours for a human, or part one now," the wolf noted. Thanks," Ferret replied as they stopped in front of a compound. "Let's go." The wolf led him inside, where he saw Hana sitting on a couch in the living room, and with her was her mother Sume Inuzuka. "He's here, Sume," the wolf said to his master. "Arigato, Kuromaru," Sume said before dismissing him, and she turned to Ferret with a scowl which made him nervous. "So you're the ferret guy my daughter's been talking about?" she asked, while walking around him as if she were inspecting him. "Has she?" Ferret asked nervously. "Yes," Sume replied. "She says you helped out on her last mission, taking out a number of bandits, and saving her life in the process of almost losing your own." "That's right." Ferret nodded while sweating. Sume circled him a little closer, getting a view of his form, stature, etc. Hana sat by nervously, thinking her mother was going to throw him out. After Sume finished her observation on Ferret, she lifted an arm and Ferret closed his eyes tight, expecting to get smacked, while Hana feared what was coming next. Suddenly Ferret felt a hand on his head and opened his eyes, seeing Hana's mother smiling and patting his head. "Well, aren't you a unique one?" she smiled. "I'd heard there was another out there with a sense of smell to rival my family's, but I had no idea it came from someone like you. Plus, giving your own life to save someone takes a lot of guts. I like you, kid. Hana, I say you picked a winner here." "Mother," Hana protested at her exclaim. Sume chuckled and scooted Ferret over to her daughter. "You two enjoy yourselves," she said before leaving. "Sorry about my mother, she's picky when it comes to me bringing home or mentioning guys," Hana explained. "It's no problem. I should actually feel honored. Normally people would call me a freak due to this," Ferret said, motioning to his snout. "I think it's handsome, it makes you unique, and I love unique," Hana admitted. "You do?" Ferret gasped. "Yes, I do," Hana replied while smiling. Ferret smiled, but started blushing as Hana puckered her lips and moved forward. Ferret puckered his own lips, and soon the two had met and Hana wrapped her arms around his neck. They were so caught up in kissing they hadn't heard someone enter, and that someone being Hana's brother. "Hey, I'm back from my wa." Kiba gawked as he walked in on his older sister kissing one of Naruto's bang baby friends. He ran outside and the sound of retching could be heard. The two broke the kiss and giggled. "He saw it," Ferret noted. "Yeah, that'll teach him not to invade my privacy." Hana smiled as she planted another kiss on Ferret. As a sky shot of the twilight sky of Konoha was shown, as Kiba cried, "The horror, the pain," followed by the sound of Ferret and his new girlfriend chuckling. One morning in the village of Konoha at the Namikaze mansion, it seemed so quiet until Naruto slid into the entryway of his living room wearing his regular attire and sunglasses. And he began to sing as music plays in the background, "Ba ba 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 Barbara Ann." Suddenly Hotstreak slid into the entryway as well, singing as well while wearing his own sunglasses, "Ba ba 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 Barbara Ann." Finally Aben slid in wearing sunglasses as well, while playing a broom like it was a guitar, "Ba ba 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 Barbara Ann." Suddenly the three began dancing around while singing. Hotstreak went to a keyboard and began playing it as they sang. Aben was dancing around playing the broom like a rock star on guitar, while Naruto danced it out as well. Unaware to them, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya were watching from the entrance trying to hun. The three were brought out of it and looked at them sheepishly. How long have you three been there? Naruto asked sheepishly. We came in at the second, Barbara and Tsunade replied, while stifling a giggle. Why didn't you guys say anything? Hotstreak asked, feeling embarrassed. We wanted to see how it ended, Jiraiya replied while smiling. Old comedians. Aben grumbled. Sorry. Shizune apologized for her sensei and Jiraiya. So what's up? I know you didn't come here for a free show, Naruto noted. It concerns Orochimaru, Tsunade explained, as the three gave her their immediate attention. Soon enough they were in the Hokage's office, where Tsunade had explained to Naruto exactly what the deal was. Orochimaru has a base located in the rice field, Naruto gasped. Yes, and it borders the land of fire, Tsunade added. You think that's where Otogakure is located? Aben asked hopefully. We believe it is. Jiraiya speculated. So what, you want me to check it out or what? Naruto asked. Not by yourself if that's what you mean, Tsunade began. I'm sending you on this mission with Jiraiya. Aben Hotstreak, are you up for it? Against Snake Eyes, bring it. Aben beckoned. Yeah, we handled him good last time, we'll do it again. Hotstreak added. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at their cockiness. We're not even 100% sure Orochimaru is even there. After all, he's set up numerous other bases, and the odds of him actually being in that one are very slim. It's a chance we'll take. Naruto replied. Okay, and since Jiraiya already has the coordinates for where it's supposed to be located, you won't have to ask around for questions. Tsunade told them. Oh come on Tsunade, can't I just ask a few people? Jiraiya whined. Enough. Tsunade barked, thus silencing Jiraiya. You four get ready and head out. Right. Naruto, Hotstreak, and Aben replied as they exited the room. Later on, the three of them and Jiraiya were traveling along the land of fire, until they reached the edge, and soon enough they were standing by a tree on a hillside and look out seeing the fields of rice. So this is the place? Aben asked Jiraiya. Yup, this is Otogakure. Jiraiya answered. Hard to believe in a place like this a snake hides, Hotstreak noted. Well, I do, and if we can get rid of Orochimaru then that'll be one less threat in our lives, Naruto added. Well come on guys, let's move and be on high alert, Jiraiya commanded as they headed out. They soon stumbled upon the same underground compound entryway that Orochimaru and Kabuto were exiting when they went to Tanzaku town. So that's the entrance, huh? Naruto asked. All right, let's go, Hotstreak said, ready to go forward, but Jiraiya held his arm out to block him. Hold on Hotstreak, you know we can't rush into things, he began explaining. If this really is Orochimaru's lair, you can be damn sure he has the place rigged. No prob, we'll just sink into the shadows. Naruto and Aben activated their portals. Jiraiya sighed. Well okay, but while we're like that you'll have to follow my lead. All right. Naruto sighed as they enter through the combined portal of Naruto and Aben's and travel into the compound. They traveled along the walls that were lit by candles, leading down further and further into the earth. Soon they stopped when they came upon three tunnels. There are three paths, and they could lead anywhere, Jiraiya theorized. What do you think we should do? Aben asked. We'll have to split up from here, Jiraiya suggested. And I know just how to do it, Naruto says as he forged a hand sign, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He summoned a single clone. Aben, you go with Hotstreak, and my clone goes with Arrow Sennin. Be careful Naruto, if Orochimaru wants Sharingan then you'll be the one he'll be coming after, Jiraiya warned him. I know. Naruto confirmed, as he took off his sunglasses revealing the Sharingan. If he wants these eyes he'll have to fight me for them. So the Naruto clone took Jiraiya into his portal and they took the tunnel on the left, while Aben took Hotstreak into his portal and took the tunnel on the right. Naruto stood in front of the center. Time to go to work, Naruto said as he sank into the ground and traveled along it down the center tunnel. With Jiraiya, he and the Naruto clone were wandering around a dark tunnel passing numerous lamps on the wall, until Jiraiya called, "Stop." The clone stopped and they emerged from the ground. What's up? The clone asked. Jiraiya marked the wall with a kunai. Okay, let's continue on, Jiraiya instructed, As they continued, Jiraiya noticed they passed right by the same kunai again, just as I figured, Jiraiya says as he forms the ram sign, Kai. Suddenly the tunnel started fizzing and it started changing, genjutsu. The clone noted. I had my suspicion of this the third time we passed the same light on the wall, so I used that kunai to test my theory, Jiraiya explained. Well, now that that's down we can continue further, the clone added as they continued forward while still on guard. Meanwhile, with Aben and Hotstreak, they continued down their respective path with both on guard. Man, that Orochimaru sure knows how to pick lairs, Hotstreak said. For real, I mean, no way I would ever want to set up a hideout like this, no matter how cool it looks, Aben added. I just hope he hasn't rigged the walls or anything with stuff that comes to life, Hotstreak said in worry. Don't you even think that, dog, Aben replied, not wanting him to tempt it. As they walked on, Hotstreak's foot stepped on a tile that sunk in. What the? Hotstreak looked down and soon the floor behind him opened up, revealing a pit of spikes below. To make it worse, Hotstreak's balance was uneven and he was falling backwards, until he fell in screaming, "Oh shit!" Hotstreak cried as he blasted fire into the pit, thus launching him upward and out of the hole and back to safety. He was on his hands and knees panting, until he looked up at Aben. As it turns out, this is hard. Aben sighed. Old man was right. This place is loaded with booby traps. He suddenly leaned up against a wall, then sunk in. I think you triggered one, Hotstreak noted. They look around, seeing nothing happened. Must be a fake one, Aben believed. They continue looking around, until Hotstreak's head shot up. Wait a sec, you hear something? He asked Aben, and they started hearing a sound like rolling, down the hall, very fast. They looked behind them and saw a giant round boulder rolling down the hall heading right for them. When the two realized that, they screamed like crazy and began running like mad down the hall with the boulder moving faster. How does Indiana Jones do this stuff? Hotstreak cried while running. Talent, Aben cried back. They noticed the end of the tunnel, so they ran as fast as they could, and they saw an entrance to another tunnel, and there were opposite tunnels on the sides, so they split up on the sides. As the boulder rolled past them down the other tunnel, if we get out of this place alive, I'm not complaining about anything again, Aben promised. Hotstreak reached for his shockbox. Come in, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who was with the Naruto clone, who had just entered a new tunnel, answered his own made shockbox. Hotstreak, what's going on? I don't know about you, but I've had enough surprises in one day. This place is worse than juvie, Hotstreak said via shockbox. Just hang in there, guys, and report back if you found anything, Jiraiya answered. Any word from Naruto? Nothing, Hotstreak replied. With said ninja, he was wandering down the center on, and he waited before he turned a corner to see if anything was waiting for him. Lucky him, there was no one. Why's he making this seem too easy? Naruto asked himself. He continued down the hall, passing another, and suddenly heard a moaning call coming down it. He raced back and looked down it. What was that? He proceeded with caution, until he heard another moaning call. Naruto froze and had to be careful, thinking this was a trap. Portal, and traveled along the floor, until he stops by a door. Rather than open it like a person, he sunk back into the shadows and traveled under the door. The inside looked like some kind of work lab with very few dimmed lights on the ceiling. Against the walls were bookshelves with numerous books and scrolls on medic history and formulas. Beside it was a work desk and chair with a lamp on the desk, along with numerous files. Naruto walked over to the desk and looked at some of the files and saw they were all on human DNA, tissues, organs, etc. What is this guy doing? He asked. He then heard a thud and he quickly turned around but saw no one. His gaze fell upon a human construction table under the light of the ceiling lamps. To make it worse, someone was strapped on it while wearing only a loincloth on the waist, and a plain gray shirt, while its head was covered in a bag. It was safe to assume it was deceased due to lack of movements, but Naruto knew that thud he heard couldn't have been far as that. Oh my god, he gasped quietly. Please say it isn't so. He slowly approached the table. Did I hear you down here? Naruto asked it. Naruto was standing above the body on the table, and when he glanced away he felt something grab his arm. Oh shit! Naruto shouted, seeing the body was holding onto his arm and tightly. Naruto pulled his arm out of the grip and got some distance, seeing the body was still moving like it wanted to get out. Naruto sighed, knowing he'll regret this, and he tried to help the guy and pulls the bag off its head, revealing a man with brown hair and dark eyes. Naruto looked scared as hell as he saw the man was trying to breathe properly, but the man looked down at his torso. What? Naruto asked until he decided to pull the shirt off the subject, but that proved to be a bad idea. What he saw was the guy's chest and stomach cut open right down the middle, but it was sewed back together, and the stitches weren't hard to notice. Oh my god, Naruto thought as he looked ready to vomit. He suddenly heard the subject mumble something. Huh? Hi. The subject wheezed with what breath he can. Naruto listened in hoping to get more out of him, but he heard the breathing stop and saw the guy was dead. Naruto looked ahead and saw more bodies that were in the same state as the first subject and some chained to the walls looking long since dead. Orochimaru's a pure sadist. He reached for his shockbox. Come in, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya and the clone were in some sort of wide training room until Jiraiya pulled out his shockbox. Naruto, what's going on? I found your old buddy's research lab. He's a real sadism practicer, Naruto explained. Have you seen anyone else inside there? Jiraiya asked. Not alive, that's for sure. You? Nothing yet so far, I'm afraid, although I've come across some traps and illusions down here. What about Hotstreak and Aben? They should be okay. I talked with them not too long ago, Jiraiya explained. Well, have my clone hone in on the signal of Hotstreak's shock vox, then when you meet up with them have my clone hone in on mine, Naruto instructed. Okay Naruto, but don't go anywhere, Jiraiya warned him. Not even sure I can, Naruto replied as they ended their transmission. Naruto continued his search around Orochimaru's work lab until he stopped in front of a wall and starts sniffing. What's that smell? He grew his snout and sniffed the wall. I smell snakes behind this wall, but how can that be, unless, Naruto theorized as he started tapping against the wall on numerous parts of it, until he tapped a specific part on the wall and it slid open revealing a passageway leading down. Thought so, he squinted his eyes. I know I told Ero Sennin I wouldn't go anywhere, but I can't wait for this. He went down the passageway. When he reached the bottom, he found himself in a dark lab with several tanks filled with water were set up, and inside those tanks were numerous testing subjects from humans to animals, etc. Okay, this is just creepy, Naruto said, until he accidentally bumped into one of those tanks. Ouch. He rubbed his head until he looked up at the tank and gasped. Inside that one tank appeared to be a little girl, possibly at age 1. She had blonde hair, with black streaks in it, along with grayish-blue color eyes. This baby was floating inside the tank in the fetal position. Is that a baby? Naruto gasped while rubbing his eyes. Beautiful, isn't it, Naruto? A voice asked. Naruto spun around readying his energy knife arms. At first nobody was there, but stepping out from behind another tank was Kabuto without his auto headband. Where is he, Kabuto? Who? Kabuto asked with a smirk. Don't play dense with me. Where's Orochimaru? Naruto demanded while growling. There's nobody here except me, Kabuto answered. Coming here by yourself. That's pretty bold of you, Kabuto. So what is this place, or do I have to interrogate it out of you? Naruto asked, charging an electric sphere in his right hand, and a fireball in his left. Well, since you were so eager to learn, Naruto, I'll be happy to oblige, Kabuto began. You see, Lord Orochimaru wishes to learn all the world's jutsu, so before and during his attempt to acquire Sharingan he experimented with millions of human bodies to see how to use jutsus and such. However, since you took that dream of his when you murdered his worthy vessel, he had to find another alternative solution. You don't say, Naruto replied while expecting this. Yes, at first he wanted to wait another few years until he could use the jutsu again, and come after you, seeing as how you hold the eyes he desires. Kabuto smirked while looking at Naruto, who still had Sharingan activated. However, he soon realized that during the time you would have gotten stronger and therefore would be impossible to be taken easily. So instead he sought to create his own Sharingan body. His own? Naruto wondered. Yes, you see, prior to when I was helping Sasuke and his team through the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams, I had sneaked a sample of Sasuke blood while I pretended to bandage him up, just in case something went wrong. Kabuto began. And you recall that time not too long ago back when we fought out in the field? While you were so busy fighting against me, you failed to see that some of the blood off your body was being stored into me via blood absorption jutsu. After we fled, I unsealed your blood within me into a vial next to a vial with Sasuke's. It was then my lord had me experiment and merge the two blood samples of yours and Sasuke's together, and behind you is the result. Kabuto pointed to the tank with the girl. You mean to say this is? Naruto asked in shock. Kabuto smirked. Yes, That girl you see floating in there is the result of your combined DNA, better known as yours and Sasuke's daughter. Yikes, Naruto gasped. But why a girl? That was unexpected. Lord Orochimaru wasn't exactly expecting any particular gender, because in the end it would eventually become his new vessel. Kabuto explained. Doesn't she have a name? Naruto asked curiously. Why would she? She doesn't even have a real life because in the end Lord Orochimaru will take her in her eyes. Kabuto replied smugly. That's pure shit, Kabuto. This girl is a living creature, and you two think of her as nothing more than an experiment. Naruto growled, if she were truly my birth daughter, I'd treat her as if she were more precious to me than even the position of Hokage. Your words are touching, but delusional, Naruto. Kabuto replied, not feeling moved a bit by his words. Why's that? Naruto asked curiously. Kabuto smirked while pulling out a scalpel, because you're not going to live to see her grow. Naruto frowned, you think I'm scared of you? I beat the crap out of you last time, pal. Yeah, well, if you hadn't pulled off that Rasengan you wouldn't have survived. Kabuto shot back. Well then we'll see about that. Naruto got ready along with Kabuto before they charged at each other ready to strike until the image froze. Naruto and Kei blow and landed a punch on each other, causing both to fly backwards, but both landed on their feet. I can tell you've gotten stronger since our last encounter, but it's probably all thanks to those new eyes. Kabuto mocked him. My new eyes have nothing to do with this, it's my own strength, Naruto answered. The Sharingan is kinda like insurance. Say all you want, because today you'll be put not only out of my lord's misery, but the Akatsuki will never fulfill their goal. You'd be doing the ninja world a favor if you just died. Kabuto continued to mock him. The only one dying here is you, traitor, Naruto called as he ignited his fire and blasted Kabuto, who jumped away and used his chakra to run on the walls. Naruto grabbed his saucer and used his electricity to fly after him. You're not getting away from me, coward. Coward, I think not, Kabuto said as he spun around and threw needles at him. Don't you know throwing stuff at me is pointless? Naruto asked, using his electromagnetic waves to redirect them for Kabuto, who jumped away and back onto the ground. Naruto jumped off his saucer, spread his bird wings and dove down, releasing his whale at Kabuto, who backflipped away. Not good enough, Naruto, Kabuto said, pulling out a windmill shuriken and infused it with his chakra. Windmill shuriken scalpel. He threw it at Naruto. Again? Naruto asked, using his electricity, but no good. How come I can't control it? It's infused with my chakra, protecting its metal properties, meaning you can't magnetize it, Kabuto replies as he throws another one. Okay, then I'll take them head on. Naruto shouted, flying for them and slunk through them with his rubber properties and dove at Kabuto, and they go at it in hand to hand. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto's clone had caught up with Aben and Hotstreak. Finally you found us, Aben said. All right, find the real you. Jiraiya instructed the clone of Naruto. On it, the clone of Naruto concentrated hard and picked up on the real one's electrical signature. This way. He ran down a hall and they followed him. They reached the lab that Naruto discovered, and Aben and Hotstreak looked ready to puke at the sight of all the test subjects. That's just sick, Aben said, looking ready to vomit. I want to go home now. Hotstreak said. Not without Naruto, Jiraiya said, until they see the open passageway, down there. They raced down the stairs, and when they reached the lower level they saw Naruto and Kabuto still going at it, throwing attack after attack, while one kept using Kawarimi to avoid major attacks. It's Nerd Boy. Hotstreak gasped. Let's get him, Aben called as they rushed forward but ran right into a clear wall. Hey, what gives? Hotstreak asked while banging on it. Naruto looks above the doorway of the lab, seeing sealing charms that made a wall to keep intruders out. Clever brat, Jiraiya admitted. I'll get you through, Naruto shouted, trying to rush for the seal, but a bunch of snakes blocked him from reaching it. Out of my way. He created a light energy sword and sliced them away. He stretched to rip it off, but another hand grabbed him from below. Naruto looked down, and to his shock Orochimaru emerged and slugged him. Naruto flew back, and upon landing against a wall, snakes emerged from it and binded his body to it. Let me go, Naruto shouted. Orochimaru, who was snickering, walked up to Naruto. So Naruto, we meet again. Kabuto, you jerk, you said he wasn't here, Naruto shouted. I did. I didn't expect you to come, my lord, Kabuto said, a little shocked. and miss out on the chance to see the boy who's ruined my plan too many times finally suffer for all his meddling? Orochimaru asked, turning back to Naruto, who was frowning. You're looking stupid and vile as ever. How's the new body treating you? Figures you'd go and cheat death yet again like the old man says you've been doing? Naruto smirked in mockery. Orochimaru scowled but replaced it with a smirk. I don't cheat death, my dear boy. I master it. And you know, you really surprised me once I heard you defeated Sasuke, even after all the power I had given him. Goes to show you can't trust traitors of Konoha. Naruto smirked. Orochimaru frowned. Watch your tongue, boy, he hissed. This is the day I finally end your life and continue my mission to acquire Sharingan. I had sought to obtain your set that was originally Sasuke's, but I cannot switch bodies for a few years. So now that precious child I've created will be my new host. Sure, I'll have to wait a bit longer for her own Sharingan to develop, but once it happens not only will the Sharingan be mine, but your powers as well, Naruto. He snickered. What's he sayin'? Aben asked Hotstreak and Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned. That child floating in that tank must obviously be another one of his human experiments. Okay. Now I've seen everything, Hotstreak said, feeling he's seen too much today. Naruto frowned after Orochimaru's rant but smiled in sarcasm. Sure, Orochimaru, why not? Anything to hold off the Grim Reaper for another few years. He lost his smile and frowned again. I take back what I said. You don't cheat death. You whimper and fear it. Orochimaru hissed. Silence. You are in no position to be making threats, Naruto, because I am about to be the one who will come out on top of you, my old teammates, and the old man. Over my dead body. He blew a puff of vapor in Orochimaru's face, blinding him. He blew some melting vapor at the snakes binding him and broke out. Striking shadow snakes. Orochimaru released his snakes from his sleeves that flew for Naruto, but he sliced them with his energy knives. Nice try, Snake, but even without that handicap from last time you're still nothing. Know your place, brat. Orochimaru reached into his mouth and pulled out his Kusanagi blade and readied it. I know my place, but I think it's time you learned yours, Naruto answered as he summoned 10 cage bunchins. Which is death? The clones shouted as they got ready. Combined with the real 1-5 went to fight Orochimaru, while the other 5 dealt with Kabuto. The odd one rushed and managed to destroy the seal, giving Jiraiya and the 2 Bang babies the chance to get in. All right, time for some action. Hotstreak conjured his fire and began launching them at Kabuto, who was trying to avoid them along with the Naruto clones' attacks. Naruto was on par with Orochimaru, until they heard a shout, Karyu Enden. Jiraiya blew a large jet of fire right for them. Naruto quickly vanished into a portal and Orochimaru took the impact but melted. Another Kawarimi. Naruto growled and spun to block Orochimaru's sword attack with his energy sword. After their clash broke, Naruto uses his wail at Orochimaru, who was pushed back to a wall. Suddenly something flew out of his mouth and went behind Naruto. Naruto spun and to the utmost horror saw a giant white snake whose body was made up of several white snakes and its head looked like Orochimaru's, only more demonic-like. What the hell is that? Hotstreak shouted. Orochimaru's true form. Kabuto smirked. Talk about ugly with a capital U, Aben added in repulse. You've fallen further than I believed. Jiraiya gasped at his former comrade. The snake dove for Naruto, who vanished into a portal and appeared on another part of the room using his ninjutsu, Raiden. Electro Bomb Jutsu. Naruto conjured electrical spheres combined with his chakra and threw them at the giant snake that exploded when came into contact. Snake Orochimaru shook it off and dove for Naruto with an open mouth, but Naruto evaded. I got to stop that thing. Jiraiya summoned a Rasengan and jumped on the snake, slamming it down into his body. The attack had burned through its skin, but the snakes on the body started to entangle Jiraiya. Let go. He shouted and one bit his leg and he screamed. Arrow Sennin. Naruto shouted and frowned at the monster. Let him go. He called, flying to Jiraiya, and used his knives to cut him free, and the toad sage jumped off. Naruto tried to get some distance, but the giant snake caught Naruto in its tail. Aben and Hotstreak screamed as they tried to get past Kabuto. Hang on. Jiraiya called but dropped on his knee, weakened from the snake bite. As the tail was bringing Naruto closer and closer to its mouth, Naruto struggled to get out until he saw he was nearing the snake's mouth. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. He screamed as his Sharingan shifted to Mangekyo form and launched black flames from the one eye. which engulfed the giant snake. To Jiraiya and the two metahumans, they knew where they saw this before. Amaterasu. Aben gasped. Looks like Naruto's Sharingan training with Itachi have paid off, Hotstreak noted. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto called but was suddenly restrained by Jiraiya. Don't even think about it, Jiraiya ordered. Naruto was released as the giant white snake was burning out of control, while it screamed in pain and soon it dissolved into nothingness. All that was left were little black flames that was left by Amaterasu. It's gone. Aben gasped in shock. It can't be. Kabuto gasped in horror. Naruto looked back at Kabuto smirking. It is. He approached Kabuto. As for you, you will be coming with us. He flashed the Sharingan at Kabuto and the medic ninja began screaming in pain, until he passed out, before mumbling, ignite. Suddenly the walls started exploding. What's going on? Aben asked. He's set up a self-destruct on this base. It's all coming down. Jiraiya shouted as the walls and ceiling were caving in. Time to go. Hotstreak called as they ran to the exit, but Naruto looked back at the tank with the girl in it. Naruto frowned and ran back to the top of the tank and begun using his powered strength to break it open. The girl inside the tank opened her eyes and looked up at Naruto with a tilted look. I don't care if you are an experiment, you're still a human being. And I won't abandon an innocent life. Naruto, hurry up, this place is coming down, Aben shouted. Not without her, Naruto shouted as he continued to break the tank. The two Bang babies sighed and went on top of the tank to help break it open, and through their combined efforts they popped the top and scooped the child out. Naruto took off his jacket and wrapped the baby in it. We're out of here, Naruto shouted as he dove into a shadow portal followed by Aben, Hotstreak, and Jiraiya carrying both Kabuto's unconscious form and Orochimaru's human corpse. They got out just in time, for the lab had collapsed and everything inside it was destroyed in the process. They reappeared outside of the front entryway of the compound knowing it was done for. Well, that's one base that won't be used anytime soon, Hotstreak noted. I'd say we made quite an accomplishment, Jiraiya said as he dropped both Kabuto's and Orochimaru's bodies. Suddenly the baby Naruto was carrying started crying and Aben and Hotstreak covered their ears. Oh man, somebody turn her off, Aben cried. I've beaten up wimps who didn't complain as much, Hotstreak groaned. Naruto shushed her and begun rocking her back and forth smoothly. Shush, it's okay, he said softly, until she got comfy and fell asleep. Finally, Aben sighed in relief. Well guys, we better head back, Jiraiya instructed as he grabbed Kabuto's unconscious form. What about that? Hotstreak pointed to the corpse of Orochimaru. Naruto handed the girl to Aben who held her right, while Naruto walked up to Orochimaru's corpse. Let's give him a burial. Adios Orochimaru. I suppose out of respect for your past against the old man, Ero Sennin, and Grandma Tsunade, we should salute you as a worthy adversary. But the truth is, you really were a lowlife trying to cheat death, Naruto said as he opened a portal below Orochimaru's corpse and the body fell into it. Where'd he go? Aben asked. The Earth's core, it's just like him, the lowest thing on the planet, Naruto answered as the body of Orochimaru fell from a rocky ceiling and into the magma below, thus burning up. Well, come on guys, let's go home, Jiraiya instructed as they took off while Naruto made sure the little bundle rested the whole trip. Upon entering the village, people were murmuring why Naruto was holding a baby. When they made it to the Hokage office, Jiraiya entered first. Jiraiya, I trust the mission was a success. Yeah, not only did we obtain Kabuto, but Naruto did what we couldn't do, Jiraiya said while dropping Kabuto's body on the floor. What's that? Tsunade asked interest. Jiraiya smirked. He destroyed Orochimaru. Tsunade and Shizune froze in place looking shocked. He what? Shizune gasped. You heard me, Jiraiya replied. Is this some kinda joke, Jiraiya? I mean, I know Naruto's very strong, but to kill Orochimaru. Who's kidding who? Tsunade asked. No joke about it, I saw it with my own eyes, Jiraiya assured her. Send the Gaki in, I want to have a talk with him, Tsunade demanded. Okay, but you might want to keep it down, Jiraiya advised her and Shizune. Why? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya smiled as he let Naruto in followed by Hotstreak and Aben. What caught the attention of the two women was the bundle in Naruto's arms. Is that a baby? Tsunade gasped. It is, Naruto replied. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, "You've got some explaining to do." After all was said, Tsunade and Shizune took the infant to the hospital to run some tests on it. During that time the four Jonin senseis, the retired Sandaime Hokage, along with the rest of the breed showed up and were filled in. To think Orochimaru would use such lengths to create another vessel. Kurenai pondered. "I know this goes beyond experimenting," Asuma added. "And to use both DNAs of Naruto and Sasuke," Kakashi put in. "Well, it matters not. He's gone and this time it's for good," Sarutobi replied. "I can't believe that was even possible," Carmen said. "I couldn't believe it either," Naruto replied. Soon Tsunade and Shizune came out of the room holding the girl. "Well, boss-san, Shizune?" Naruto asked, hoping there's good news. Tsunade sighed. "Well, everything that Kabuto had told you about this child is true. She has both yours and Sasuke's DNA. That still grosses me out." Aben shuddered. "Don't start, Aben, it's not like that and you know it," Naruto reminded him. "So does this mean this kid's got all our powers as well?" Puff asked the Hokage and Shizune. "Yes, we've run a scan and discovered she's got the same genetic code that was written inside all of you when you became metahumans," Shizune explained. "And Naruto, it's safe to assume that this girl is officially your daughter," Tsunade added. "My daughter?" Naruto gasped, seeing it was confirmed. "Whoa." The Bang babies minus Aben and Hotstreak gasped in shock. "Well, what do ya know, Naruto, you're already a father, and I can tell the flames of youth burn brightly within her," Guy said while patting his back. Naruto smiled. "Well, as a father I have to raise my child." Whoa, hold up, dog, you sure that's wise?" Aben asked. "I mean not to judge you, but you're only 13. Nevertheless, this is my child, only I can raise her, no one else," Naruto answered while holding his newborn. "But you still have jobs to you, you're a ninja," Shiv reminded him. "And I can't be both?" Naruto asked, feeling irritated. "No, it's just," Shiv began, but Jiraiya cut them off. "Forget it, guys, Naruto's made his decision, and we must respect it." Jiraiya smiled at Naruto, giving him his support. "Correct, this child is more than an experiment to Naruto, he sees her as a real person. As should we all," Sarutobi agreed. "I agree," Kurenai added. "Same here," Asuma put in. "And we'll provide any help we can in helping you raise her," Tsunade assured him. Naruto looked at the child in his arms and spoke. "Hear that? I'm your daddy." The baby giggled and she began to glow along with a vial of blood Shizune was holding. It started bubbling and had turned into clear water. "How did?" she gasped. "What just happened?" Kanger asked in surprise. A medic approached Tsunade and whispered something into her ear and she looked surprised. "What is isked?" "Well, I've just been told that this girl has her own unique brand of power that Orochimaru had bestowed upon her while he was creating her," Tsunade explained. "What kind of power?" Puff asked. Tsunade looked at the vial of water that was once a blood sample, elemental transmutation. "Say what?" Onyx asked. "I've read about it," Naruto perked up. "It's the ability to alter chemical elements, changing them from one substance to another by rearranging the atomic structure. Like a form of alchemy, a medieval chemical science." "Wow, sounds neat," Ferret admitted. "It is," Naruto assured him. "Maybe we should call her the alchemist when she grows up," Shiv chuckled. "Don't start, Shiv," Aben warned him. Soon Naruto was walking around the village with the breed, until he heard a call from behind. "Naruto-kun." He turned to see his lovely girlfriend stopping in front of him. "So it's true you really have a baby with you?" Hinata asked while blushing nervously. "It's not like that, Hinata, she was born artificially," Naruto replied, and she calmed down. "She's so beautiful," Hanabi said while looking at her. "And cute," Tenten said as she tickled her chin. "What's her name?" "Well, girls have decided to go with the name Yukina, because her skin looks white as the snow," Naruto explained. "Lovely," Hinata admitted. Naruto held her for them to see more and they were taken in by her cuteness. Even the majority of the metahumans were drawn to the baby's sweetness. When Yukina turned to Aben, she looked confused and Aben himself looked a little nervous. But to their surprise, Yukina smiled at him and Aben looked touched by this. "How about that she likes me?" Aben said while patting her small head. "Well, guys, this makes you her aunts and uncles," Naruto told the breed. "And us?" Tenten asked as she Hanabi, and Hinata waited for an answer. Well, girls, think of yourselves as mothers. Naruto smiled. The three smiled and group hugged Naruto and Yukina. Later on they were at a barbecue hangout, where the others were and were filled in on what happened. Sakura and Ino were taken in by the baby's cuteness. So she has both yours and Sasuke's DNA, Naruto? Sakura asked. That's what Kabuto told me, Naruto replied as he fed Yukina a bottle. What happened to Kabuto anyway? Neji asked curiously. He was dropped to Ibiki hours ago for interrogation. Hopefully we can squeeze some juicy info out of him, Naruto answered. First you stop Sasuke, kill a Sannin, and now you have a child, Shikamaru began. You really are troublesome, Naruto. I can't help it if trouble follows me, Naruto replied like it didn't mean anything to him. Yeah, Shikamaru, show some respect, Ino lectured her teammate. So guys, what do you think of Yukina? Naruto asked. Kiba was the first. Well, she's ugly, Kiba replied, and they looked at him while frowning, especially Naruto. Don't get me wrong, I mean she's not ugly, but she's not attractive yet. Was her father ugly? He joked. Don't listen, Naruto told Yukina. Yes, Kiba, that's mean, Hinata added. Sorry, Kiba replies. In all seriousness, she's not so bad. He held up Akamaru, who licked her, and Yukina giggled happily. So this power of hers, elemental transmutation, what are you going to do about it? Lee asked. Well, since she's the only one I know who can use this, she'll have to figure it out as she grows older, but that doesn't mean I can't train her to focus her powers. After all, she's going to have all my abilities and the Sharingan as well, Naruto explained. That's a lot of work, Naruto. Can you handle it? Choji asked. Don't worry about me, Choji. After all, I'm sure I can handle being a parent and a ninja too, Naruto replied. And we'll be there to help him as well, Hinata added on behalf of herself, Hanabi, and Tenten. That night it was a bit stormy and Naruto was sleeping in his chamber room where a crib was set up for Yukina. The thunder and lighting had woken Yukina up and she started crying. Naruto got out of bed and took her out and sat in his armchair. It's okay, Yukina, Daddy's here. Daddy won't let anything happen to his little girl. He rocked her back and forth as she slowly calmed down but was still fussy. Naruto decided maybe a song would calm her more. So he began singing a lullaby. He kissed her forehead and she yawned cutely before slowly falling asleep. Caught up in singing, he continued. Naruto then fell asleep in his armchair with his daughter, knowing she will grow up to be a fine woman. Way up into outer space was the Watchtower base operation of the greatest heroes known on Earth. The Justice League, a group of some of the world's and galaxy's greatest heroes: Batman the Dark Knight, Superman the Man of Steel, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Hawkgirl. Inside the base, Batman and Hawkgirl were running a check on a prisoner stored away in their lockup cell. The prisoner was a red, rough-skinned, buffed, humanoid man wearing an orange jailer's outfit. He appeared to be in the fetal position, facing against a corner of his cell. Prisoner Surik of the planet Sindran checked, still quiet and calm, Batman explained. Who woulda thought we'd find someone like Surik all the way out in Alpha Centauri? Hawkgirl noted. He's a weapons seller, Batman reminded her. He's anywhere there might be war. Suddenly dashing into the room was Flash. Big news, guys, there's something going down. So the two followed Flash to the main control room where Wonder Woman, Superman, and Green Lantern were working the controls. What's the situation? Hawkgirl asked. I don't know, but our systems are going haywire, Superman explained. Wait a minute, look. GL pointed to a monitor displaying the prisoner Surik. Surik had broken through a portion of the wall of his cell and was meddling with the wiring hidden beneath the wall. It's Surik, Wonder Woman gasped. Suddenly the power in their base was starting to flicker. He's messing up the power supply, Flash called. Down in the holding cell, with all the power disabled, the cell opened and the one known as Surik got out. Finally, he shouted while rushing to a glass case containing a violet hazmat bodysuit with gray gloves and boots, along with twin blasters. He punched the case open and grabbed the contents. He's loose, Batman gasped. He's heading for the escape pods, Wonder Woman called. I got him. Flash dashed off. Down the hallway, Surik had opened an escape pod and was ready to jump in until, sorry buddy, but hose are reserved for League members only, Flash spoke. Sorry Flash, but you'll have to make an exception for me, Surik pulled out a blaster and pulled the trigger, making it release an irritating sound vibration, causing Flash to lose focus. Later, Surik mocked before jumping into the pod that ejected from the watchtower and blasted off. He's escaped. Hawkgirl gasped. And he's heading for Earth. Batman traced the pod's movement. And not just anywhere on Earth. Green Lantern added while pointing to the tracker. Dakota. The League said in unison. Meanwhile, back on Earth in Dakota, Static, Gear, and Naruto were flying around on patrol while chatting. That's totally tripping. Orochimaru made a clone out of yours and Sasuke's DNA? Static asked. Surprised me too, but he did. Naruto replied. And we thought he was desperate to get the Sharingan before, but this takes it all. Gear added. Yeah, well, we won't be seeing him anymore, Naruto noted. To even think of that possibility is just unthinkable, Gear said. I know, I mean, you see how much it took all of us to beat him back in the ninja world? Static asked, remembering their last confrontation. I'm just lucky I was able to pull off Amaterasu when I did, Naruto replied, and thankfully with Kyuubi's ability what should have weakened my eyesight, all I got out of it was temporary exhaustion. And how's Kabuto? Gear asked curiously. Under Konoha lockup, Naruto replied. Aren't you worried he'll escape? Static asked. I mean, according to Kakashi he was a heme, and he was able to go one-on-one with Tsunade. Nothing to worry about, Naruto started. After I knocked him out with Tsukuyomi, I performed a sealing jutsu on him, a jutsu I've been working on. It sealed off all of his chakra networks, leaving him unable to perform any of his jutsu. It's a very advanced one, so no way he'll ever hope to break it. So how's it been raising Yukina for the last week? Gear asked. Hard. I never knew raising a baby would be as difficult as people say it is, Naruto explained. She's normally quite fussy, just like I was as a tyke according to Gigi. Though she's grown quite attached to the breed, mainly Aben. That's a shocker. Gear answered, and suddenly Backpack's alarm went off. What's up? Static asked. Backpack's picked up a disturbance straight ahead, Gear explained. Hero time. Naruto instructed as the three picked up their flying speed and reached the source. They reached a crater-sized hole in front of a tall building. Inside the crater was an opened escape pod. They proceeded with caution and peeked inside the smoke-filled pod and found no one inside. Whatever was in it isn't anymore, Naruto noted. What do you think was in here? Static asked Gear and Naruto. Not what, who? A familiar voice replied. The three Bang babies turned to their surprise. The Justice League stood before them. You guys. Static gasped. Surprised to see you all, Gear said in shock. Likewise, kid. Flash replied, and he and the others' gaze fell upon Naruto, who was in more shock. Naruto was told by Virgil and Richie about the Justice League being bigger and stronger heroes than they were, with some not even on this planet. Oh sorry, guys, this is our friend Naruto, Static introduced. Naruto, this is the Justice League. Wonder Woman and Batman looked down at Naruto like observing him. Hi there, we've heard about you. Wonder Woman greeted him with a sweet smile. Naruto Uzumaki, Static and Gear have said you are a very gifted ninja. Batman greeted him. Have they now? Naruto asked, feeling a tad proud. Though you seem kinda young to be a ninja. I mean, what are you, 11, 12? Flash asked. 13 actually. Naruto corrected him. No kidding? Superman asked, feeling impressed. So any reason you guys are in Dakota? I'm guessing it's not because of the chili cook-off, Static joked. We're here because of that. GL pointed to the pod. A criminal convict we were sent to escort back to his home planet escaped to Earth when he sabotaged our power supply, Hawkgirl explained. Who is this convict? Gear asked. Batman pulled out a device that showed a hologram of their culprit, Surik. A rogue Syndronian wanted for illegally selling weapons to other planets who are in war. Batman explained the situation. Yikes. Naruto replied. We were meant to bring him back to his home planet Syndron for him to face his charges. Hawkgirl continued. And he escaped in this pod and crashed here? Gear finished seeing the picture. Precisely. Superman answered. We figured since you two know your way around here better than we do, you could help us find him. Flash explained. Well, you got just the guys for this. Static began and looked at Naruto. Naruto sniff him out. Naruto grew his snout and began sniffing the inside of the pod and came out of it sniffing the road. I got him, That way. He pointed down the street and they all took off following Naruto. As they followed Naruto, Static and Gear were close enough to the League members to talk. So what do you think of him? Static asked the heroes. He seems confident in his abilities, Batman replied. Too confident. Hawkgirl added in worry. Don't be fooled, Naruto's not the kind of guy to showboat or get cocky. Gear replied. Though if the other things you said about him are true, he could very well be the kind of weapon any planet would want to bring about war. Superman says, referring to the Biju inside him. Naruto stopped in front of an old parking garage that hadn't been used for a while. The scent ends here. Naruto explained. GL held out his ring and used it to scan the building. No traps, at least none my ring can detect. We should still move with caution, Wonder Woman instructed. They enter through the parking garage and follow the scent up to the top level. Remember, move quietly, Batman whispered. As they moved with caution, popping out from behind walls were set up motion blasters that started to fire at them. Look out! Lantern called, using his ring to cover them with a barrier. This won't hold long, he called. I got this. Naruto sunk into a shadow portal and appeared on a wall, short-circuiting time. He released electromagnetic waves, disabling the blasters. Lantern powered his ring down and they felt more at ease. Well, we know he's definitely here now, Flash said. Correct, Flash, a voice said as they spun around to see the source of the voice. Coming out from behind a wall was Surik, the one the J-League was after. This time he was out of his jailer outfit and wearing the suit while carrying the blasters he took back when the League confiscated them, and this time you're playing in my hands now. He laughed while the League, Static, Gear, and Naruto stood in surprise. Last time a convict being escorted by the Justice League escaped and headed for Earth, and fortunately for them landed in Dakota. The League came into contact with Static, Gear, and Naruto. They left to track the target and unfortunately wandered right into a trap. Surik. Batman scowled at the convict. That's Surik? Static asked in surprise. One in the same boy. Surik answered while fueling up his blaster. Down. Batman called as some of them ducked and covered, avoiding the blasts. The Dark Knight grabbed a batarang and threw it, knocking the blaster out of Cyrax's possession. Now, Superman called as he flew for him and slugged him, resulting in him crashing into a wall. Sorry Superman, but I'm prepared. Surik reached into the pockets of his jumpsuit and threw a bright green glowing substance. No. Superman groaned as the stuff was thrown close to him. Clark. Wonder Woman called. What's wrong with him? Naruto asked in worry. Kryptonite. The only element in the galaxy that can weaken Superman. Gear explained. With Superman weakened, Surik got his blaster back and blasted Superman, causing him to crash into a pillar. All right, now it's my turn. Naruto shouted. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He summoned a dozen clones. Go get him, guys. The clones ran for Surik, avoiding the blasts from his weapon. When the clones got close enough, they attacked him one by one. But Surik, who had the strength to back him up, was able to take them on with no problem. You fight well for a young one. Surik admitted as he destroyed the clones. So do you for an alien, Naruto replied as he summoned his saucer, and he and Static flew forward, blasting electricity from their palms. Sorry boys, but I am a seller of weapons, meaning I'm smart enough to know how to protect myself. Surik grinned as his suit began to glow and it became a suit of armor and their electricity was deflected. What happened? Static wondered. Your electricity cannot penetrate my armor. It's strong as titanium and is mixed with a special electromagnetic reflector, rendering your electric attacks useless. Surik explained in a boast. Electricity's not the only thing I got, Naruto called as he created energy knives. Suddenly, and he, Batman, and Hawkgirl went at it with him. Batman was going hand to hand with Surik, but the enhancement of his suit was strong enough for Surik to overpower the Dark Knight, but he was so caught up in fighting Batman he failed to see something be placed on his back. Lights out, Caped Crusader. Surik knocked Batman aside and turned to Naruto and Hawkgirl before going for them. Watch yourself. He knows a lot about weapons and how to counter them. Hawkgirl warned Naruto, as she swung her mace at Surik, who was avoiding the blows. Then I won't hold back, Naruto shouted as he mowed mallets and swung them, knocking him into a wall. That was easy. Gear admitted. Too easy, Lantern noticed suspiciously. Surik pulled out a remote and the guys looked to see the garage was rigged with explosives, bombs, Batman shouted. Bye-bye. Surik shouted as he pulled the trigger. The pillars started exploding due to the bombs. With the confusion, Surik escaped while the guys had to get out. We gotta get out of here fast, Flash called as he supported Superman up on his shoulder. I'm on it, Naruto shouted as he quickly opened a portal. Hurry! He kept it open for everyone to get in before he entered last. Once Naruto got in, the whole building caved in. Luckily the guys escaped unharmed. That was a close one. Gear gasped. Too close, Wonder Woman added. We have to go after him before we lose him, Naruto ordered as he got ready to head out, but Lantern projected a wall in front of him. Calm down, kid, there's no need to rush, Lantern calmed him. What are you talking about? He's getting away, Naruto called in outrage at their lack of assertiveness. You can relax, Naruto, we'll find him again, Batman explained as he held up a tracker that was already trying to hone in on the signal. You really are one of the cleverest heroes, Naruto smirked. Don't believe everything you hear, Batman replied like it meant nothing to him. We'll let you three know once we find something, Hawkgirl told the three teens. But what if we find something? Naruto asked. Not that you might, but just in case. Hawkgirl tossed them each a communicator. Use those to contact us, only if you've found a lead, she said sternly. Right. They replied, and the League headed back to their base to track Surik. It had been a day, and Static, Gear, or Naruto got no word from the League. During the next day, Naruto was walking with Virgil and Richie, all while pushing Yukina in a stroller. You know, if people here actually discovered that Yukina's DNA is the same as yours, they'll think something's wrong, Richie warned Naruto. I know, so let's keep a low pro about Yuki here being he winked twice. I sure hope the League was able to find Surik, Virgil began. We haven't heard from them in a whole day. Hopefully they're not caught up in another mission, Richie replied in worry. Let's hope that's not the case, Naruto put in. Yukina giggled while enjoying the feeling of being pushed in her stroller. Suddenly Virgil's comm went off and he saw no one around, so he answered it. Static here, what's up? Static, we've located Cyrax's position. You, Gear, and Naruto meet us by the power plant. Batman's voice came on the other line of the communicator. All right, we'll meet you there. Virgil ended the link. What's up? Naruto asked. That was Batman, they found Cyrax's location. So let's move, Virgil ordered. What about? Richie motioned to Yukina. Oh right, hey Naruto, think you can drop her off somewhere? Virgil asked. Not to worry, Naruto answered as he summoned a single clone. Take Yukina someplace safe, and make sure she stays out of trouble, he ordered his clone. Nothing to it, boss, leave it to me. The clone took Yukina's stroller, but the real one knelt down in front of her. Okay, daddy's got to go work now, sweetie. So be a good girl for the clone, okay? He asked, and Yukina gives off sort of a nod. Naruto kissed her cheek and took off with Virgil and Richie, who already got changed into Static and Gear. By the time they reached the power plant, they saw the League outside waiting for them. We're here, Static spoke up. What kept you? Batman asked. Sorry, had to drop my daughter off someplace safe, Naruto explained. You have a daughter? Flash gasped while Lantern and Diana were shocked. Long story, no time, what have you got? Naruto asked. Our tracker led us here, we believe he's somewhere inside the power plant, Hawkgirl explained. We'll go in through the front, Batman instructed. Isn't that sorta walking into danger, isn't it best to go through the back or something? Naruto asked. Negative, villains and mad men have seen around that trick, because it's the oldest one there is, Batman explained. Well, that proves villains can't be all stupid, Naruto said flatly. All right, let's move, Superman ordered as they proceeded to the entrance. Upon heading for the power plant, Naruto knocked the door down with his super strength. They entered and looked around the place, seeing no sign of Surik anywhere. Not bad a place for a lair, Gear admitted. They proceed forward and Batman whispered, hear anything? No, Naruto replied. My point. Batman noted what he truly meant. Jumping from the rafters of the ceiling were numerous androids that attacked the heroes, but it didn't take so long and the androids were defeated. That was easy. Flash smiled confidently. Far too easy if you ask me, Lantern noted. Batman looked at the scanner and up ahead, seeing another doorway, through there. So Superman punched the door down and they stepped in. It's over, Surik, Hawkgirl called. They look around the main room composed of monitors on the walls, and at a desk was Surik at a desk sitting with his back turned. Give yourself up, Surik. You've lost. Naruto ordered as he magnetized the chair to make it spin, and to their surprise it wasn't Surik, but a mannequin designed to look like him while wearing the suit that Batman had bugged. It's a trick, Static gasped. Scatter, Batman called. I don't think so. Cyrax's voice was heard as more androids emerged carrying taser poles which zapped them, and knocking them all out cold. When the heroes woke up, they were in the central room of the power plant, restrained against the wall, and found it impossible to escape. Hey, what gives? Static called. This isn't funny, Naruto growled. Maybe not to you, Surik began as he walked out and looked at them proudly, but to me it is. Surik, just what do you want? Gear asked. To continue out my job and sell more weapons to various planets who need them for war. Surik explained. But why come here to Earth? Static asked. Don't you get it? No one would ever suspect a criminal weapons seller to be delivering from the planet Earth. Surik explained as he went to a computer and typed a few things, going through more order forms. You don't seriously think you'll pull this off, do you? Flash asked. How can I not? You're all stuck there on the wall with special cuffs and bars to negate your powers and abilities, while I'm free to do whatever I please. Surik answered while looking at a shipment of blasters and weapons ready to be delivered. Why are you even doing this? I mean, don't you have anything better to do? Naruto asked. It's useless to ask a villain that question, Naruto. Batman explained to the blonde shinobi. En contraire, Batman, since the boy is so interested, I'll be happy to oblige, Surik began and looked at Naruto. You see, Naruto, on my planet Sindran war is constant, and when one ends another starts. When I was just a child I had lost my parents because of it, leaving me as a war orphan. War orphan? Naruto gasped, knowing how many war orphans there were in Konoha due to the Kyuubi attack. Yes, so for years I had wished I'd never see war anymore, Surik continued, until when I discovered my planet's army was low on weaponry, so they had to borrow from other planets. It was then I decided to make profit off of war by selling off numerous alien technologies and weaponry used for war to other planets. By stealing them first. Superman put in. Silence, Surik demanded. You steal other aliens' technology and sell them back? Naruto shouted. It's a win-win, boy. I get a handsome profit while they get weaponry to help win their wars. Surik smirked smugly. That's pathetic. Stealing and then exploiting the situation all for your own benefit, Naruto barked. It's my way of living, boy. Give yourself a decade or two and you'll understand, Surik replied. I already understand what it means to be a war orphan, Naruto-9's growing sharp. Do you now? Surik asked in bore. Yes, years ago on the day I was born my father led various ninjas against a creature that threatened to bring about the end of my home. But my father gave his life away to seal the creature away. Naruto started with his eyes turning red. I may not have known who my father was, but I was damn proud to see in battle and in war he'd be willing to lay his life on the line. I would too, he growled. You claim you wished you could never see war again. I admire a thought like that, but then you decide rather than finding a way to prevent war you decide to fuel it by selling off things that strengthen it. That I cannot tolerate, he screamed as the Biju chakra surrounded him. Naruto. Batman shouted in shock. What's happening to him? Wonder Woman gasped. Naruto's hidden power. Static smirked. Naruto broke out of his restraints and stared down Surik. I'm gonna do what I can to ensure you never support a war again. Naruto screamed as he took off like a bullet, tackling Surik into a wall. He's just as fast as me, Flash gasped in shock. If that's even possible. Wonder Woman gasped. So this is the power of the nine-tailed demon. Superman gasped in surprise. Naruto looked to his friends and broke the control panel to the restraints, and the heroes were freed. Good work, Naruto. Batman thanked him. No prob. Now we gotta deal with him. Naruto turned to Surik, who pressed a red button on a remote, and numerous more androids emerged from openings in the walls and floor. Attack! Surik shouted, and the androids armed with numerous weapons went into battle. Flash was dashing around some androids that were firing blasts of energy at him, but then they started blasting him with gray sticky substance at his feet and he got stuck to the floor. I can't move my feet, Flash called. Some androids surrounded Flash and were ready to fire, but Lantern used his ring to project a barrier around Flash, thus deflecting the blasts back at the androids, causing them to blow. "Thanks GL. I owe you one." Flash thanked him. "That makes about 6. I've been keeping track," Lantern told him. "Terrific." Flash sighed, seeing he'll have to do more favors. Superman was pounding android after android while using his I-beams to melt their blasters. "That all you got?" he asked, and Moore grabbed different blasters and begun blasts bits of kryptonite for him. "Oh no," he gasped. But this time Static surrounded Superman with an electromagnetic force field that destroyed the fragments. "Thanks, Static." "Hey, anything for one of my idols," Static admitted. Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl had knocked some more droids out, destroying them. "But look around. Where's Surik?" Wonder Woman asked. "Up there." Hawkgirl pointed up to the catwalk. "I got him," Naruto shouted, still with Kyuubi aura, jumped high up, reaching the catwalk and chased after Surik, tackling him on the ground. They rolled until Naruto was on bottom, but he kicked Surik off him. "You're not getting away so easily," Naruto called as he summoned a clone and started molding Rasengan into the real one's palm. "You're too slow, kid," Surik called, attempting to turn and run but couldn't move. He looked down, seeing the clone had also magnetized his feet to the floor. "Now get a taste of this." Naruto ran for Surik and thrusted his jutsu forward, Rasengan. The Rasengan impacted Surik, causing him to fly backwards, crashing into the wall, leaving behind his body print. Naruto collected him and brought him down next to the Justice League, who all surrounded him with scowls. Static and Gear feared, wondering how they'd react to his actions, but Naruto was just as nervous. Suddenly his gaze fell onto Batman, who smirked. "Not bad," he admitted, and the League started smiling as well. Naruto smiled at that compliment while Static and Gear looked happy too. Sometime later, Naruto, Static, and Gear were standing outside the League's ship, and Flash came running out, meeting up with the League. "Well, Cyrax's back on lockdown, and this time he can't mess with the wiring." "That's good to hear," Gear answered. "We really couldn't have done this without you guys," Wonder Woman told the boys. "Especially you, Naruto, you really got spunk," Superman admitted. "Yeah, I've been told stuff like that," Naruto admitted. "For a rookie, you sure did well, kid. I know you'll sure be a handful when you join the League," Lantern added. Naruto, who just heard that, looked shocked. "Excuse me, but did you say, when I join the League?" he asked while looking at the members, and Batman smiled. "Anything's possible, when you're an adult anyway," Batman began as they headed inside the ship, while Batman was the last one but turned around with one final thing to add for Naruto. "And who knows, maybe even before you become Hokage." Naruto felt flabbergasted from that comment as Batman entered the ship. The hatch closed and it took off. "Well, Naruto, you'll have something else to look forward to when you grow up," Static said. "Yeah, and it sounds like a big honor." Naruto smiled at the possibility of becoming a member of the Justice League. At the Namikaze mansion, Naruto was with the Breed, Static, and Gear. Naruto was trying to teach his daughter how to speak sentences. With her also having Gear's brain, she was already able to start talking earlier than most children at her age. "Okay, Yukina, try this, Konoha Ninja's rock," he ordered. "Naruto, you're out of your league trying to teach a child at her age to talk like that." Aben sighed at his attempts. "He's got a point, Naruto," Gear agreed. "Yukina has our brain intellect, Gear. I have faith she can do it," Naruto said while looking at them. Yukina raised an eyebrow. "Konoha Ninja's rock?" she asked. They turned to her. "What did you just?" Static asked Yukina. "I think she just said it," Shiv gasped. "Konoha Ninja's rock," she squealed. "She said it," Naruto cried and hugged his little girl. "I do good, Daddy?" Yukina asked. "You do great, Yukina," Naruto answered before kissing his daughter's cheek. As Naruto decided to talk with the guys, Yukina waddled away to Naruto's research room, where a blank scroll was lying around, and another opened one with a formula written on it. Yukina studied the written scroll and looked at the blank one with a brush and ink close to it. She grabbed the brush and dipped it in the ink and began drawing on it, but was not drawing child doodles. When she finished, there was a written formula on the scroll. She rushed back to her father. "Daddy, Daddy." What is it?" Naruto asked as their attentions were caught. "Come on, come see." She dragged him along. "Okay, we're coming," Static said as they followed her. She led them back to the room and showed them the scroll. "Look what I made." Naruto gasped. "What did you do?" I made the one drawing on the other scroll better, Yukina explained proudly. No, seriously, what did you do? Aben asked Yukina. She's not kidding, Aben. It's genius. Naruto cheered as he examined the new scroll. What did she really do, Naruto? Talon inquired. This first scroll holds the formula for my dad's Hiraishin jutsu. The very jutsu that made him the Yellow Flash, Naruto began. This one Yukina did is much more advanced. How? Puff asked. Gear took a look at it and using his visor could translate. They're not kidding. Originally the Yondaime's jutsu could only be applied through the use of a special marked kunai, or needed someone to apply the mark to a location. Gear began. But this new one allows the user to teleport to anywhere just by activating it and picture the area you have in mind. You serious? Static asked. I'm dead serious, Gear replied. Awesome. With the help of Yukina we now have an S-class ranked jutsu. Naruto cheered while patting his daughter's head. I think I'll test it out now. He got into the lotus form while sitting down. Whoa Naruto, shouldn't we tell Tsunade or Jiraiya about this? Talon asked. Relax, I'll be back in time before they find out I was gone. Naruto answered. And beer, should I go? I know Suna, he announced, activating the tiger sign. Take me to daddy. Yukina cheered as she ran to the scroll but tripped and spilled some ink on the scroll, causing chakra essence to crackle. Guys, something's wrong here, Naruto called as a force field was surrounding him. The formula's been altered again. Gear gasped. Get me out of here, Naruto called, while trying to get out of the chakra barrier that encased him on the scroll. Suddenly, in a flash of light, Naruto screamed until it faded out and Naruto was gone. Naruto, Aben called. Where'd he go? Farad asked. I don't know. He could have gone anywhere, Gear said in worry. Naruto meanwhile was spinning through a spiral vortex until he reached the center. Suddenly, in a dark city-like place at night, he fell a few feet above the ground and landed. Ow man, wipe out. He groaned while getting up and looked around gasping. The city around him had huge buildings with vehicles he knew as cars from Dakota, only these ones were flying. Whoa, this definitely ain't Konoha. He stumbled out of an alleyway. Where did that jutsu send me? Naruto asked himself. Well, looky here. A voice said. Naruto turned around and gasped, seeing 6 figures approach him. One looked like a humanoid hyena with robotic arms, and wearing a blue vest, black pants, and a black shirt. The second one was a big bald-headed guy wearing a long red shirt, black overalls with one of the straps undone. The next 2 were twin girls with white painted faces with rosy cheeks, white hats, and orange short hair. Their outfits included red tube tops, white short shorts, and red boots that went up to their knees. The next guy looked like a scarecrow man with long blonde hair and ragged clothing. He had gray skin, numerous stitching, scar marks and skull-like features, and was carrying a pumpkin basket. The final guy was a bulky guy wearing a tight-fitting pink sleeveless shirt, a mocking clown mask that covered his face, and his bottom half seemed to be a hovering ball that rolled as he moved. Is the circus in town? Naruto asked. Yeah kid, and you got a free pass. The one wearing red and black answered. So come on cutie. One of the twins beckoned him. Yeah, we want to have a little fun, the second twin finished. Suddenly what shocked Naruto was the one in red and black morphed his arm into a massive hammer. The masked one pulled out an object that spouted 2 red glowing saber sticks out from each side. The twins each pulled out a whip that was powered with energy. And then the scarecrow one's arm morphed into a spinning blade. This is bad, Naruto said to himself. It's about to get worse, the masked one said as he was rolling for him, but Naruto jumped out of the way. What are you guys? Naruto asked. We're the Jokers, the scarecrow man answered. And we make it our job to show punks like you what we're all about, the big one added, and the hyena one growled. Naruto readied himself, but suddenly a blast of electricity blasted them, but not by Naruto. Huh? Naruto wondered, until he looked above and sees 10 figures above him. 2 of them he immediately recognized. One appeared to be static, only he was an adult with grayer hair, and the second was Gear, who was a tad portly. The third figure appeared to be that of Batman, only he wasn't as built and had a red bat design insignia on it. The fourth one appeared to be wearing silver armor designed to look like a hawk. The fifth one was a woman almost familiar to Naruto, with blonde hair, black streaks in it. She wore aqua shirt with a white snowflake on the back, aqua khakis, aqua ninja shoes, and wore a Leaf Village plated headband with aqua blue fabric around her forehead. The sixth was a guy wearing black ninja sandals, blue pants, and a red shirt, has red hair with 2 blue streaks in them. Around his forehead was a forehead protector with the symbol of a megacure on a blue fabric. The final 4 were all young adults around age about 19 to 20 wearing Konoha headbands around their foreheads. They were 2 boys and 2 girls. Both girls and one of the boys had the Byakugan eyes. The first boy with the regular eyes wore black shinobi sandals, blue pants, a green shirt, chocolate brown eyes, and brown hair done up in Naruto's hairstyle. The second boy who had the Byakugan wore tan cargo pants, a blue shirt with a black jacket over it, and shoulder-length blue hair. The first girl who had Byakugan had short blonde hair, blue shinobi sandals, a silver sleeveless button-up shirt, a sapphire jean miniskirt. And the final girl with the Byakugan eyes had long black hair done in a ponytail, a violet short-sleeved shirt, jean shorts, and blue shinobi sandals. "You jokers gotta learn that your jokes aren't all that cracked up to be," the Batman-looking guy mocked them. "Yeah, you guys shoulda stayed in school," Gear added. "Woulda done you some good," Static put in. They all turned back to Naruto, who looked shocked. "Static, Gear, what happened to you guys?" The 5 who were wearing Konoha headbands looked at Naruto in shock. "Pop?" they asked. Naruto froze there with wide eyes in confusion as to what these guys were talking about. Last time, Naruto was ready to use the newly developed Hiraishin, but due to an alteration during the activation he was sent somewhere else. He landed in a city where a bunch of punks looking like sideshow freaks were ready to cause him trouble. He was ready to take them on, until numerous others showed up, some being ninja, and others being heroes. "We don't recall giving you an invitation," the masked Joker warned the newcomers. "Well, we're party crashers, Chucko," Gear answered. "Come on guys, let's show them," the older girl ninja ordered to the 5 other ninja. The fight then took off with the Scarecrow one using his buzz saw and went for the 3 ninja Hyugas who were using their gentle fist art against him all while avoiding his saw. "I see you've been taking lessons, Ghoul," the Hyuga boy noticed as he continued thrusting his fist at Ghoul. "Thanks, it's worked wonders," the one known as Ghoul answered as he readied his pumpkin basket. "And here's a few party favors on me." He released energy sparks from the basket. "Look out!" one of the Hyuga girls cried as she used rotation to deflect the sparks. Meanwhile, the Metal Hawk Man and the 2 guys, one being from AIM and the other from Konoha, were going up against the Hyena Man. "What are the odds of us putting Wolf here in the doghouse?" the guy from Konoha asked. "I wouldn't say the odds aren't in our favor," the Hawkman answered. "While you two are blabbing, some of us are actually fighting," the AIM ninja answered while forming hand signs. "Sweden. Water cannon jutsu," he shouted, firing a blast of water from his palms at Wolf, that pushed him into the wall of a building. "Well, you handled that with no problem," the Konoha shinobi noted, and the AIM shinobi sighed. Static and Gear were fighting against the big guy with the hammer arm. "Hold still, old timers, so I can hit ya," the Joker member ordered. "Oh sure, like we're gonna do that," Static answered before firing electrical blasts at him, long enough for Gear to grab something from his pocket. "Hey Bonk, catch." He threw what looked like a zap cap and it entangled Bonk and shocked him unconscious. "That's a wrap," Static joked. "What about Naruto?" Gear asked as the boy was dealing with the one called Chucko who was using his lightsaber weapon on the young ninja. It got worse as Ghoul was coming for him as well, along with the twin girls. "We got to get him out of here," the Batman one ordered. "Leave that to me," the older woman says, forming hand signs. "Hang on Dad." Ninpo. Bluebird illusion. She started to sing a little song, conjuring up bluebirds made from chakra, and started swarming around the Jokers going after Naruto. "Hey stop, get away." Chucko was swinging his weapon at the bluebirds, but he didn't destroy them, it just went through them. "These birds are a pest, DD. one of the girls. "I know DD. the sister replied. While on the side, Naruto was watching the Jokers moving around trying to hit midair. "What are they doing?" Naruto asked, thinking they lost their minds. "They're in an illusion casted off by my song," the woman explained while looking down at Naruto. "Yukina, is that you?" Naruto gasped. "We got no time," the Batman called as he dropped by. "That illusion won't last long." "Then let's go," the AIM shinobi ordered as the Batman carried him off. Naruto spread his avian wings and flew off with them, along with those who called him Pop used either wisps like Puff, Static's levitation, or Talon's wings to fly. Static and Gear headed after them along with the Hawkman. "Where are we going?" Naruto asked. "Headquarters." Batman answered. "Where's that?" Naruto continued questioning them. "You'll find out soon enough," Static replied. "I think already figured one thing out. This city is Gotham, isn't it?" Naruto asked. "Yup." The Batman replied. "Terrific," Naruto sighed. Sometime later the heroes and ninja entered through an opening in cliffside above the ocean, and above that cliff rested a manor. They wandered through a tunnel and Naruto found himself inside a cave seeing numerous things set up. A statue of a giant coin. A T-Rex statue. A giant Joker card hanging from the ceiling. And numerous display cases, one containing a ventriloquist's dummy designed like a mobster, and two costumes with one looking like a red and black female jester's outfit and a green suit decorated in question marks. "Wait a minute, isn't this the Batcave you told me about, Static?" Naruto asked while looking around. "It is," an old voice answered. Naruto turned to a huge computer monitor and sitting on a rotating chair was an old man with gray hair and broad shoulders, who was holding a cane. "Hello Naruto," he greeted him. "You," Naruto gasped, until he looked at 5 display cases set up against a wall. The first one was the suit of Batman, the second one was the suit of young Robin the Boy Wonder, the third case contained a female version of the Batsuit belonging to Batgirl. Next to that was a black suit with a light blue hawk symbol on the chest being the costume of Nightwing, and the final case contained an older version of the current Batman suit worn by the new-looking Batman. "You're Bruce Wayne, the Batman." "Was the Batman?" Bruce corrected him. "What's happening here?" Naruto asked everyone around him. "It's kinda hard to believe it, but you've traveled about 40 years into the future," the new Batman answered. "Well, I can believe it. I'm seeing 2 of my old buddies right here." Naruto motioned to Static and Gear. The two smiled as Static approached. "Those years ago when your Hiroishin was altered during the process, we've waited and searched for years wondering where you went. To our surprise you ended up here of all places," he explained. "Took me for a shock as well," a new voice spoke up. Naruto looked behind him and stepping into the light was a full-grown man wearing black shinobi sandals, blue shinobi pants, a black shirt, a red coat with black flames painted on the bottom. His facial appearance was blue eyes, blonde hair that was a little messy, and his bangs went to his shoulders. He also had 3 whisker marks on each side of his cheeks. The others stood by knowing who he was, while Naruto could tell right away who this blonde man was. It was his future self. Young Naruto with a shocked look approached the older Naruto who was smiling. "Shocked to actually see me?" the older Naruto asked the young him. "Kinda, I'm more shocked to see how older I get to look," the young Naruto replied truthfully. The new Batman walked in between the two while pointing to another in introduction. "Naruto, Shinobi, Shinobi, Naruto. Or have you already met?" he joked. The two Narutos sighed. "Don't do that." The Batman sighed. "Great, what was it again?" "Stereo." The one in the Metal Hawk outfit removed his helmet revealing an adult man. "I know this is weird. My name's Warhawk. Rex Stewart." He shook Naruto's hand. The new Batman removed his mask revealing to be a teenage boy. "I'm the new Batman, Terry McGinnis." He shook Naruto's hand. Naruto turned to the guy with the AIM headband. "I'm Takuto Amemaru. I come from Omegacure." "Omegacure?" Naruto gasped and turned to his older self. "Are you mad?" "A lot's happened in 40 years, older Naruto explained. "A lot indeed, father." The Yukina woman agreed. Naruto smiled. "Moments ago when I last saw you, you were still in diapers. You look good for a woman your age." "That's what the years do to a woman, Dad," Yukina admitted and held Takuto close. "And Taku-kun, here's my soon-to-be fiancé. This day just keeps getting stranger by the minute," Naruto replied and turned to the 4 who claimed to know him as Dad too. "And you 4, who are all of you?" "We're your kids, Dad," the brown-haired boy with the regular eyes spoke. "I'm Renji Namikaze." The blue-haired boy with Byakugan eye approached. "My name's Kaoru." "Namikaze, Hyuga," he began and pulled the one girl with short blonde hair next to him. "This is my twin sister Mei." "Hi, Dad." She greeted him. The final girl in the ponytail approached. "And I'm Masane Namikaze, Hyuga." She bowed her head in respect. Their mothers would they happen to be? He asked, and his older self smirk rf. See for yourself. Girls come down, look who dropped in from the past, older Naruto called. Coming down the stairs to Naruto's shock were 3 adult women. One had long brown hair and chocolate eyes, wearing a red Anbu uniform, and had a large scroll strapped to her back. The second woman had long blue hair that went past her shoulders, and had Hyuga eyes, a violet short-sleeved jacket over a blue tube top, and black shinobi pants, and blue slip-on shoes. The final woman, who looked the youngest, had long brown hair done up in Tsunade's hairstyle. She had the Byakugan eyes as well as the second older woman. Her outfit included black shinobi sandals, dark green shinobi pants, and a blue shirt with a lotus symbol on the front. The women gasped at the sight of the young Naruto, while the said ninja himself looked lost for words. Ten-chan, Hina-chan, Hana-chan? He asked. The women approached him with smiles. Yes, Naru-kun, it's us, older Tenten answered. You're just as cute as we remembered you at that age, Hinata added while smiling, which got young Naruto blushing. So what do you think? Hanabi smiled as she put a hand on her hip and swung it. Do we look more like women to you now? She asked while blushing and waiting for his answer. More like goddesses, girls. The years have been truly kind to you, Naruto replied as he noticed their bust sizes had drastically developed, especially Hanabi's, and theirs were almost close to Tsunade's size. He got out of his thoughts and looked to everyone. So I guess now that I know, you're gonna send me home, right? Not quite, Bruce replied, getting Naruto's attention. Something's going down in Gotham and it's related to us, older Naruto explained to the young him. Would I mean? Young Naruto asked curiously. Those jokers we met were on a hunt snatching equipment and such, Terry begun. We believe someone is giving them the orders, and whoever that someone is knows about you, Naruto, and the shinobi world. Naruto was shocked to hear that someone is out for him and his kind, and knows about the ninja land. Whoever this person is, he knew it had to be somebody close to him. That night across the city of the New Gotham inside another manor, Naruto was walking around with his older self. This place is incredible, and you live here? Naruto asked himself. Not really. I still live in Konoha as Hokage, but I sometimes use my Kage Bunshin to do all the paperwork and I come here to relax. Older Naruto explained while stepping into a room, and Naruto looked all around, seeing numerous memorabilia in cases or hanging up. Whoa! Naruto gasped while looking around. In a display case on a table rested numerous rings written on them. Are these? Yes, those are the rings of the Akatsuki, including Itachi's. Older Naruto explained as the young him looked above, seeing a torn piece of an Akatsuki cloak. He turned and came face to face with an orange spiral mask with a small hole on the right side where an eye would peek out. This mask was being worn by a bust head. Now what's with the mask? That mask belonged to Madara Uchiha, older him answered. You don't say. Naruto asked, seeing how he'll know spot the true mastermind. He also saw hanging up on a wall were 2 large swords. Swords he recognized too well. One was Zabuza's sword, and the other was Kisami's Samahata. Next to them was a pair of twin swords, along with a triple-blade red scythe. Hold on, why is Zabuza's sword in here? We left it at the Wave Country, didn't we? Someone else took it, but I can't tell you who. Older him explained, and Naruto didn't question him further about it. He looked at some mannequins wearing his father's old Hokage jacket, Tsunade's green jacket, and what appeared to be his old Chunin vest. He looked at another display case, seeing more positive stuff such as Tsunade's necklace, the Toad summoning scroll, Jiraiya's headplate, and 4 books, 3 of which appeared to be of the Icha Icha series, while the 4th was titled, Legend of the Gutsy Ninja, and alongside them was his old black dagger flute. How long did Ero Sennin and Bossen live? Naruto inquired. Older him sighed. Well, Bossen lived quite a life after she retired and left me in charge. In fact, it was the help of her and Sakura that our children were born. Wow! Naruto gasped, feeling astounded. Sensei on the other hand died honorably. It was because of his sacrifice we made friends with a Megacure, older him added. I see. Naruto understood. The breed didn't do too bad themselves, old Naruto added. They each have their own businesses in the village, with families of their own. They deserved the happy life after turning over the new leaf. Naruto nodded. Yeah, anyway, I hope you enjoy your stay here. I'd bring you back to Konoha, but I don't want to spoil anything for you about it, older him stated. I understand. Naruto nodded, knowing it'd be troublesome if people found out him and his younger self were in the same time. If you want to freshen up, there's a hot spring located down the hall, older him motioned. Thanks. Naruto walked along. Naruto was walking, until he stopped and looked into a room seeing Yukina, Takuto, and his kids playing poker, read 'em and weep guys, full house. Renji showed them his hand and prepared to take the money in the center. Not so fast bro, royal flush, Yukina countered before showing them her hand. Damn it. Renji groaned as he watched Yukina collect the cash. Not bad, since when did you play poker? Naruto asked Yukina. Oh, I've been doing this for a while. Uncle Aben and Uncle Hotstreak taught me, Yukina explained. What, when? Naruto asked. When you go on a training trip with Arojiji, Yukina replied. Naruto froze and burst out laughing so hard. Arojiji, oh that's rich. Takuto stood up and looked to him. A word if you don't mind? Sure Takuto, Naruto answered before following him while Yukina looked worried. Takuto led Naruto out into another hallway. So what's up? Naruto asked the older AIM ninja. Well, to start things off, it's nice to meet the younger form of my girl's father, Takuto started. I know a lot of great things happened to you during your time. So I know. Naruto replied. However, I would like to express myself a little more to you, Takuto said, forming a scowl. What are you talking about? Naruto asked and was met with a slug from Takuto, sending him crashing onto the floor. What the hell? He shouted. That was for all the times you've spied on me and Yukina while dating, Takuto called. What are you talking about? I never did that, Naruto argued back. Not now, but you will eventually, Takuto shot back. So you take it out on me rather than the one you know? Naruto asked, getting into his face. All right, you two knock it off. Yukina pushed them away. Takuto, that was uncalled for. Takuto sighed. Sorry, I just had to get that out. He walked away. Naruto gets up frowning. I already don't approve of him. He rubbed the side of his face. Don't let him get to you, Dad. He's really a nice guy, just hard to understand, it's all, Yukina explained. What did you end up seeing in a guy like him? Naruto asked his daughter. Yukina wanted to explain what she could. Well, as you were told, we made peace with the Omegakure thanks to Arojiji's sacrifice. And one day, while I was just a teen, the new ruler of AIM had come to Konoha to discuss matters with you. Accompanying the ruler was Takuto, who served as a bodyguard. Takuto was relieved from duty and you ordered me to show him around the village. I see. Naruto nodded, believing that much so much. During the time we spent, we ended up getting to know each other a lot. Once I got around his whole emotionally withdrawn demeanor, she added, we've been tight ever since. No kidding. Naruto replied, seeing how she was able to get into a good relationship with a guy who reminded him of how Sasuke used to be. Well, I am sure you'll want to relax more, so I'll leave you to it. Good night, Dad. Yukina said, leaving Naruto, who continued onto the hot springs. Inside another bedroom, Takuto was sitting on a bed and Yukina entered. Want to talk about it? I'm sorry I snapped back there. I shouldn't have taken it out on someone who didn't even know what he would do, Takuto began, but I just don't see how someone like that could ever grow up to be one of the most powerful ninja in the world, let alone Hokage. Yukina sat beside him. I know he doesn't seem like much from appearance, but trust me, there's more to him than anyone will know. I guess you're right, Takuto admitted, and Yukina cuddled with him. Meanwhile, inside the hot springs room, which was decorated to look like a tropical paradise with palm trees planted in areas, Naruto was sitting in the springs relaxing in the warm water. Oh yeah, this is great, just like the hot springs back home. Naruto was relaxing more as he thought about this time period. He knew that with knowledge of the future he could do anything in his time to alter it. But he remembered when Static and Gear told him of the time they traveled to in the past. It wasn't worth it all. Well, it's just a thought. Naruto rested his head back until he hears footsteps. Someone's coming. He feared and prepared to dive into the water to hide, but wasn't fast enough. The door slid open, revealing his adult girlfriends with their bodies wrapped in towels that clung to their bodies. You need someone to wash your back for ya, little Naruto? Hanabi asked. Because we'll be glad to help, Tenten added as they walked to the edge, where Naruto looked up at them a little embarrassed. Is this really okay? Naruto asked, backing away a bit. Of course it is, Hinata answered as the adult women got into the hot springs. You may be the past version of our husband, but you're still our Naruto regardless of your age, Tenten explained. But wouldn't this make you girls pedos? Naruto asked. With the man we love, we'll be willing to be called that. Hanabi answered while swimming up behind him with her arms draped over his teenage body. I feel hot. Naruto panted. Hot are you? Hinata asked while smiling. Then maybe we should cool you down, Tenten added as she and the Hyuga girls removed their towels exposing their hot, adult, sexy bodies. Naruto's eyes looked ready to pop out of their sockets, but suddenly felt Hanabi's bare body press up against his back. I was too small and underdeveloped for you, Naruto, but now I have the right maturity and charm to do what I want with you. Hanabi explained while nibbling his ear. Oh sweet. Naruto panted. Don't hog him all to yourself, Hanabi, Tenten said while swimming up to his right side and Hinata to his left side. If you thought our other hot springs was great, Naruto, things will be a lot better. Hinata started rubbing her breasts against his left arm. I can tell. Naruto panted while enjoying the feeling on his left arm and looked in front, seeing Tenten looking at him and wrapping her legs around his waist. Whether you're from the past or our time, you're still the same cutie we've always known. The bun-haired girl gave him a kiss on his lips. Naruto broke free from Tenten's kiss and then felt Hanabi still in back of him, resting her breasts on his shoulders. I know you've been waiting a long time for me to grown these puppies out, haven't you, Naruto? She purred as he stared turned red. Well, consider yourself lucky you get a free spoiler at what you can look forward to from me, when you really grow up. Hanabi gave him a peck on the cheek. Oh damn. Naruto gasped in ecstasy. Relax, Naruto. We'll wash your back for you, Tenten offered as she and Hinata got behind him with Hanabi and they each began washing his back, making sure each of them got their chance. Naruto was sweating so much he could start an ocean with it. Here he was in a hot springs with his girlfriends who were adults, and his wives now. Oh damn. This is a proud moment of my life. I mean, here I am, a 13-year-old surrounded by 3 hot older women pampering me, he thought. I can't imagine Tsunade Bossen, Kurenai, and Anko doing this to me back in my own time. Soon the girls stopped and Naruto turned back to look at them and managed to keep his eyes up without making it so obvious his gaze was trying to get to their cleavages. Now it's your turn to wash us, Naruto, Hinata ordered. Do a good job and we'll give you extra special treatment tonight, Tenten winked. What could be more special than this? Naruto thought to himself, but nevertheless summoned 2 cage bunchins and they each got behind the ladies and began washing their backs. Oh Naruto, that's the spot, Tenten moaned in delight. A little lower please, Naruto? Hinata asked and Naruto did so, nearing her rear. Hanabi was enjoying it the most of all. I used to think I'd always be younger than you, Naruto, but for this once-in-a-lifetime moment I'm older than you. Only until I return to my own time. Then things will be exactly as they're supposed to, Naruto replied. Okay Naruto, that's enough, thank you. Tenten thanked him as Naruto dispelled his clones. Now let's go to the bedroom and give you your extra special treatment, Hinata whispered to him. Oh baby. Naruto panted in joy. Elsewhere, far from the manor in an abandoned factory, the jokers that went after Naruto presented themselves in front of a figure sitting on a rotating chair with his back turned. I expected you clowns to have returned successful, but you fail me, even after all the time and effort I went through to give you those powers. The figure spoke in an old male voice as the chair turned to reveal a person dressed in a black cloak with the hood up, and wore a red visor over the top of his face that couldn't show his eyes or nose, leaving only his mouth revealed. We're sorry, Lord Tora, they replied, feeling guilty. I'm not interested in your apologies, the one identified as Tora shouted with anger. Yes, Lord Tora, they replied in the same tone. Now would one of you explain the reason behind your failure? He began. Your mission was to annihilate the Justice League. Bonk approached. Well, we would have done it with no effort, but before we got sidetracked by this little blonde boy with whiskers on his face. Tora looked at them through his visor. Wait, a blonde boy, whiskers on face? Yeah, in fact he kinda looked like that guy you told us about years ago, Chucko added. It can't be, he gasped. Torres rushed to a large computer monitor and pinpointed the location of where the fight took place and spotted Naruto. The boy they were talking about. It's impossible, he continued in shock. Who is he? The DDs asked. Tora looked to them. Shinobi, he answered with venom in his tone. When morning came, Naruto woke up in a king-sized bed that was offered to him by his older self. What a good sleep. Naruto stretched and puts his hands down but felt stuff in the bed. He pulled up 3 bras and underwear and looked freaked. What happened last night? But he didn't think about that for long as a heavenly aroma caught his nostrils. That smells like ramen. He jumped out of bed and into his gear before running downstairs into the kitchen to see Hinata, Hanabi, and Tenten serving older Naruto, Yukina, Takuto, and their kids bowls of ramen. "Morning everybody." Naruto addressed them. "Morning Naruto, Dad." The ladies, his adult self, and the kids greeted him. "Here you go Naruto." Hinata presented him with a bowl of ramen. It looks good." Naruto smelled it and dug in along with everyone else. "Man, that was delish," he said as he finished. "Glad you think so." Tenten replied. "So any word from old man Wayne?" Naruto asked his older self. "No leads yet, but he's still running a search. In the meantime I think maybe you should get to know Gotham of this time." Older Naruto replied. "How?" Naruto asked. Suddenly one of the doors slid open and Terry stepped in wearing casual clothes. "Morning Namikazes." "Morning Terry." They greeted him. "I've decided to leave you under Terry's wing, because I myself still have stuff to do. I am Hokage after all." Older Naruto reminded him. "Well, if you think so." Naruto answered. "Trust me, you need this. Terry, I leave my younger self in your hands." "Yes sir, come on Naruto," Terry said as he and Naruto headed out. The older Naruto watched his young self leave with Terry. "I sure hope he can handle the future Gotham." Out on the streets of the new Gotham, Terry and Naruto were walking around. Young Naruto was taking in all his surroundings, from the people, to the buildings, and the flying vehicles. "I may have only been here once during my time, but it all seems to be the same," Naruto began, until he spotted some teenagers who appeared to be part animal. They were composed of a weasel, rhino, rat, beaver, and bear, yet it's so different. They're called splicers. Guys who inject themselves with animal DNA to make themselves look animal-like. Terry explained. "I may be unfamiliar with the law system here, but that can't be legal," Naruto said to Terry. "It isn't," the young Batman replied, "but the cops are too busy to do anything about it these days." "Talk about a cowardly justice system," Naruto scowled. "So where are we going?" "Thought I'd take you around and meet some of my friends," Terry began, until they approached a club where 2 girls were waiting. One girl had white skin, black lipstick and long black hair. Her outfit was a blue dress. The second girl had dark skin, short magenta hair, a yellow shirt, and black pants. "Hey girls," Terry called. "Terry." They called as they went over. "Glad you could make it. Who's he?" the black-haired girl asked, seeing Naruto. "A new friend, his name's Naruto." Terry introduced them. "Nice to meet you," the black-haired girl began and looked at his face. "Interesting birthmarks you have," she said, causing him to blush. "These are my friends, Dana and Max." Terry introduced him to the girls. "Hi there." Max greeted him. "Dana, why don't you head in, we'll be right with you." Terry instructed Dana, who nodded and went inside. "So you gonna tell me who he really is?" Max asked Terry. "What?" Naruto asked in confusion. "It's okay, Naruto. Max is an ally," Terry explained. "This is Shinobi Max, from the past." "Shinobi? You mean the ninja shinobi?" Max gasped. "You're slamming me." "It's the truth. See the resemblance?" Terry asked, as Max got a good look at the young Naruto. "You are him. Wow, even for a kid you still looked cute," Max admitted, causing Naruto to blush. "He ended up using a jutsu to move himself forward through time and he ended up here," Terry explained to Max. "Sounds shui," Max replied. "What?" Naruto asked, wondering what she said. "Shui, it's what people used to referee," explained to Naruto. "Oh, shui," Naruto replied, going along with it. "Well, come on, let's go in." Terry and Max took Naruto inside the building. Upon entering, Naruto looked around, seeing they brought him to a dance club with flashing colored lights, music playing, and teens dancing around. "Holy crap," Naruto gasped. "Come on, does a kid like you know how to dance?" Max teased Naruto. "You have no idea, woman," Naruto replied as he got out there with Terry and began dancing around. Naruto was performing all sorts of dance moves during his time while he was in Dakota. Terry was worried he was going to make a fool of himself, but to his shock he was blending in very well. Back at Wayne Manor, Bruce, Static, Gear, and older Naruto were still running searches. "Find anything?" Static asked. Nothing so far, it's hard to determine where these jokers are meeting. They could be anywhere. Gear explained. I got something. Bruce spoke up, while typing in some stuff. A member of the jokers was caught yesterday claiming the era of Lord Tora is now. Lord Tora? Older Naruto asked curiously. What could it mean? Static wondered. Could be anything. Gear replied. What could be anything? Terry asked as he and Naruto walked in. How was your day out? Older Naruto asked. It was shui as the people today call it. Young Naruto answered. Well, you know the slang of this time, it's a start, Static said. So what's going on? Terry asked his mentor. We got a tip. Apparently the jokers are in league with someone they call Lord Tora. Bruce explained. Tora? Naruto asked, and turned to his older self. Does this mean anything to you? Nada. The adult Naruto replied. So what should we do? Terry asked. Well, it seems like the jokers know more about me than they should, meaning someone who knows me is in league with them. Older Naruto explained. And that someone must be this Tora, young Naruto concluded. We got to find out who he is. Yes, and I have a plan. Older Naruto smirked. When evening came, young Naruto was looking out from a tall skyscraper, until he smelt someone behind him. He spun to see the Joker's member Ghoul. So I hear you're supposed to be the original shinobi, or the younger him. Ghoul began as he readied his buzzsaw. I've seen history cubes about you during your time. It's hard to imagine a kid your age could beat a guy like Orochimaru. Young Naruto replied. Maybe I'm just full of surprises. Ghoul rushed for Naruto ready to slice him with his buzzsaw. Before he could reach Naruto, someone launched their own attack. Sushoryu. A female voice called. Ghoul looked up seeing numerous sharp weapons rain down on him. In a panic he ran around trying to avoid all but ended up getting a few cuts and a damaged buzzsaw, until he bumped right into Warhawk. Oh great! Ghoul groaned. Standing before Ghoul was Static, Gear, Batman, old Naruto, his wives, his kids, Takuto, and Warhawk each scowling. You've got some information we need, Ghoul. And we need it now. Renji ordered him. Ghoul frowned. Too bad for you, I'm not the talkative type. Suddenly young Naruto stretched his arm over and bounded Ghoul's ankles together. Hey, what the? Naruto walked to the edge of the building and held Ghoul upside down over the edge, causing his hat to fall down. We're looking for this guy called Tora. Naruto began. Now, unless you want to hit cold pavement from over 100 feet high, I suggest you start talking. And you better do it quick because my arm's starting to fall asleep. The older Naruto approached. That style of gathering intel went out of date years ago. He then stretched his own arm out and pulled Ghoul back onto the roof and onto the ground. Ghoul saw the older Naruto approach him while cracking his knuckles. Let me show you the proper way to make someone crack, he said sinisterly as the image faded to black and cut back to Ghoul spilling details while terrified. And we got other Joker's factions stationed all throughout the city. Ghoul began. I don't know where Tora is. He contacts us, always calls us at a different random location. No way knowing ahead of time where he'll be, and that's everything I know. Ghoul cried. Everything? Older Naruto frowned. I wet my bed until I was 14, Ghoul cried. Young Naruto was at a distance watching all that happened and turned to Yukina. Wow, when did I get into interrogation? Well, in preparation for you to become Hokage, you had to learn a few things from Ibiki-sensei and Enko-senpai. Yukina explained. Wow, I don't know if I could ever really be like that, Naruto admitted as he watched his older self continue interrogation. That's not surprising, Takuto replied bluntly. Hey, you wanna start with me again, Rainboy? Naruto growled, but Renji and Masane pulled them apart. Come on guys, knock it off, Renji ordered. Older Naruto approached them. Well, anything? Warhawk asked. Nothing on Tora, but I got a lead on someone else close to him, older Naruto explained. Who? Static asked. Not a name, just an address. Let's go. Older Naruto took off on a saucer along with Static. The young Naruto spread his avian wings and flew off with them. They all landed outside an old abandoned apartment that looked wrecked. This place looks like it's seen better days, Gear noted. You sure this is the place? Batman asked. I'm sure, older Naruto answered as they kicked the door down and entered, seeing the inside looked more trashed than the outside. The carpeting was torn, wallpaper was peeling, and broken stuff lied around on the floor. May froze and motioned to an open door with 3 figures sitting in rotating chairs faced back inside the room. They snuck in quietly, but an old voice spoke up, "Come to kick 3 defenseless old men while they're down." "Defenseless?" Static asked. "Old?" Takuto wondered. The 3 chairs spun face front to reveal it was Kabuto Yakushi, Specs, and Trapper as older weak men, with Kabuto wearing an eye patch over his right eye. Specs had a gray beard, and Trapper lost his hair. "Kabuto?" Both Naruto's, Tenten, Hanabi, and Hinata gasped. "Specs?" Gear gasped. "Trapper?" Static passed as well. "Look, Mr. Specs, it's Static, Gear, and the blonde ninja," Old Trapper said before coughing. "Oh joy, Mr. Trapper," Old Specs answered in sarcasm. "What happened to you guys?" Young Naruto asked. The young and old Naruto together. How quaint," Old Kabuto said in amusement. "Talk, Kabuto," older Naruto demanded. "We heard you 3 were in league with someone called Tora," Batman noted. "Was in league," Old Trapper corrected him. "What do you mean?" Yukina asked. "Well, if you must know, years ago I found my own way to travel to Dakota, where I met these 2 fellows," Old Kabuto began. "When he did, he unintentionally led another one here with us," Old Specs added. "Tora?" Kaoru asked. "That wasn't his real name back then. He was someone else from our world," Old Kabuto explained, "an old acquaintance of Orochimaru's and myself." "Who?" Hinata demanded. "We don't know, or don't remember," Old Trapper answered. "What kind of an excuse is that?" Warhawk frowned. "Because he used a jutsu on us, blocking out the memory of his name and face," Old Kabuto explained. "I would have gone after him personally, but he disabled all my chakra using the enhancements I had given him." "Goes to show you can't trust anyone, can you?" Takuto asked the Old Kabuto, who frowned. "I should have known this wouldn't be any help," Renji said in disappointment. "On the contrary, young man," Old Trapper began, "me and Mr. Specs here implanted a homing device on him. We would have gone after him ourselves, but we rather didn't risk our necks." "Cowards," Yukina grumbled. "Seeing as how you guys are so interested," Mr. Specs began, as he pulled out a tracking device and held it out for them, "you take it and find him." "Why are you doing this for us? What's the catch?" Old Gear asked suspiciously. "No strings attached, it's strictly business," Old Trapper replied. "You want to find him and take him doge. It's a win-win," Old Kabuto finished. "I still can't help but feel it's just you guys making us do your job," Batman replied with a frown. "It's the only chance we got," older Naruto reminded Batman and looked to Kabuto. "I suppose out of respect I should thank you." "Don't bother, just go and defeat Tora," Old Kabuto replied. Older Naruto opened a shadow portal and they enter through, leaving the 3 old guys back to their sulking. Back in the city, they were all following the trail on the tracking device, due north. Batman says, and they continue going straight. "You think we stand a chance against Tora?" Renji asked. "Well, we have to, if not then the city or practically the world will be in danger," Hanabi replied. "Don't worry, we're a family, and family sticks together and supports each other just as ninjas of Konoha," older Naruto added. "Signal's getting stronger, just up ahead," Gear noted, and they landed outside the factory. "Signal ends here," Batman noticed. "Proceed with caution everyone, you never know what you'll find," older Naruto warned them. "Ain't it the truth?" a voice called as Bonk dropped in and tried to slam them with his hammer arm. They quickly scattered before Bonk could land a blow. "It's an ambush," Tenten called. "Well duh." Shuko rolled by and used his lightsaber weapon to attack her, but the weapon's mistress was back flipping to avoid his weapon. Warhawk spun around and Wolf landed on him using his robotic claws to claw at his suit, while Warhawk pushed him off. "Don't touch the suit." The DDs appeared and started multiplying, while taking on Renji, who used the Cage Bunshin no Jutsu to even the odds. "It's a shame the cute ones always have to fight back, DD." DD1 said to her sister. "I agree, DD." DD2 agreed. "You girls are such a pain." Renji groaned as he blasted them with his fire, causing them to take cover. "Huh? How do you like that?" Yukina smacked the back of his head. "Ow. What was that for?" "For calling girls a pain," Yukina replied, going back to fighting. Takuto looked to him. "You should watch what you say." "Oh, shut up." Renji grumbled. "Guys, now's not the time." Kaoru calls as he takes on Ghoul, who had his buzzsaw repaired. In the midst of the fighting, both Naruto's, his wives, Batman, Yukina, and Takuto made it past them jokers and went inside. Inside were several stolen equipment put together to form a machine that was feeding energy to someone below it. "Hold it, pal," older Naruto called. The one under the machine looked up at them and shut down his machine. "Ooh, company. Don't mind me, I was just getting a charge up." He walked closer and the heroes got ready. "Charge?" Hinata asked. Tora threw off his cloak, revealing to have red and black cybernetic body armor, and had long white hair, while the visor came from a tiger mask. "Whoa." Takuto gasped. "He's really a cyborg?" Batman asked in shock. "I presume you are the one the jokers are calling Lord Tora?" older Naruto asked. "You presume correctly, Naruto," Tora replied while smirking underneath his metal tiger mask. "So you know who I am?" older Naruto asked again. "No you? Hey, I was your sensei before you were even a genin," Tora answered with a chuckle. "What?" Both Naruto's, Hinata, Tenten, and Hanabi gasped. Tora reached for his mask and pulled it off of his face, revealing to be the treasonous Konoha Academy instructor that Naruto caught the night he learned the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. "Mizuki." Both Naruto's gasped in shock. "Hello, nine-tailed fox." Mizuki snickered mockingly. Older Naruto frowned. "Oh, will you give it a rest?" he shouted in irritation. Both Naruto's, Tenten, Hanabi, Hinata, Batman, Yukina, and Takuto were staring down Mizuki, who was grinning. "How convenient for me, not only will I take down this Naruto, but the little one as well." Mizuki smirked. Still as twisted as before, Mizuki Teme, young Naruto frowned. "Yeah, last I checked you were imprisoned in Konoha lockup with no chance of parole," older Naruto added. "You remember correctly, however I've staged it so one of the inmates could impersonate as me and allowed me to make my escape when I fled the village." Mizuki began explaining. "It was then I had freed Kabuto Yakushi as well because he and Orochimaru had promised me power of my own. But that treacherous brat attempted to avoid me, but I discovered he used a jutsu that allowed him to travel to other universes. He went to what your friends called Dakota. By finding the same scroll on how to learn it I had followed him as well. When I tracked him he had partnered up with two intelligent individuals. I had ordered them to help me achieve the power I was promised, and if not I would go back and tell Konoha where Kabuto fled and have his two cohorts suffer as well." "Interesting story. Anybody got a beverage on them?" young Naruto asked, feeling bored already. "Shut up, you Kyuubi brat, I'm not done," Mizuki shouted, and so by a combination of Kabuto's medical ninjutsu, and Specs and Trapper's mechanical engineering, I had my body undergo an upgrade, making my human body into this cybernetic vessel you see before you," he finished. "And you double-crossed those three and left them to suffer," Batman added. "They did their job and were of no further use to me," Mizuki replied, feeling guiltless. "So what's with all the machinery you had the jokers collect?" Takuto inquired. "Well, a sad fact is this body doesn't run on itself and requires charging, so with the right type of fueling equipment I had one constructed to energize my body," Mizuki explained. "Well, it's over, Teme. You've had your fun, now it's time to come back and serve your life sentence," older Naruto warned him. "I don't think so, Naruto. I like being out in the world of Gotham and not behind bars," Mizuki answered as his body powered up. "Get ready, guys," older Naruto ordered while getting into stance along with younger Naruto, who activated his Sharingan. Byakugan. Hinata and Hanabi activated their bloodline Sharingan. Yukina called activating her own Sharingan that appeared blue instead of red. "What's with your Sharingan?" younger Naruto asked his daughter. "Well, you see, Dad, another affect of merging your DNA with Papa Sasuke's resulted in a different form of the Sharingan for me," Yukina explained. "Same abilities?" young Naruto asked. "You know it," she replied. "Okay guys, let's do it," Batman called. "All of you against me? Now that hardly seems fair," Mizuki noted, as he pulled a lever and the walls open up, revealing human-sized mechanoid robots designed to look like Mizuki, only they were all robot. They walked out standing beside their master. "Now it's evened up. Naruto, you come with me," older Naruto instructed, "the rest of you deal with the mechanoids." So they split up, each doing their job. Hinata and Hanabi were faced with 4 mechanoids. Hinata was gathering chakra to her fists that formed spectral lions, Juaho Soshikan. she called as she struck two of the mechanoids. Rotation. Hanabi called, activating her family's trademark ability, taking out the other two coming after her. Yukina and Takuo were tag teaming against 5 mechanoids. Let's do it, Taku-kun. Hi. Takuto agreed, while forming hand signs. Yukina was gathering electricity, and they both called, Ninpo, hydroelectric charge jutsu. They shouted, combining their attacks of water and electricity, taking out all 5. Yes. Yukina and Takuto cheered, but more kept coming. Yukina used her Sharingan and was able to keep up with them, while Takuto continued using his Suiden jutsus to short out the circuitry in the mechanoids' bodies. Soon Renji, Kaoru, Mei, Masane, Warhawk, Static, and Gear arrive inside. Everyone all right? Static asked. We're fine. Batman answered, as he busted up a mechanoid. Where's Dad? Mei wondered. Look up there, Kaoru pointed up. They look up, seeing Mizuki running up on the catwalk with the 2 Naruto running after him. You're not getting away from us. Young Naruto called, before sinking into the wall and travel P in front of Mizuki. Surrounded now, old timer. Older Naruto mocked him. Not quite. Mizuki answered as his torso and back unfold, revealing missiles that launched from them, while the 2 blonde ninjas jumped away to avoid their destruction. That ended up destroying a section of the catwalk. Both Narutos were hovering on their saucers, while Mizuki activated the rockets in his feet. Aerial attack. Older Naruto called, tackling Mizuki as they grappled in midair, until they pushed each other back. Naruto, go. Older Naruto ordered. Young Naruto flew forward and used an energy knife to slice a circuit found on Mizuki's leg, which disabled one of his rockets, causing him to lose balance in the air, forcing him to take it down and land on the side of the catwalk that wasn't destroyed. Very clever, nine-tailed fox. Mizuki called, but you haven't seen anything. He morphed his arms into sonic cannons that began blasting both of them, who were avoiding the blasts in the air. Young Naruto landed and grew his onyx strength, taking Mizuki head-on. Young Naruto grappled with Mizuki, who was still using his sonic cannons, but couldn't control the aim and was blasting all around, forcing the guys below to take cover. Watch where you're aiming, Kaoru shouted to them. Sorry. Young Naruto called as he used one hand to crush one of Mizuki's cannons, forcing him to shift it back to a hand. I lost to you before, but never again. Mizuki growled as he used his spare sonic cannon to blast Naruto, who used his electromagnetic shield to block it but ended up pushing him back. Oh man. Young Naruto grumbled, until he spotted his older self approach. I got this. He spoke. What are you going to do? Young him asked curiously. Use something that only you could ever hope to master. Older Naruto replied before closing his eyes and opening them to be frog-like. Sage mode complete. What the? Young Naruto was confused as he watched his older self summon a cage bunshin. Naruto, get behind me, older Naruto called, as his young self did so along with his older self's clone. Now do what my clone does, older Naruto ordered as he held his arms behind him with his palms opened up. Young Naruto watched as the clone of his older self formed chakra into the real one's hand, so the young Naruto did the same. Soon the older Naruto had 2 very large Rasengans in his palms. Okay guys, take them. Older Naruto gave one to his clone, and the other to his younger self. The clone held it up high perfectly, while the young Naruto had to use his onyx strength and his other hand to hold the one hand that had the giant Rasengan up. What is this? Young Naruto strains as he struggles to hold the giant Rasengan up. Behold Senpo. Odama Rasengan, older Naruto called. The 2 thrusted the 2 Rasengan at Mizuki, who may have avoided the direct impact, but they blew up the section of the catwalk, which forced Mizuki to jump to another platform. An impressive move, Naruto, but it's not enough. Oh, isn't it? Older Naruto asked while smirking as he gathered his clone and another clone that he just conjured up to form more chakra into his hand, creating a windmill shuriken-shaped Rasengan. Whoa! Young Naruto gasped. Take this, Fuden. Rasen Shuriken, older Naruto shouted as he threw it like a weapon right for Mizuki that ended up losing his last sonic cannon in his left arm. Gah! Mizuki groaned as his left shoulder sparked. Oh man, he's good, young Naruto thought as he watched his older self, until he noticed his older self was getting weaker and his eyes turned back to normal. Oh no, Naruto's running out of Sage Chakra, Tenten gasped. What do we do now? Warhawk asked. I'll tell you what we do, Yukina answered as she approached with her brothers and sisters. "We help out father," she growled as she and her sibs start glowing with red and orange chakra, and they took on fox cloaks similar to Naruto's, only Yukina's, Mei's, and Masane's eyes turn purple, while Renji and Kaoru's turn red like Naruto when he used Kyuubi chakra. The five took off for the high platform both Naruto's and Mizuki were on top of, while young Naruto looked shocked at the appearance of his children. "Kyuubi, you getting this?" young Naruto asked. "Yup. Looks like you're not the only father here," Kyuubi replied as he looked into the minds of Naruto's offspring and Yukina, seeing 5 demon foxes slightly smaller than him, 3 female demon foxes and 2 males. "Hello father," the first female fox began. "I am Ruki, Yukina's fox spirit." The first male one approached. "I am Ahiko, spirit fox of Kaoru, and my twin sister Yuna, who resides inside Mei." "Hi dad." Yuna, the second female fox, greeted him. The third and final of the female fox demons spoke, "And my name is Kazumi, demon fox guardian of Masane." The final male demon fox spoke up, "And I am Tatsu, guardian of your son Renji." "How beautiful, the future offspring of one of the greatest demons ever. Got a tissue Naruto, I think I'm gonna cry," Kyuubi said, feeling he was blubbering up. "Only you would when it comes to little demon foxes," young Naruto joked. The 5 kids of Naruto faced down Mizuki. "How cute, the fox's demon offspring are going to take me on," he chuckled. "First, never insult our father," Renji began as he Kyuubi charged his energy knives. "Second, never call us demons," Mei added as she conjured red electricity. "And third," Masane continued while conjuring fireballs. "Most importantly," Kaoru added as he and Yukina formed Rasengan in their palms. "Never underestimate the Namakazes," Yukina shouted as they all attacked Mizuki with their Kyuubi-enhanced attacks. Renji sliced off more of Mizuki's circuits and wires on his body, causing him to malfunction. Along with the combination of Mei's electricity and Masane's fireballs, they were able to throw him off guard, which left him wide open for Kaoru and Yukina. "Now Kaoru," Yukina called as they rushed to Mizuki with their Rasengans. "Duo Rasengan," they called, thrusting their Rasengans at Mizuki, which sent him backwards, skidding across the catwalk path to the other side of the room, where he laid in the center of it with his body practically destroyed. "Arigato guys, I got my energy back for another round," older Naruto said as his eyes changed to Sage mode again. "Though how?" young Naruto asked. "I always keep a clone or 2 back home with built-up Sage chakra. When I dispel them it transfers back to me, allowing me to resume mode," older Naruto explained. Mizuki looked up, seeing older Naruto and young Naruto standing before him. "Please spare me, I'll do anything," he begged. "Mizuki, you've had plenty of chances, but you always blew them. Consider this the final attack you'll ever feel," older Naruto answered as his younger self started forming Rasengan in his palm, and combined with Sage chakra he grew it to a size bigger than a wrecking ball. "Wow!" young Naruto gasped. The older Naruto held the enormous Rasengan up and flew into the air and dove down on Mizuki. "Take this, Cho Udama Rasengan," he shouted, as the attack landed on Mizuki and destroyed the catwalk, which continued crashing to the ground, where Static, Gear, Batman, Warhawk, Hanabi, Hinata, and Tenten ran to cover as a crater-sized hole was put in the floor. Standing in the center was older Naruto and Mizuki, who had been reduced to a head with circuitry under his neck. Mizuki, now only a head, looked up at the blonde ninja who was looking down on him. "As Rokudame Hokage of Konoha, I hereby place you under arrest." Naruto's kids helped his younger self down to the floor, where he stood by the others, watching his older self still standing in the center of the crater done by his Rasengan. "Wow," Naruto gasped as he turned to Takuto. "You were right about not being anything like him." Takuto smirked. "Actually, I'm starting to see the resemblance quite a lot now." Naruto smiled, hearing the first nice thing Takuto actually said about him since he came to the future. Suddenly the whole building started rumbling. "This place is going to cave," Static called. "We got to ordered." "Come on," older Naruto called, while grabbing Mizuki's head and opened a shadow portal. "Hey, watch it," Mizuki shouted as Naruto held him by the hair. Everyone quickly ran into the portal and it vanished as the factory collapsed, taking Mizuki's generating machine with it. They appeared outside and saw the Jokers were being taken into custody by the police. "Well, I think I overstayed my welcome," young Naruto spoke to the group. Back at Wayne Manor, After Mizuki's head was put back into Konoha lockup, everyone was gathered to watch young Naruto return to his own time. Well, I guess this is it, young Naruto said. Don't worry, you'll see us when you get back, Gear reminded him. Yeah, try not to spoil too much, Static warned him. Will do, Verge. Naruto nodded. Hanabi, Tenten, and Hinata approached. Well, Naruto, it was great seeing you again at this age. Hinata started. Yeah, and it was great seeing a glimpse of you girls at this age as well, Naruto admitted. The girls smiled. You're so sweet, they say simultaneously as they each kiss his lips, leaving the young soon-to-be Hokage speechless. He then came out of his stupor as his offspring approached him. Take care there, Pop. Renji pounded it with him. We know you're going to do great, Dad. Mei hugged him. We enjoyed getting to know you at this younger age, Kaoru added while patting his back. Take care of yourself, and the Konoha you know. Masane hugged Naruto. I sure will, thanks guys. Naruto replied. I'll miss you kids, but I'll see you all in 40 years. Kyuubi told his children. Warhawk approached and shook his hand. You did well, kid, it's no wonder you're recognized as one of the greatest shinobi. Thanks, Warhawk, Naruto thanked him. Terry then shook Naruto's hand. Thanks for the fun time, Terry. Hey, it was Shui hanging out with you, Terry admitted. Likewise, Naruto replied. Yukina approached Naruto. You're going to make a great father, Daddy. Yukina kissed her younger father's cheek. Naruto blushed, until Takuto approached him and offered him his hand. You're a great ninja, Naruto, and a fine man at that. Naruto shook his hand, and you are the only guy the first to prove of for Yukina. Arigato. Takuto smiled. His older self approached himself and they shook hands. It was great getting to know you, Naruto said to his older self. And it was awesome to see myself at this age again for a final time. Older him began and gave a serious look. But I should warn you, Naruto, everything here you've been told isn't always set in stone. You have to work, train, and study hard if you really want to be Hokage. I understand. Young Naruto nodded. The older Naruto smiled and hugged him, while the young him felt a little awkward being hugged by himself but returned it regardless. The older Naruto then handed the young one a scroll. Here, it's something I've been working on. When you have the time, gather some of the closest people you know in one room and perform this jutsu I've developed. What's it do? Young Naruto asked. It's a surprise. The older one winked. Okay. Naruto sighed, taking his word for it. Bruce activated the control console of a time generator that Gear had constructed. It's all set, Naruto. The old man noted. Thanks, Bruce. Naruto began as he stood on a platform by the generator. Well guys, I'll see ya around. They all waved and cheered, while older Naruto thought to himself, Sayonara Naruto Namikaze. Then a beam engulfed Naruto and he vanished. Naruto was hurtling through a wormhole, and in a flash was back in the room where he attempted to use Hiraishin. He looked around, seeing he was back in his own time with all his meta-human senseis, Yukina, who was a child again, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and his girlfriends. Welcome back, Aben greeted him. Daddy, Yukina cheered as she went over and hugged him. Hey baby girl, give daddy a kiss, Naruto said as Yukina kissed his cheek. What happened, Naruto? Tenten asked in worry. According to the guys, you just vanished, Hanabi added. You're not hurt, are you? Hinata asked in worry. Girls. Guys, it was amazing. I saw the future. I saw you. Naruto began in excitement. The future? Gear asked. Well, guess I'm not the only one who knows what to look forward to, Static added. What was it like, Naruto? Jiraiya inquired. Yes, what? Aben asked. I'll tell you all this much. It was Shui, Naruto replied, which got them looking confused minus Virgil, who already had experience with the word. It was what? Hotstreak asked in confusion. Future slang for cool, Naruto explained with a smile. Are you going to be okay, Naruto? That trip must have really done some shock to you, Tsunade believed. Don't you worry about me, bossin, Naruto began as he went to a window and looked at the Hokage monument, already picturing his head another space away from his father's. Knowing Tsunade's face will be added next to his dad's, I'm gonna be just fine, Naruto smiled. It was 2 days after Naruto returned to his own time. One morning he was in an empty room that was dark, drawing up white chalk markings on the floor in a circular pattern and drew numerous looking kanjis inside of the circle. This jutsu better be worth it, but I wouldn't lie to myself, Naruto said as he continued the drawing on the floor. Then someone knocked on the room's door. Yes? Yo Naruto, it's me Aben. Open up. Aben called from outside. Naruto opened the door revealing Aben. Me and the guys rounded up the following as you've requested. Aben explained. Good, bring them in. Naruto instructed. So Aben and the breed brought Virgil, Richie, Adam, Shanice, the Hawkins, Hinata, Hanabi, Neji, Hiyashi, Tenten, Sakura, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, Sarutobi, Kakashi, Yukina, and Itachi, who closed the door, not letting any light inside the room. So what did you call us here for, Naruto? Virgil asked. You said it was something important, Jiraiya replied. What is it, Daddy? Yukina wondered. Before I left the future to return here, my older self gave me this scroll. Naruto held out the scroll. What's it for? Sakura inquired. I don't know, he began. All he told me was to use it when some of my closest people are gathered together with me. Well, we're obviously here. Sakura replied. So how does this jutsu work? Hiyashi asked curiously. Well, I've gone of the basic ritual before performing the jutsu, Naruto began as he places a bowl of powder in the center of the drawn-up circle symbol on the floor, only one last addition to complete it. Naruto took the petals off a sakura blossom and dropped them in the bowl with the powder. Everyone, stand back. I'm not sure exactly what will happen. That's comforting. Neji sarcastically replied. Neji. Tenten elbowed him. Okay everyone, here we go. Naruto began going through hand signs. Tatsu, Tora, Mi, Uma, Saru, Inu, Tori, Ushi, Tora, and then called the jutsu, Ninpo. Kanpaku Tenshoku no Jutsu, soul calling technique. Suddenly the marking patterns on the floor in the circle began to glow and the petals in the bowl of powder levitated up and were being mixed in with the chakra. What's happening? Virgil asked Richie nervously. Got me, technology's my game, not jutsus, Richie replied.